Yi Qing, dignified, upright, handsome enough to topple nations, never expected his life to be rewritten by a scammer of a system. One blink, and he found himself transported into a bizarre world where women rule, and men are merely accessories. His new identity, the ninth prince of a kingdom that has already been annihilated, his starting point, an auction house. Inside a cage, with a crowd of predatory women bidding for his body, when he was on the brink of disaster, a figure descended like a moon goddess wrapped in frost, the empress, cold, supreme, untouchable. With a single glance, she saved him from humiliation. But in a matriarchal world where men with good looks are devoured, controlled, or kept, how is someone as dangerously attractive as Yi Qing supposed to survive? For the sake of freedom and his future harem dreams, Yi Qing begins his journey of self-rescue. Xinwu, April 2021. The vast Xuanwu continent lay under the shadow of Yaoguang Holy Land, one of the 7 sacred lands of this year. The southern Shao kingdom and the northern Qi dynasty clashed on the battlefield, each sending 400,000 troops. Mountains cracked, rivers ran red. A year later, the war finally ended. Northern Qi was crushed. 200,000 surrendered soldiers were massacred in Fancheng. From that moment on, the dynasty's fate was sealed. After 2 months of hopeless resistance, Xiaojing, the capital, fell. Northern Qi, once glorious, was erased from the continent. A dark basement. A shivering cage. A sudden cry pierced the silence. Damn system. Where did you send me? Inside the ornate cage, Yi Qing trembled as he looked around the pitch-black, foul-smelling basement. Moist stone, moldy walls, rats the size of kittens crawling past his feet. This wasn't a fantasy world. This was a horror dungeon. Just this morning, Yi Qing had been a perfectly normal high school senior on Blue Star, albeit one who scored 250 on the college entrance exam and missed his goddess's university by a galaxy's distance. Depressed and ready to give up on life, he was suddenly approached by a system calling itself lying down and enjoying happiness. Its seductive promises still echoed in his mind. Do you want to get rich overnight? Of course. Sports cars? Girls? Luxury? Yes. Yes. Then bind yourself to the Female-Supremacy self-rescue system. Binding, and then realization struck. This wasn't what the system promised at all. Darkness swallowed him, and when he regained consciousness, memories that weren't his flooded in. Ninth Prince of Northern Qi, handsome beyond reason, elegant, refined, star-like eyes, talented in all arts, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, the national heartthrob, the dream lover of countless noble ladies. When Xiaojing fell, his sixth sister Yi Qingmei smuggled him out of the palace. But fate was cruel. They encountered the Nanxiao army and were separated. He was dragged all the way to Nanxiao's capital, Nanli City, thrown into a cage, and prepared for auction. But that wasn't the biggest problem. This world, this entire damn world, was ruled by women, and women fought battles, earned money, and raised families. Men cooked, cleaned, birthed daughters, and served their wives. Men were decorations, men were property. This is madness. Absolute madness. Yi Qing, a real man, a proud man, being sold like merchandise? Unforgivable. Just as he prepared to curse the heavens, the system's smug voice chimed, frowny face, to compensate the host. The system will deliver a bonus gift. Please survive on your own. Bye. Hey. Don't pretend to be dead. Get back here. But silence followed. A luxurious golden gift box shimmered before him. Yi Qing sighed. Fine. Might as well see what's inside. He tapped it. Boom. The box exploded into light, revealing 4 dazzling items. God-level acting skills. No one can ever see through your disguise. Mind eavesdropping here the thoughts of any woman who has affection for you. Holy body, perfect physique. Infinite self-healing. Total physical control, charismatic, a god-tier charm. Every woman will desperately desire you. Yi Qing, he didn't want these. But they were very, very tempting. Unfortunately, none of these could help him get out of the cage. For now, I need an escape. Once I'm out, women from east to west, wait for me. He was still dreaming about future wives when female voices echoed outside. I heard this one stunning, a prince of Northern Qi. A prince, huh, wonder what he tastes like. Stop drooling. Someone this good will be bought by nobles. Hurry, the auction starts soon. Yi Qing sighed. What's meant to happen will happen. Clang, the basement door creaked open. Light spilled in. 4 women walked in. They lifted the cage and him with terrifying ease. As they stepped into a luxurious corridor lined with glowing pearls, the women finally saw him clearly. They froze. Then came a chorus of gulp. Yi Qing's cheeks flushed. He had never had a girlfriend in 18 years. Now several women were staring as if ready to devour him, but when he met their gazes, his soul nearly left his body. Their eyes were wild, hungry, predatory, and their rough features barely feminine at best. Yi Qing's skin crawled. Even if I die, even if I jump off a building, I will never submit to these crocodiles. His fear only made them more excited. A noble prince trembling under their gaze, intoxicating. They exchanged greedy looks, then, unable to resist, they set the cage down and reached inside. Their hands trembled with anticipation. Just a touch, just one moment. They didn't have much time, but they could still get a taste. Yi Qing's eyes turned icy cold. So disgusting. So shameless. No wonder the system was called self-rescue. He needed salvation from these beasts, and right as filthy fingers were about to touch him, a cold voice cut through the corridor like a blade. What do you think you're doing? The women froze instantly. Yi Qing's heart pounded. Someone had arrived, someone powerful, someone who might change everything. The newcomer was dressed in red, with a cold expression. She frowned slightly as she watched the group's actions. Lord! Upon seeing the woman in red, the men were so frightened that they knelt down on the ground, not daring to breathe. The woman walked over with light, graceful steps, exuding a powerful aura. She stopped looking at the women and instead focused her gaze on the boy locked in the cage. The young man's magnificent brocade robe was now tattered, his black hair was draped over his head, and a few strands of hair clung to his handsome face. The fair skin exposed on her neck was so tender it looked like you could squeeze water out of it. His collar was slightly open, and when he looked down, a glimpse of snow-white skin could be clearly seen. Her exquisite features and stunning beauty even impressed the worldly wise Lin Yimo, who couldn't help but exclaim, "What an absolute beauty! No wonder these guys can't control themselves." Ding! A beauty with an appearance score exceeding 8 out of 10 has been detected, showing a trace of affection for the host. 10 affection points have been gained. Just as Yi Qing was displaying his god-level acting skills, the system's notification sound made his eyes light up. When this woman walked over, he started to act pitiful, hoping to gain her sympathy, but he was puzzled. Why did this skill feel so easy for him? Even though he was a grown man, the woman was also attracted by Yi Qing's appearance, contributing 10 points of admiration to him. Ding! Reminder to the host. The host can activate the eavesdrop on thoughts skill on admirers whose looks exceed 8 points, allowing the host to hear their innermost thoughts. The system notification sounded again, and Yi Qing tried it out, thinking to himself, anything produced by the system is bound to be of high quality. Such a handsome man, and he's finished like this? Endless torment awaits him. After Yi Qing used the eavesdropping technique, a woman's sigh echoed in his mind. It must be the woman in red standing before me. Yi Qing thought to himself, but why, when she saw such a handsome man like him, did she not think of enjoying him herself? Why did she just stand by and watch him be defiled? Yi Qing didn't understand. Did this woman not like handsome men? If this woman doesn't like handsome men, wouldn't he be doomed? He'd rather be with the beautiful woman in front of him than be pinned down by those ravenous old women outside. Yi Qing has always had god-level acting skills, so controlling her emotions is something she can do at will. Immediately, tears welled up in her eyes, and she transformed into a pitiful person who had suffered the loss of her family and the vicissitudes of fate. Sigh, seeing him so miserable, I can't help but feel a pang of pity. Oh well, if I have no man in my heart, I'll draw my sword with divine inspiration. I'd better focus on the auction house and strive to return to my family as soon as possible. Lin Yimo looked at the stunning beauty in the cage and felt a little sorry for her. Then she stopped caring about his life or death. After all, she only wanted to return to her family. What did the man's fate have to do with her? The law of the jungle prevails over the weak. Besides, this man was auctioned off by a general from Nanshao, so there was no need for her to waste her resources to save this prince from an enemy country. Your mother! Upon hearing Lin Yimo's thoughts, Yi Qing almost blurted out a curse. Then a chill ran through me. It seemed Barbie really had to pay this price. It's all this heartless system's fault for transporting him to such a place. What to do when the game is about to be auctioned off right at the start? Waiting for answers online, Yi Qing was once again carried by 4 women towards the auction house. In a magnificent room at the Lin family auction house in Nanli City. A stunningly beautiful woman dressed in brocade sat on a chair, while a young woman carrying a knife knelt beside her, and sitting in that chair was none other than Nanshao's current empress, Nangong Shui. Since ascending the throne, Nangong Shui has accomplished many great feats, gradually developing the entire Nanshao into the leading dynasty among the 10 great dynasties. Of course, now there are only 9 great dynasties, as the northern Qi was destroyed by Nanshao. Among his great achievements, the 2 greatest were the destruction of the northern Qi and the quelling of the rebellion of the 3 kings. The year Nangong Shui ascended the throne was fraught with difficulties and setbacks. With internal turmoil caused by the three princes and external threats from the northern Qi and this seemingly insurmountable predicament, she single-handedly resolved everything. In less than 3 years. This feat made Nangong Shui's reputation resound throughout the entire Xuanwu continent. Nangong Shui's expression was icy, and she exuded an unparalleled aura. Your Majesty, Prince Li Yang, Nangong Yi, has arrived at the auction house. The purple scale guards are ready and can capture Prince Li Yang at any time. The kneeling female guard said, bowing. Pass down the order, await my command. Nangong Shui said coldly. Yes, sir. The female guard stood up, bowed, and then left the room. Nangong Yi. You dare to come back after becoming a traitor. Let's see how you escape this time. Nangong Shui muttered to herself, her eyes flashing with cold light. After waiting for a short while, Nangong Shui left the room and headed towards the auction house with 2 guards. The auction house is huge. It has 3 floors. The first floor is for ordinary merchants and cultivators, the second layer consists of high-ranking officials, nobles, and powerful cultivators. The third floor is not open to the public. Even if you have money, you cannot go there. Nangong Yi is currently on the 3rd floor. At this moment, her face is gloomy, her fists are clenched, and her eyes are filled with hatred. 2 years after her rebellion failed, she fled the Yaoguang Holy Land and eked out a living for half a year. Finally, thanks to her amazing talent, she was accepted as a true disciple by a supreme elder of the Lingjin sect under the Taichu Holy Land. She returned primarily for revenge, but of course, there was another important matter: to repay the life-saving grace from years ago and to find her fiancé. After her defeat, she fled to northern Qi under the cover of several guards. The Emperor of Northern Qi promised to help her regain the throne and to marry her youngest son to her. This gave her a warmth she had never felt before when she was down on her luck. But that bitch Nangong Shui actually sent a powerful member of the Lingxi sect to try to kill her. In the end, she had no choice but to flee the Yaoguang Holy Land and eke out a living. She also lost contact with her fiancé, but she remembered it clearly and kept reminding herself that she must not forget the life-saving grace of Northern Qi. And then there's her fiancé. He's the most handsome man she's ever seen, bar none. Recalling his frail appearance, Nangong Yi clenched her fists again, her eyes bloodshot. The destruction of his country must have caused him immense trauma. And then his property was put up for auction. Thinking of this, Nangong Yi vowed to kill Nangong Shui and Xin with her own hands. Just as Nangong Yi was keeping a close eye on the auction house, Nangong Shui walked in next door with several experts. Your Majesty! Prince Lian, Nangong Yi, is right next door, and she has 2 golden core stage experts with her. Issue my order, instruct the purple scale guards not to make any rash moves. Nangong Shui stared intently at the auction house. She was eager to have a good look at her younger sister. Did she think that by bringing 2 golden core experts with her, she could act with impunity in Nanli City? How naive! She had already laid a trap, and Nangong Yi would have no chance of escape this time. Yi Qingsheng was locked in the cage, feeling utterly hopeless. He was lifted up, and a beam of light shone on him, forcing him to shield his eyes with his arm. A silence followed, then the sounds of swallowing filled the air. Next came cheers and a torrent of profanities. Hiss, gurgle. So beautiful, wow, I never thought I'd see such a beauty in my lifetime. If I could spend a night with him, I'd die happy. You're an old man like me, you should just give up. This beauty is best left to me to pamper. Ha ha, stop daydreaming. I, Joe, am determined to have this man. Same rules as always, highest bidder wins. A cacophony of voices filled the auction hall, causing Yi Qing to sigh inwardly. It seemed he was doomed. Ding. Nangong Shui has contributed 20 admiration points to the host due to her attractive appearance. Ding. Nangong Yi was captivated by the host's pitiful appearance and felt deeply sorry for her, thus contributing 50 points of affection to the host. The host is encouraged to continue her efforts. The shop will unlock when the host reaches 100 points of affection. After being locked in the cage, Yi Qing kept up his god-level acting skills, so he wasn't afraid of being exposed. But the only thing that makes him happy now is that 2 women with looks exceeding 8 points have suddenly appeared at the auction house and have been attracted to him. However, he cannot eavesdrop on thoughts. This ability to eavesdrop is only effective when face-to-face and within 10 meters, but if 2 women with looks exceeding 8 out of 10 have developed feelings for him, then it means he won't be taken away by this group of middle-aged women. For his future happiness, he must fight for it. The boy inside the cage curled up, wrapping his arms tightly around himself, as if this would protect him from the gaze of the women around him. The boy's actions evoked a pang of pity in some, but this was quickly followed by a surge of pleasure. His appearance revealed his weakness and vulnerability, making one want to bully him. I wonder what he looks like when he cries. It must be quite a sight. Nangong Shui frowned slightly, but didn't say anything, just watched quietly. This is the most important item we have in store. You thought he was a handsome man? You're so wrong. The host said, pulling everyone back from their daydreams, and deliberately keeping them in suspense. Enough with the nonsense, just give me a price. This old woman absolutely must have him. Spit it out, stop beating around the bush. The host's words drew shouts and curses from some people. She gave an awkward smile and resumed her commentary. This stunningly handsome man is no ordinary person. He is a prince of Northern Qi, the most handsome man in the entire Northern Qi. Yi Cheng. After briefly introducing Yi Cheng's background, the host then tempted her, a prince of noble birth. This is something so many people dare not even dream of. If I could become his master, then, the host's words made some people around him breathe harder. A prince. Such a high and mighty being. They never dared to dream of such a thing before, but now that the opportunity was right in front of them, they couldn't let it slip by. His status as a prince alone was enough to drive some people crazy, not to mention that he was the most handsome man in Northern Qi. His charm was most fatal to the women around him. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, the host immediately began the auction. All the previous setup was simply to get the items sold for a good price. Nangongyi sat in a private room on the 3rd floor, her fists clenched, thinking to herself, Shao Chang, just bear with it a little longer, I'll take you away right away. Starting bid, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 1,000 higher. The host tapped the table, and the number made some people sigh. It seems they are destined to be unlucky with handsome men. The currency ratio in the divine martial continent is as follows. 100 copper coins equal 1 tael of silver, 100 taels of silver equal 1 tael of gold, and 100 taels of gold equal 1 low-grade spirit stone, and so on. Above that, there are mid-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones, and top-grade spirit stones. The 100,000 low-grade spirit stones had already eliminated 99% of the people here. Some people also gave up. After all, handsome men can't fill your stomach, and besides, they couldn't win them anyway. But there are some who are blinded by lust, and even if it means squandering their entire fortune, they still want to have a kiss with her and become her master. 111,000 low-grade spirit stones, 150,000, 150,000, any higher? After the price of 150,000 was quoted, there were basically no more bids. This price was the limit for most small forces. 150,000 once. 150,000 taels. Just as the female host was about to knock for the 3rd time, a very pleasant voice came from a luxurious private room on the 3rd floor. 200,000. Nangongyi waited until no one else bid before making her move and successfully acquired Yi Cheng. As for kidnapping people, that's impossible. If she were to rob the Lin family's auction house today, then tomorrow, people with cultivation levels several realms higher than her would come after her to kill her. The Lin family is one of the 12 great families of Xuanwu continent, second only to the 7 Holy Lands in strength. With a powerful immortal in the family, they are not people like her who can afford to offend them. It's worth it to exchange spirit stones for Yi Cheng. It will also save you a lot of trouble. Nangongyi was already confident of victory. After all, she had brought 2 golden core experts and a lot of spirit stones with her. She would soon be able to be with Yi Cheng. Wait! Just as the female host was about to strike the hammer for the 3rd time after shouting a few times, an untimely, cold voice came from a private room on the 3rd floor. This voice once again raised the atmosphere in the entire auction hall to a climax. Spending 300,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy a prince is an absolute waste. How wonderful it would be if I could have those spirit stones. Some people were indulging in unrealistic fantasies. After all, these spirit stones were enough for their entire family to rise to power instantly. Upon hearing that cold voice, a person came to mind for Nangongyi, Nangong Shui. Even if she turns to ashes, I'll accept it. She's the one who ruined me so badly. If it weren't for the help of the Lingxi sect back then, the throne would have been hers too. Nangongyi was taken aback at first, then came to her senses. Perfect timing. This time, she would settle both the old and new scores together. Everything Nangong Shui owed her would be returned. Nangongyi looked at the room next door, her eyes burning with rage and turning blood red. The person next to her is Nangong Shui, so her whereabouts may have been exposed. Nangong Shui is the empress, and she wouldn't come to this place casually. Thinking of this, Nan Gongyi decided to take a gamble. If she could kill Nan Gongshui, that would be the best outcome. He immediately ordered the two golden core experts beside her to kill Nan Gongshui in the next room. She herself unleashed her full foundation establishment stage 5 cultivation, rushing towards the auction stage, intending to rescue Yi Qing and then escape with him. Yi Qing, who had been waiting for his fate to be decided, experienced a roller coaster of emotions when a woman in her 40s dressed as a wealthy businesswoman offered 150,000 yuan. Yi Qing was already in despair. The old woman's lewd gaze made Yi Qing feel uneasy and tremble with fear. If he gets photographed by an older woman, he'll probably die young. Even eating goji berries with rice every day won't be enough to compensate for it. How scary. Just when Yi Qing was in despair, a heavenly sound from the third floor warmed his heart again. He guessed that the people who could get to the third floor must be either rich or noble, and maybe even those two girls with looks that were over 8 out of 10. He was quite happy to see the two women competing for his attention. He felt a sense of accomplishment seeing them bicker over him, but he never expected that one of them, unable to outbid the others, would actually try to rush onto the auction stage and snatch the person away. Sister, are you kidding me? This is making things worse. It's putting everyone in a difficult position, but after seeing the woman's beauty, Yi Qing gave in. After all, who would refuse a stunningly beautiful woman with an 8 out of 10 looks? Now he hopes the woman can take him away, fly far away, and live a shameless and happy life. Let me be clear, this isn't a double standard, but rather a case of those who are wise to adapt to changing circumstances. Type your wit on the public screen. Just as Nan Gongyi rushed onto the auction stage, Nan Gongshui on the third floor finally unleashed her long-hidden aura. The powerful figures beside her also revealed their cultivation levels. They were all golden core experts. And Nan Gongshui's cultivation had even reached the first level of the golden core stage. 90% of cultivators across the entire divine martial continent are stuck between the foundation establishment and golden core stages, while Nan Gongshui, at such a young age, has already reached the first level of the golden core stage. Therefore, her future prospects are undoubtedly limitless, and with Nanxiao's status in the Yaoguang Holy Land, it will rise significantly. Upon feeling Nan Gongshui's surging aura, Nan Gongyi stood there dumbfounded, her face full of disbelief, and said, how is this possible? Could that rumor be true? Does Nan Gongshui have another identity? The Holy Maiden of Yaoguang Holy Land, she couldn't believe it. They all had the same talent, so why did she become the Holy Maiden of Yaoguang? But the facts are undeniable, and no matter how much she disbelieves, it doesn't change the fact that she's now a prisoner. Nan Gongshui's imposing aura enveloped the entire auction house, and no one dared to breathe loudly. After all, the majestic and domineering beautiful woman in front of them was the current empress, so even if they were dissatisfied, they dared not say anything. Nan Gongshui's main target of pressure was Nan Gongyi, who was kneeling on the ground with beads of sweat constantly appearing on her forehead. Her beautiful face showed some pain, but she still glared fiercely at Nan Gongshui, refusing to yield an inch. Of the two golden core experts brought by Nan Gongyi were also instantly subdued and no longer in any danger. Nan Gongyi was unwilling to accept that after more than a year of hard work, she was easily defeated by Nan Gongshui. Nan Gongyi glared at Nan Gongshui with fury. If looks could kill, Nan Gongshui would have died 1,000 times over. What? You're not convinced? Nan Gongshui said coldly, looking at Nan Gongyi, who was kneeling on one knee. She then added sarcastically, looks like you're nothing special after all. I've always considered you a potential threat. If you hadn't sought outside help back then, would you have been able to defeat me? You're just a petty person. Nan Gongyi said through gritted teeth. If Nan Gongshui hadn't sought out the powerful figures from the Lingxi sect back then, she would be standing here right now. The victor is king, the loser is villain. Don't make excuses for your incompetence. Nan Gongshui chuckled disdainfully. You. Nan Gongyi was so angry that she couldn't speak. Coupled with the oppressive aura of Nan Gongshui, she felt a sweet taste in her throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, Nan Gongshui felt a pang of pity, but she quickly suppressed it. From the day she rebelled, the bond between the sisters came to an end. Her current predicament is entirely her own fault. She has no one to blame but herself. If she had joined me in suppressing the rebellion back then, she would have had a much brighter future, but she ruined it all herself, and there's no going back. Nan Gongshui stopped looking at Nan Gongyi lying on the ground and instead turned her gaze to Yi Qing, who was still locked in the cage. I won't kill you easily. I'll make you understand the consequences of betraying me. She gazed calmly at Yi Qing, seemingly quite interested, and said, it seems this man is very important to you, making you travel all the way from Taichu back to him. Then I'll accept him on your behalf. Nangong Shue's words were like a sharp knife, piercing Nangong Yi's heart. Yi Qing is the person she cares about most right now. It can be said that the main reason she came to Nanshao this time is for Yi Qing, but now Nangong Shui is trying to take Yi Qing away from her. Nangong Yi clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh, but she felt no pain. Overwhelmed by rage, she spat out another mouthful of blood. You're still so hot-tempered and easily angered, but without strength, you're nothing. Nangong Shui looked at Nangong Yi, who was still struggling, and mocked her once again. Then she squatted down and whispered in Nangong Yi's ear, "Don't you want my position? I won't give it to you. I'll take everything you have and make you taste the pain of losing your lover." Standing up, Nangong Shui sternly addressed her subordinates, "Take the traitor Nangong Yi to the imperial prison and bring this man into my bedchamber. I will have him serve me tonight." "As you command." The group of guards and experts surrounding them bowed and said, "The capture was quite easy, but it brought with it a deep respect for the empress. The fact that Nanshao now has so many experts is all thanks to the empress's training. The amount of pills and resources needed to cultivate a large number of experts is immeasurable, but for those major sects, it is insignificant." Lin Yimo watched from the sidelines without interfering, as it was a family matter. Another important reason is that she has another identity that is beyond her control. Upon hearing that Nangong Shui wanted Yi Qing to serve her in bed, Nangong Yi's last glimmer of hope was shattered, and she closed her eyes in despair. Inside the magnificent palace, female soldiers in armor patrolled the area, each with a graceful and beautiful figure. These teams all have highly skilled experts, and some palaces or important locations also have hidden experts in charge. These people protected the palace so well that not even a mosquito could get in. But two or more might be a different story. In the divine martial continent, women are born with the talent for cultivation. Millions of years ago, women gradually gained power, and men were gradually replaced. The ratio of women's to men's cultivation talent is 10-1, which has created the current world where women are superior to men. Men have become accustomed to being exploited by women and eventually become their appendages. At this moment, Yi Qing, looking completely bewildered, was led into a magnificent palace. The surroundings were decorated with gold ornaments and some extremely beautiful furniture. At first glance, it exudes luxury, with everything around it glittering in gold, almost blinding Yi Qing and Taiha. He was still in a daze. All he wanted to say to Nangong Shui and the other woman was, "You two can argue all you want, but why drag me into this? And in the end, you even want me to serve you in bed." Although the empress is also quite beautiful, does he have any chance of survival after falling into the hands of this cruel woman? Once he's finished serving her, the empress will discard him like a used tool, and he'll be dead. It must not fall into the hands of the empress. Yi Qing had been eavesdropping on her thoughts all along. He learned from the empress that the two were actually sisters. It was just that in the year Nangong Shui ascended the throne, Nangong Yi led a rebellion. Although she managed to quell the rebellion, it caused Nangong Yi considerable emotional trauma. This led the empress to blacklist Nangong Yi and regard her as a potential threat. Unexpectedly, Nangong Yi was captured so easily. She wanted to use Yi Qing to provoke Nangong Yi, and had no intention of making him serve her in bed. If it's completely useless, then he's finished, isn't he? Won't thinking of this, Yi Qing shuddered. This world is truly too dangerous. It seems that to survive, he'll have to resort to some forceful measures. He was still in the cage at the moment, and Nangong Shui had no intention of letting him out. Yi Qing sighed, he's really fighting against the cage. Can't they just let him out first? Or do the people here have some kind of weird fetish? Do they like role-playing games? But if the empress is happy, cosplay is not out of the question. If the empress is pleased, she might not kill him. Yi Qing spent the entire afternoon lost in his unrealistic fantasies. In the evening, the door to the palace was pushed open, and Nangong Shui, dressed in a yellow robe, walked in. Her steps were light and graceful, each step like a lotus blossom, as if she were walking on clouds, captivating all who looked at her. She possessed an ethereal beauty, like a celestial fairy. She was both beautiful and aloof. Yi Qing had already unleashed her god-level acting skills just before Nangong Shui entered, but it still amazed her. Fortunately, his superb acting skills prevented him from revealing any flaws. Otherwise, with Nangong Shui's cultivation at the first level of the Golden Core stage, she would have been able to see through his deception. Through his superb acting skills, he disguised himself as a pitiful and miserable figure, leaning against the cage with red eyes, looking at the moon outside the window, looking utterly pathetic. As soon as Nangong Shui walked in, she took in Yi Qing's expression. Yi Qing's stunningly beautiful face, which was completely exposed, came into her view, and his Series of expressions left Nangong Shui completely stunned. How could there be such a handsome man in this world? Nangong Shui admitted that even the holy son of Yaoguang Holy Land was slightly inferior to him. He was like a celestial being descended to earth, though disheveled. He couldn't hide his otherworldly air. He possessed a delicate strength tinged with stubbornness, a touch of poignant beauty, a hint of sorrow, and an abundance of sanctity. A long-awaited fan-shaped diagram. His poignant beauty, combined with his stunning good looks, can instantly evoke a mischievous urge to protect him or an impulse to bully him mercilessly, crushing his sanctity in one's own hands and watching him step by step into the abyss. That he leaned quietly against the cage, watching Nangong Shui. The two locked eyes, and Nangong Shui saw a flash of hatred in the boy's eyes. Although he disguised himself well, it was like a leaf obscuring her view to a golden core cultivator, having no effect whatsoever. It must be because he hates me for destroying his country and imprisoning him. Upon hearing this thought, Yi Qing thought to himself, the fish has taken the bait. At this moment, Yi Qing was exactly 10 meters away from Nangong Shui, so he could hear what Nangong Shui was thinking. Then I will not keep you any longer. Having such a handsome man around might cause trouble. Nangong Shui is always decisive in her actions. She will eliminate anyone who poses a danger to her without giving them any chance to breathe. As for showing mercy to women, that's out of the question. Her goal is the supreme path, and handsome men will only slow her down the speed at which she draws her sword. She won't waste too much time on matters of love and sex. Your mother. She looks just like that woman in red. Yi Qing had been eavesdropping on Nangong Shui's thoughts, which made him unable to help but swear, this is completely different from what he thought. Wasn't it said that with his devastatingly handsome looks and irresistible charm, every woman would want to force herself on him? What's going on here? Author, come out here, let's talk. Today, he met 3 girls who were over 8 in looks, but 2 of them didn't like him. This dealt a huge blow to his self-confidence, and he even began to doubt his own looks. Since he transmigrated, he hasn't had time to look in the mirror. Someone come here. Before Yi Qing could think of anything else, Nangong Shui's voice startled him, and he hurriedly began to think of a solution. His Majesty, 2 female guards carrying swords entered from outside. They were quite beautiful, easily a 7 out of 10. Take him away and execute him at the Ministry of Justice tomorrow. Nangong Shui said coldly. Yes, sir. The 2 guards were shocked for a moment before they came to their senses. Such a handsome man, who could topple kingdoms, was to be executed so easily. It was truly cruel to kill such a precious talent. Alas, what a pity. The 2 guards sighed inwardly, feeling sorry for Yi Qing's plight. However, neither of them dared to disobey Nangong Shui's orders. They greatly respected this empress and obeyed her every command. They believed that Nangong Shui must have her own purpose in doing this, so without further hesitation, they got up, lifted Yi Qing along with the cage, and were about to walk outside. Yi Qing hadn't expected Nangong Shui to be so decisive. He had overestimated his own looks. It seemed that good looks alone were not enough to survive in this dangerous world. He had no choice but to unleash his ultimate move. To survive, he was willing to sacrifice his pride. Upon hearing Nangong Shui's command, the young girl's delicate body trembled involuntarily. He didn't understand why he was the one who got hurt in the end, since he hadn't done anything wrong. The boy's bloodshot eyes instantly filled with tears of resentment and sorrow. The tears soaked his eyes and blinded him. These tears slowly flowed from his eyes, down his delicate nose, across his lips, and dripped onto the ground. 1 drop, 2 drops, the boy's tears flowed uncontrollably, and he couldn't stop them. He poured out all the heartache and sadness of the past few days into his tears. He hated the injustice of the world and hated Nangong Shui for slaughtering his family. Looking at the tearful boy, Nangong Shui felt a pang of sympathy. Had she gone too far? After all, he was just an innocent man. Nangong Shui waved for the 2 guards to leave, and then she walked over, looking at Yi Qing up close. Nangong Shui's breath caught in her throat, and her heart suddenly started pounding. She circulated her spiritual energy slightly to calm herself down. This man's charm was so terrifying that it momentarily threw her heart into turmoil. Are you very afraid of death? Nangong Shui stared at Yi Qing, looking at his stubborn eyes, and asked. The boy wiped away his tears with his sleeve, but his eyes were still red, and he sobbed at death. What's there to be afraid of? I'm just unwilling to accept it. What's the use of your resentment? The weak can only have their fate controlled by others. Nangong Shui calmly stared at the boy, carefully examining the boy locked in the cage. Seeing the tears still lingering in his eyes, she felt an urge to reach out and wipe them away. Nangong Shui was shocked. How could she have such a thought? This was not like her at all. She clearly dislikes men and only has the supreme Tao in her heart, so why is she having such strange thoughts now? Looking at the boy in the cage, she decided to take him out first. However, the moment the cage was opened, it was as if the shackles in her heart were broken, and she wanted to force herself on the boy. Without her noticing, her hand had already grasped the boy's chin. When she came to her senses, she saw the boy's shocked and ashamed expression. The boy, annoyed, slapped Nangong Shui's hand away. He immediately crossed his arms and retreated behind the cage, as if that would ensure his safety. At this moment, the boy's face was flushed with embarrassment, his cheeks were as red as ripe apples, and his earlobes were also tinged with rosy hues, making him extremely beautiful. Hiding inside the cage, trembling with fear, like a lamb that has stumbled into a wolf's den, afraid of being eaten. Before Nangong Shui could even savor the delicate sensation on her fingers, she was taken aback by the boy's action. Nangong Shui's breathing quickened, and her lower abdomen felt as if it were burning with a raging fire. She suddenly wanted to pin the boy down and ravage him to her heart's content. After a brief moment of panic, Nangong Shui quickly left the cage, suppressed her agitation, and maintained a safe distance from the boy. She didn't understand what was wrong with her, but this young man in front of her could influence her mind. This made Nangong Shui feel a chill. It seems that my Tao heart is still unstable, which is a major taboo for a cultivator. If I am not careful, I will be corrupted by inner demons, causing great disaster and harming all living beings. Beauty is like a wolf or a tiger, it can break a person's will. Let alone touching it. I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Duan couldn't keep her by his side, but she suddenly couldn't bear to kill her. However, it seemed that there was no suitable person to take over this monster. I've got it. With Xiao's personality, she should be able to handle this stunningly handsome man. She dedicates herself to the country and its people every day. It's time for her to enjoy the company of such a stunningly handsome man. Thinking of this, Nangong Shui instantly regained her usual dignity and shouted coldly at the door. Someone come here. The two guards who had gone out earlier came back, and Empress Nangong Shui of Nanxiao did not like to be in public, so she was always accompanied by guards. The two guards looked at Nangong Shui, who was standing there about 5 meters away from the cage, and said respectfully, His Majesty. They were quite confused as to why His Majesty had summoned them so many times today. Normally, the Empress only comes to the palace to sleep, but today, due to the presence of that man, Nangong Shui has become much more unusual. By imperial decree, Regent Prince Nangong Xiao has rendered meritorious service in assisting the government. He shall be rewarded with 1,000 top-grade spirit stones and a handsome man. Nangong Shui declared sternly. He then added, Take him away and send him to Nangong Xiao's residence tomorrow. Yes. The two men said respectfully, then carried Yi Qing toward the house next door. There are vacant houses next to the Empress's palace, which are usually used by servants, but Nangong Shui doesn't like too many people, so they have always been empty, but people still clean it regularly. After all, this is the palace, and some trivial matters must be done properly, otherwise the servants will be the ones punished. Therefore, putting Yi Qing inside is the best option. Furthermore, the Empress has always been used to living alone, and she doesn't want Yi Qing to stay in her room in the current court. In addition to His Majesty presiding over the overall situation, there are 2 regents and 4 chief ministers. The territory of Nanxiao is vast, with a population of over 1 billion. In addition, it recently annexed northern Qi, so there are many trivial matters to attend to, and the Empress alone cannot handle them all. She was also focused on cultivation, which is why she set up these auxiliary government agencies to help her handle government affairs, and she was happy to have some peace and quiet. Nangong Xiao is a prince of the same generation as Nangong Shui. Her mother is the younger sister of Nangong Shui's mother, and her throne is hereditary. Therefore, after her death, her title passed to Nangong Xiao. Nangong Xiao has been assisting in the government for over a year and has done her best to manage the entire Nanxiao region in an orderly manner. Nangong Shui would sometimes reward her with gifts, but she never bestowed any handsome men upon her, not for any other reason than that she disliked men. She also has a bad temper. She always has a cold face when she sees anyone, as if they owe her money. However, she still respected Nangong Shui, so the two had a fairly good relationship. There are 2 main reasons why Yi Qing was bestowed upon Nangong Xiao this time. First, Nangong Xiao doesn't like men, maybe because there aren't any good-looking ones. Now that such a stunningly handsome man has been sent to her, if she still doesn't accept him, then it can be basically confirmed that she is truly not interested in men. This matter is very important. It concerns the face of the royal family, so it must be clarified and the rumors circulating in the market must be completely eradicated. To shut up those who slander the royal family. After all, She has never married since ascending the throne, so many of the slanderous remarks are quite harsh. The second thing, she suddenly felt some sympathy for this prince of a fallen kingdom. She couldn't bear to kill him, but she couldn't keep him by her side, and there was nowhere suitable for him to live. So they placed him at Nangong Xiao's residence, firstly to help test the waters and create a false impression for the outside world, and secondly, to give him a place to stay. Yi Qing breathed a slight sigh of relief. His hard work and dedication had finally saved his life. However, he discovered something very serious. He was still inside the cage. He just couldn't understand why these people liked putting him in a cage so much. Why can't you just let things out first? Yi Qing was quite confident in his acting skills. After all, before he transmigrated, he liked to read novels and watch TV series. Therefore, based on the current situation, we can basically deduce what needs to be done next and what doesn't need to be done. An even more important reason is that he has the ability to eavesdrop on people's thoughts and possesses godlike acting skills. The combination of these two elements allows his performance to reach a seamless level. At least when he imitates those manipulative women, he no longer gets goosebumps. On the contrary, it's a piece of cake for him. Yi Qing even wondered if he had a talent for making green tea. Thinking back on those actions and expressions he made now makes me feel strange. He's a grown man, yet he made such a shameful move and acted so disgracefully. Luckily, no one knew, or he would have no face left to hide. Yi Qing swore that even if he were beaten to death, died outside, or jumped off this building, he would never pretend to be a green TB*TCH again. Although Nangong Shui has resolved the situation, he seems to have been drawn into a new predicament. Yi Qing had no idea what kind of person this regent Nangong Xiao was. It seemed he could only take it one step at a time and hope that she wasn't a cruel person, otherwise, his life would be threatened again. Just as Yi Qing was analyzing the current situation, the door was pushed open. The boy who walked in was about 16 years old, dressed in white. He looks like a palace servant. Yi Qing only learned after transmigrating that those who take care of others are usually called male servants. Rumors circulated that in some wealthy families, the head of the household, while drunk, had sex with a male servant, resulting in the woman becoming pregnant. Even if that male servant were to rise in status, his status would be elevated, and he would become a concubine's husband. But that child would only be considered an illegitimate child, with no high status. Yi Qing was shocked by this news, but then she thought that this was a world where women were superior to men, so she was relieved. If women were superior to men, what strange settings could there be? This is reasonable. Yi Qing was also putting on a god-level acting performance, so in the eyes of that servant, Yi Qing was like a tragic man who did not know his own fate and was being arbitrarily controlled. He couldn't help but feel a little sorry for the man. They, too, were being ruthlessly exploited by that group of women, with no room for resistance. They could only be bullied. They tried to fight back, but all they got in return was endless humiliation. This has led to some people losing the courage to resist and becoming completely at the mercy of others. Thinking of this, the servant boy, carrying a food box, came over, looked at the boy in the cage, and said, "Young master, don't be sad, you'll get better." After he finished speaking, he opened the cage, placed the food box on the table, and gestured for Yi Qing to come out and eat. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing was taken aback. The voice that sounded like a eunuch, which he had imagined would be unpleasant, did not come. Instead, the words spoken by the man sounded rather pleasant to him. Could this be the true matriarchal world? Yi Qing took another closer look at the man and found that he had a handsome face, fair and flawless, without any makeup on his face. It was as if he had always been this beautiful. What Yi Qing didn't know was that in this world, because of the existence of spiritual energy, people's physical constitutions were affected by the spiritual energy, thus developing in a positive direction. Not everyone is a handsome man or a beautiful woman, but none of them are too bad-looking either. Yi Qing belongs to the top level, a scourge to the country and its people. Gongnan blushed as Yi Qing stared at him, and asked shyly, "Is there something dirty on my face?" Yi Qing was brought back to reality by the boy's voice and laughed. "No, I just think you're very good-looking." Upon hearing this, the palace attendant laughed and said, "I'm nowhere near as good-looking as you. The food's getting cold, you should go and eat." Yi Qing looked at the food box on the table, no longer hesitating, walked over, and began to eat heartily. He had been locked in a cage ever since he transmigrated there in the morning and hadn't eaten anything. Now, seeing all this delicious food, he started wolfing it down without any regard for his image. "Young master, eat slowly, don't choke." The palace servant next to him saw Yi Qing's eagerness and realized that he was really hungry. He then went outside and got Yi Qing a pot of water. "Thank you," Yi Qing said, seeing the water in front of her. Actually, Putting aside the world, the men here are all pretty good, however, those women were different. Of the 3 women Yi Qing encountered today, only Nan Gongyi was someone of note. Perhaps it was because Yi Qing was Nan Gongyi's fiancée that she protected him. The other 2 either wanted to kill him or didn't care whether he lived or died, which created a stark contrast. This experience made Yi Qing deeply aware of the world's malice. It seems that if he wants to move forward, he must proceed with extreme caution. Luckily, he had a system, otherwise he would have turned into a blue-pink skeleton by now. While eating, Yi Qing asked the boy his name and learned that it was Dongfang Haoshuan. He had been sold into the palace as far back as he could remember, and had been working as a palace servant ever since. At this moment, in the palace, inside Empress Nangong Shue's bedroom, Nangong Shue was sitting on the bed, her 2 fair hands moved with incredible speed, circulating spiritual energy. A white vortex surrounded her. She is very anxious right now, and there is a burning sensation in her lower abdomen. She couldn't concentrate on her cultivation either. Her mind was filled with the image of a boy hiding in the corner of a cage, trembling with fear, and those misty eyes, they never left her mind. On the contrary, they only intensified. Nangong Shue gently stroked the boy's face with her fingers, as if she could feel the smoothness and youthfulness of his skin. It sent a shiver down her spine again. The feeling was truly magical, giving her the urge to try it all over again, and so, Nangong Shue fell asleep. But soon she had a dream. She dreamt that she became the supreme emperor, and beside her was an incredibly handsome man, with an ethereal aura and unparalleled beauty. Nangong Shue unconsciously hugged the boy, gently pinching his handsome face with her fingers. The touch from her hand felt so real, and so, the night passed. In the morning, when the first rays of sunlight shone into Yi Qing's room, he was already awake. This time he slept on the bed and no longer stayed in the cage. There were always people guarding outside, preventing them from going out, and they even had to use a chamber pot to urinate. During that time, Dongfang Haoshuan only brought him food once last night, and he hasn't seen anyone since. His current status is that of a captive of a fallen kingdom, a slave captured by Nangong Shue. Nangong Shue was going to give him to someone named Nangong Xiao. Sigh. I wonder when I'll be free again. These women are terrifying. They threatened to kill him at the drop of a hat. How can he possibly stay here in peace? We have to find a way to escape. It seems that when he gets to Nangong Xiao's place later, he'll have to use his best skills. Yi Qing also asked Dongfang Haoshuan about Nangong Xiao last night. According to Dongfang Haoshuan's description, Nangong Xiao is an extremely cold and cruel woman. I heard that during her time as regent, she ordered the execution of over 10,000 people, including some ordinary citizens. To achieve their goals, any means necessary are acceptable. They even whipped the corpses and hung them at the city gate as a warning to other rebels. This was cruel to Dongfang Haoshuan, but Yi Qing could understand it. After all, for every general's success, countless lives are lost. She had already reached this position. It would be unreasonable not to kill some people. Perhaps these rumors were spread by people who wanted to discredit the Nanxiao royal family. Yi Qing guessed that there were probably many people from northern Qi secretly stirring up trouble and pushing the matter to escalate. After all, it was Nangong Xiao who ordered the massacre of 200,000 northern Qi prisoners. Her cruelty was notorious, so it's understandable that many people in northern Qi hated her. Perhaps 90% of the people Nangong Xiao slaughtered were northern Qi people who wanted to restore their kingdom. Thinking of this, Yi Qing felt his head spin even more. If he, as a prince of northern Qi, really fell into Nangong Xiao's hands, wouldn't he be finished? This time, they had just escaped from the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's mouth. And then there's Nangong Xiao, a famously cold and aloof beauty, so cold that it's impossible for her to show any tenderness or pity. Wait, why did he use the phrase, cherish the fairer sex? It seems to be the effect of his god-level acting skills. He should use it less often in the future, or he might come across as effeminate. Clang, the door opened, and Dongfang Haoshuan arrived carrying breakfast. Looking at Yi Qing in her new clothes, Dongfang Haoshuan's eyes flashed with amazement. He used to think he was good-looking, but now that he saw Yi Qing, he felt inferior compared to him. His appearance can only be described as ordinary. Yi Qing was wearing a very ordinary plain outfit that Dongfang Haoshuan had given him the night before. It was very simple, but when he wore it, it couldn't conceal his pure and holy aura, nor his unparalleled beauty. Yet it's fair to say that even if he were only wearing a piece of cloth, he would still amaze everyone. Of course, some seasoned lechers will have different opinions about this outfit. Of course, I pinned him down and looked at him. Getting back to the main point, Dongfang Haoshuan brought Yi Qing some bad news. That meant the empress had lost her temper and had driven the guards who were standing outside her room several hundred meters away. She also ordered that no one was allowed to approach her palace. and anyone who disobeyed would be executed without mercy. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing couldn't help but sigh at how unpredictable Nangong Shui's temperament was, but it's normal for an empress to have some temper. He just hopes she won't get involved. After a quick breakfast, at Dongfang Haoshuan's insistence, Yi Qing, despite feeling extremely uncomfortable, had Dongfang Haoshuan help her get dressed. Please don't misunderstand, I just combed my hair and didn't apply any powder or anything. Making a grown man put on makeup is worse than killing him. And then there's Dongfang Haoshuan, he's quite meticulous in his work and good looking too. If he weren't a prisoner now, I might even be able to take him on as a follower, but that's just wishful thinking. He can't even take care of himself now, let alone others. It's all heartbreaking to talk about. Yi Qing sighed, wondering when she would finally gain freedom and control her own destiny. Just as Yi Qing and Dongfang Haoshuan were arguing, a group of female soldiers in armor walked in from outside. They wore red armor and looked very strong. The women inside were all quite good looking, and they had that air of women who were just as capable as men. It wasn't the kind of big, burly man you might imagine, the kind who could uproot a willow tree. Yet if that's the case, Yi Qing must blind himself. He was timid and couldn't be frightened. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to handle it and left first. The girl in the lead was a 7 out of 10 in terms of looks. She was very pretty, but she wasn't very friendly to him. Without saying a word, they put Yi Qing back into the cage and carried him out. Yi Qing then came to his senses. How did he end up in the cage again? He has legs, he can walk on his own. Hey! What's going on? Can you put me down? I can walk by myself. Yi Qing looked at the woman leading the group and shouted loudly. After hearing this, the woman walked over, looked at Yi Qing in the cage, and showed her impatience on her face. She hadn't been paying attention the whole time, only thinking about finishing early so she could go home and have a warm bed with her husband. But now that she saw Yi Qing's appearance clearly, she couldn't help but stop breathing. How could there be such a handsome man in the world? However, she quickly came to her senses, coughed lightly, and said that this was a gift from His Majesty to the other princes, so it was only natural that they were good-looking. Seeing Yi Qing's puzzled expression, she remembered what Yi Qing had just said. Her Majesty did not stipulate that he had to be in a cage, she simply did it for convenience. Putting Yi Qing in a cage and carrying him out, she was willing to let him out, but she was afraid that the man would slow down their progress. Thinking of this, and then of her husband who was alone in the empty room, the woman gritted her teeth and said, I am only following orders, and I hope you will forgive me. It is still a distance from here to the regent's palace, so we will carry you there. After saying that, she returned to her seat without waiting for Yi Qing to say anything more. Yi Qing couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that his karmic ties with cages in this life were quite deep. I'd been in this world for a whole day, spending it all in a cage, except for one comfortable night last night. He's like cargo now, so it's normal for him to be put in a cage. But I can't help feeling a little uncomfortable. Who the hell likes staying in a cage? Anyone with a sound mind doesn't like staying in a cage, but saying anything now is useless, and the girl in the lead is ignoring me. Yi Qing added another point to his self-rescue guide, you must break free from the cage's constraints. When Yi Qing arrived at the Prince Nangong's residence, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Meanwhile, Nangong Xia was feeding the fish in the pond in the backyard. She threw a handful of fish food into the pond, attracting some fish hiding below to rush up and scramble for the food. She was supposed to attend court today, but His Majesty cancelled it and rescheduled it for tomorrow. Normally, Nangong Shui attends court once a week, and leaves the rest of the affairs to the people at home. In addition to the 2 regions, there are 4 chief ministers. There are also 6 ministries that handle some tedious matters. These 6 ministries are the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Works. Nangong Xia was mainly in charge of the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of War. Standing next to her was a beautiful woman holding a booklet with a long list on it. Looking at the fish in the pond, Nangong Xia said expressionlessly, have all the fish taken the bait? Upon hearing this, the woman bowed respectfully and said, Your Highness, tonight we can wipe out all the remaining northern chief forces hiding in Nanli City and the surrounding cities. After hearing this, Nangong Xiao nodded and said, Very good, go and prepare. Tonight, I will personally lead the men there. The woman cupped her hands in greeting and then withdrew. The steward, who had been standing to the side, stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, Your Highness, His Majesty has sent you 1,000 top-grade spirit stones and a handsome man. The man is currently in the warehouse. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao frowned slightly and asked, Handsome man? Where is he from? Upon hearing this, the steward replied, His Majesty spent 300,000 low-grade spirit stones to bid for it at the Lin family auction house yesterday. It's said to be Yi Qing, the most handsome man in northern Qi. Remnants of northern Qi? Interesting. Nangong Xiao chuckled, seemingly quite interested in Yi Qing. Then Nangong Xiao said, Bring him into the study, I will personally meet him. After the steward left, Nangong Xiao was left there to ponder. She couldn't understand why His Majesty would send her a handsome man, as she had never cared about money or beauty. Her heart was filled with hatred, and her only goal now was to avenge her mother. Could it be the recent public opinion? That seems possible. Looks like I'll have to start collecting interest. The people of Northern Qi have been causing trouble under our noses, so we'll have to make your prince pay for it. Thinking of this, Nangong Xiao's eyes were filled with frost and mockery. Of course, Yi Qing was unaware of what was happening in the backyard. He was currently surrounded by treasures and so engrossed in admiring the rare and precious objects around him that he had forgotten he was in grave danger. Looking around at the treasures, all of which he had never seen before, such as a lingji mushroom bigger than his head, a glowing weapon, and several boxes of glowing spirit stones. Looking at the sword emitting a blue light, Yi Qing guessed it was definitely not ordinary. If he weren't currently locked in a cage, he would have liked to hold it in his hand and play with it for a while. If I had the chance in the future, I'll do it for myself. Out of boredom, Yi Qing opened the system panel. He hadn't had time to look at the system since he transmigrated here. What comes into view is a panel with a very futuristic look. A system name, female-dominated self-rescue system. Host name, Yi Qing, low-grade green tea, skills, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, basic level, cooking, basic level, talents, eavesdropping on thoughts, God level, acting skills, God level, holy body, God level, charismatic, God level, admiration level, 80-point shop, not yet open, unlocked when affection value reaches 100. There were only a few items on the panel, but Yi Qing was dissatisfied when he saw the green tea girl following behind him. Damn system, get out here! Yi Qing said unhappily. He was just protecting himself. How can you call him a green tea? Besides, green tea is used to describe women. He's a grown man, yet he's been labeled as one. Humiliation, blatant humiliation. Don't be angry, this thing has its benefits too. Without its help, the host would have been disgusted to death by himself long ago. The system's cheeky voice came from Yi Qing's mind. What do you mean? Yi Qing asked, puzzled. Ahem, let this system explain this to the host. Low-level green tea is a title automatically assigned to the host by the system. This title is based on the host's behavior. For example, some of the host's actions in front of Nangong Shui are judged as green tea behavior here, yet the host feels no discomfort, all thanks to this title. In other words, the system was impressed by the host's tea ceremony skills and bestowed this title upon them. With this title, the host's tea ceremony skills will become even more refined. The higher the title level, the less others will be able to tell. If the host wants to improve their tea ceremony level, they should work hard on the path of tea ceremony. We believe in you, keep going. I think I understand now, but can this be cancelled? I really don't want to be a green tea *TCH. Yi Qing finally understood after listening to the system's explanation, but how could a grown man like him accept such a shameful title? Absolutely not. Stop deceiving yourself. You really want to be that person, you just don't want to admit it. After the system finished speaking, there was no further response, as if it had vanished into thin air. No matter how much Yi Qing called out to it, it wouldn't respond. Helpless, Yi Qing could only sigh. Actually, what the system said makes some sense. His behavior does fit the description of a green tea girl, but he just can't change his mindset for the time being. He wasn't really opposed to it. After all, it was about survival, and compared to survival, whether he was a green tea or not didn't matter. You lot, go in and carry the people inside to the prince's study. A voice pulled Yi Qing back from his thoughts. The voice came from a middle-aged woman. Upon hearing the voice, Yi Qing activated his god-level acting skills, immediately disguising himself as a bewildered and confused young man. The door opened, and 5 people walked in, the one in the lead being a voluptuous and beautiful woman. 4 women dressed as servants followed behind. When the beautiful woman saw Yi Qing in the cage, a look of amazement flashed in her eyes, but she was a woman of the world and quickly regained her composure. What are you standing there for? Go and lift them up. The beautiful woman's voice woke up the several infatuated servants. The group quickly went over, and the four of them lifted Yi Qing along with the cage, heading towards Nangong Xiao's study. Yi Qing remained silent, using her superb acting skills to maintain her facade. This was a matter of life and death, and he dared not be careless in the slightest. If he was not careful, he might lose his life here. The group left the warehouse and headed towards Nangong Xiao's study. The people around were servants, but they didn't dare to look at anything and kept their heads down doing their own things. Yi Qing thought to himself, it seems this prince's mansion is very strict. Yi Qing and his group arrived at Nangong Xiao's study. There were 2 guards at the entrance, but they did not stop them when they saw them. Yi Qing was kept in a cage and carried inside. As Nangong Xiao looked at the memorial in her hand, her fists clenched tighter. She was wearing a long black dress today, and her beautiful face revealed anger. The memorial stated, this morning, a group of thieves massacred a village outside Nanli City, leaving no survivors. Nangong Xiao knew that while it appeared to be the work of thieves on the surface, it was actually the work of remnants of the Northern Qi. Their actions in the capital were tantamount to slapping Nanshao in the face. This group is like a leech. Whenever we try to take them down, they run away completely, but once they're gone, they come back to continue their evil deeds. They do all sorts of heinous things. They dare not provoke the strong, so they bully the weak. Nangong Xiao sighed again. There was a reason why the remnants of Northern Qi were fighting so desperately. After all, compared to the 200,000 surrendered Northern Qi soldiers, they were nothing. She has no regrets, she'll take the blame, but the people are innocent. The war with Northern Qi back then basically exhausted all of Nanshao's national strength, and it has not recovered to this day. If those 200,000 surrendered soldiers hadn't been killed, Nanshao would have been in grave danger. Besides, Nanshao didn't have enough food to feed them. Everything was out of necessity. Neither General Shen Qingxian nor Empress Nangong Shui wanted to take the blame, so the blame had to be borne by herself. She vowed to eradicate all remnants of the Northern Qi dynasty. Thinking of this, Nangong Xiao put down the memorial in her hand and slowly exhaled. Tonight is the time for her to collect interest, and there will be more in the future, until the remnants of Northern Qi are completely wiped out. Your Highness, the person has been brought. The butler and his entourage led Yi Qing to the door. Nangong Xiao frowned and said coldly, come in. Yi Qing received a system notification as soon as he arrived at the door of Nangong Xiao's study. This Nangong Xiao is also a woman whose looks exceed 8 out of 10. Upon hearing that chilling voice, Yi Qing sighed, looks like another tough nut to crack. Lao Tzu once said that the most alluring thing is the most dangerous thing. The ancients were right, and they did not deceive me. As Yi Qing was being carried inside, he was simultaneously putting on his god-level acting skills and thinking of a countermeasure. The only way now is to play the victim. Of course, he also needs to show a hint of hatred. Since his country was destroyed by this woman, he has to harbor some hatred. You act like nothing happened. No wonder people are suspicious. After Yi Qing was carried inside, he kept staring at Nangong Xiao, and Nangong Xiao kept staring at Yi Qing as well. The two stared at each other like that until Yi Qing finally looked away. She seemed to be furious, as if she wanted to tear him to pieces. Yi Qing didn't understand why Nangong Xiao was looking at him like that when he hadn't offended her. It's as if he did something heinous. I don't understand. Yi Qing did not receive any system notifications, which meant that Nangong Xiao had no interest in his appearance. If he wasn't one of his admirers, he wouldn't be able to eavesdrop on her thoughts, which would make things difficult. Women who are not tempted by beauty are the most difficult to deal with. But Yi Qing has already come up with a plan. He then closed his eyes and lay quietly in the cage, as if he were about to sleep. Nangong Xiao also frowned slightly at Yi Qing's actions. The man was indeed handsome, but then she thought of the memorial in her hand. Now she only wanted the 9th prince of Northern Qi, who was in a cage in front of her, to be buried with those innocent people. But seeing that the boy no longer looked at her, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. This prisoner doesn't seem to realize his current situation. It looks like we'll have to teach him a lesson. Nangong Xiao walked over and headed towards the cage step by step. Yi Qing remained completely oblivious throughout, as he was now playing the role of a prince whose kingdom had been destroyed. His enemy was right before him, yet he seemed to avoid looking at Nangong Xiao as if she were something unclean. Open your eyes. Nangong Xiao frowned and said coldly. Yi Qing remained unmoved after hearing this. He opened the cage, pulled Yi Qing out, grabbed his collar, and said, I told you to open your eyes, are you deaf? Yi Qing opened his eyes after being disturbed by her actions, trying to break free from Nangong Xiao's restraints, but the vast difference in their strength made his efforts futile. Seeing you makes me sick. Seeing that she couldn't break free, Yi Qing stopped making any unnecessary movements and let Nangong Xiao hold her like that, looking into her eyes with nothing but hatred. Oh, then you can just throw away your eyes. Nangong Xiao said indifferently after hearing this. Her words made Yi Qing's eyes narrow, revealing a hint of panic, but he quickly calmed down. Nangong Xiao also saw a hint of panic in his eyes, and snorted coldly. Now that he knows fear, it's too late. You devil, you'll get your comeuppance sooner or later. Yi Qing said, having no other choice but to give up. Hee, you don't need to worry about that, Nangong Xiao sneered, completely disregarding Yi Qing's words. The prey's final struggles are nothing but a predator's last gasp, which only gives her a greater sense of accomplishment. Then, as if she had thought of something, she said to Yi Qing, I'll keep your eyes safe for now. I'll show you a good show tonight. Yi Qing seemed not to have heard what she said, and simply turned her head to the side. Seeing this, Nangong Xiao said nothing more and loosened Yi Qing's collar. You'll be crying tonight. The feeling of watching your fellow countrymen die before your eyes, and being powerless to do anything about it, must be excruciating. Thinking of this, Nangong Xiao stopped paying attention to Yi Qing, chuckled, and walked out of the study. Everything will be revealed tonight. Nangong Xiao left the study, while Yi Qing was carried by several servants to another dilapidated house. However, he was lucky this time. He was released, where no one could see. Yi Qing gave an international hand gesture to the cage that had confined him all day. After several servants brought him to this dilapidated house, they stood guard outside. Why Yi Qing was happy to be free, since he didn't want to be with that dangerous woman, Nangong Xiao, who knows if she might suddenly go crazy and kill him. Fortunately, things are still alright for now. My life is still in my own hands. However, Nangong Xiao said that there seems to be a big event tonight, and she needs to bring him along. After returning, he was to blind himself and then brutally kill himself. He was really unlucky. Other people who transmigrate either have invincible strength or have a powerful backer. What did he get when he transmigrated? He has nothing but good looks. What use is this good looks to me? After grumbling a few times, Yi Qing quieted down. Now that his personal freedom was restricted, he had no other choice but to wait, and so far, the system has not given any notification. This means that Nangong Xiao is still not amazed by her own looks, let alone provides him with any admiration points. He currently has 80 points of admiration, among which Lin Yimo from the Lin family auction house was so impressed by his looks that he contributed 10 points of admiration. The other 70 points were provided by the empress and Nangong Yi. I think I knew Nangong Yi before, and she had feelings for me, so she contributed a lot. Nangong Shue's choice of 20 points was something he hadn't expected. Could it be that Nangong Shue, despite her seemingly cold exterior, is actually a lecherous person at heart? He seems to have discovered something important, and the breakthrough point lies with Nangong Shue. After all, she was the most beautiful of the 4 women he encountered after his transmigration. For no other reason than her status as an empress, she alone was enough to conquer a large number of men, including herself. If she could marry an empress, what a wonderful thing that would be, but it's all Nangong Shue's fault. She was clearly lustful, but she pretended to be virtuous and gave him away to someone else, leaving him with all the problems. Everyone has their own needs, so why make things difficult for each other? What kind of mess is this? Forget about going back to Nangong Shue's side, his life is in danger now. I just hope things will turn around tonight, otherwise he's completely finished. In the palace, in Nangong Shue's bedroom, she was still inside, her face not looking good, her expression frighteningly gloomy. She stayed inside the house the whole time and didn't go out. Even when her father, who is now the Japanese, came to call her, she ignored him. Taijun is the title for the late emperor's husband, similar to Empress Dowager. After the late emperor passed away, he passed the throne to the second princess, Nangong Shue, while her biological father was given the title of Grand Princess. Even the author can't keep making this up. Having heard about Nangong Shue's unusual behavior this morning, they specially sent people to inquire about her well-being, but Nangong Shue did not respond at all. The group is currently hiding in the distance, observing the situation. None of them dared to provoke Nangong Shue. After all, the empress was currently throwing a tantrum. If they went over and angered the empress, wouldn't they be beheaded? They are very anxious now, with the Japanese prime minister on one side and the empress on the other, but it is they, the servants, who are suffering. The group whispered amongst themselves, completely ignoring the purple scale guards standing nearby. The purple scale guard, Nangong Shue's personal army, has a full 10,000 men. They are formidable in combat and can be ranked among the top 100 armies in the entire Xuanwu continent. At this moment, Nangong Shue's palace was surrounded by 2,000 purple scale guards, and no one was allowed to approach. Anyone who disobeyed the order could be executed first and reported later. However, these women were mostly seasoned veterans of the palace, so they didn't take the purple scale guards very seriously. After all, they all had some connections in the palace, and the purple scale guards turned a blind eye to them. they could say whatever they wanted as long as it didn't involve the empress's safety. Their current duty was simply to guard the palace, everything else was none of their concern. Or among the group, a middle-aged woman dressed as a manager lowered her voice and said to the two people next to her, "What's wrong with His Majesty? He's not even responding to the Imperial Dowager." "I don't know, maybe something happened, your information is so outdated. I heard that His Majesty bought a man yesterday and he stayed in the palace last night." "Is that so? His Majesty is already 22 years old, yet he remains uninterested in men. Hearing you say that is good news. The matter of the princess is settled. Does the Japanese officer know about this? After His Majesty has experienced that wonderful thing, he should know the pleasure it brings." The lewd laughter of the group made several purple scale guards around them frown, wondering if it was really that wonderful. They thought they should try it themselves sometime. At this moment, Nangong Shui was not like what they said. Her face was as black as ink. Feeling extremely frustrated, she combined the descriptions of things on her bookshelf in her room with her own thoughts. She came to a big conclusion. She had a dream, and this dream was the culprit that caused her to embarrass herself. Thinking of this, Nangong Shui couldn't help but smile helplessly. She never expected that she would have such a dream one day, but recalling the content of her dream made her cheeks blush even more. It was so embarrassing. What she couldn't understand was why she dreamed of doing such shameful things with Yi Qing. Through her recollection, the appearance of that stunningly beautiful boy went from being blurry at first to becoming clear at the end. Nangong Shui also recognized the boy. He was Yi Qing. He remained shy and timid inside the cage. The only downside was that he only had those two expressions the whole time. It would have been better if he had shown more. Thinking of this, Nangong Shui recalled that comfortable feeling. The situation in the dream was exactly the same as reality, and she did not feel any discomfort. But my heart is set on the great way, so why would I dream of these things? It must be a mental demon, or perhaps Yi Qing used a charm skill to cloud her mind. It had absolutely nothing to do with her, it was simply that his charm was too strong. Yes, that's it. It seems that sending him to Nangong Xiao was the right thing to do. Given Nangong Xiao's personality, this man shouldn't affect her. After some time, I'll go and meet him again. Using him to train my inner demons is also a form of self-cultivation. Once she calmed down, Nangong Shui glanced at the bed. She raised her slender hand, made a hand seal, and then a ball of flame appeared on her fingers. The flames then flew toward the bed and finally landed on it. Nangong Shui watched quietly as the entire bed was burned before finally letting out a sigh of relief. To destroy the body and eliminate all evidence. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was night. The city of Nanli was brightly lit and quite a sight to behold. Inside the residence of Regent Nangong Xiao, Yi Qing was taken out of the palace and stuffed into Nangong Xiao's carriage. Seeing Yi Qing casually find a place to sit after entering, a hint of displeasure flashed in Nangong Xiao's cold eyes. Because of her esteemed status, she was always treated with the utmost respect, but she disliked the boy in front of her. Even though she knew she didn't need those extra things at all, his actions showed that he didn't respect her. He was merely a lowly captive of a conquered nation, and she was still his master. But for a slave to treat his master this way, she could have executed him several times over. However, after seeing the boy's stunningly beautiful face, she decided not to kill him. It's normal for someone of high status to be unable to bow down, but she wanted to trample the boy's last vestige of nobility underfoot, rendering it worthless. That's enough to destroy a person. She had no grudge against Yi Qing, but she had a grudge against the entire northern Qi. If the northern Qi had not invaded Nanchao back then, his mother would not have died, but the boy's identity was exactly what she hated most, the royal family of northern Qi. She vowed to kill them all. Nangong Xiao thought of her mother, and her fists clenched tighter, causing the surrounding temperature to drop slightly. Yi Qing also felt it. He tightened his clothes, thinking it was just the wind blowing in from outside the window. It was a bit colder at night than during the day. It was June, and while it was hot during the day, the wind was cool at night, so he didn't think much of it. He can only wait quietly now, preparing to respond to whatever comes his way. He was a weak man forced to sit in the carriage, waiting for Nangong Xiao to take him to an unfamiliar place. He didn't care at all. To him, nothing mattered. Want to know what I'm going to do tonight? After the carriage had traveled for some time, Nangong Xiao suppressed her anger and asked Yi Qing a question. Yi Qing seemed not to hear her words, and instead stared blankly at one spot. Seeing that Yi Qing remained unmoved, Nangong Xiao's eyes turned cold, and a hint of killing intent flashed across them. With a cold snort, Nangong Xiao raised her hand, condensed her spiritual energy, and pulled Yi Qing towards her. In an instant, the two were already a meter apart, and Nangong Xiao's action directly pulled the unprepared Yi Qing to the ground. Yi Qing also clenched her teeth and didn't make a sound. Nangong Xiao looked at Yi Qing, who had fallen, reached out and grabbed his collar, keeping only about 10 centimeters away from him. The movement caused Yi Qing's collar to open slightly, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin beneath, which caught Nangong Xiao's eye. The carriage contained a luminous pearl. Although it was nighttime and the carriage roof blocked the light from the streetlights outside, the luminous pearl inside, along with her fifth-level foundation establishment cultivation, was enough to make the young man see clearly. But she was not affected by this scene. She only glanced at it before looking away. Beauty was of little use to her. Even if the boy were naked and standing in front of her right now, she wouldn't give him a second glance. The boy felt awkward and wanted to break free from Nangong Xiao's grasp. But before he could move an inch, Nangong Xiao brought her cool lips close to Yi Qing's ear. He spoke slowly, his voice cold. "I'll make you kneel down and beg me later." After saying that, he didn't say anything more and let go of Yi Qing's hand. After breaking free of her restraints, Yi Qing quickly retreated, hiding in a corner, hugging herself with her arms. Trembling, Nangong Xiao glanced at her coldly and snorted. "It's ridiculous that they're terrified but pretend to be fearless of authority." Everything on the carriage happened in the blink of an eye, without alerting anyone. The carriage was also heading towards its destination, surrounded by a group of guards on horseback. These women all possessed foundation establishment cultivation, making them quite skilled. There are clear hierarchical divisions in the path of cultivation. From the moment they begin their training, cultivators are no longer ordinary people. The cultivation realms are divided into Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refining, body integration, and Mahayana. Above the Mahayana realm are immortals, and in the Xuanwu continent, on the surface, each of the 7 holy lands and 12 families has an immortal in charge. As for those in secret, it is unclear. These guards all possessed foundation establishment cultivation, and they were already able to scale walls and rooftops between buildings. The Qi refining realm involves introducing spiritual energy into the body to begin training the body in meridians. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, cultivators will form a dantian, which allows them to store spiritual energy. These people can already use the power of spiritual energy to achieve abilities dozens of times greater than ordinary people. Upon reaching the golden core stage, the dantian will double in size and turn golden. A notable characteristic of the golden core stage is the ability to fly, but this requires the consumption of spiritual energy, so it is generally not done lightly unless in an emergency. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, a childlike version of oneself forms in people's minds, and spiritual energy is used to nourish this nascent soul. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, one unlocks divine consciousness, and the strength of the soul increases many times over. If the soul were even stronger, even if your physical body died, your soul would still be alive. Once the nascent soul stage begins, cultivators will never lack spiritual energy again, and some powerful individuals will begin to fly on swords or fly alone. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, cultivators begin to master the power of space, enabling them to teleport briefly, which is quite powerful. The current Nanshao dynasty, or even the entire 9 dynasties, is ostensibly dominated by nascent soul stage experts, but in reality, they all have deity transformation stage experts behind the scenes. These people are usually the ancestors of the royal family. After passing on their positions to the next generation, they would go into seclusion to pursue the supreme path. When the country is in danger, they will naturally come out to offer some help. Of course, among the 9 dynasties, there are strong and weak, but Nanshao is currently ranked first because Nanshao is protected by the Lingxi sect. Lingxi sect is one of the 4 major sects under the Yaoguan Holy Land. Its strongest fighters are all at the integration stage. Within the Lingxi sect, every inner sect elder is at the refining void realm. The Lingxi sect now boasts as many as 23 inner sect elders, making its combat strength terrifying. A few years ago, Nangong Shui was just an outer disciple of the Lingxi sect. But for some unknown reason, she became the holy maiden of the Yaoguan Holy Land. Since then, Nangong Shui seems to have unlocked a cheat code, and can easily mobilize even the powerful figures of the Lingxi sect. Therefore, the high-end combat power of Northern Qi was completely suppressed and did not play a significant role. Without its high-end military strength, Northern Qi became a lamb to the slaughter. The carriage moved slowly and arrived at a commoner's district in the south of the city. There are few lights here at night, which contrasts sharply with the bustling city outside. People had gone to bed early, and only a few houses still had candles burning. In a fairly large courtyard, more than 100 people had gathered. They were all Northern Qi people who had infiltrated Nanli City. More than 10 days have passed since the fall of the Northern Qi dynasty, and these women are all thinking about how to restore the country or cause trouble in Nanshao. At this time, they were invited by the organization to discuss the next steps in their plans. 2 months ago, Nangong Xiao, that great demon, ordered the massacre of 200,000 surrendered soldiers of northern Qi, an act that aroused the wrath of both heaven and man. Her crime is unforgivable. Outside the courtyard, some people were hiding in the shadows, observing their surroundings. Inside the courtyard, more than 100 people stood there, waiting for orders. Inside the room, 7 people were engaged in a heated discussion. The person sitting on the left spoke up. "We've already found the 5th princess. There's absolutely no need to risk staying here. The most important thing right now is to restore the kingdom, not to wait here to die." The second person seated on the right retorted, "Li Mu. We've finally managed to establish ourselves in the heart of Nanshao. How can we give up so easily? That Nangong Xiao has committed countless evils, slaughtering our compatriots. Instead of seeking revenge, you're thinking of running away. What are your intentions?" Upon hearing this, the woman named Li Mu clenched her fist, slammed it on the table, stood up, and shouted angrily, "Shu Yu! What the hell did your father say? Say it again if you dare." "Humph, I knew you were up to no good long ago. Who knows if you've betrayed the country? Maybe you were the one secretly tipping off that traitor Nangong, causing us such heavy losses. Yesterday, shut up." Before the woman could finish speaking, the woman sitting at the head of the table spoke in a cold voice. After the woman finished speaking, the 2 men snorted and gave up. The people around them also put their hands to their foreheads, looking very troubled. The 2 of them didn't get along at all. A few days ago, Shu Yu's group was surrounded by Nangong Xiao and was wiped out. This led Shu Yu to believe that someone had betrayed them, and the suspect fell on Li Mu. However, mutual accusations without evidence can only cause trouble for the organization. The leader frowned, watching them attack each other. This was exactly the outcome she wanted to see, but she certainly couldn't show it. With a formidable enemy at hand, instead of thinking about how to deal with Nangong Xiao, you're plotting your own downfall here. If the late emperor knew this, he would be ashamed of your behavior. The woman in the upper position was a mature and sophisticated woman with an 8 out of 10 appearance and a powerful aura. Her name is Su Qingyue. She is a golden core expert and the leader of this group, but she has another identity, which these people are unaware of. Her words saddened the few people present. Their country was destroyed, and they became people of a fallen nation, without even a home. "Chief, I think Li Mu is right. The 5th princess is clearly gaining momentum and her strength is gradually increasing. Perhaps we can go and join her," the first person sitting on the right suggested. "But we still have some backup plans in Nanli City. We should sabotage from the rear, so we can deliver a fatal blow from behind." Before the woman could finish speaking, another person retorted, "You're too naive. Besides the people in the courtyard, how many of us are left? Nangong Xiao is trying to wipe us out. I think we should preserve our strength." Su Qingyue, seated at the head of the table, watched the group engaged in a heated discussion, seemingly lost in thought. Outside the courtyard, a woman guarding the gate saw a person walking towards her and was about to go up and ask him something. Unexpectedly, the man pulled a dagger from his sleeve and stabbed it into her chest. The woman guarding the gate was terrified. She tried to call for help, but no sound came out. The alleyways and dark corners nearby were filled with a strong smell of blood, but the people inside the courtyard were completely unaware of what was happening outside. They were still waiting for orders to be given from inside the house. Before they knew it, the imperial guards had completely surrounded the area. Standing outside the courtyard were rows of female soldiers carrying long spears and wearing yellow and gold armor. They all looked calm and collected, watching the courtyard with a serious expression. Following behind were rows of archers, all aiming at the courtyard, ready to fire at any moment. By the time everyone in the courtyard realized what was happening, a man rushed into the house in a panic, shouting to the others, "It's terrible! We're surrounded." Upon hearing this, the group stood up. However, after a brief moment of panic, they regained their composure. They still had a golden core expert among them, and a golden core cultivator was enough to kill all those people. "What should we do now, Chief?" The group turned their gazes to Su Qingyue, but she did not respond. He then walked out of the house alone and flew away. The first thought of those around them was that the leader had run away, and the second thought was that they were finished. Several Foundation establishment experts with some power looked at Su Qingyue as she flew away, and they all looked at each other in confusion. Could it be that their leader went out alone to deal with those people outside? The leader's sense of righteousness is beyond their reach. The group then quickly reassured the panicked crowd and asked them to wait for good news. Su Qingyue, who had flown out of the courtyard, arrived at Nangong Xiao's carriage under the watchful eyes of the imperial guards. He addressed the carriage. You've completed the task you were given. Now, are you going to fulfill your promise? Nangong Xiao lifted the carriage curtain and looked at Su Qingyue in the distance, saying, No problem, you go to my palace first, and I'll talk to you in detail after I've dealt with things here. After hearing this, Su Qingyue said nothing more and walked into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Nangong Xiao watched Su Qingyue leave, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. She said to the guard beside her, Have the 2 golden core cultivators from the prince's mansion keep an eye on her. Don't let her escape. One of them bowed in agreement and then rode his horse toward the prince's palace. Watching this scene from behind the eaves in the distance, Su Qingyue's eyes were filled with murderous intent. You despicable man! If you are heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless. She then hurried toward the prince's mansion without lingering. Inside the carriage, Nangong Xiao looked at Yi Qing and said, This is what you northern Qi people are like. For a little bit of profit, you betray your country and your comrades. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's eyes flashed with disbelief, but he didn't say anything more. Perhaps that person wasn't even from northern Qi. However, after hearing what Nangong Xiao said, he became a little worried, as the people inside might be from northern Qi. You say you don't care about anything? Fine, I'll slaughter all your people right in front of you and see how calm you can be then. After Nangong Xiao finished speaking, she said to the guards outside, Try to keep them alive. I want to see them die with my own eyes. At Nangong Xiao's command, the waiting imperial guards slowly advanced. Archers were positioned outside to prevent any strong individuals from escaping by scaling the wall. If the prince wants to spare the prisoners, then he cannot use bows and arrows, otherwise many people will be killed. A group of Jinwu commanders led the charge into the interior. They all possessed advanced Qi refining cultivation and were perfectly capable of leading the charge. There are several powerful individuals among them, so we can't send ordinary soldiers to take risks. This way, we can minimize losses. Meanwhile, some of the people that Nangong Xiao brought had already rushed in. There are also 6 foundation establishment cultivators among them, whom they need to deal with. The group inside consisted of elite troops from northern Qi. They were quite capable, otherwise they wouldn't have dared to cause trouble around Nanli City. Yi Qing, inside the carriage, clenched his fists as he watched the imperial guards rush in, the flames rising from within, and the shouts of battle. Nangong Xiao looked at the nervous Yi Qing and scoffed, Now you're scared? Where did your energy go? She then added, If you beg me now, maybe I can spare their lives. Upon hearing Nangong Xiao's words, Yi Qing clenched his fists, wrestling fiercely within himself. He didn't want to bow down to the massacre of his family, but now he had no choice in the matter. Yi Qing spoke, his voice as clear as a heavenly melody, I beg you, can you let them go? Of course, the premise is that you are sincere. Nangong Xiao raised her eyebrows and nodded after hearing this. Now you're begging for mercy? Don't you think it's too late? Nangong Xiao watched Yi Qing quietly, waiting for him to beg for mercy. While Yi Qing hesitated, the battle inside was nearing its end. 4 foundation establishment experts had died, 2 had been captured, and a dozen or so ordinary people were also killed. They were brought out bound hand and foot, a dozen or so of them lined up and kneeling on the ground, with soldiers holding long spears behind them. The golden spear was already aimed at their heads, waiting only for Nangong Xiao's command. Several of them trembled and begged for mercy, but the imperial guards behind them gagged them, preventing them from making a sound. Several people cursed Nangong Xiao, but they were all stopped by the imperial guards. A few indomitable individuals waited quietly, for they had been utterly defeated and had no chance left. Some of the imperial guards carried the corpses out and laid them all over the ground. Yi Qing stared in shock at the corpse on the ground, quickly turning her gaze to the car, unable to look any further. Your Highness, a total of 123 people were killed, including 4 foundation establishment experts, 22 Qi refining experts, and the rest were ordinary people. 15 people were captured alive, including 2 foundation establishment experts, and the rest were ordinary people. A guard ran up to Nangong Xiao's carriage and reported. Nangong Xiao waved her hand, signaling the guards to leave. She then looked at the boy, noticing his pale face, and asked, Have you made your decision? The lives of these 15 people are now in your hands. I'll count to 3, and after that, I'll kill 1 person. You decide what to do. 3. Nangong Xiao stretched out her finger and shouted in a cold voice. Yi Qing clenched his fists, his face was pale, and he was having a huge internal struggle, but considering that these people were citizens of Northern Qi and vibrant lives, what difference would it make if he begged for mercy? Of course, these are just things done by the character Yi Qing is currently playing, and have nothing to do with him personally. As for whether those people live or die, we'll save them if we can, since it's just a small favor. However, Yi Qing's current image makes it impossible for him to abandon these people, otherwise his persona would collapse. Since Nangong Xiao wanted him to beg for mercy, he would grant her wish. After all, he wasn't at a loss. With his current strength inferior to anyone else's, he was already lucky to be alive. To be picky was like an old man hanging himself, tired of living. Fine, I beg you, don't kill them, Yi Qing said, enduring immense humiliation, his face ashen. Is this how you ask for a favor? Nangong Xiao shook her head and said with dissatisfaction, "It seems he hasn't grasped the current situation yet." Nangong Xiao waved her hand, and a Northern Qi prisoner was shot in the head by the Jinwu guard behind her. Yi Qing was horrified when she saw that splash of bright red blood. How could she do this? He had already abandoned his dignity to beg for mercy, but she seemed to be toying with him, showing no emotion whatsoever. Before Yi Qing could say anything more, Nangong Xiao extended her slender, fair fingers again. Upon hearing this, the young girl trembled involuntarily. She knew she was being teased, but she was powerless to resist. The boy burst into tears, looking up at Nangong Xiao, tears welling up in his eyes, but he couldn't hide them no matter what he did. He was filled with despair, and knelt before Nangong Xiao, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Please, spare them." After saying that, the boy seemed to have used up all his strength and collapsed to the ground. Nangong Xiao frowned slightly as she looked at the fallen boy. She felt it wasn't enough. Compared to the innocent civilians who had been killed, he had done far too little. That he waved his hand, then killed another one. Nangong Xiao said coldly, "Not enough. You are just a lowly prisoner now, you should know your place." Nangong Xiao's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, crushing the last bit of stubbornness in the boy's heart. The boy gritted his teeth, as if using all his strength, and said in a trembling voice, "Master, please spare them, he did nothing wrong, yet everyone wanted to bully him. Is this world really so dark, without a glimmer of light? Living in such a world is worse than being dead." The boy's face was filled with despair, completely devoid of its former vitality, leaving only ashen skin and disappointment in the world. His path forward seemed to be filled with darkness, without a trace of light. Despair? How wonderful! Looking at the boy lying on the ground, Nangong Xiao recalled the scene of her mother collapsing in her arms. She still can't forget that scene. She was desperate at the time, but there was nothing she could do but watch her mother's life slip away. She can do nothing. Hatred can blind a person and affect their mind. She felt like she was possessed, but she also knew that she was avenging her mother and the innocent people she was doing. You may think I'm cruel, but it doesn't matter. I don't need to explain my actions to you. Nangong Xiao murmured to herself, as if she were speaking to Yi Qing, or perhaps to herself. It's no use begging for mercy. When they killed those innocent people, the people begged them, but did they let them go? Those who do wrong should pay the price. They should go to the underworld and apologize to them. Nangong Xiao waved her hand, and the remaining 13 people died instantly. Upon hearing Nangong Xiao's words, the boy stared at her in disbelief. Then, his eyes filled with rage. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh. "You lunatic, I'll fight you to the death." After the boy finished speaking, he rushed towards Nangong Xiao. As long as he could cause her even a little harm, he wouldn't lose out. Nangong Xiao looked at the boy rushing towards her and felt incredulous. How dared he do that? What followed was a surge of anger in my heart. "You reckless fool, you're playing with fire." Nangong Xiao stood up, her face frosty, her authority not allowing anyone to challenge her. Nangong Xiao grabbed the boy, pinched his neck, and lifted him into the air. Feeling the delicate sensation on her fingers, Nangong Xiao's heart fluttered slightly, but she quickly put this strange feeling out of her mind. What angered her most now was that the boy dared to attack her, which was unforgivable. "You don't seem to understand your situation. Do you want to die?" Nangong Xiao grabbed Yi Qing by the neck and lifted him up. Her lips parted slightly, and although she was smiling, it looked terrifying to Yi Qing. Yi Qing felt difficulty breathing, his neck was being tightly gripped, and the pain from his neck made him frown and endure the immense suffering. He spoke with difficulty, his voice almost hoarse and barely audible. Kill me." Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao snorted coldly and clenched her fists even tighter. He brought his mouth close to Yi Qing's ear and said coldly, "Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Her grip tightened, and she felt that if she exerted even the slightest bit more force, Yi Ching would die instantly, but she wasn't going to do that yet. She wanted the boy to experience what despair was like. Yi Ching felt suffocated, her expression instantly turned painful, her face changed from pale to bright red, and tears involuntarily slid down her cheeks. He tried to cough, but nothing came out. He tried to shout, but no sound came out. The feeling of death shattered his toughness instantly. He reached out and grabbed at the air, finally managing to grab Nangong Xiao's hand. He wanted to remove the giant hand from his neck, but the giant hand was like a mountain, and he couldn't move it an inch. Yi Ching reached out and punched Nangong Xiao, his survival instincts kicking in under the shadow of death. However, Nangong Xiao did not budge an inch, as if she wanted to strangle Yi Ching to death. Her eyes were filled with frost, chillingly cold, like a vengeful ghost from the deepest hell. Yi Ching was terrified. He suddenly didn't want to die anymore. He used all his strength to pound on Nangong Xiao's arm, and his legs kicked wildly, but he was held in the air by Nangong Xiao, his feet 5 or 6 centimeters off the ground, and his legs could only kick wildly until the number of kicks gradually decreased. When people are dying, they can unleash endless potential and hope to escape their predicament. Yi Ching is also human and is no exception. His padding gradually slowed down until it stopped. His hands fell limp, his eyes glazed over, and it was clear that he had already stepped into the gates of hell. As Nangong Xiao watched the boy gradually stop struggling, a strange light flashed in her bloodshot eyes. She herself did not realize that she had already fallen into demonic possession. He slowly released his grip, carelessly tossing the boy into the carriage like trash. He took a slow breath, gradually calming his anger. Nangong Xiao's eyes also returned to normal from their blood-red color, but at this moment, her eyes were filled with coldness. She knew very well what she was doing. Just as she had told the boy, she was free to live as she pleased without restraint, and she never cared about what others thought. "You shouldn't have angered me," Nangong Xiao said, looking at the boy lying on the ground, barely alive. She knew the boy couldn't hear her, he was in a deep coma, and whether he would wake up depended on his own fate. She wouldn't care anyway, it would be better if she died. Nangong Xiao slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and coldly addressed the guards standing outside. "Return to the manor." Some people stayed behind to clean up the scene, while others returned to the drill ground in Nanli City. Nangong Xiao returned to the palace with only her guards and a few experts. After returning to the palace, Nangong Xiao went into her room alone. Without explaining Yi Ching's whereabouts, the servants looked at each other, bewildered by the sight of the dying Yi Ching. They were at a loss for what to do. After a brief discussion, they carried Yi Ching to an abandoned woodshed. Without any further action, Yi Ching was simply thrown onto a pile of scrap wood. The group looked at Yi Ching's miserable state, shook their heads, and secretly lamented. What a pity, the prince seemed to have become even more cruel, but they dared not discuss it further, lest they be the next ones to suffer such a fate. No one cared whether Yi Ching lived or died. It was all up to fate. Perhaps when someone comes to check. Tomorrow morning, there will be an extra corpse in this room. Many people believe that if the boy had not received timely medical treatment, he would never have woken up again. Such a severe injury is impossible for an ordinary person to heal on their own, unless they are a cultivator. After the group left, they closed the door and then fell silent. It seemed they had all left. Yi Ching, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, looked at his surroundings, and felt a piercing pain in his neck. He frowned, took a deep breath, and immediately activated his holy body. After the holy body was activated, a warm current flowed through his body, and Yi Ching could clearly feel the pain in his neck gradually decreasing. Holy crap! Host, you're still alive. Why, I thought you were dead. Just as Yi Ching was using his holy body to heal his injuries, the system's voice rang in his mind. Yi Ching's face darkened as he said, "You're just hoping I'll die. How could that be? I was hoping you would get better. I just thought the host was really going to die." She was even prepared to save her, but she didn't expect Nangong Xiao to end up staying with her. The latter part of the system's message was what it was thinking, and Yi Ching couldn't hear it. Yi Ching sighed slightly. Fortunately, he escaped unharmed. This time, he made the right bet. As long as a person doesn't die, they can create endless miracles, and Nangong Xiao's time to shine has come to an end. So now it's his turn to make his move. When I was about to die, those instincts weren't fake through godlike acting skills. He felt a deep fear at that moment. He didn't want to die. He never imagined that Nangong Xiao had become so ruthless and depraved. If it weren't for the system, he would be dead by now. She treated him like that, so he could take revenge without any scruples. Just as she said, people have to pay the price for what they do. Yi Ching used his holy body to alleviate some of the pain, but he did not remove the scars on his neck. Of course, even with a holy body that can heal all injuries, it would still take a day or two. He has only reduced the pain a little now, and does not intend to be completely cured. After all, this was something left behind by Nangong Xiao, and he wanted to use it as an excuse to make a fuss. Nangong Xiao attacked him so severely, and he didn't retaliate? Did he think he was easy to bully? Feeling that his injuries had almost healed, Yi Qing deactivated his holy body. Yi Qing sighed that the 4 god-level talents given by the system were really good, and they helped him solve a lot of big troubles. However, looking at the haphazardly placed firewood beneath him, Yi Qing felt helpless. This is impossible to sleep in, it's so uncomfortable. But to avenge today's humiliation, he had to endure it. He would definitely take revenge on Nangong Xiao for the suffering he had endured. Yi Qing straightened his body and then lay down on the firewood, once again using his superb acting skills to disguise himself as a dying person on the verge of death. He sensed someone was coming, but he didn't know who it was, and he absolutely couldn't reveal himself. The boy lay quietly on the firewood, his brow furrowed with pain, as if he were having a nightmare. The bright moonlight shone through the window, illuminating the boy's fair and beautiful face. What is presented is a picturesque scene, and the unconscious boy looks like a sleeping beauty. The boy's obedience and gentleness, his almost divine purity, added a touch of life to the dilapidated woodshed. The boy's breathing was so faint that you couldn't even tell he was breathing unless you paid close attention. His fair neck was covered in a purplish blue stain with some deep red finger marks. The boy's weak breaths, barely escaping, and his scarred neck evoked a pang of heartache. One could only hold him close, protecting him from any further harm. Nangong Xiao pushed open the door and entered, and saw the boy looking like this. Her face was frosty, and her whole demeanor was cold, like a block of ice that had stood for millennia. She slowly walked towards the boy, stopped there, and looked down at him. She didn't know why she came here. Maybe she wanted to see if he was dead, or maybe curiosity drove her here. Who knows? This was the angrier she had ever been. Clearly, the boy in front of her had completely enraged her. She seems to be losing control of herself more and more lately, but she doesn't try to restrain herself at all. There's no need for it. All of this is her own fault. The people of Northern Qi brought this upon themselves and could not escape it. What goes around comes around. No one can escape the wrath of heaven. They should have foreseen this outcome when they invaded Nanshao. With the help of the faint moonlight in her cultivator's eyesight, Nangong Xiao could clearly see every inch of the boy's skin. It must be said that he was indeed handsome, with an exceptionally beautiful face, but his complexion was unhealthy and pale, and his face was full of weakness and haggardness. He has a fit and slender build, and is estimated to be about 1.75 meters tall. Her forehead was covered with disheveled hair, and her neck was marked with a glaring purplish blue stain. The wound on the boy's neck marred his perfect physique, making him look like a flawed piece of fine jade, almost unbearable to look at. Nangong Xiao slowly squatted down and reached out to touch the boy's neck. When my hand touched my neck, I felt an amazing sensation. Nangong Xiao unconsciously began to gently caress the boy's skin. It was so tender that it was captivating. She acts without any restraint, always doing whatever she wants. Now, she's barging into the room just to see if he's dead. As for the actions he's taking now, they're just random. She just wanted to check on the boy's injuries. She had no other intentions. 1 minute later, Nangong Xiao shifted her gaze from the neck to the boy's face. Seeing his pained expression, Nangong Xiao snorted inwardly. This is what happens when you mess with me. Let's see if you dare to do it again next time. Then his gaze settled on those delicate lips, which looked quite nice. Nangong Xiao stretched her finger toward Yi Qing's nose, feeling his faint breathing. Then, without realizing it, his hand reached out and touched those delicate lips. It has an amazingly soft feel when you touch it. Nangong Xiao's heart, which had been calm for a long time, suddenly started pounding rapidly. She felt a barely perceptible burning sensation in her lower abdomen, and her cheeks turned slightly red. I never imagined a boy's lips could be so soft. Looking at the lips that she had touched until they were bright red, Nangong Xiao unconsciously licked her own lips. She slowly leaned down and brought her mouth close to the boy's lips, inhaling the milky scent emanating from him. Looking at those delicate lips, Nangong Xiao unconsciously pressed her own lips against them. They were pressed tightly together, without a single gap. The softness and coolness from the boy's lips gave Nangong Xiao an unparalleled sense of comfort. She exerted herself more and more, becoming increasingly unrestrained, until her lips were swollen and red before she finally stopped. Nangong Xiao stood up, a satisfied look on her face. She wiped her lips, feeling that the taste was quite good. He raised his hand and channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into the boy's body to help heal his injuries. Consider it payment. With this bit of spiritual energy, I believe the boy will wake up soon. She found that she could rediscover that long-lost feeling in the boy, which made her heart feel warmer. Since he's useful, I'll keep him. I can make him my slave and use him to vent my frustrations. Having figured all this out, Nangong Xiao didn't linger and returned to her house. When she returned home tonight, all she could think about was what had happened that day. She kept recalling the boy's silence when he resisted her, and the tears in his eyes when she almost choked him. Rather than killing him, it's better to squeeze every last bit of value out of him. This should be able to atone for the sins his family committed. After Nangong Xiao left, Yi Qing got up, wiped his mouth, and knew without looking in a mirror that it must be swollen. He thought Nangong Xiao would be a lot of trouble, but he didn't expect it to be resolved so easily. After Nangong Xiao left, the system reminded him that Nangong Xiao had provided him with 20 points of affection. Unexpectedly, the seemingly cold Nangong Xiao was so lewd, making no attempt to hide it. But considering that this was a matriarchal world, it all made sense. Now that he knows Nangong Xiao is attracted to him and has become his admirer, he can now eavesdrop on Nangong Xiao's thoughts. Moreover, with the 20 points of affection contributed by Nangong Xiao, he was able to unlock the system shop. He already had a perfect plan in mind. Yi Qing looked at his admiration points, which totaled a full 100, and his expression finally improved. He immediately forgot about how Nangong Xiao had kissed his lips until they were swollen. Anyway, he didn't lose out. In fact, he profited immensely. After all, Nangong Xiao was a top-tier beauty with an 8 out of 10 rating. Not only was she beautiful, but she also possessed formidable strength. Her only flaw was that she was a little bit eccentric. That's incredibly murderous. He still doesn't understand why Nangong Xiao hates him so much. Anyone who didn't know would think he owed her money. After all, he hadn't been able to use the eavesdropping function before, so he didn't know why Nangong Xiao hated him. Starting tomorrow, he would be able to know what Nangong Xiao was thinking and then formulate a corresponding countermeasure. So as long as I don't do anything too reckless, my life is completely safe. But he still wanted revenge. This woman dared to make him kneel down. If he wasn't afraid of ruining his image, he would have already slapped a big dagger in her face. Of course, his fate is now to have his body left to rot in the wilderness. He didn't think much of it. A real man can bend and stretch, so it didn't matter. He takes all of this in stride. After all, being happy is the most important thing in life, and everything else is just fleeting to him. Open the system shop, and the highest price of the items displayed is 100 affection points. The rest are not yet unlocked. More items will be unlocked as your affection level increases. For example, you can buy instant noodles here for just a little bit of affection points, which is a great deal. There's also a fasting pill that allows you to go a month without eating, but that requires 20 points of affection. There are also pills such as spirit chi pills, foundation building pills, and blood burning pills, with varying prices. Yi Qing glanced at them and realized that only the Biga pill would be useful to him, as for the others, he could only use them after becoming a cultivator. Yi Qing longed to become a cultivator, but the original owner's talent only allowed him to be an ordinary person. Just when Yi Qing was at his wit's end, the system's words gave him a glimmer of hope. Host can accumulate affection points first. Once you reach 1,000, you can buy a marrow cleansing pill. Hearing that he still had a chance, Yi Qing felt relieved. In this world, you can't survive without strength. You can't hide behind a woman forever. Moreover, after becoming a cultivator, his lifespan would also increase, and he planned to take a good look at this cultivation world and that prosperous otherworldly civilization. Of course, it would be nice to have a few women by my side. Haha, host, watch your face, you're drooling. The system reverted to its usual cheeky self, its tone incredibly irritating. Cough cough. Yi Qing coughed lightly to ease the atmosphere, and then bought a cup of instant noodles from the system store. Looking at the cup of instant noodles in his hand, Yi Qing was full of questions. Where's the water? The system can't create water, you'll have to figure that out yourself. The system replied arrogantly to Yi Qing's question. I'm on the verge of death right now, it's not appropriate for me to go out and find water myself. Yi Qing said, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. There's nothing I can do about it. Why don't you just eat it plain? It seems this is the only way for now. Yi Qing opened the packaging, took out the flatbread inside, and started eating. He felt a little better after the food entered his stomach. The feeling of hunger was truly unbearable. This was the worst instant noodles he had ever eaten. They were 2D or Y. Yi Qing took out his self-help manual and wrote down the third point. From now on, I must eat well. Cough. Unable to choke any longer, Yi Qing coughed and said, it would be even better if we could have a bottle of water. Who knew that after Yi Qing finished speaking, a bottle of mineral water appeared in front of him? 1 point of affection has been automatically deducted. Enjoy your meal. You should have said so earlier if you wanted money. Yi Qing's face darkened, and the handsome guy was speechless. After a night's rest, Yi Qing's mental state had recovered quite well to avoid being seen. He slept on drywood all night. If Nangong Xia were to play games with him and then suddenly turn around and attack, his death would be truly gruesome. After a night's rest, the bruises on Yi Qing's neck had improved and were no longer as shocking as they had been. Yi Qing believed that he should be able to wake up from his coma. After all, with the trace of spiritual energy that Nangong Xia had given him, people would be suspicious if he didn't wake up. This further fueled Yi Qing's great interest in spiritual power, becoming a strong man, flying through the sky on a sword, or having an endless lifespan. These are the dreams of every boy, and Yi Qing is no exception. Now that I have this opportunity, how will I know I can't do it if I don't give it my all? In the morning, there were the low chirping of birds and the busy sounds of servants sweeping the yard outside the house. A servant came to the woodshed where Yi Qing was, checked Yi Qing's breathing, and after finding that he was still alive, left. Then came the sound of several people talking. He's still alive. Such serious injuries, yet he recovered in just one night. He's incredibly lucky. He even looks quite well. Perhaps God didn't want him to die young. What nonsense are you talking about? Maybe they were cultivators to begin with, and they just recover quickly without us knowing it. Should we tell the prince about this? The prince doesn't care about such things. Besides, the prince went to the morning court and won't be back until noon. How about we tell butler phone? From the chatter of the group, Yi Qing learned an important piece of news. Nangong Xia had gone to court. It looks like I'll have to spend the whole morning sitting on this uncomfortable piece of firewood. However, this ending was soon disrupted by a middle-aged woman. This middle-aged woman appears to be a steward in Nangong Xiao's household. Yi Qing had already woken up when the housekeeper arrived, and the housekeeper was slightly surprised, not expecting the boy to wake up so quickly. But then she remembered the prince's instructions and understood. After all, the prince was a cultivator, and healing some injuries was a piece of cake for him. This time, she brought Yi Qing to a fairly luxurious house, right next to Nangong Xiao's house. The two rooms are separated by only one wall. The housekeeper prepared breakfast for Yi Qing and had a boy who looked to be about 15 years old bring it in. When Yi Qing arrived at the house, he looked sickly and was resting in bed. Some ointments were also brought in with the breakfast. Yi Qing sent the boy away, ate a little by herself, applied some ointment, and then put herself back on the bed looking at the bowl of lean meat porridge. Yi Qing's mouth watered, but he managed to restrain himself. He's injured now, so he should pretend he has no appetite and can't eat too much, otherwise people will suspect something. The servant looked at Yi Qing, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed and a haggard face, and without saying anything, took the bowl and left. They dared not make much noise during this time. As men, their status was different from that of women. Even if they made a mistake, those in charge could easily execute them. Therefore, they were all conscientious and responsible in their work and dared not be negligent in the slightest. The young man inside, whom Steward Foam had actually allowed to live next to the prince, must have a higher status than the servants. So they had to be quick-witted, otherwise, if the steward found out, they would surely suffer a beating. Or he could sell himself to the warm fragrance pavilion, in which case his life would be ruined, and he would only be a weak man who was exploited and suffered endless humiliation and persecution for the rest of his life. Men value their chastity highly. In this world, every man has a first time. The first time the man was still alive, he had a blue dragon-shaped pattern on his right arm. After the man loses it for the first time, the blue pattern will gradually fade and turn black as the number of times increases. Therefore, men value their chastity more than their own lives. The servant withdrew and closed the door. After hearing that there was no more noise outside the door, Yi Qing got up. Pretending to be sick is such a bad thing. It's exhausting, and so, Yi Qing lay in bed reading the novel he had obtained from the system. Yi Qing had to admit that the author of The Overbearing Prince Falls in Love with Me was quite something. It tells the story of a person who transmigrates to a cultivation world and becomes a prince of a fallen kingdom, only to be captured by a prince of an enemy kingdom, leading to a melodramatic love-hate relationship between the two. Although it seems melodramatic, the author's humorous writing style and the undeniably captivating storyline elevate the book to a whole new level. Yi Qing rewarded this author with 100 Great God certifications, hoping he would write well. He even considered sending the author a knife, because the book was too short, but considering it was a new book, Yi Qing ultimately suppressed his impulse, and so, the pleasant time passed quickly, and it was already noon. Nangong Xiao returned to the palace. Calculating the time, it was lunchtime again. How simple and unpretentious the life of the rich was. Yi Qing's guess was correct. Someone did indeed come to take him to lunch. Yi Qing couldn't help but marvel at Nangong Xiao's trace of spiritual energy. His injuries had almost completely healed. From a distance, only a faint purple tinge could be seen around his neck. Yi Qing could no longer feel any pain in his neck. Of course, he wouldn't suffer for nothing. His holy body could reduce the pain by up to half. Yi Qing was about to praise the system, but she hadn't expected it to do such a good job. These 4 god-level talents are already beyond redemption, but to prevent the system from becoming arrogant and causing trouble for him later, I won't praise him for now. Yi Qing followed the male servant to the living room, where there was a large rectangular table laden with various delicious dishes, many of which Yi Qing had never seen before. Yi Qing only glanced at it briefly before turning his gaze to the high-ranking Nangong Xiao. For him, a prince of northern Qi, these things meant nothing. Nangong Xiao was still wearing a long black dress, her beautiful face expressionless as she slowly ate the food in front of her, exuding elegance. A man next to Yi Qing directed him to the seat directly below Nangong Xiao, which was opposite her. The two sat facing each other like that, but Nangong Xiao seemed not to see Yi Qing and continued eating the food in front of her. It was as if Yi Qing was not as tempted as the food in front of her. For a person who only eats, the allure of food outweighs everything else. Yi Qing had been thinking of a solution on his way here. At this time, Nangong Xiao was only slightly interested in him, not yet in love. This woman has a very dark heart, and he wants to completely conquer her heart, but his appearance and some of his actions seem to have no effect at all. Of these aloof, icy goddesses are often the hardest to win over, especially since she is a prince of a country, wielding great power and not having to consider anyone else's feelings, doing whatever she pleases. Then no one would dare to disobey her orders. Yi Qing seemed to have come up with a perfect way to deal with her, but this idea was very dangerous. It was challenging for him. The slightest mistake could cost him his life, but the greater the challenge, the more it ignites Yi Qing's fighting spirit. How can you become a strong person if you don't try to push your limits? Yi Qing made his decision almost without the slightest hesitation. Nangong Xiao, our battle has only just begun. Are you ready? After Yi Qing sat down, he didn't touch his chopsticks, but instead kept looking at Nangong Xiao, who was sitting in the upper seat. He just stared at her, his anger and hatred undisguised. Nangong Xiao glanced at the boy out of the corner of her eye and thought, how laughable. Just last night, the way you looked at me, pleading with such helplessness and pitifulness. The people of northern Qi, truly a pack of wolves that can't be tamed. I was in a good mood and spared your life, but you didn't know what was good for you and kept challenging my bottom line. Nangong Xiao stopped what she was doing and looked at the seated boy as if a god were looking at an ant. She's an ant, she could crush at any moment. You seem to have forgotten how you begged for mercy last night. Nangong Xiao's tone was indifferent, devoid of any emotion, as if she were just saying something unimportant. Upon hearing Nangong Xiao's words, a flicker of fear crossed the boy's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. The woman before him was the culprit who destroyed his country, humiliated him, and murdered 200,000 surrendered soldiers of northern Qi. He had no reason to be afraid. She's a demon, there's nothing to be afraid of, at worst I'll just die. But is death really as simple as people say? Death isn't something you can just decide to do. Sometimes, even death requires courage. The boy was afraid of death, but he didn't want to be humiliated by the vicious woman in front of him any longer. What he lacks now is the courage to face death. Then you'll create a dead end for yourself. Looking at the abundant food in front of him, the boy hardened his heart and swept a large piece of untouched food off the ground. The sound of plates shattering filled the living room, surrounded by servants with frightened expressions. Sitting in the superior position, Nangong Xiao looked at the boy's face, clenched her fists, and her aura surged, instantly sweeping around her with a chill. Nangong Xiao's face darkened instantly, spiritual energy surged in her palms, and her eyes gradually turned red. It's already on the verge of exploding. Nangong Xiao said in a cold, low voice, you think I really wouldn't dare to kill you? Nangong Xiao's voice, along with the chilling aura surrounding her, frightened everyone around her into lowering their heads and daring not to utter a word. Nangong Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to strangle Yi Qing. The voice was deep and menacing as it said, you all get out. Upon hearing this, the servants all ran outside, closing the door behind them. In the spacious living room, only Yi Qing and Nangong Xiao remained. Nangong Xiao pressed closer and closer, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of Yi Qing. The distance between them was now only about half a meter. Yi Qing could clearly feel the chill emanating from Nangong Xiao. He unconsciously took a small step back, then regained his balance. What's there to be afraid of? I'm going to die sooner or later in this demon's hands, so I might as well get rid of it now. Maybe I can meet my mother and my sisters on the way to the underworld. Thinking of this, the boy gave a bitter smile, slowly closed his eyes, and awaited death. Looking at the boy who looked ready to die, Nangong Xiao's tightly clenched fists showed signs of loosening slightly. Are you really not afraid of death? But last night you were very afraid of death. Is death a relief for you? Then I'll refuse to let you find relief. You should know your place. You are just a lowly prisoner of a fallen nation. You only have food because I give it to you. If I don't give it to you, you will starve to death. Nangong Xia whispered coldly in Yi Qing's ear, then she shouted, "But you absolutely shouldn't waste food." Yi Qing didn't reply, keeping her eyes tightly closed. Seeing this, Nangong Xia grabbed Yi Qing's collar again and slammed him down onto the table. Why Yi Qing did not resist at all, letting her do as she pleased. Aren't you really afraid of death? Nangong Xia looked at Yi Qing, who remained unmoved, and asked in a cold voice, feeling very irritated. If possible, please give me a quick death. Yi Qing opened his wet eyes, looked at Nangong Xia, and said after the boy finished speaking, he just stared at Nangong Xia quietly, his eyes filled with despair, tears welling up in his eyes, gathering into a single tear, and then sliding down his cheek. Looking at the boy who was determined to die, Nangong Xia clenched her fists and slammed them down on the ground. Bang! The table bore an excessive force and couldn't withstand it, cracking open. Yi Qing was also startled awake by the loud noise and immediately saw Nangong Xiao's bloodshot eyes. Heh, you want to die? I won't let you die. Nangong Xiao sneered, then got up and walked outside. After Nangong Xiao left, Yi Qing came to his senses and a smile appeared on his lips. Hearing the 10 points of affection credited to his account by the system, he knew he had made the right bet. This woman is definitely someone who responds better to force than to gentleness. Once I've figured out her background, I can then recklessly test the limits of her boundaries. By eavesdropping on her thoughts, Yi Qing finally learned why she hated him. Upon learning this, Yi Qing was speechless once again. It seemed that Nangong Xia was truly mentally ill, and quite seriously so. When the Northern Qi made a mistake, she took her anger out on herself. Is there any justice in this world? Nangong Xia clearly wanted to kill him, but she was still somewhat reluctant. After all, there weren't many handsome men like him in the world. In this matriarchal world, it's normal for women to have this kind of thinking. Then I can take advantage of this, and with my wisdom, it won't be a problem to win over Nangong Xia as soon as possible. Upon realizing someone had entered, Yi Qing slumped to the ground and stared blankly at one spot. After a while, the steward of the prince's mansion came and took Yi Qing back to the next room, and then locked the door. Upon hearing the door lock, Yi Qing immediately dropped her pretense. Acting every day was truly exhausting. Yi Qing then threw herself onto the bed, which felt quite cramped, completely devoid of the depression and despair she had just displayed. The effortless shifts in her expressions were truly astonishing. If Nangong Xiao saw Yi Qing looking so carefree and happy right now, she would definitely be so angry that she would make him disappear into thin air in an instant. After leaving the living room, Nangong Xiao went to the backyard, rushed into a bamboo grove, and started randomly attacking the surrounding bamboo. This place was originally where she practiced her martial arts, but in the end, it became the place where she vented her anger. Nangong Xiao found herself increasingly unable to control her emotions. She couldn't remember exactly when it started. She wasn't sure whether it was the day her mother died, the day she ordered the massacre of 200,000 surrendered Northern Qi soldiers, or the day she was about to strangle the boyat first. She didn't intend to pay attention to it, since it could make her no longer weak or soft-hearted, and now she suddenly realized that this thing was about to take control of her mind, and that she was easily angered. Once someone gets angry, it's impossible to calm them down without killing some people. But now her patience with Yi Qing has reached its limit. Those who dared to defy her before are now buried with grass growing a meter high on their graves. A spiritual energy burst forth from her body, shooting out several meters away and snapping all the surrounding bamboo, creating a vacuum zone with a radius of 5 meters. Surrounded by cyclones, Nangong Xiao's black clothes fluttered in the wind. With this release, Nangong Xiao's eyes returned to normal once again. She took a deep breath and looked at the scattered bamboo. Perhaps she shouldn't sulk, but rather let him know the consequences of angering her. I just don't want to kill him, but that doesn't mean he can treat me badly. Reporting, Your Highness, a letter from Liangzhou reports the discovery of Yi Qingmei, the last princess of Northern Qi. Just as Nangong Xiao calmed down, a woman dressed in a black robe and wearing a mask walked over from a distance, knelt on one knee, and bowed. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao frowned and said, "Go to the palace and invite 2 golden core experts to capture him alive for me." After hearing this, the woman in black bowed again and then withdrew. Looking at the woman who had retreated, Nangong Xiao whispered, "I didn't expect there to be another one. Let's capture her and torture her properly, then send her to the dungeon to atone for the sins of the people of Nanshao." After saying that, Nangong Xiao walked towards the study. There were still some things waiting for her to deal with. As for Yi Qing, he would be in for a beating tonight. Anyone who disobeys her will be punished accordingly. You seem unaware of just how tempting you are, Your Highness. She had never wanted to admit something, but now she suddenly realized that he was just a slave bestowed upon her by His Majesty. This was originally intended to deal with those rumors circulating behind the scenes, but now there's no need for that anymore. I didn't care much about the slave's thoughts. I could do whatever I wanted. Will you beg for mercy this time? Or will you not care about anything? I'm really looking forward to it. After Yi Qing stayed in the room for a while, the door outside was opened. He must have been ordered by Nangong Xiao to no longer restrict his personal freedom. So I can go out and explore. Since arriving in this world, I haven't really looked at the things in this other world. Yi Qing walked out of the room without anyone following him. He was quite content with his freedom. He felt uncomfortable having people around him, but he still had to pretend to be a weak man, otherwise people would notice. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Qing arrived at a man-made lake. There was a pavilion next to the lake, and Yi Qing walked over looking at the calm lake surface. Some fish were swimming around. Ding, a reminder to the host: if you wish to improve your tea ceremony skills, you can perform a short act here. Ah! How come I didn't think of that? The original owner was a famous talented man in northern Qi. Yi Qing thought of the original owner's identity after hearing the system's notification that he could use his identity as the original talented man to perform here, and then incorporate his tragic fate into the music. If you create a tragic scene, passers-by will feel sympathy for your miserable experience, then your title level can be upgraded. Thinking of this, Yi Qing decided not to delay and began browsing the system shop. He took a fancy to a guqin, a traditional Chinese stringed instrument, but then he suddenly realized something. He couldn't possibly conjure a violin handle out of thin air. Then Yi Qing thought of something. Since this is a cultivation world, a spatial ring is necessary. It seems he needs to buy one. Browsing through the system store, Yi Qing quickly found a space ring that was 2 square meters in size. Price, 25 points. He currently has 108 admiration points, and a guqin, a traditional Chinese stringed instrument, is worth 13 admiration points. So after you buy everything, you'll only have 70 points left. Sigh, making money is really hard, and it's spent so fast. He put the ring on his hand, inside which was a small guqin, a traditional Chinese stringed instrument. The soundboard is made of cedar wood, while the backboard is mainly made of catalpa wood. The older the wood, the more suitable it is for making a zither. This wood is quite old. The zither emitted a faint blue light, indicating it was an ordinary but precious artifact. This is truly a high-quality product from the system. He took the zither out of the system space and played with it for a while. As expected of a common treasure, it was much better than ordinary zither, and even the feel was different. Although Yi Qing had never played the zither in her previous life, she still had memories of her predecessor in this world. Although her zither skills were only at a low level, she could already be considered proficient. Now he needs to familiarize himself with the music before he can play a piece to his heart's content. Host. Just as Yi Qing was about to get the hang of it, the system's voice rang in his mind. What? Yi Qing asked, puzzled. We suggest the host exchange for an intermediate-level piano skill. This will be more effective, such as causing changes in the surrounding scenery or a person's mood. Just buy it. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's eyes lit up. This skill sounded incredibly powerful. Considering this is only an intermediate skill, what about advanced or higher-level skills? How powerful would those be? Ding, the host's authorization has been met, and 50 points of affection have been automatically deducted. Puff. Upon hearing the word 50 points of admiration, Yi Qing felt a wave of dizziness and nearly coughed up blood in anger. I painstakingly accumulated 70 points of affection. Mom, give me my money back. No returns once sold. After the system finished speaking, it went silent, apparently hiding. Yi Qing had always been wary of being tricked by the system, but he never expected to find himself in this situation. You should be aware that the system automatically deducts your love points to buy water. Yi Qing swore there would never be a next time. In the system space, a cute little sprite looked at the 50 glowing, heart-shaped spheres floating in the air and devoured them one by one. After finishing his meal, he let out a burp, patted his belly, and flew straight to a fan's small bed behind him, where he lay down and fell asleep. Ignoring the shouts and curses outside, Yi Qing simply blocked them. Yi Qing clenched his fists, looked at the guqin in his hand, and finally gave in. After all, he couldn't live without this system. Yi Qing had to be more careful. He took out his self-help manual and wrote down the 4th rule: always ask the price before buying anything from the system store. Sensing that people were looking at her, Yi Qing resumed her melancholy demeanor. He walked into the pavilion, placed the guqin on the ground, and sat down on a stone bench. I plucked the strings and tested the sound. The guqin seemed to have been summoned, and joyfully emitted beautiful sounds. Having acquired intermediate piano skills, Ying mastered all the techniques. After just a few casual strums, all he needed now was a piece of music. Recalling the original owner's memories, he discovered many songs he didn't know, and they were all very beautiful. Since that's the case, let's play a piece about the destruction of our homeland. However, to achieve the so-called artistic conception, his current intermediate piano skills and the memories in his mind are completely insufficient. More practice is needed to achieve this level of success, but time waits for no one. Just when Ying was at his wits' end, the system presented him with a sheet music containing approximately several thousand pieces. Some of them were things the original owner had never seen or heard of. Upon seeing this sheet music, given the system's usual behavior, Ying would definitely have spent some affection points to buy it. However, when Ying wanted to buy it, the system seemed to feel guilty and gave him a copy as a gift. Ying exclaimed, "Wow, so none of this is worth the admiration points. It's such a waste of my money to buy instant noodles and bottled water. When it comes to being a dog, you really need a system. It's enough to make capitalists weep and Jews ashamed." After looking through the sheet music, Ying finally found a piece of music that matched his current physical condition. After about 5 or 6 people had gathered around, Ying started playing the piano. The 5 or 6 women were servants or odd job workers from the prince's mansion. They had been busy all day and wanted to take a break, but they never expected that a man who looked like a fairy would be sitting in the pavilion by the lake. That he was still playing the zither there, which made it impossible for these unsophisticated people not to stop and watch. It's free, so why not watch it? Especially since it's performed by a stunningly handsome man. Even without listening to the music, just looking at their stunning good looks is enough. Even the current empress probably doesn't receive this treatment. Besides these people, there was another person hiding in the shadows, watching the man playing the zither in the pavilion, a look of surprise on her face. Could the man who can play music freely in the prince's mansion be the man that bitch Nangong Xiao is hiding in the prince's mansion? If you want to take revenge on Nangong Xiao, this man might be the key. Looking at the man in the pavilion, a cold glint flashed across Su Qingyue's beautiful face. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Chapter 21. Accompaniment. A gentle breeze swept away some of the heat, bringing with it a refreshing coolness by the lake. A gentle breeze made Ying's white robes flutter, and a few stray strands of hair on his forehead further accentuated his ethereal beauty, making him so captivating that it was impossible to look away. What's even more unforgettable is the piece he's playing right now. The music is sometimes stirring, sometimes somber, and sometimes tragic. It drew those around who didn't understand music into a sad scene. Although they didn't understand music, they were still deeply attracted by the piece Ying played, and their mood became depressed. Su Qingyue, who had been observing Ying from a distance, was also surprised by the music Ying played. He played so well that he was comparable to her. Su Qingyue was originally a wandering knight-errant in the northern Qi kingdom. Possessing the strength of a golden core cultivator, she caught the eye of the northern Qi royal family and was eventually made their retainer. This is also an important reason why she can become the leader of some restoration organizations in Nanshao capital. After all, with real power in her hands, not many people would doubt her, but that's only what's on the surface. She actually has another identity. She was a direct descendant of the Su family, one of the 12 families of Xuanwu continent, but because her talent for cultivation was too poor when she was young, she was eventually harmed by villains. But she was incredibly lucky. Not only did she survive, she also developed some amazing skills. However, at 28 years old this year, her golden core strength is far too weak for the entire Su family. However, the fact that she was able to leap from Qi refining to golden core in just a few years without relying on any resources from her family is enough to prove that she has great talent. But she didn't want to go back to that chilling place. She decided to venture out and travel all the way to the territory of northern Qi. Here, she met the love of her life, Yi Yun, the third son of the Prince of Jinnan of northern Qi, the boy she vowed to protect for life, the boy who saved her life when she was seriously injured. She vowed that she would never let him get hurt, but fate had other plans. When Nanshao attacked Beiki, the entire Jinnan prince's household was massacred, and Yi Yun disappeared without a trace. After learning this news, she searched for more than a month, and finally found out that he had been captured and taken back by an outer sect elder of the Lingxi sect. This news struck Su Qingyue like a thunderbolt. An outer sect elder of the Lingxi sect had the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul stage was something she could not afford to provoke at her current level. She had thought about her family, but no matter how humble she was, they would never lend a helping hand. After all, it was simply not worth offending a major power in Xuanwu continent for the sake of a good-for-nothing, she thought of Nangong Xiao. Nan Xiao was under the protection of the Lingxi sect. If Nangong Xiao could take her to meet the empress, then perhaps there would be a sliver of a chance she was willing to give up anything for Yi Yun, let alone those unfamiliar people from northern Qi. But she never expected that Nangong Xiao, that bitch, would treat her like a fool, using her and then trying to kill her. She was too naive. She actually believed her lies and helped her do those things. She had finally found an opportunity, and she was determined to seize it, looking at Yi Qing. Inside the pavilion, Su Qingyue's expression turned gloomy, and she slowly walked towards the pavilion. I could also experience the destruction of my home and country. Su Qingyue didn't want to know Yi Qing's identity. Apart from Yi Yun, no one else could make her care about her in the slightest. She assumed that the young man in the pavilion was the man that Nangong Xiao kept in her mansion. As for the piece he played, what does that have to do with her? He probably just played it because it sounded nice. Su Qingyue took out a flute from the ring on her finger and slowly played it towards Yi Qing. Following Yi Qing's rhythm, the melodious sound of a flute, accompanied by the somber sound of a zither, slowly emerged from this artificial lake. Yi Qing closed her eyes, immersing herself in the deep, resonant sounds of her piano playing. He was suddenly pulled back to reality by the sound of the flute. He was about to stop, but the flute music seemed to be accompanying him, which puzzled him. The boy's stunningly beautiful face, combined with his superb musical skills, made him seem like a celestial being reincarnated, successfully disrupting the beauty of youth and the chaos of the world. The melodious flute music, sometimes sorrowful and sometimes gentle, accompanied the zither music. This music is only found in heaven, and is rarely heard on earth. This lakeside pavilion has now become their domain. The once calm lake surface suddenly became restless. The sounds of the zither and flute created a scene as dark as in the painting. Everywhere you look, there are soldiers standing ready for battle. Some of them were roaring, some were shouting, and some were crying. Their faces were contorted with rage, their eyes filled with murderous intent. They gripped their weapons tightly, staring at the enemies charging towards them. Countless, a sea of people, the war horses charged past, stirring up a crowd. Some fell into pools of blood, while others were thrown into the air by the horses and trampled by those behind them, dying instantly. They died with their eyes open, their gaze fixed on the city behind them, where their loved ones, their everything. The water breaks apart and then comes back together, creating a completely different scene. The scene depicts men holding children in their arms, standing at the city gate and gazing into the distance. Their eyes held worry, anticipation, and a hint of fear hidden deep within. Behind them were elderly people and children, all waiting for the good news to arrive. The water surface scattered again, and with the deep sound of the piano, a new picture was formed. The painting depicts ruins everywhere, with the corpses of ordinary people lying on the ground, men, the elderly, and children, stretching as far as the eye can see. The blood flowing beneath them eventually pooled together, forming a red river. It flows slowly into the distance. Su Qingyue frowned as she watched this scene. She hadn't expected the boy to depict such a picture. His amazing piano skills were already capable of creating artistic conception. While she did not have that ability, his music vividly depicts the cruelty of war, and one can hear his disgust and helplessness towards it in his playing. Su Qingyue originally thought Yi Qing had finished playing, but she did not expect that his next piece was a melody that made people feel happy this time. She didn't accompany him again. She wanted Yi Qing to express the mood in his heart himself. The water surface then gathers back together, revealing a bustling market street in the painting, with smiles on people's faces, surrounded by loved ones. Everyone's eyes were filled with joy. How wonderful it would be if there were no more wars. Su Qingyue looked at the boy with his eyes closed. At this moment, he was truly beautiful, as holy as a god. Clenching her fists, she suddenly couldn't bring herself to hurt the boy. But there are not many beautiful things in this world. Just like her now, if she doesn't save herself, who will save her? Chapter 22 Darkness and Light. Yi Qing opened her eyes, and her eyes were filled with the sparkling stars and the vast ocean. Yi Qing gazed at the lake, which had returned to calm, with an indescribable feeling. He hated war, but war was inevitable. There were always some ambitious guys who incited a group of greedy people to burn, kill, and plunder in places where others lived in peace and prosperity. But war can also drive human progress. Indulging in comfort and pleasure will only cause civilization to stagnate. Only when faced with danger and difficulties will humanity strive to develop. The law of the world is survival of the fittest. Yi Qing turned her head and looked at Su Qingyue, who was holding a flute and leaning against a pillar. She wore a black silk skirt, with a purse hanging from her slender waist. She has an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and is about an 8 out of 10 in terms of looks. She is very pretty and gives off a gentle, neighborly older sister vibe. She has a slender figure and a well-proportioned bust. She's definitely a real-life mature woman, Yi Ching sighed inwardly. Although he was an 8 out of 10 in looks, she hadn't developed any feelings for him, so Yi Ching couldn't hear her inner thoughts. And why does her voice sound so familiar? It's like I've heard it somewhere before. Su Qingyue slowly walked up to Yi Ching, sat down alone, and said in her gentle voice, I just heard your melodious zither playing, and I couldn't help but want to accompany you. Please don't be offended. Upon hearing this, Yi Ching's wary expression softened, and she replied, It's all right, your flute playing is also very beautiful. After hearing this, Su Qingyue smiled calmly and asked, May I ask your name, young master? Yi Ching, what a coincidence. I have an old friend whose surname is also Yi. Su Qingyue raised her eyebrows and said with a smile after hearing this. That's quite a coincidence. After a brief silence, Su Qingyue narrowed her eyes slightly, noticing Yi Ching's absent-mindedness, but quickly recovered and said with a smile, May I ask you some questions about music theory? Please go ahead. The two sat in the pavilion and talked until the sun went down. During this time, Su Qingyue was deeply impressed by Yi Ching's understanding of some issues related to music. Her favorability towards her gradually increased, but this was not enough to make her give up the idea in her heart that Yi Yun is still waiting for him. This is the only thought he has right now that can bring Yi Yun back to his side. Every man for himself, or he'll be damned by heaven and earth. I can only apologize. A strange light flashed in Su Qingyue's eyes, but she hid it well, and even Yi Ching didn't notice it, but just because Yi Ching didn't discover it doesn't mean he didn't know. After all, Yi Ching possesses a system. During his conversation with Su Qingyue, Yi Ching's character should have developed feelings for her, since who could resist a woman who was both beautiful and talented, of course, influenced by her own low-class green tea nickname, coupled with the added bonus of being a heartthrob and her stunning good looks. Su Qingyue successfully gained 10 points of admiration. But this doesn't mean she likes herself. Perhaps she's attracted to her own talent, or perhaps she simply admires it. After Su Qingyue provided those 10 points of admiration, Yi Ching was already able to hear her thoughts. There was always a name in her heart, Yi Yun. For this person, she had a crazy plan. If Su Qingyue's admiration for him is 10 points, then the person in Su Qingyue's heart should be between 100 and 200 for her. If Su Qingyue were to compare Yi Ching and Yi Yun in her heart, then Yi Ching would be ruthlessly abandoned without hesitation. The key to Su Qingyue's plan lies with Yi Ching, so he can completely turn the tables and use Su Qingyue to get rid of Nangong Xiao's control. But Su Qingyue in front of me doesn't look like a good person at all. Following her might not be safe. On the contrary, it could be very dangerous. Since we can't go with them, let's make the most of this opportunity. As for who is the hunter, it's naturally a matter of who has the better skills. High-level hunters often appear as prey, and Yi Ching firmly believes that he will be an excellent hunter. Su Qingyue and others like her will all become his prey. When you pick up a butcher's knife, you should think that you might also be killed by it. Yi Ching's consistent principle is, I will not offend others unless they offend me. If they offend me, I will repay them 100-fold. Since Su Qingyue wanted to use him as a pawn, then he didn't need to hold back either. She also needed to be prepared to be used as a pawn. Although both of them had something on their minds, they didn't show it on their faces. Even Su Qingyue couldn't see through Yi Ching's god-level acting skills. She only regarded Yi Ching as a stunningly handsome man kept in the mansion by Nangong Xiao. Yi Ching, the character she plays, also has a great fondness for this gentle older sister. Su Qingyue thought she was on the second layer, but little did she know that Yi Ching's wave was in the atmosphere, and so, the two people with ulterior motives ended their awkward afternoon conversation. Yi Ching returned to her house, while Su Qingyue went to Nangong Xiao's study again. As expected, she was right. The result was still the same. His Highness has important business to attend to. Please come back tomorrow. Okay, very good. Nangong Xiao walked out of the courtyard, clenched her fists, and her face became increasingly gloomy. Once your last shred of kindness is extinguished, you can do it without any psychological burden. That's human nature. Even knowing there's no chance, people still have the urge to gamble. Just like Su Qingyue, if she hadn't placed her hopes on Nangong Xiao at the beginning, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many problems later on. Alternatively, Nangong Xiao could simply refuse Su Qingyue when she came to her door. She planned to use Su Qingyue before killing her, so she had to accept the uncertainties that Su Qingyue brought. They were all wrong, but it seems like none of them were wrong. Humans are all thinkers. There are as many Hamlets as there are people. The outcomes of these events are varied and unpredictable. These uncertainties will link everyone's fate together, creating turmoil. Is the entire Nanchao region at peace now? Or is it just a superficial peace, while undercurrents are already surging where those people can't see? For example, the lake's surface, which is calm now, becomes increasingly dark at night. Looking down from above, all you see is endless darkness and the fear brought by the unknown. If you stare at a deep body of water late at night, it will only evoke fear in you, as if something terrifying is lurking beneath. Everything has two sides, good and bad, just like darkness and light. The appearance of something hidden in the shadows can plunge an entire day into darkness. This all seems like the calm before the storm, but a fuse is needed to shatter this calm. And what will that fuse be? Chapter 23 Punishment. Nangong Xiao was very angry. Night had fallen, and her mood was as dark as the sky. She generally doesn't like to be disturbed when she's handling official business, so she works until nightfall. But as she stepped out of the room, she was shocked by some of the words spoken by the housekeeper who had been waiting for her. What followed was anger. She lifted his confinement herself, but she never expected him to run off to meet with another woman. Okay, very good. Su Qingyue, I will not let you off. Nangong Xiao stared in Su Qingyue's direction, her eyes filled with frost. She had a lot to deal with these past few days, and with Yi Qing's provocations, she completely forgot about the idea of dealing with Su Qingyue. I never expected this woman would dare to seduce Yi Qing. The two chatted and laughed in a small pavilion by the lake one afternoon. It seems that the fall of his kingdom is not so tragic for him, yet he feigns misery in my eyes to gain my sympathy. How ridiculous. I actually believed it. He kept playing the victim in front of me, trying to get me to let him go. The more he didn't want something, the more she wanted to do it. It seemed she would have to personally expose Yi Qing's hypocritical mask. This man is really dramatic. If Yi Qing knew what Nangong Xiao was thinking, he would definitely cry foul. He was even more wrong than Doi. I wonder which bastard is gossiping behind my back. He hasn't smiled in front of anyone these past few days, okay? He only talked to Su Qingyue this afternoon, and to avoid arousing suspicion, he maintained a melancholy demeanor the whole time. Actually, you can't blame the person who relayed the message. People in this world care a lot about their reputation. Yi Qing and a woman stayed in the pavilion for an entire afternoon, remaining very close together and talking the whole time. There's nothing going on here. Nobody would believe it if I told them. Then Yi Qing and Su Qingyue were in the lakeside pavilion, enjoying the romance of nature, chatting and laughing, having a wonderful time. It's understandable that Nangong Xiao is angry. Yi Qing was a slave bestowed upon her by the empress, and she was his master. I never expected that after I gave this slave his freedom, he would be so ungrateful and get entangled with other women. She felt as if a hat was pressing down on her head, as if her favorite toy had been taken away. Nangong Xiao was furious, her face dark and frightening, and she stormed toward Yi Qing's house. Nangong Xiao's study was some distance from her bedroom, but as a cultivator, she arrived at Yi Qing's room in just over 10 seconds. Yi Qing, who was still reading a novel in bed, would probably have been exposed long ago if it weren't for the system's reminder. Yi Qing was also completely bewildered at this moment, wondering what had gotten into Nangong Xiao this time. As Nangong Xiao approached, Yi Qing realized that she was jealous. He arrived just in time. He was still thinking about how to seduce Nangong Xiao, but he didn't expect her to come to him so quickly. Bang! The door bore a weight it shouldn't have had to, and it became door. I'm splitting open. Seeing the aggressive Nangong Xiao, Yi Qing got off the bed, backed away, and watched her warily. Yi Qing didn't speak, but his eyes told Nangong Xiao to give him an explanation. Someone who suddenly kicks the door open in the middle of the night must be acting strangely. I had a great time spending time with Su Qingyue today. Nangong Xiao said with an icy demeanor and a forced smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing frowned and replied calmly, "What does this have to do with you?" "What does this have to do with me? You are my slave, so you should be devoted to me, not flirt with other women." Although she thought this in her heart, she didn't say it out loud. She just slowly walked towards Yi Qing, her face very gloomy and angry, as if she wanted to devour Yi Qing alive. Nangong Xiao walked up to the boy, looked at him who was leaning against the wall, and raised her hand, reaching out to him. The boy thought Nangong Xiao was going to hit him, so he subconsciously closed his eyes. Nangong Xiao simply watched her quietly, her outstretched hand unconsciously freezing in midair. He's still pretending. He turned his palm into a fist, then opened it again and grabbed the boy's chin, but the slap the boy imagined didn't land on his face. He couldn't help but open his eyes, but then he saw Nangong Xiao pinching his chin. She looked at herself calmly, but her eyes burned with a fierce fire. And what's the difference between this look and the dirty look in the eyes of those women outside? She wanted to. No, don't. Thinking of this, the boy's body trembled involuntarily. He then slapped Nangong Xiao's hand away, trying to bypass her and rush outside. He didn't want to stay here anymore. He wanted to go home. Nangong Xiao was admiring the boy's good looks, But she didn't expect him to defy her and even dare to slap her hand. This further exacerbated her already bad mood. She grabbed the running boy and carried him to the bed. The boy's body was light and soft, and it was very comfortable to hold. The boy was not obedient. He resisted fiercely with a little effort. Nangong Xiao held him firmly in her arms, ignoring the boy's shouts and curses. She wanted to punish this person who had defied her. Nangong Xiao roughly lifted the shirt on the boy's right hand, where a blue dragon-shaped pattern was very conspicuous. Smelling the milky scent emanating from the boy, Nangong Xiao revealed a morbidly blissful expression. Then he could no longer suppress the thoughts in his heart, something he had been thinking about for a long time. The boy's cries only made her feel more accomplished. She just wanted to punish him a little, to make him understand what he should and shouldn't do. Everything returned to calm, and there was no one within several meters of the outside. Even with the door wide open, no one dared to peek. Only a few people hiding in the shadows watched, and no one dared to approach. Su Qingyue hid on the rooftop in the distance, and she used a great deal of skill to get rid of the surveillance of the two Golden Core experts. Now I just witnessed Nangong Xiao walking into Yi Qing's house, and I was right after. All of the two live so close together. They seem to have a very close relationship, which makes them even more valuable. Su Qingyue couldn't hear any sounds from inside the house because there was an array there that could block all detection and sound unless a nascent soul expert comes. It's impossible to detect that place without using divine sense, but she could guess what was going on inside without even looking at it in the dead of night. Nangong Xiao barged into a man's room. It was obvious what she was going to do. Thinking of Yi Qing's good looks, a barely perceptible hint of envy flashed in Su Qingyue's eyes. She had to admit that Yi Qing was indeed prettier than Yi Yun, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and she felt that her Yi Yun was more beautiful. That scoundrel Nangong Xiao got off too easily. Let her enjoy herself for another 2 days. Chapter 25. The Empress's Troubles. In the back garden of the palace, by a pond, Nangong Shui watched the fish frolicking in the water. Even the fish were in pairs. Wait, why would I envy two fish? I must be obsessed. She must be suffering from inner demons. But she had already asked the clan's matriarch to come and see her, and there was nothing wrong with her mental state. She wondered what was wrong with her these past few days. Ever since the dream she hadn't been able to sleep well every night. If you close your eyes, you'll see Yi Qing's wet, watery eyes. She always remembered how smooth and tender the boy's skin was, how soft it felt, and how she longed to touch it again. But he had given himself to Nangong Xiao, and now she regretted it. Thinking of this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Nangong Shui's eyes. She had actually been attracted to a man. At first, she thought the boy had cultivated some kind of bewitching technique, but she rejected this conclusion after the boy was sent out of the palace. Even if her cultivation level was higher than his, and even if he truly possessed extremely powerful charm skills, she had the protection of her nation's strength, so he couldn't possibly influence her mind. Then there's only one outcome. She was attracted to the boy's appearance and wanted to have him. Nangong Shui never imagined that she, who only had the supreme Tao in her heart, would be attracted by beauty, but considering the boy's stunning good looks and pure aura, he is truly one in a million, so it's understandable that he would be very attractive to women. Thinking about it this way, Yi Qing's looks are good enough for me, so keeping him by my side isn't such a bad idea. The only problem now is that I gave him away, and I can't very well ask for him back. That would make me seem very dishonest, but isn't Nangong Xiao uninterested in men? Leaving her there is a waste. I need to think of a solution. Got it. Looking at the fish gathered together in the water, Nangong Shui quickly came up with a solution. She could have Nangong Xiao bring Yi Qing out, and then she could send someone to capture him and bring him to the palace. Wouldn't it be wonderful to keep him as a mistress in a golden house? As for compensation for Nangong Xiao, just give her more treasures. She doesn't lack anything anyway. If she insists on having handsome men, I can go and collect 10 for her. But Nangong Shui was certain that, given the choice between treasure and handsome man, she would definitely choose treasure. She knew Nangong Xiao quite well. Then a message came from the palace that the empress was going to hold a state banquet to invite some ministers, and these ministers were required to bring their families to the palace. This time will be set for tomorrow night. It was June, the harvest season, so it was understandable that the empress invited some ministers to the state banquet. After all, Nanchao had held many such grand banquets since the founding of the country, in order to solidify the relationship between the emperor and his subjects. Since ascending the throne 3 years ago, Nangong Shui has been busy with government affairs and cultivation all day long, and has not held a state banquet. The event surprised some people, but they quickly came to understand. After all, the powerful enemy Northern Qi had been destroyed, and with no external threats, the country was gradually becoming prosperous. It was only natural for the empress to try to build closer relationships with some officials. Some ministers even wanted to bring their sons along, hoping that if the empress took a liking to them, they could achieve a meteoric rise in status. bringing unparalleled glory to their entire family and allowing them to soar to the top among countless other families. People always want to climb higher, and now that this opportunity has come, how can they easily let it go? After the news spread, Nanli City remained outwardly calm as usual, but undercurrents were surging beneath the surface. Inside a luxurious mansion on the north side of Nanli City, Shen Xingxian was sitting in her study handling government affairs. After destroying the northern Qi, she stayed in the capital, where she was in charge of suppressing some of the resistance forces of the northern Qi. After mobilizing troops for more than half a month, most of the major and minor forces in northern Qi were wiped out. She also sent troops to garrison some important towns in northern Qi. Since conquering Xiajing, she has been working behind the scenes, while Nanxiao's army has been dealing with the remaining forces. She also wants to take a good rest for a while. Shen Xingxian breathed a sigh of relief as she read the good news in her hand. Although she hasn't been on the battlefield in the past 2 weeks, these post-war matters have exhausted her. "Someone come here." Shen Xingxian called out towards the door, then 2 guards in armor walked in. The 2 knelt on one knee, awaiting Shen Xingxuan's instructions. "Is there another 5th princess of northern Qi, Yi Qingmei, whose whereabouts are unknown?" Shen Xingxian asked, looking at the 2 of them. Reporting to the general, according to news from the border, Yi Qingmei was still in Liangzhou a day ago, but she should have already fled into northern Qi territory. One of the female soldiers bowed in response. "Pass down the order. Once captured, deal with them on the spot," Shen Xingxian spoke, her eyes filled with murderous intent. After the 2 soldiers withdrew, Shen Xingxian looked at the table and tapped her fingers rhythmically on it. She understood the principle that if you don't cut the weeds at the root, they will grow back in the spring breeze. Although the northern Qi appears peaceful on the surface, no one knows what is going on behind the scenes. Those powerful clans were still very strong. After the fall of northern Qi, they not only suffered no losses, but also increased their strength by profiting from the national disaster. These potential threats cannot be ignored, but there's nothing we can do now but take preventative measures. She was just afraid that Yi Qingmei would use these people to start a rebellion, which would mean that a fierce battle might still have to be fought in northern Qi. This would not only be a waste of manpower and resources, but would also cause many soldiers to lose their lives. The people, who had finally managed to calm down, will be dragged back into the flames of war. All of this could have been avoided, but one of his subordinate generals, in his greed for money, captured 2 members of the northern Qi royal family but did not report it, instead thinking of making a fortune. In the end, only 1 prince was sent to the capital, while Yi Qingmei was rescued. Upon hearing the news, she swiftly executed the general and then launched a full-scale manhunt for Yi Qingmei. But more than 10 days had already passed. All that is known is that Yi Qingmei appeared in Liangzhou within the territory of Nanxiao. Why Yi Qingmei's intentions were also clear. Since Liangzhou was north of northern Qi, she wanted to return to northern Qi to rebuild her power and fight against Nanxiao again. Releasing this person back would pose a significant threat. Given her status as a member of the northern Qi royal family, some people with ulterior motives will use this name to do things. Although the northern Qi dynasty had been destroyed, the people of the country still had a strong desire to restore their nation. If someone were to incite her, she could easily cause trouble, which would leave Nanxiao at a loss. Governing a country is far more difficult than destroying one. Indiscriminate slaughter solves nothing. Instead, it only exacerbates the situation, making it spiral out of control. Chapter 26. Kidnapping a husband. After Shen Xingxian came out of the study, she was about to take a stroll in the back garden. However, they were stopped by an invitation brought by the butler. The invitation stated that the empress was hosting a state banquet and invited all ministers to attend, but the only thing Shen Xingxian didn't understand was why they had to bring their families. Was it to make them seem more approachable? She didn't think so. After all, since the founding of the country, Nanxiao had only once held a state banquet with his family that was only established after a major reform was successful, when a man was the one who made the greatest contribution and was also a member of a minister's family. At other times, men are not allowed to attend banquets of the level of state banquets. State banquets are a symbol of honor, and only those who have made great contributions are entitled to receive them. Men, on the other hand, are clearly not qualified. Although Nanxiao no longer has the same strong sense of identity as before, she hasn't changed, which leads some people to have questions. However, some people speculate that the empress wanted to get to know the sons of the many ministers and choose one to be the emperor. This is not impossible. After all, the empress is already 22 years old this year and still doesn't have an emperor. It's a good thing that she has this idea. After all, if their child gets elected, wouldn't that be like one person achieving success and their entire family benefiting? But Shen Xingxian was in a dilemma. She was only 23 years old and her cultivation level was at the 5th stage of the Golden Core realm. However, she didn't have a husband yet. Wasn't this putting her in a difficult position? The Shin family has been generals for generations. She started cultivating at a very young age, but she is only at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. But she was so engrossed in cultivation and leading troops into battle that she had no intention of finding a husband. Just as her mother said, a woman should establish her career first, and then start a family. She's now a first-rank general in the Northern Expedition, yet she still has no interest in men. She believes her orientation is normal, she just hasn't met someone she likes yet. This state banquet is also an opportunity to find a nobleman and bring him home as my husband. Thinking of this, Shen Qingxian was filled with anticipation for tomorrow's state banquet. As evening fell, Nangong Xiao put down the memorial in her hand and looked at the several male servants kneeling on the ground before her. Her eyes were filled with danger, and she was very unhappy. Has he not eaten anything at all? Nangong Xiao asked, her tone devoid of any emotion, but it was precisely her emotionless tone that made the people kneeling on the ground tremble uncontrollably, clearly showing their fear. Your Highness, it's been a whole day, and he's just staring blankly at one spot, without moving an inch. One of the men lowered his head so low it almost touched the ground, and said in a trembling voice. Then it seems like you're all useless, aren't you? Nangong Xiao said, her tone revealing indifference. Your Highness, spare my life. Upon hearing this, the group looked up in terror at Nangong Xiao, whose face was cold, and begged for mercy, but Nangong Xiao didn't seem to care about them. She just waved her hand, and several guards came up and dragged them away. During this time, the cries of several people echoed throughout the study. These people won't be killed, instead, they'll be sold into the warm fragrance pavilion for people's amusement. A bleak future awaits them. They'd rather die than suffer humiliation there. A man crashed into a pillar and died instantly. The people around him did not stop him, and Nangong Xiao just watched it all indifferently. Things that have no value don't matter if they die. She turned and walked towards her house. Disobedient children don't get candy. He must pay the price and punishment he deserves for his actions. Nangong Xiao wanted to let Yi Qing know that there would be no good end for anyone who opposed him. But if Yi Qing were here, he would definitely criticize Nangong Xiao for her cruelty, but he wouldn't meddle in other people's business. After all, everyone has their own way of living, and it's not like you can do whatever you want and others have to follow suit. That's simply impossible. The whole world doesn't revolve around you. So Yi Qing can call her cruel, but she definitely won't meddle in other people's business. He wouldn't laugh at the man who committed suicide. After all, this world is a matriarchal society, and their lifestyle has influenced them for millions of years. He wouldn't laugh at anyone from the perspective of an outsider. In their eyes, Yi Qing would instead be ridiculed as someone who doesn't fit in. Yi Qing, on the other hand, will learn to accept the ideas and concepts here, rather than criticize them. Just like when looking at some simple issues, people shouldn't be too judgmental. With more tolerance, there will be more love in this world. Right now, Yi Qing is watching short videos in bed. Don't overthink it, it's nothing serious. He'd been lying in bed naked all day. If Nangong Xiao didn't come soon, he'd practically rot away. Thanks to his godlike acting skills and the transformation of his holy body, he looked weak at the moment. Even if Nangong Xiao wanted to be lewd to him again, she should be able to restrain herself. Probably, Yi Qing was well aware of his attractiveness. After all, the titles of heartthrob and low-class green tea weren't given lightly, not to mention his one-in-a-million good looks. Even a holy body exudes a sacred aura, and this aura is the most fatal attraction for strong-willed women. After all, how satisfying it would be to have a sacred and inviolable handsome man under you. As for how it feels, only Nangong Xiao can experience it. For everyone first, Nangong Xiao, absolutely amazing. Yi Qing now only hopes that Nangong Xiao can restrain herself, otherwise he will have nowhere to cry out. It's unbearable. They completely disregard other people's feelings. They only care about their own happiness. If Yi Qing were tormented by Nangong Xiao for another night, he would have to say goodbye to the world. Even rice mixed with goji berries couldn't heal his fragile heart. After last night, she should calm down for a while. There are no fields that are over-cultivated, only oxen that die from exhaustion. The ancients were right, they were right, to create the impression of being utterly heartbroken. He didn't even wipe away the tears on his face. He is now portraying a weak man who has lost his virginity after being sexually assaulted. They must portray profound grief, utter despair for life, and disgust for the world. Adding a touch of world weariness would make it even better. Yi Qing planned to start with a hunger strike, and then gradually escalate the situation, making a huge scene for her. First, let her know that a boy's innocence is not something that can be taken away easily. As for how to win over Nangong Xiao and get her to provide him with affection points, that requires some thought. There are many ways to like someone, but when Nangong Xiao contributed those 10 points of affection to her, she had already lost. Standing outside the door, Nangong Xiao's eyes burned with fire. Chapter 27. Another punishment. Looking at the brightly lit house in front of her, Nangong Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of urgency. Why did the boy smell so wonderful? She remembered that incident all day. A supple body, smooth skin, how enviable. Nangong Xiao's eyes were filled with fire as she stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. It's such an addictive thing. I've arrived. Are you ready? My servant. Clang, the door was pushed open, and the boy lying on the bed with a blank stare slowly moved his eyes to the doorway. When the boy saw who it was, his eyes narrowed sharply, as if he had seen something terrifying. His body trembled involuntarily as he slowly backed away, but there was a wall behind him. Where could he hide now? He had no choice but to take the blanket he was wearing and hide himself under it, as if that would make him safe. Looking at the boy's actions, Nangong Xiao's eyes burned even brighter. When he moved the blanket just now, some of his fair skin was exposed to Nangong Xiao's view due to some rather revealing movements. This made Nangong Xiao's restless heartbeat even more violently, becoming uncontrollable. You haven't even put on any clothes, and you've been waiting for me the whole time? It seems you're quite self-aware. Then I'll grant your wish and make you beg for mercy from me again. Nangong Xiao stared at the lamb awaiting slaughter before her eyes filled with rage, and slowly walked towards her prey. It rained tonight, with thunder and lightning. The thunder in the sky masked some of the strange sounds, while the flashes of lightning illuminated places that were previously unseen. There, a scene that seemed to inspire longing was unfolding. They were both incredibly good-looking, a match made in heaven. The boy was the most handsome of them all. Even his crying was captivating. Last night, it rained heavily. How heavily? Let me put it this way, the seawater crashed against the waves, one wave subsiding only for another to rise. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the entire earth. The grass on the ground, after being watered by the rain, stood tall and proud, swaying in the wind, dancing a joyful dance. This unfortunate little blade of grass was caught by Nangong Xiao, who got up early, and after mercilessly trampling it, she threw it aside. After Nangong Xiao got up, she took out another piece of clothing from the ring and wrapped it around her alluring body. Looking at Ying, who was still fast asleep, Nangong Xiao smiled. Looking at the boy's face, which was perfect even when he was sleeping, Nangong Xiao couldn't help but kiss Ying's forehead with her fragrant lips. She then got up and left, trying to suppress the restlessness in her heart. He needed rest. As a cultivator, she was fine, but he was just an ordinary person and couldn't withstand it at all. She really wanted to continue, but for the boy's sake, she had to restrain herself, for this punishment should teach him the consequences of provoking him. As long as you behave well, I will not only not punish you, but I will also reward you. As for what the reward is, that depends on your mood. After watching Ying by the bedside for a while, Nangong Xiao left. She wanted to finish some things quickly so she could take Ying to the palace banquet that evening. She found herself unable to live without Ying, and she gradually became immersed in his beauty, unable to extricate herself. But she doesn't think about restraining herself. She has always followed freedom and does whatever she wants. Isn't the purpose of life to be happy and enjoyable? She's lost her mind, only thinking about revenge, never imagining that there are such wonderful things in the world waiting for her to enjoy. But she would never forget her deep-seated grudge, so she set a small goal first, to achieve both revenge and a good life. Actually, she has already avenged most of her grudges. As long as she kills Ying, her revenge will be considered complete. Why Ying forgave him? As long as he lived a good life with her, she would still spoil him. After 2 days of in-depth conversations with Ying, Nangong Xiao's mind gradually cleared up, and she realized how many wrong things she had done because she had been blinded by hatred. She had never thought about what would happen to her after she had taken her revenge, but now she seemed to have found the answer. Living a good life with your little slave and pursuing the supreme path together isn't bad either. As for the talent issue, she'll find a way, even if it's just by using pills. I can still increase his cultivation level. Nangong Xiao herself looked down on herself. Just a few days ago, she was thinking about how to kill Ying, but 2 days later, she was completely infatuated with this man. It's just that he's too beautiful. I'm only doing this from the bottom of my heart. As for Ying's attitude towards her, it's not very optimistic at the moment. The boy still looked like he harbored deep hatred when he saw her. There are many such things: the destruction of a country, the killing of his family, the humiliation of him, or the dishonor of his reputation. These are all difficult tasks, but Nangong Xiao believes that nothing is impossible for a willing heart. She can make it up to him, but she will never ask for his forgiveness, because she has done nothing wrong. It can only be said that fate plays tricks on people. In the time that follows, she will change the boy's opinion of her. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Nangong Xiao's cold face. She didn't know how long it had been since she had smiled like this. She had even forgotten how to smile. but will everything develop as expected? Obviously not. If the world were as wonderful as we imagine, how could so many tragedies occur? Is the story over? Clearly not. This is just the beginning. Within the territory of northern Qi, a young girl dressed in tattered clothes looked at the several men in black in front of her with a wary expression. One of the men in black spoke, his voice hoarse, "Your Highness, His Majesty requests your presence." Upon hearing this, the girl frowned and looked at the group of people beside her. Seeing them nod, she felt relieved and followed them to sit on a large golden eagle. After the group went up, the golden eagle let out a deafening roar and flew towards the distant horizon. The woman on the golden eagle gazes at the borderland, her eyes filled with ambition and aspiration. Her eyes were filled with hatred, her fists clenched, and her eyes blazed with fury. The girl looked in Nanzhao's direction and murmured, "Mother Queen, I will soon be able to avenge you. Wait for me." The golden eagle was incredibly fast, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Along with it all, a young girl's path to revenge was also taken away. Chapter 28. You are all bad people. After getting up, Nangong Xia went to the backyard for her morning exercise, while the kitchen was preparing breakfast for the two of them. After Nangong Xia left, Yi Qing woke up after sleeping for about an hour. Yi Qing looked worried after getting up, and his usual cunning was gone. This Nangong Xia, she doesn't treat him like a human being at all. If this continues, I believe he will soon die young. Before he had a girlfriend, he thought about this kind of thing every day. But after 2 nights of trials with Nangong Xiao, Yi Qing deeply understood. No wonder married men all want to run away from home. They just can't handle it. No way. I have to come up with a plan myself. I absolutely cannot let her force herself on me like that again. After 2 days of torment by Nangong Xiao, he should be seeking death now. But there is another important problem right now. He is very hungry. He didn't eat all day yesterday, and after some strenuous exercise, he is so hungry that he is seeing stars. This was a complete disaster. He only pretended to be weak last night to make Nangong Xiao restrain herself. He absolutely did not intend to seduce her, but she seemed to have forgotten that she hadn't eaten all day, and was so focused on taking that he found even that kind of thing boring. However, Yi Qing was gratified that after his relentless efforts last night, Nangong Xiao had contributed a full 80 points of affection to him, adding to what he already had and the 10 points contributed by Su Qingyue. His current admiration level has reached a terrifying 110 points. He was one step closer to obtaining his marrow cleansing pill, and all of this progress is thanks to Nangong Xiao. She single-handedly provided him with 100 points. If it weren't for his character, he would have thanked her properly. However, Yi Qing was also puzzled. Just a few days ago, Nangong Xiao was clamoring to kill him, but after sleeping with him twice, she changed her mind. This made Yi Qing marvel at his own good looks. Nangong Xiao was the most troublesome person he had ever met, but he didn't expect to solve her so easily. Yet he seems to have discovered a secret to ranking up. This reminded Yi Qing of a popular saying from his past life: glory, it doesn't just come by stretching your legs. Is lying down the only way out? That's absolutely unacceptable. People don't feel a sense of accomplishment when they get something without working hard, and it also poses many potential threats. Yi Qing would not think of taking shortcuts. He was determined to become the strongest in his own right through his own strength. However, the most important thing right now is to get rid of Nangong Xiao's control. He can't stay here any longer. He has to find a way out. Nangong Xiao has contributed 100 admiration points to him, and now he can act recklessly to the point of death. With these 100 admiration points as a foundation, he should be out of danger. Okay, that's it. Isn't courting death simple? With a holy body that heals injuries and shields him from 50% of pain, what does he have to fear? Yi Qing opened the system store and spent 10 points of affection to buy a bigger pill. Yesterday's mishap made him realize that you can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. If Nangong Xiao doesn't get it soon, he'll definitely feel terrible if he goes hungry for another day. He needs to make preparations as soon as possible. The bigger pill had no taste, but after taking it, Yi Qing no longer felt the discomfort of an empty stomach. He then used his divine body and superb acting skills to disguise himself as a weak, malnourished, and frail man. The door opened, and several male servants came in carrying toiletries. Yi Qing was just lying in bed, still not dressed. His eyes were filled with nothing but death, as if nothing in this world could attract his attention. The men exchanged glances, sweat beaded on their foreheads. After all, the companions of the man in the bed in front of her who hadn't been taken care of yesterday had been taken to Wanxiang Pavilion overnight. They didn't want to follow in the footsteps of those three. The group of people braced themselves and stepped forward to wipe Yi Qing's face and hands. The boy, who had been staring blankly at one spot, was brought back to his senses by the actions of the group. A glimmer of life appeared in the boy's eyes, and a tear lingered in his eye before finally trickling down his cheek and onto the pillow beneath him. The group of people were preoccupied with their own business, and just as they were about to lift the blanket to wipe the boy's body, the boy reacted. He gripped the blanket tightly, wrapping himself up close. The boy spoke, his voice hoarse and weary. "Get out." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances but remained unmoved. After all, they were just following orders. If things went wrong, they would be the ones to suffer, not the man in front of them. The group tried to forcibly pull back the covers, but he held them tightly, his fingers turning white. Looking at the group of people in front of him, the boy felt even more desperate. "You're all bad people, you all want to bully me." He didn't want others to see him like this, he didn't want others to see him so dirty. The boy's pent-up emotions finally erupted, and he burst into tears, shouting at the others. "Get out, all of you, get out." Seeing the boy crying with tears streaming down his face, the group was at a loss. However, they could not disobey the prince's orders. Compared to their own lives, was it really that difficult for him to just cooperate? Their lives depended on the boy in front of them, so why couldn't he have any pity for them? One of them, seeing the boy's emotional breakdown, said to the two beside him, "You hold him down, I'll take care of it." After a brief moment of surprise, the two people next to them also joined in. The three men grabbed the boy, pinned him to the bed, and were about to pull off the covers. The boy watched as the rude men quickly pinned him down, reminding him of his experiences over the past 2 days. He was powerless to resist Nangong Xiao's bullying. The actions of the group seemed to stir up long dormant memories in the boy, and his eyes filled with tears that blurred his vision. His heart was filled with despair, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The boy pleaded tearfully, "Let me go, please, no." Seeing this, the group showed no sign of stopping. They had already gone this far, so they might as well go all out and risk everything, as success or failure depended on this one move. Even if the prince blames them, they will have sufficient reasons. Their only complaint was about the young man before them. He had a face that could launch 1,000 ships, yet he was so pretentious and made things difficult for them. The servants and none of them saw that behind them, a woman dressed in black with stunning beauty was looking at them with an icy expression. That look in his eyes was as if he were looking at a few dead people. Chapter 29. Don't touch me. At this moment, Nangong Xiao stood behind the group, her face filled with coldness. Hearing the boy's desperate pleas for mercy, she felt no excitement as usual, but instead endless heartache. Why hadn't she heard despair in that voice before? Over the past 2 days, she had bullied the boy until he cried and begged for mercy every time. Now, hearing this, she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. That he's the only one I can bully. How dare you all? Has she been too kind these past few days, that people are even daring to bully her? None of them expected that their actions had completely enraged Nangong Xiao. Just as they were about to break through the last line of defense, they suddenly felt a chill coming from behind them, followed by a shiver from the heart. This is my own brain sounding an alarm, coming from my sixth sense. When the group turned around, they saw Nangong Xiao with a gloomy face. To them, she looked like the Grim Reaper. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, and they slowly knelt down, as if trying to beg or explain, but Nangong Xiao didn't give them that chance. With a wave of her hand, they went their separate ways. To prevent the smell of blood from reappearing in the room, not a single drop of blood was shed after the bodies were separated. Upon closer inspection, it can be clearly seen that the wound is covered by a white spiritual energy. Nangong Xiao merely stared coldly at the corpses of the men, saying nothing more. By the time they decided to attack Ying, they had already been sentenced to death. She was also thankful that she arrived in time, otherwise, the already mentally broken boy would have fallen into another abyss. He couldn't withstand any more shocks. He whistled, and several women dressed in black came in and carried the bodies out. These women in black were trained by Nangong Xiao herself to gather intelligence and carry out assassination missions. Nangong Xiao called them secret guards, who were her personal secret guards, and even the empress had no right to mobilize them. Nangong Xiao looked at the boy hiding in the corner of the bed, took a step, and walked over quietly. The boy curled himself up in a ball, wrapped himself in the blanket, and only his head was sticking out. He looked at the blanket with tears welling up in his eyes. His body was still trembling, which made people feel an urge to cherish him and hold him in their arms. Nangong Xiao walked over, but the boy seemed unaware of her arrival, still muttering things like "let me go." Looking at the boy, Nangong Xiao felt a pang of sadness. It seemed she had inflicted some indelible and painful memories on him, but she vowed to protect the boy. Let bygones be bygones, they can start anew. Nangong Xiao walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, and reached out to touch the boy's cheek, but when the boy saw the outstretched hand, he was so frightened that he leaned back and pulled the blanket over himself. "No! Don't touch me, The boy only realized that someone was about to touch him, without realizing that the person was Nangong Xiao. Nangong Xiao's hand froze in midair, a strange glint flashing in her eyes. He became like this because of himself. She had never considered the boy's feelings before, but now, from his perspective, she realized how much her actions had hurt him. Thinking of this, Nangong Xiao clenched her fist and lowered her outstretched hand. Nangong Xiao moved closer to Yi Qing, wrapped him completely in the blanket, and held him in her arms. He desperately needs someone with him at this time, and he absolutely cannot leave. As for official business, just leave it to the subordinates to handle. And now that almost everything has been taken care of, the people under my command, who are paid by the government, should serve the country. Those were minor matters that they could easily handle. The boy felt someone hug him. He tried to struggle, but the hug was very tight. Gradually, the boy's movements weakened and eventually stopped. She gradually fell asleep in Nangong Xiao's arms. After Yi Qing fell asleep, Nangong Xiao instructed the kitchen to remake the breakfast every now and then to ensure that Yi Qing could eat hot and fresh food when he woke up. Nangong Xiao removed the blanket from Yi Qing's head. What followed was the boy's godlike, stunningly beautiful face. Nangong Xiao watched Yi Qing fall into a deep sleep in silence, a smile playing on her lips. You look so beautiful when you're quiet. It's just that you're a little disobedient. If you can listen to me, that I won't hurt you. But there's hope for all of this, isn't there? Yi Qing's head was covered by the blanket for a while, so his face was sweaty and flushed, and the skin exposed because no clothes were worn. Below her fair neck were delicate collarbones, which were quite beautiful. This stunning scene once again ignited a surge of lust in Nangong Xiao's lower abdomen. However, Nangong Xiao then suppressed it by circulating her spiritual energy. What a tempting little devil. I really want to punish her again, but Nangong Xiao managed to restrain herself in the end, knowing that the boy could no longer withstand her punishment. Although I really wanted to, I held back. After a period of calm, Yi Qing's face lost its redness and turned deathly pale again. Nangong Xiao knew that this was the result of physical exhaustion and malnutrition. She then used her spiritual energy to transfer a wisp of it to Yi Qing, mouth to mouth, after kissing those bright, full lips until they were red and swollen. Nangong Xiao finally stopped. She licked her red lips, seemingly still wanting more. Why is he always so alluring? And so, it came to noon, and Nangong Xiao decided to decline the state banquet that evening. She wanted to stay by Yi Qing's side and help him recover his mental state, but the messenger sent brought the empress's decree, which stated that she had to go no matter what. Nangong Xiao frowned slightly, but could only accept it gladly. After all, she dared not disobey the imperial decree. She had no choice but to go to the banquet alone that night, but she had a feeling of unease, as if she would lose something after going, but she can't think of anything yet, so she simply stops thinking about it. The reason was that Yi Qing had already woken up. At this moment, he looked around blankly, and then his eyes gradually turned ashen, losing their former vitality. When Nangong Xiao realized that Yi Qing had woken up, she wanted to push the door open and go in, but then she hesitated and had to give up. She then went to the kitchen, took a bowl of lotus seed porridge, and followed by several people carrying food boxes, and walked together to her room. Chapter 30. Feeding. Nangong Xiao walked to the door, hesitated for a long time, and finally made up her mind to push the door open and enter. Upon entering the room, one would see the boy's eyes, which were so lifeless, devoid of any vitality, like those of a dying man. Nangong Xiao felt a slight pang in her heart when she saw that gaze, but she remained calm, holding the lotus seed porridge in her hands. Nangong Xiao slowly approached the boy. She could see a change in the boy's eyes: fear, terror, and hatred. Being stared at like that, Nangong Xiao couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable, but she was the one who had caused it all, and now she should think about how to make amends. A voice inside her kept reminding her that she could make it up to him, but she couldn't ask for forgiveness. Her pride wouldn't allow her to be humble. The boy looked at Nangong Xiao as she approached, said nothing, and simply closed his eyes again, no longer looking at her. He couldn't stop her from doing whatever she wanted, so he could only let her bully him. Living like this is so stifling, but he still doesn't have the courage to face death. Something I would never normally face, but the fall of the nation changed too many things about him. Now he can only be a prisoner, subjected to humiliation and abuse, with no ability to resist. Despair once again filled the boy's heart. This world was truly so dark. Nangong Xiao, carrying the porridge, sat down by the bedside and said with a hint of authority in her voice, "Will you drink it yourself, or will I feed you?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qing opened her eyes and looked at Nangong Xiao in front of her, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust. He stared into Nangong Xiao's eyes and replied, "Disgusting." Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao raised her lips and chuckled, "Oh, then why didn't you feel disgusted when you swallowed my saliva?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qing recalled being forcibly kissed by Nangong Xiao, who then stuck out her tongue and even let her saliva flow into his mouth, which made him feel somewhat disgusted, but he didn't suffer a loss. he even bit Nangong Xiao. Of course, all of this was done by Yi Qing's character, and he couldn't possibly cater to her, could he? Wouldn't that make him seem like he was enjoying himself? Yi Qing stopped looking at her and instead glanced at the lotus seed porridge in Nangong Xiao's hand, his throat moving involuntarily. He then stopped looking at Nangong Xiao and closed his eyes again. He didn't want to see this demon who had destroyed his country and insulted him. Yi Qing really wanted to eat it, but he couldn't be too obvious about it, so he could only tell Nangong Xiao subtly, hoping she would understand. Although he took the fasting pill, whether it was a placebo effect or not, he still unconsciously wanted to eat when he saw food. It seems that he has developed a phobia of hunger. Nangong Xiao kept her eyes on Yi Qing and could tell that he wanted to eat the porridge in her hand, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. If we can make up for it with delicious food, that would be perfect. Turns out he's a little foodie too. Starting today, let's begin by eating well to change Yi Qing's perception of herself. Since you want to eat it, then I, the king, have no choice but to grant your wish. Nangong Xiao placed the bowl on the table next to her and took a sip herself, looking at Yi Qing with her eyes closed. He then turned his gaze to the swollen, red lips that he had bitten that morning. Then Nangong Xiao pressed her bright, alluring, full red lips onto Yi Qing's lips. The boy noticed this and wanted to cry out, but as he opened his mouth, the lotus seed porridge in Nangong Xiao's mouth ended up in Yi Qing's mouth. Yi Qing instinctively swallowed it, and surprisingly, it tasted delicious. The author says they want to eat it too. His lips parted in shock, followed by a blush that made him look quite handsome. Coming to his senses, Yi Qing stammered, You're shameless." Nangong Xiao smiled broadly at Yi Qing, grinning, "What do you mean toothless? Look how white you are. Get out of here, I don't want to see you." Amid the boy's angry roar, Nangong Xiao left the room. Standing at the door, Nangong Xiao thought to herself that her mother was right after all. It seemed that one had to be shameless to pursue a boy. No wonder my mother has had several incredibly handsome husbands. It seems my mother's skills are quite impressive. Nangong Xiao was shocked when she thought about all this. She was actually doing something so shameful. It seems Yi Qing has influenced her a lot. He subtly changed her a great deal, to the point that her personality is now quite different from before. Perhaps this is love. Loving someone can truly change a lot of things. She wanted to protect this love forever. She didn't know how she fell in love with the boy. Was it because of his repeated disobedience, her own regret, his pitiful appearance, or perhaps it was after she had tasted his deliciousness? It's hard to say. Maybe it's a combination of both. Now that it's true, I will boldly admit it and let this love continue. Yi Qing, who was still inside the house, was in a daze. He wiped the drool that was still on the corner of his mouth. He smacked his lips, his face turning slightly red. He thought to himself, this Nangong Xiao is so good at flirting. She's made him blush. Even with his godlike acting skills, he was completely at a loss just now. I never expected her to have this side to her. She's cold on the outside but actually quite lewd on the inside. Considering that Nangong Xiao had contributed another 20 points of admiration to him, he forgave her. Then Yi Qing turned her gaze to the porridge and other food on the table. Forget about public image, let's just start eating. No matter how tough it is, I can't let myself suffer. Anyway, he's been here long enough, and he's already pretty much won over Nangong Xiao. They can pack their bags and leave now. It's up to Su Qingyue to decide what to do next. By eavesdropping on her thoughts, Yi Qing learned that Nangong Xiao was going to attend a state banquet that evening. Therefore, the time she was away was the best opportunity for Su Qingyue to take action. If Su Qingyue doesn't take any action, he'll sneak out. He's had enough of being here anyway. As for what lies ahead, let's leave this place first. With the system at his disposal, he already possessed sufficient self-protection capabilities. Go out and find any woman whose looks are above 8 out of 10. And start building up her popularity first. And so, evening arrived. As night fell, the entire city of Nanli was brightly lit, and all kinds of carriages lined the road leading to the palace. These carriages started lining up in the afternoon and didn't all enter the imperial city until late at night. Inside the empress's palace, Nangong Shui looked down at a female general in armor and exclaimed in shock, "What? Yi Qing didn't come along?" Chapter 31. Your husband has a great body. Nangong Shui looked down at Bai Xianji, the commander of the Imperial Guards, and exclaimed in surprise, "Tell me in detail." After a brief exclamation, Nangong Shui's expression returned to normal, and she began to speak. "Your Majesty, Regent Nangong Xiao arrived at the palace this afternoon. After arriving, she went to the Grand Council to discuss the plan for governing Northern Qi with some ministers. She was not accompanied by any men, only 2 guards. Bai Jixian, who was kneeling on the ground, replied with a cupped hand. Bai Jixian, commander of the Imperial Guards, is an outstanding young general and is known as one of the twin heroes of Nanchao along with Xin Xin. He is 24 years old this year, holds the official rank of first-rank general, commands 300,000 Imperial Guards in Nanchao capital, and has a cultivation level of the 5th stage of Golden Core. She is a beautiful woman with an average appearance, and she gives people a heroic and dashing feeling. However, she was surrounded by a fierce aura, making her seem like someone not to be trifled with. After hearing this, Nangong Shui nodded and then waved for Bai Jixian to leave. Sitting in her chair, Nangong Shui was deep in thought. She hadn't brought Yi Qing with her. Although the number of rumors in Nanli City has decreased, they still exist. Rumors don't just disappear on a whim. Her bringing Yi Qing's words to this state banquet can serve as a perfect example to dispel the rumors. But to my surprise, Nangong Xiao came alone. This was something she hadn't expected, so Yi Qing should still be at Nangong Xiao's residence. Having figured this out, Nangong Shui clapped her hands, and then a bodyguard dressed in black stepped out from behind the screen next to her. Ying, go and bring Yi Qing from Nangong Xiao's residence to the palace. Remember, do not alert anyone. Nangong Shui sat on the dragon throne, looking down at the masked woman in black below. Yes, sir. After hearing this, the woman in black spoke in a voice concealed by her mask, and then slowly retreated. Nangong Shui watched the woman leave, while she remained seated on the dragon throne, lost in thought. Hopefully, nothing else will go wrong this time. Just before the state banquet was about to begin, 2 eunuchs came to inform Nangong Shui that it was time for her to attend. Nangong Shui frowned slightly. Without Yi Qing, the banquet seemed to have lost its meaning. Afterwards, Nangong Shui left her palace and headed towards the banquet venue. Nanchao usually held banquets in the Hall of Ministers. This hall was specifically designed for gatherings and meals. After being decorated by some of the palace servants, the place became breathtakingly beautiful, with red silk and lanterns hanging all around, creating a very festive atmosphere. Upon seeing Nangong Shui, those around her knelt down to pay their respects. Nanchao governs a population of over 1 billion, so he has appointed many officials. With the addition of the ministers' families, the Hall of Ministers is now packed with people. Along the path Nangong Shui walked, there were crowds kneeling and bowing in respect. At this moment, she reigned supreme, wielding unparalleled glory. How fulfilling it is to have that power in your hands. No wonder Nangong Yi and the other 2 princes rebelled. The feeling of wielding power over the world is exceptionally exhilarating. Now that she has the power, all she needs is a handsome man. After bringing Yi Qing here, she locked him in her own palace, wanting to experience the wonderful feeling that others had described. At that moment, Nangong Xiao was watching the 2 officials cursing in front of her from the other side, with a very interested expression. Originally, she came here hoping to meet the empress as soon as possible, stay at the banquet for a while, and then go back to be with Yi Qing. But when she got there, she was amused by what the 2 were saying, so she stopped to watch the fun. There were many onlookers around, some of whom wore disdainful and mocking expressions, while others had indecent and uncivilized expressions on their faces. Some people were still advising the 2 women to be mindful of the occasion, but the 2 were determined to fight to the death. This left the bystanders trying to break up the fight somewhat bewildered. They say you shouldn't wash your dirty linen in public, but now that they've made a scene, shouldn't the whole city know? The whole thing started with the officials praising each other. One of the middle-aged women, a high-ranking official of the 3rd rank, was talking to his superior out of politeness, or perhaps sympathy. The boss replied, but accidentally let slip that this is what happened. The conversation went like this. Lord He, it's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, Lord Li. I'm pleased. This is Lord He's beloved husband. He is indeed a handsome and dashing man. He's really good looking. Lord Li, your husband is also very handsome, with a great figure. No, I mean, what? So you were the one who escaped through the window last night. You scoundrel, you're going to die. The 2 then started fighting, completely disregarding the strange looks from those around them. Perhaps after tonight, some wonderful stories and scripts will begin to circulate in Nanli City. Some people in the tea house started saying, have you heard? Last night, a message came from the palace. Your husband has a great physique. And another shocking revelation, officials in Nanchao are so corrupt in private, actually doing such things. Is this a sign of moral decay or a distortion of human nature? Stay tuned for the private lives of Nanchao officials. Actually, it's nothing, but she's furious about the official who is labeled. She already had someone she suspected, but she didn't expect her to let it slip. So, taking advantage of this opportunity, we must make the empress vent her anger. Amidst the commotion of the group, Empress Nangong Shui arrived. The surroundings immediately fell silent. with only the two of them staring at each other with wide, angry eyes. After clarifying the situation, Nangong Shui said to one of the generals in charge beside her, "Why are you still watching? Are you letting them continue to embarrass themselves? Take them away and resolve this privately. All cases will be handled according to the law." Upon hearing this, the general beside him quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and then directed the imperial guards to begin clearing the crowd. Nangong Shui spotted Nangong Xiao in the crowd at a glance, and moved her lotus-like feet toward Nangong Xiao. Seeing that the empress was staring at her, Nangong Xiao quickly bowed in greeting. She might disregard everyone else in Nanshao, but not the empress. She held the empress in high regard. After the two met, Nangong Shui pulled Nangong Xiao to a secluded spot, surrounded by purple scale guards. Nangong Shui looked at Nangong Xiao and said, "Sister, it's been so long since we've had a private get-together." Nangong Shui is 22 years old, while Nangong Xiao is 21, so it's reasonable for her to call her younger sister. After hearing this, Nangong Xiao, though not understanding what she was trying to say, still replied, "Yes, yes." She and Nangong Shui actually had a pretty good relationship, but this was limited to the relationship between ruler and subject. In private, the two rarely interacted. After all, she wasn't Nangong Shui's biological sister, so she didn't have much real power in her hands. Chapter 32 God of the Two Regions. Their relationship with Nangong Shui was rather superficial, being that of relatives. Nangong Shui only has one younger sister, Nangong Yi. However, back then, Nangong Yi was misled by a villain and ultimately rebelled against Nangong Shui, eventually escaping from the Yaguang Holy Land. But I heard that a few days ago, Nangong Yi was captured by Nangong Shui, and Yi Qing was also captured at the same time. After that, Yi Qing was given to Nangong Shui. She didn't understand what Nangong Shui meant. After all, when talking to a king, one had to be careful with one's words and actions, guessing and guessing again, being careful and cautious, and proceeding step by step. The slightest misstep could lead to utter ruin. "How about the handsome man I bestowed upon you a few days ago?" Nangong Shui suddenly lowered her voice and whispered in Nangong Xiao's ear. She looked nothing like an emperor. She resembled a female hooligan instead. "Your figure is what?" When Nangong Xiao heard the empress ask this, she instinctively wanted to answer, but she quickly stopped herself. "It's all those two lewd old men's fault. They've led her astray." But thinking of Yi Qing's figure, Nangong Xiao subconsciously swallowed. It was really amazing. "Oh? It's that Yi Qing, the most handsome man in northern Qi." Nangong Shui raised her phoenix eyebrows slightly upon hearing this and continued, "Oh, him. He's now my bed warmer." Nangong Xiao said, still somewhat unsatisfied. It was as if they were saying Yi Qing tasted good. Upon hearing this, Nangong Shui was first shocked, then suddenly felt a surge of anger rising in her chest, and began to feel unwell. She took Yi Qing as her male concubine. Didn't she dislike men? Although Nangong Shui was surprised, she suppressed her anger and remained expressionless. "It's a pity. Since she's already accepted it, we might as well let her have it." But a feeling of resentment lingered in her heart, as if something she cherished had been taken away. Just like when I heard the news that Nangong Yi had rebelled, it made me feel uncomfortable. "All right, the banquet is about to begin. You can go and get busy," Nangong Shui said, suppressing her discomfort. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao bowed and then withdrew. All she wants now is to finish this quickly and go home to be with her husband. The state banquet proceeded as planned without any unexpected incidents. Nangong Shui only said a few words before leaving the banquet. Everyone could see that the empress was troubled, but they dared not ask and could only pretend that nothing was wrong. Eating and drinking as usual. It seems the plan to find a husband for the empress has fallen through, but some people are still unwilling to give up. They try to bribe some people, seeking one last chance, but their efforts will ultimately be in vain. After all, Nangong Shui never intended to do this. Human desires and greed are boundless. People are always thinking about climbing higher, and this has never changed from ancient times to the present. Inside the Nangong Xiao residence, Yi Qing was gazing at the lonely moon hanging in the sky. A half moon hangs in the sky, appearing quite lonely without the stars around to keep it company. Tonight is Yi Qing's fifth night in this world. From his time at the auction house until now, he has completely stabilized his position and no longer needs to worry about his safety. Thinking back to his monotonous life in his previous life, he found that he preferred this life in another world. It was as if he didn't belong anywhere else, but rather here. The strong can destroy the world, while the weak can only kneel and beg. He enjoyed the thrill of it, which made his soul less numb. The numbness in his past life had many causes. There must have been many things he had never seen before. Like a spontaneous trip, finding a partner, or striving for a dream, he never did any of these things. His life, which was like an assembly line for many years, filled him with disappointment in that world and left him with no motivation to move forward. I just want to lie down and live in my own world. Looking back now, it was really boring. Or rather, it was the lack of family companionship that caused all of this, and all of this changed with the arrival of the system. Thinking of the system, Yi Ching looked at the half-moon in the sky, his eyes sparkling like stars. Yi Ching asked, "System, are you there?" After she finished speaking, there was a moment of silence, followed by that sweet voice, as soft as milk candy. "Yes, I've always been here." "Thank you, ah." "It's okay." After a brief moment of distraction, the system picked up where Yi Ching left off. Although she didn't understand why Yi Ching had suddenly become so sad, she still had to answer. "May I know your background?" After a brief silence, Yi Ching took the initiative to break the silence. I wasn't planning to tell you, but since you asked, I'll share a little bit. But these things are still a long way off for you right now, so don't feel guilty. Do you know God?" The system paused, then continued. "A legendary God?" Yi Ching was surprised and puzzled upon hearing this, and then he asked. He had heard of gods, and he had heard many myths and legends. He was very familiar with the word, in fact, he knew it by heart. In the beginning of time, the universe gave birth to many gods who were immortal and existed alongside time. In their own places, they built their own civilizations. These civilizations were born in time, and they were also erased by time. If they wanted immortality, they had to become gods, but having too many gods isn't necessarily a good thing. Over time, many gods have been born, and gradually, resources became insufficient to go around. Subsequently, in the ensuing struggle, the War of the Gods was born, aimed at annihilating everything and reducing the number of gods. After countless battles to slay gods, the universe was divided into 3 realms: the mortal realm, the immortal realm, and the divine realm. Within these 3 realms, there are countless planes and countless living beings. This gradually led to a situation where mortals wanted to become immortals, immortals wanted to become gods, and gods were killing each other, creating a perpetual cycle. The host's previous location was the mortal realm, and the current location is the immortal realm, while the system comes from the divine realm. Yi Ching was deeply shocked by the system's garbled words. So this is how everything in the universe is. The stories I heard before weren't just myths. It turns out that all of this is real. Now that you mention it, it does seem quite far away from me. Yi Ching looked at the sky, as if he had seen through the boundary and was looking at the vast and boundless universe outside. "Yes, host, you don't need to think that far ahead. The system will always be with you, forever and ever." Chapter 33. Seeing Su Qingyue again. Time flew by, and while Yi Ching was building a bond with the system, the imperial palace was bustling with activity. Nangong Xiao also informed the general on duty, and then led her 2 guards toward the palace. As time went on, her worries became more pronounced. As cultivators, they have been blessed by the great Tao and possess some minor abilities. As their cultivation levels improve, some powerful individuals are already able to predict their own future. However, such people are few and far between, since prying into the secrets of heaven will backfire. After all, fate is full of unpredictable events, and no one dares to say anything. It's like how some people who would never have crossed paths can gradually be brought together by fate, triggered by a single spark. It's quite amazing. At this moment, a group of people and horses galloped along the official road outside Nanli City at a very fast speed. Under the cover of night, the group arrived at a post station. The inn was deserted, except for corpses, and the air was thick with the stench of blood inside. Several women dressed in black and wearing veils sat there, seemingly waiting for someone. After dismounting, the group of riders entered the post station and saw several women in black who had been waiting for them. Upon seeing the group, the woman in black stood up and asked, "How is my master's matter progressing?" Upon hearing this, the man on horseback replied, "It's almost done. Yi Qingmei has been delivered to northern Qi territory." Upon hearing this, the woman in black nodded and said, "Very good, it's a pleasure doing business with you." After that, the group stopped talking and went their separate ways. Under the cover of night, the group of women on horseback arrived at Nanli City. Under the watchful eyes of several city guards, they entered and headed towards the regent's palace. The soldiers on the city gate, however, were watching their surroundings warily, as if they were hiding something from everyone. The group drove all the way to a luxurious residential area in the west of the city. The group arrived at the Prince of Nanyang's residence. Inside the residence of Nangong Jiaying, they entered without any hindrance. Nangong Jiaying is 32 years old this year and is a relative of Nangong Shui. Due to her outstanding political achievements, she was named the second regent of Nanshao after Nangong Shui established the position of regent. On the surface, this person is dedicated to the country and its people, working diligently and conscientiously. But what kind of person he is behind the scenes is unclear. At this moment, 5 people dressed in black gathered in the living room of Nangong Jiaying's residence. If you pay close attention, you can clearly sense the fluctuations in the abilities of the 5 people. These 5 people were all powerful individuals, exuding an aura of authority. Sitting with them was incredibly oppressive. One of the most beautiful women, seated at the head of the table, spoke in her charming voice, "Gentlemen, how are the preparations going?" "Prince Nangong, we are ready and prepared to act at any time," one of the women in black said, "but there's always a nascent soul stage expert by Nangong Shue's side, so it's not easy to make a move." The woman in black paused and continued. "I'll figure something out. You just need to wait for news. I'll look for an opportunity in the next few days." Upon hearing this, Nangong Jiaying frowned, clearly dissatisfied with their explanation, but she had no choice. Now that she was on this pirate ship, she had to go on in the dark. These people are no pushovers either, they are all quite capable. None of the members of the Assassination Pavilion are simpletons. The Assassination Pavilion is the most mysterious organization in the Divine Martial Continent. No one knows who its founder is, nor who it serves, but all people know is that as long as you have money, you can mobilize the experts inside to kill anyone you want. At this time, someone spent 1 million top-grade spirit stones to offer a bounty on the head of Nangong Shui, the holy maiden of Yaoguang Holy Land, and that's how these people came to her. I happened to have the idea of becoming the real person in charge of Nanshao, so I agreed, but she never expected that Nangong Shui had a powerful nascent soul stage expert protecting her all along. She hid it very well, almost keeping it a secret from everyone. If it weren't for the reminder from the assassination squad members, she would have already been labeled a traitor. For the sake of her grand plan, she even escorted the last princess of Northern Qi back to her homeland. All of this was just to create some difficulties for Nangong Shui in order to prepare for the next move. I hope everything goes well. She's been waiting for this position for over 10 years. The position of empress, ruling over 1 billion people, is coveted by everyone. She is not content with her current title of regent, she wants more. With the boost from the power of the Southern Shao Kingdom, the cultivation speed will increase several times over, making it even more alluring than a group of stunningly handsome men. Night fell even darker, as if foreshadowing the descent of the entire Nanshao into darkness. Looking at the lonely moon in the sky, Yi Qing felt that the time was about right. He got up, stood on the eaves, and looked up at the sky. A gentle breeze blew by, ruffling his long robe and the black hair behind him, making him look like a painting, as if a god had descended to earth. One glance was enough to freeze your gaze, making it impossible to look away. At this moment, Su Qingyue saw this beautiful scene. After staring at Yi Qing for a few seconds, Su Qingyue came to her senses. She shook her head, erasing Yi Qing's image from her mind, and her eyes cleared. Even though she had met Yi Qing once before, she was still amazed by him when they met again. Everything about him seemed like a drug, bewitching my mind and leaving me unable to calm down for a long time. But then she suddenly thought of the figure she had always longed for, and with a fierce look in her eyes, she immediately sneaked into the room. Nangong Xiao went to the state banquet today, which is an opportunity for me, but there are still many experts in the prince's mansion, so I absolutely cannot kidnap Yi Qing in a high-profile manner. Even if she leaves the palace, she will never escape Nanli City. The capital city is off limits at night, and it's impossible to force my way in with my golden core cultivation level. I have to outsmart them. Therefore, she planned to hide Yi Qing in a secret house she had bought, and then wait for an opportunity to make her move. He wanted to bring Yi Qing to the Lingxi sect and then use him to exchange for Yi Yin. Thinking of this, Su Qingyue slowly walked towards the 3rd floor of the pavilion where Yi Qing was. Nangong Xiao's pavilion has 3 floors. The top floor has a staircase leading to the roof, and the roof is above that, with railings on it. You can stand on it and see the entire palace, and you can also enjoy the scenery. It's more than 10 meters high. Nangong Xiao only sent 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators to guard the entrance. It is clear that Nangong Xiao values Yi Qing highly. After all, a foundation establishment expert is already considered a high-end combat force in this royal mansion. Even if Yi Qing jumps off the building, they will save her safely. Nangong Xiao could never have imagined that she could easily slip away from the very noses of the 2 golden core cultivators by using some tricks. Right now, those 2 retainers are probably still in the dark. As for Yi Qing, she's taken her away for now. Chapter 34. Arrest. Yi Qing guessed that Su Qingyue had also arrived, so he came down from the roof and sat down at a tea table on the 3rd floor. He poured himself a cup of tea and took a small sip. Sipping tea, they waited for Su Qingyue to arrive. Su Qingyue seemed to possess some kind of treasure that concealed her aura. Without any hindrance, She easily climbed over the window and then headed towards the third floor where Yi Qing was. There was absolutely no sneaky movement. She just swaggered around as if this were her home, completely at ease. As Yu Qingyue had the means to do so. In her early years, when she was wandering around, she acquired many treasures, among which was a bead of unknown grade. It's about the size of a person's eyeball. From the outside, it looks quite ordinary. It's very convenient to wear. Wearing it can conceal any trace of your presence, making it very useful. To date, she has not encountered anyone who can decipher the bead. It's probably because she hasn't encountered any powerful individuals yet. Since she acquired this bead, the strongest person she's ever met has only been a nascent soul cultivator, so it's not surprising that she can't detect anything. Therefore, she rarely used it, since carrying such a thing on her person would bring about her death. Upon arriving at the attic, Su Qingyue looked at the calm and composed man before her and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Yi Qing put down his teacup, raised an eyebrow, and looked at Su Qingyue, who was dressed in black, and said, "Afraid? Afraid of what?" The two of them, one dressed in black and the other in white, formed a stark contrast that was quite incongruous. In this darkness, Su Qingyue seemed to have completely blended into the darkness, giving people a sinister and terrifying feeling. Yi Qing, dressed in white, appeared in the darkness of the night, bathed in moonlight and the light from the pavilion, giving her a sense of pure and holy beauty untouched by the darkness. In the middle of the night, a woman and a married man having an affair. Aren't you afraid of getting caught? Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Su Qingyue revealed a knowing and meaningful smile. He, Miss Su is joking. Firstly, I am not a married man. Secondly, isn't Miss Su the lecherous thief who broke into my room? How did this become a secret rendezvous? Yi Qing chuckled and looked at Su Qingyue. Yi Qing's smile was breathtakingly beautiful, captivating Su Qingyue's heartstrings. You lecher. Not a bad title. Aren't you afraid I'll do something to you? Su Qingyue circulated her spiritual energy to suppress the strange feeling in her heart and said without changing her expression. Su Qingyue looked at the young man in front of her and felt that he was seducing her, but she had no proof. Or perhaps her willpower was just too weak. After Su Qingyue finished speaking, she walked slowly towards Yi Qing with a composed and extremely charming gait, the two basketballs on her chest swaying along with her movements. Yi Qing subtly shifted his gaze away from the two basketballs. As a gentleman, he would never have any improper thoughts about them. I wonder if he can hold hands with both hands. He was just curious, he didn't mean anything by it. If there's a chance, he can T or Y. Su Qingyue is 28 years old this year. In the cultivation world, she can only be considered a little girl, but her figure is already unusually voluptuous. If I had to use one word to describe Yi Qing, it would be breathtaking. It's really amazing, especially that peach-shaped buttock and those long, white legs. It's so smooth and moisturizing. However, Yi Qing still possessed the necessary composure, and after 2 days of pleasant conversation with Nangong Xiao, he was still able to manage. But Su Qingyue's next move almost made Yi Qing lose control. Su Qingyue approached Yi Qing, then turned around and sat on the recliner behind her, before pulling Yi Qing into her arms. Yi Qing only came to his senses after feeling the soft and elastic sensation coming from under his buttocks. She tried to struggle to get up, but Su Qingyue held her tightly. Su Qingyue looked at Yi Qing struggling and felt a sense of accomplishment. Nangong Xiao's man was held in her arms like this. She didn't feel anything special, but it was very enjoyable and pleasurable, especially since the boy in her arms exuded a milky fragrance. It was intoxicating. There's also the young, soft body of a boy, which, when held in one's arms, feels like holding a beloved pet. Yi Qing felt a little awkward being hugged by Su Qingyue, so he broke free, his face flushed. After briefly gaining the upper hand, Su Qingyue released Yi Qing, then her smile faded and she became serious. She kept telling herself that the man in front of her was definitely not simple, and she must not be tempted by his good looks, or it would lead to disaster. Seeing Su Qingyue's serious expression, Yi Qing also composed himself and became serious as well. Speak. What do you want from me? Yi Qing looked at Su Qingyue, his expression turning serious as he asked. He had been eavesdropping on her thoughts, so he knew that Su Qingyue planned to capture him and take him to the Lingxi sect in exchange for someone named Ji Yun, but he still had to pretend he didn't know. After all, it was the middle of the night, and Su Qingyue must have something to ask him, so he still had to ask her. That would make things much more reasonable. Then they would turn the tables and use Su Qingyue's plan to break free from Nangong Xiao's control. I see you're not used to living in this palace. Have you thought about moving somewhere else? Do I look like an idiot to you? After Su Qingyue finished speaking, Yi Qing looked at her with the same expression he would give an idiot, clearly very dissatisfied with Su Qingyue treating him like an idiot. Then I won't pretend anymore, come with me. After saying that, Su Qingyue didn't say anything more and walked straight towards Yi Qing. Why Yi Qing didn't shout either, since Su Qingyue looked so confident that she must have some strategy, and shouting would be useless. Seeing that Yi Qing did not resist, Su Qingyue simply tied Yi Qing's hands, and then took out a piece of cloth and stuffed it into Yi Qing's mouth. It was shoved right up to my throat. I couldn't even push it out with my tongue because it was so tightly packed. Of course, this piece of cloth is quite proper. It's not one of those intimate items that people might be thinking of, and so, with her hands tied and her mouth gagged, Yi Qing was carried in Su Qingyue's arms and they ran out of the palace, because the capital city of Nanshao Kingdom, Nanli City, has a no-fly formation. Even the most powerful cultivators can only stay in the air for a short time within the city. Of course, this doesn't apply to those above the refinement of Void Realm. Therefore, Su Qingyue could only use her lightness skill to bounce around on the wall a few times, but the speed is still very fast, estimated to be more than 10 meters per second. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared into the night, and the guards of the prince's palace did not notice their whereabouts at all. After leaving the palace, Su Qingyue did not choose to continue wandering aimlessly on the street, but instead carried Yi Qing directly towards a mansion. After dodging several groups of soldiers patrolling the area, they finally arrived safely at Su Qingyue's private courtyard in Nanli City. P.S. 2 chapters for today. The author has been accepted into a university and no longer needs to attend classes. I plan to return to my hometown to focus on writing and will catch up on all the chapters I've missed. I expect to update an extra chapter in a few days, and I will be updating 2 chapters every day for the next few days. I hope everyone can wait a few more days. Whenever I have free time during the holidays, I will write non-stop. I hope you enjoy it and can continue reading. Chapter 35. Hidden. After hiding in the courtyard, Su Qingyue carried Yi Qing into a room, then walked to a bookshelf, took out a book, and reached her hand inside. After turning a switch inside, a crack appeared in the wall next to it, large enough for 2 people to pass through. Su Qingyue carried Yi Qing inside, and then the stone wall automatically locked. Inside was a dark room, roughly several tens of square meters in size. All kinds of facilities are complete, and the surroundings are illuminated by candles and some beads. There's a bed and a table. The only downside is that it's a bit enclosed, but otherwise it's fine. It looks like a place where people can hide. Yi Qing couldn't help but suspect that this place was specially created by Su Qingyue to hide people. Seeing Yi Qing's puzzled look, Su Qingyue didn't explain. She then put Yi Qing on the bed and casually removed the gag from his mouth. What followed was a cloth covered in saliva. Because it was stuffed in so deeply, the cloth was already soaked. As the cloth was removed, it was covered in a sticky substance that could be stretched into threads. Su Qingyue stared quietly at the fabric in her hand, unconsciously swallowing hard. He then discreetly put the piece of cloth into his storage ring. You'll stay here. Nangong Xiao owes me something, and I can only use you as collateral. After Su Qingyue finished speaking, she walked directly towards the stone wall without waiting for Yi Qing's reply. On one side of the stone wall is a stone platform for holding a lamp, on which sits a palm-sized bead that glows with a blue light. Su Qingyue placed her slender hand on the bead, and then she saw the blue bead emit a dazzling light, and the stone wall began to slowly open. After Su Qingyue walked out, the stone wall stopped moving for 3 seconds before automatically closing. Then the entire darkroom fell silent once more. The only sound was Yi Qing's own breathing. After observing his surroundings, Yi Qing discovered that there were walls everywhere, no windows, and not even a vent. This made Yi Qing frown slightly. It seemed he would be trapped here for some time. Su Qingyue stepped out of the darkroom and went straight outside the mansion. After checking that no one was around, he breathed a sigh of relief. This mansion was a secret residence she bought with her savings over the years, and she never expected it would come in handy now. There were no servants in the courtyard, making it extremely secluded, so she felt quite at ease staying there. Yi Qing was hidden in a secret room, concealed by his own bead. Unless a high-level cultivator was present, no one would be able to discover Yi Qing's existence. She didn't even turn on the lights in the house, because she was afraid that someone would see the lights and suspect that the house was empty. He only needed to wait a few more days until the security in Nanli City was relaxed, then he would take Yi Qing westward to Lingxi sect. With Yi Qing gone, Nangong Xiao will definitely order the entire city to be sealed off, and then a city-wide search will begin. If I were to leave with Yi Qing first thing tomorrow morning, I would almost certainly face certain death. Nangong Xiao's royal palace has 5 golden core cultivators as retainers. As for those with higher strength, she has not yet discovered them, but she is certain that Nangong Xiao's royal palace has always been hiding someone with a higher cultivation level than her. They just haven't shown themselves yet, so it's understandable that they haven't noticed. After all, dangers hidden in the shadows are often more difficult to deal with than those in the open. There were also some experts from the palace. Even if there were only the imperial guards, without the ability to fly, she could only be beaten to a pulp. After observing the area around the courtyard and finding nothing unusual, Su Qingyue returned to her room. She entered the dark room again. This room was no longer suitable for living, and she would have to stay in the same room with Yi Qing for a few more days. Thinking of Yi Qing, Su Qingyue couldn't help but recall Yi Qing's unparalleled beauty and some of his tempting, criminal actions. No wonder that woman, Nangong Xiao, was also captivated by his good looks. This man is truly alluring. She held it to her nose and sniffed it. Perhaps it was just psychological, but Su Qingyue smelled a fragrance. Su Qingyue then took the cloth, examined it carefully, and then threw it into her storage ring. It's really strange of her. She's having some odd thoughts about a piece of cloth. It must be because I miss Yi Yun too much. Yes, that must be it. Thinking of Yi Yun, Su Qingyue immediately became spirited. She clenched her fists, looked westward, and murmured, "Little Yun, wait for me." At this moment in the prince's mansion, Nangong Xiao looked at the two Foundation Establishment Stage 9 cultivators kneeling on the ground, her face dark and somewhat frightening. Despite her mere Foundation Establishment Stage 5 cultivation, the aura emanating from her still made the two kneeling figures tremble with fear. The reason was simple. Behind her stood 3 golden core cultivators and 1 nascent soul expert. The oppressive aura emanating from the group made those around them unable to lift their heads. 2 useless pieces of trash, unable to even keep an ordinary person under control. Drag them away and feed them to the demon beasts. Nangong Xiao looked at the two of them, her eyes filled with anger, and said in a cold voice, "Your Highness, spare our lives." The 2 men trembled upon hearing this and begged for mercy. They are truly wronged. It's as if the people here vanished into thin air. They have no idea when they disappeared. After learning that Yi Qing was Nangong Xiao's man, they dared not look at him or pay him any more attention. After all, his good looks were undeniable, and they were afraid that if they looked at him too much, they would be unable to look away. They gave Yi Qing enough privacy, and as long as Yi Qing's life was not in danger, they would not easily take action. However, they did not expect that it was only after Nangong Xiao returned to the manor and could not find Yi Qing that they realized the person inside was missing. This sent chills down their spines. They hadn't noticed anything unusual. The person had simply vanished without a trace. Could it have been done by evil beings or demons? Only evil beings and demons would have this ability. The others looked at each other in bewilderment. One of the older women kept staring at the two of them and seemed to think they weren't lying. She then reached out to the two of them, and a wisp of pale blue spiritual energy enveloped them. As the old woman moved, the two of them looked pained. After a few breaths, the old woman withdrew her spiritual energy, turned to look at Nangong Xiao, and said, "They weren't lying. That person really did disappear." After the old woman checked the two people's memories, she found no clues about Yi Qing's disappearance, and the two people were completely unaware of it. The two of them did not investigate Yi Qing's privacy at all, so it is understandable that they knew nothing. Your Highness is in dire need of manpower right now. Keeping them around is still useful. Why not let them redeem themselves through meritorious service, said a beautiful woman behind Nangong Xiao. After all, 2 Foundation Establishment Stage 9 cultivators are considered experts, and it's a pity to kill them like this. Chapter 36 Lockdown. After hearing what the two said, Nangong Xiao said to the group of people kneeling on the ground around her, "What are you all standing there for? Go and find them quickly. Take my token and seal off the city." Then Nangong Xiao took out a jade pendant made of top-quality jade from her waist. She handed it over to a general in the prince's mansion. As she watched the soldiers of the mansion spring into action, Nangong Xiao's eyes were filled with frost. He then said to the golden core cultivators standing behind him, "You few go and guard the city gate. Don't let anyone leave." The old woman, however, remained motionless, standing behind Nangong Xiao. After checking the room again, Nangong Xiao still couldn't find any clues, except for the teacup on the table, which proved that Yi Qing had been on the 3rd floor. The tea in the teapot was still hot, which meant that Yi Qing had only been gone for a short time. Nangong Xiao had a guess: Yi Qing had been taken away. After all, he had no cultivation, so it was impossible for him to leave the palace silently. Nangong Xiao was completely baffled as to who was trying to take Yi Qing away. Just as Nangong Xiao was deep in thought, the 2 golden core cultivators guarding Su Qingyue approached and bowed to Nangong Xiao, saying, "Your Highness, Su Qingyue has disappeared." "What?" "It was her. Su Qingyue." I will never forgive you. Nangong Xiao snapped back to reality upon hearing Su Qingyue's name and roared angrily. This roar made her somewhat annoyed. She had always wanted to get rid of Su Qingyue, but these past few days her attention had been focused on Yi Qing, and she had completely forgotten about Su Qingyue. Unexpectedly, this led to a great disaster. But then she looked at the two golden core cultivators and said coldly, "Wasn't she being watched over by the two of you? Where did she go, Your Highness? Please calm down." Su Qingyue seems to have vanished into thin air. She stopped breathing immediately. "We've searched for a long time but haven't found her," one of them said, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. After Su Qingyue left, she used some unknown means to deceive their investigation. It wasn't until about an incense stick's time that they realized Su Qingyue was missing. After searching for a while without finding any trace of Su Qingyue, the two came to report to Nangong Xiao. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao frowned and vanished into thin air once again. Could she possibly possess some secret technique or treasure? Upon hearing this, the old woman behind Nangong Xiao said, "Perhaps she has some kind of treasure that can conceal her aura, allowing her to evade their detection." Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao said, "Su Qingyue. Good, very good." He then added, "A citywide search is underway. She must still be in Nanli City." Yes, after bowing respectfully, the two golden core cultivators hurriedly went out to find someone. "Your Highness, it's the middle of the night, and a citywide search might not be appropriate," the steward said as he approached. "Yi Qing is in her hands. We can't afford to waste a single moment. If Su Qingyue does anything to Yi Qing, I will never forgive myself." Nangong Xiao clenched her fists. Only she knew how alluring Yi Qing's body was, how captivating it was, and how much one longed to hold him in their arms forever. Now that Yi Qing is in Su Qingyue's hands, given her despicable nature, she will absolutely not be able to control her desires. Su Qingyue, if you dare to do anything to him, I will chase you to the ends of the earth and grind you to dust, annihilating your soul. The quiet night in Nanli City was suddenly disrupted by the shouts of soldiers. Groups of soldiers were searching house to house, but of course, they bypassed the residences of high-ranking officials. The entire city of Nanli was suddenly turned upside down. The Imperial Guards mobilized 100,000 men to assist Nangong Xiao in the search. As the regent, whose status was second only to the empress, he wielded considerable power. He could even mobilize some of the Imperial Guards in the capital, making him practically second only to the emperor. Some people were also dissatisfied with Nangong Xiao's actions, and they believed that she must give everyone an explanation at tomorrow's court meeting. This aimless search will be disliked by many people. Why do you have to do this at night? And why are you making such a fuss over the entire Nanli City? Some foreign forces lurking in Nanli City were terrified this time, believing that Nangong Xiao's high-profile actions were aimed at them. This prompted some forces that were still hiding in the shadows to start taking action. At this moment, Yi Qing, after trying to place her hand on the beads but receiving no response, sat down on the edge of the bed and sat quietly. Why Yi Qing didn't look up at Su Qingyue until she opened the wall of the secret room and walked in. She was still dressed in black, but it tightly covered her body, revealing her figure. She was very voluptuous, charming, and beautiful, exuding a fragrant aroma that was very captivating. Why Yi Qing couldn't help but praise Su Qingyue's figure, which was indeed quite good, especially her two breasts. It gives you an urge to grab it and knead it properly, but Yi Qing, being a virtuous and upright man, absolutely had no such thought. Absolutely not. Su Qingyue walked over, taking off her clothes as she went. By the time she reached the bedside, she had already taken off the black robe she was wearing. It revealed some of her underwear and large expanses of snow-white skin. Why Yi Qing exclaimed in surprise. It seemed she didn't even acknowledge him. He was still sitting there. "Aren't you afraid he'll see you dressed like this?" Yi Qing turned her gaze elsewhere, her cheeks slightly flushed. Seeing Yi Qing turn her head away, Su Qingyue smiled. The little brother is quite shy. But she didn't feel anything was wrong. After all, it was just a lone man and woman, and her behavior was no different from that of thugs. Outside, he would be called a lecher and taken to the authorities on charges of indecent assault, and might even end up in jail for several years, but she made no attempt to hide it. After all, it was just her and this man in front of her, and no one else knew. So even if someone tried to interfere, it wouldn't make a difference. This man is no longer an innocent young man. He has already had a relationship with Nangong Xiao. Since he was Nangong Xiao's man, she didn't care about anything anymore. Teasing Yi Qing was just like collecting interest. Even if she were to force herself on Yi Qing now, he would have no chance to resist. After all, she is now the hunter, and Yi Qing is already a fish on the chopping block, only able to let her bully him. but she only has Yi Yin in her heart, so she won't do that to Yi Qing, though she can tease him a little. Su Qingyue looked at Yi Qing, who was still blushing, and a strange feeling flashed through her mind, but it quickly disappeared. Yi Qing also heard the system notification. Gain 20 points of admiration from Su Qingyue. You, go upstairs and warm the bed for me. Su Qingyue pointed to the bed and said to Yi Qing. Chapter 37. Sharing a room. Looking at Su Qingyue, who was speaking with such conviction, Yi Qing was completely bewildered. They've only been together for a few hours, and he's already being asked to warm the bed. If it's been a few more days, wouldn't it be even worse if I force him to do those lewd things? Will he refuse or accept? I'm so conflicted. Absolutely not, damn it. After considering his good boy persona, Yi Qing rejected the idea. The pain Nangong Xiao inflicted on him hasn't healed yet. How could he do those things with Su Qingyue again? If Su Qingyue is even more powerful than Nangong Xiao, wouldn't he be completely exploited? These are all bad women, I absolutely cannot let them have me. Seeing Su Qingyue's mischievous grin, Yi Qing stood up and moved to the side. Walking to a wall, she leaned against it and said, "Can't you go warm the bed yourself? Also, it's just the two of us alone in the house. I don't feel comfortable leaving you here. Why don't you just let me leave?" Before Yi Qing could finish speaking, Su Qingyue walked over with light steps, looking at Yi Qing, who was hiding in the corner, seemingly oblivious to the world. Su Qingyue suddenly had the idea of teasing him. As Yi Qing watched Su Qingyue approach with a wicked grin, he instinctively took a step back, only to find himself pressed tightly against the wall. At this moment, Su Qingyue was only 1 meter away from Yi Qing. Sensing danger, Yi Qing tried to bypass Su Qingyue and ran towards the stone wall switch. Unexpectedly, Su Qingyue grabbed him and then pinned him against the wall. Then he pressed his face against Yi Qingjuan's, getting only 5 centimeters away. Yi Qing inhaled the fragrance emanating from Su Qingyue's body. It's addictive. It smells amazing, but for Yi Qing, who had never smelled any fragrance before, she couldn't describe the smell at all. She only knew that it smelled very good. It wasn't the scent of perfume or spices, but rather the woman's natural fragrance. Affected by the fragrance, Yi Qing's cheeks immediately turned bright red. I felt a wave of heat sweep over my whole body, which then burned my face and ears, making them feel very hot. Yi Qing couldn't stand the awkwardness and wanted to push Su Qingyue away. But when she waved her hand, she inexplicably felt a sense of wanting to refuse but also welcoming. However, because Yi Qing attacked suddenly and didn't control the direction well, he ended up touching Su Qingyue. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, Su Qingyue was completely dumbfounded. What followed was an electric shock-like sensation that swept through my entire body, almost making me go limp. That place of hers had never been touched by anyone other than herself, but at this moment, she was bumped into by this handsome man she had only met twice. However, she did not feel anything unusual. On the contrary, she felt a sense of joy and excitement from the depths of her heart. Based on his actions, Su Qingyue was now certain that he was seducing her. Ha, man, you're playing with fire. Looking at Yi Qing, whose eyes were closed and whose hands were waving incessantly, a hint of desire flashed in Su Qingyue's eyes. Looking at Yi Qing in front of him, he slowly became hostile, his gaze as if he were looking at prey. She reached out and grabbed both of Yi Qing's hands, then used one hand to hold them in place before lifting them above Yi Qing's head. Yi Qing was pinned against the wall by Su Qingyue. Yi Qing had been wall-pinned by Su Qingyue. Looking at the bright and alluring lips so close to hers, Su Qingyue unconsciously leaned her head over. Su Qingyue's other hand unconsciously began to grope around, and then she lifted the boy's clothes and touched his stomach. It felt incredibly soft to the touch. His belly was warm and soft, giving it a touch that you couldn't bear to put down. When Su Qingyue touched the boy's stomach, the boy trembled and then resisted violently, trying to push Su Qingyue away, but the boy was pinned against the wall by Su Qingyue. His hands were restrained, so he could only resist but could not move an inch. He could only let this wicked woman bully him. Not only that, the soft and tender touch on her hands made Su Qingyue's heart skip a beat. Looking at the boy's tempting, sinful lips, I suddenly had an urge to put them in my mouth. The image of taking that piece of cloth out of Yi Qing's mouth today kept lingering in Su Qingyue's mind, making her ideas even bolder. Using the excuse of punishing him, she no longer restrained herself and kissed the place she had always wanted to taste. The moment Su Qingyue touched Yi Qing's lips, she was already captivated. Without any restraint, she left her mark on the young man's lips. The thought that the boy was Nangong Xiao's man filled her with a strange excitement, and the low groans coming from the boy's mouth made her even more violent. The boy noticed Su Qingyue's attack but was unable to resist. He then remembered that he had been treated the same way by Nangong Xiao a few days ago. This despair caused his tears to flow uncontrollably. Su Qingyue kissed him more and more enthusiastically. extending her fragrant tongue toward the place she had longed for so long. The boy sensed an enemy from the outside world and instinctively wanted to retreat. But the enemy became even more aggressive after he retreated. It kept invading him, as if it wanted to completely defeat him, unable to bear it any longer. The boy took a bite. Su Qingyue winced in pain, immediately withdrew her little pink tongue, covered her mouth, and backed away, feeling the pain in her mouth. Su Qingyue immediately channeled her spiritual energy to heal her tongue. If she weren't a golden core cultivator, the boy's blow would have been enough to bite off her tongue. If she were prepared, she could use her spiritual power to defend herself, and Yi Qing's teeth would shatter as if they were biting into a stone. But she was so engrossed in the moment that she had no idea Yi Qing would do that. So she suffered a great loss at this moment, but as a cultivator, this injury was nothing to her. What angered her was that the man in front of her didn't consider any consequences. If he were a normal person, he might already be dead by now. What a cruel heart! Indeed, the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is. The ancients were right. She herself was blinded by lust, and actually had no resistance to a man who had been with Nangong Xiao. This made her even more confused. She clearly only had Ji Yun in her heart, so why did she still have the urge to do that to Yi Qing in front of her? Yes, she just wanted to teach Nangong Xiao and her man a lesson, but the most important person in her heart was still Yi Yun. Her love for Yi Yun broke no questioning. Chapter 38. The sleeping beast awakened. Seeing the boy still wary and hiding in the corner, Su Qingyue suddenly became more alert. She stepped back and sat on the bed, crossing one leg over the other, because she was wearing a skirt and had taken off her outermost coat. Her figure was on full display. Long legs, especially when paired with black stockings, are a deadly temptation. Su Qingyue crossed her legs and looked at Yi Qing in the distance with a mocking expression in her eyes. This man is a real actor. One second he's seducing me, and the next he's playing the victim. It seems that what I did was not wrong, and all my actions just now were to teach him a lesson, and also to give him a sense of satisfaction in getting revenge on Nangong Xiao. Nangong Xiao was making a fool of her. If she couldn't beat her, how could she not beat her man? Since that's the case, she could take this opportunity to properly discipline Nangong Xiao's man. But if he can't escape, then he can at least inflict some damage on Nangong Xiao. Thinking of this, Su Qingyue's gaze towards Yi Qing became increasingly hostile. Even she herself didn't know whether she was really taking revenge on Nangong Xiao or releasing the desires she had suppressed deep inside. Perhaps all she needs is a reason. That doesn't contradict her inner thoughts. Su Qingyue slowly stood up and walked towards Yi Qing, her long legs swaying with an imposing aura. Su Qingyue looked at Yi Qing and said in a tone that left no room for doubt, "Since you like acting, then I will come and accompany you in person." After saying that, he walked forward, pulled Yi Qing up from the ground, and carried her to the bed. Yi Qing struggled desperately, shouting, "Let me go. We're friends. You can't do this to me, friends? You think we're friends just because I played a piece of music for you? How ridiculous." Su Qingyue chuckled lightly, then said sarcastically, "Don't take this acting seriously. Now I just want to see your true colors." After throwing Yi Qing onto the bed, Su Qingyue looked down at him and said, "Is this all you've got to seduce Nangong Xiao? I must say, your methods are indeed quite good, but they're not enough when it comes to me. I only came with you because I considered you a friend. I just didn't want to stay by that murderer's side anymore." "I don't understand what you're talking about acting," Yi Qing said through gritted teeth, looking at Su Qingyue. "Since there's no way to resist, I have no choice but to compromise now." Su Qingyue is trapped here. She is panicked and desperately needs to vent, and he has become that object. She attributed all of this to Nangong Xiao, so she knew she couldn't escape the consequences either. By eavesdropping on her thoughts, Yi Qing was certain that Su Qingyue didn't actually love the man named Ji Yun very much. Yi Yun, a prince of the Jinnan king of northern Qi, once saved the injured Su Qingyue, so Su Qingyue thought he was her Prince Charming in her future. After the fall of the northern Qi dynasty, Yi Yun was taken back by an inner elder of the Lingxi sect. Saving Yi Yun became an obsession for Su Qingyue. However, by eavesdropping on her thoughts, Yi Qing could definitively confirm that Su Qingyue absolutely did not love the man named Ji Yun. Her feelings for Yi Yun were perhaps only out of gratitude for saving her life. As for the rest, she hadn't experienced it and thought that this was love, but it wasn't. It was just her fantasy. Just like Yi Yun, he might not even know that there is such a person as Su Qingyue. Perhaps Yi Yun is living a very happy life right now. After all, a cultivator's appearance can remain forever. As for the cultivation level of the inner sect elder of the Lingxi sect, even if she is an old woman who is several thousand years old, she can still maintain her youthful appearance after being nourished and transformed by spiritual energy. She might even look like a child now. Therefore, all of this proves that Su Qingyue was only indulging in wishful thinking. As for her inner thoughts, perhaps it's what she's doing right now. Find yourself an excuse, and then release your desires without any guilt. This is the kind of woman in this world, just like some of the men in her original world. Yi Qing, being a man, understands these things very well. This is human nature. So he's in danger now. He spent an afternoon talking with Su Qingyue by the lake, and the two have feelings for each other. So he wants to use Su Qingyue to get rid of Nangong Xiao. At this moment, he was pretending to be a man who couldn't stand Nangong Xiao's bullying and chose to run away. Su Qingyue was also aroused by her own actions. In this world where women are superior to men, and especially in a world of cultivation, the strong have all the power. Therefore, Su Qingyue had no need to restrain herself. She simply lacked a reason to do so, and the reason was to take revenge on Nangong Xiao. In this way, everything makes sense. As for Yi Qing's current status in Su Qingyue's heart, it can be said that she has feelings for him. After all, she is the woman who provided Yi Qing with 30 points of affection. With 30 points of affection, even if she doesn't like him, she definitely has the thought of wanting his body. With the added bonuses from dominating the server, he was now in a dangerous situation. If Su Qingyue really got aroused, he would have no choice but to let her do as she pleased, but Yi Qing was very open-minded about this matter. After all, she didn't lose out. In fact, she could say she made a huge profit. After all, Su Qingyue's looks were over 8 out of 10, and she had the air of a mature and sophisticated woman. Yi Qing had no choice but to sacrifice himself for the greater good. After all, who could refuse 2 big basketballs? Right, but he didn't sleep with her for nothing. Sleeping with him meant she was already on his pirate ship, and could only become his pawn. As for what Nangong Xiao said, Yi Qing could only tell her to eat more vegetables. He felt no remorse whatsoever. After all, Nangong Xiao had forced him to do both things, and he, Yi Qing, was the victim. The Su Qingyue in front of him was also forced upon him, so he is the one who should be injured. Therefore, Nangong Xiao should not blame him after she finds out, but to everyone's surprise, Su Qingyue was interested in a man who had become someone else's husband. Could she possess the makings of a ruthless hero? Prime Minister, I understand now. The traitor Cao Cao is actually right beside me. Whether it was his good looks and charm or some special fetish of Su Qingyue, Yi Qing couldn't understand it and could only obediently lie down, adopting a sad, heartbroken posture. Yi Qing also put up a resistance, but was then tied up by a rope that Su Qingyue had somehow found, rendering him unable to move. As Su Qingyue pressed down on Yi Qing, pinched his chin with her hand, and said in her sexy and alluring voice, "I wonder what Nangong Xiao would think if she saw you like this?" Chapter 39. Dame. Looking at Su Qingyue, who was pressing down on him with alluring eyes, Yi Qing wanted to resist, but his hands were firmly bound by Su Qingyue, and he could not move. Yi Qing had no choice but to beg for mercy. No. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyue paused for a moment, then ignored Yi Qing's attempts to stop her, stretched her head towards Yi Qing's neck, and pulled down Yi Qing's collar a little to reveal her delicate collarbone. He then buried his face in Yi Qing's collarbone and took a deep breath, as if the boy beneath him were an addictive drug. He smelled wonderful, with a variety of indescribable fragrances, but the most intense was his natural milky scent. There is another fragrance, the scent of an extremely pure and holy lotus. The main source of this flavor is the holy body. In addition to healing injuries and reducing pain by 50%, the holy body can also bring Yi Qing a holy beauty and fragrance. As for the holy body, it has another little-known effect. It can restore the original pattern on the holder's hand, let his body recover slowly, until he's completely back to normal. Just like he'd never been used, but this takes time. If you want this effect to be achieved faster, you should just spend some affection points. But Yi Qing doesn't need to do that at this moment. The news that he was taken in by Nangong Xiao has probably already spread. It's impossible for him to still be a virgin now. No one believes it. Perhaps this effect will be useful in the future, but for Nan Xiao now, it's even less necessary. He won't waste money trying to restore his body to its original state. After all, Su Qingyue in front of you is someone you really like, isn't she? But he didn't want Su Qingyue to do that. After all, the women in this world are all quite capable. After a night of torment, wouldn't he be the one who suffers in the end? But then I thought about it again. Su Qingyue had already given me 30 points of admiration. These 30 points of admiration are very useful. For example, Nangong Shui provided herself with 20 points of admiration. With those 20 points of admiration as a foundation, he put on a little show, and Nangong Shui released him. If it weren't for those 20 points of affection, just because he was a prince of northern Qi, she would have already dragged him away and executed him. No matter how you perform or play the victim, it's useless. This scene was also vividly reflected in Nangong Xiao. After all, Nangong Xiao did not provide him with any affection points at the beginning, and she was always thinking about torturing and humiliating herself before finally killing her. After receiving those 10 points of admiration, Nangong Xiao's attitude changed drastically, eventually providing herself with a total of 120 points of admiration. He's completely in my heart. I'm probably captivated by his tea ceremony and have fallen deeply in love with him. As for now, he certainly can't think about making up with her and living together. After all, it was their Nangong royal family that slaughtered the Yi family, royal family of northern Qi. Shouldn't you hate your enemies? But those were things Yi Qing should have thought about before. He is now another Yi Qing who has transmigrated to this world. Nangong Xiao didn't kill his parents, and of course, he didn't have parents for her to kill. He was an orphan who came into this world, and he still had feelings for his first woman. After all, she was the first woman who could make him blush, even with his godlike acting skills. Well, overall it's not bad. The only thing that bothered him was that this woman had made him lose face just a few days ago. How could he live up to his status as a man in the family if he didn't punish her? I can only let her worry for now. Maybe I can take her with me when I leave Nanxiao. After all, Yi Qing wasn't casual about relationships, and he couldn't bear to leave her alone, but he was helpless against Su Qingyue, who was obsessed with lust. With his hands bound, he had no chance to resist. This place was also a dark room, and generally no one knew about it. This moment, he was also like a lamb to the slaughter, and he said to Su Qingyue, "I was just kidding with you." Su Qingyue definitely wouldn't believe it either. Even if she's beautiful and has a great figure, he doesn't want to give in. After all, he's the one who's going to suffer. And then there's Su Qingyue, who keeps thinking about Yi Yun, but right now she's thinking about doing this with me. What is this if not being a womanizer? If Yi Yun found out, he'd be crying his eyes out in the bathroom. Even if she doesn't like Yi Yun, her current behavior is no different from being driven by lust. According to her principles, she originally had someone in her heart, but she still thought about having affairs outside. Isn't that the mark of a scumbag woman? You can do whatever you want by just finding any excuse for yourself. Isn't this ridiculous? Yi Qing is still very uneasy about this kind of woman. If she gets him now, and then cheats on him later, who will he complain to? Yi Qing would only feel comfortable taking a woman into his service once his admiration level reached a certain point. It was only 30 points now, and he wasn't at ease yet. After thinking it through, Yi Qing looked at Su Qingyue, who was biting his neck and groping around with her hands. Yi Qing's eyes hardened, and she bit her tongue hard. Instantly, a chill swept through my mouth, followed by excruciating pain. Yi Qing kept her eyes closed in pain. Although the pain had been reduced by 50%, it was still very painful. As a cultivator, Su Qingyue had an extremely keen sense of smell. The moment Yi Qing bit her tongue, she could already smell the blood. The smell of blood immediately calmed her burning heart. She got up and looked at the boy beneath her, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Although he pursed his lips tightly, Su Qingyue could clearly see the tiny flower at the corner of his mouth. As Su Qingyue roughly pried open the boy's mouth, which was now stained crimson with blood, even his white teeth had turned red. Blood kept flowing from the boy's mouth, but he just clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. This man is truly ruthless. He bit her tongue earlier, and now he's biting his own. Even though he had already been taken by Nangong Xiao, he remained calm afterward, as if losing his virginity meant nothing to him. When I caught him, he was unusually quiet. Could it really be as he said? He only came here with me to get rid of Nangong Xiao. Or perhaps he's still acting, using a self-inflicted injury to make himself feel sorry for him. Thinking of this, Su Qingyue's eyes were filled with frost, and her gaze towards Yi Qing grew increasingly cold. He got off the bed, took a deep breath, and suppressed the burning feeling in his heart. Before clarifying the situation, she decided not to seek revenge on Nangong Xiao. She still doesn't know whether Yi Qing truly cares about his health or not. Or is it that he can give his body to Nangong Xiao at will, but not to himself? Chapter 40. Supervisor Tianxi looking at the boy curled up on the bed in pain. The anger in Su Qingyue's eyes subsided somewhat. She originally had no grudge against Yi Qing, and all of this was caused by that bitch Nangong Xiao. That if she had agreed to his request back then, things would not have turned out this way. She still vividly remembers the performance she had with Yi Qing by the lake that day. When did I start to dislike Yi Qing as well? It seems that their relationship began after Nangong Xiao walked into his room. She saw it all clearly, yet even she herself wasn't sure if she felt envy at the time. Just like she didn't know if she truly loved Yi Yun. Yi Yun. The name sounded distant and unfamiliar. She herself didn't want to admit that this name was fading from her memory. When he was about to do that kind of thing, His mind was full of Yi Qing, not Yi Yun. How could she not doubt her own conscience? Yi Yun, a prince of the northern Shijianan king who had saved her life. It had been almost 2 months since she had last seen him. Oh no, to be precise, it's been almost a year since we last met. After I was rescued, for various reasons, we haven't seen each other again. The man before them was exceptionally handsome and possessed superb musical skills. Who wouldn't like such a man? A few days ago, she heard the man playing the zither and then thought of using her flute skills to get closer to him. In order to get closer to him, she spent an entire afternoon asking him questions. He went from being indifferent at first to becoming enthusiastic at the end. Didn't I have any thoughts about this during that time? Perhaps at the time I did admire his musical skills and knowledge. Even after he was taken out of the palace, he still treated him as a friend, while he was thinking of violating him. How was he any different from a beast? Having figured all this out, Su Qingyue looked at the boy lying on the bed and couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Su Qingyue stepped forward, reached out and pressed her hand on Yi Qing's head, then lightly flicked her fingers, forming a hand seal in the air. A black ball of spiritual energy, about the size of a finger, appeared in the air and flew towards Yi Qing's mouth, instantly seeping into it. Yi Qing felt a cool sensation coming from the corner of her mouth all the way to her tongue. He then felt the pain in his tongue gradually subside. Su Qingyue looked at Yi Qing, who was showing signs of improvement, with a strange look in her eyes. Then he said, "You rest first, I'll take you out tomorrow." She wanted to say something more, but didn't know what to say, so she got up and went outside. She needs to calm down and clear her mind. Perhaps she should go to the Lingxi sect to repay the debt of saving her life. If Yi Yun is doing well, then I don't feel like I owe him anything. Someone like me is destined to have no friends and grow old alone. Perhaps wandering the entire divine martial continent is where she truly belongs. She wants to see this prosperous world. Let's just consider everything today a misunderstanding. As for Yi Qing, I feel I've let him down. Su Qingyue took the bead out of her spatial ring and casually placed it on the table, looking at the lonely moon in the sky. Her heart was just like that lonely moon. Then, as if she had thought of something, she went back and removed the array attached to the wall. It can be moved with a gentle push from the inside. Then the bead was moved to a more conspicuous place, looking at the city still bustling in the darkness outside. Su Qingyue strode out. She said she would send Yi Qing away tomorrow, but how could she face him? She only hoped that Yi Qing would accept the bead as her apology. If Yi Qing really wanted to escape the Nangong mansion, then he had done him a favor, and they would be even. As for her feelings for Yi Qing, it should be envy of Nangong Xiao and admiration for Yi Qing's talent and appearance. As for the others, it's hard to say. Perhaps it was lust at first sight. Or perhaps it was infatuation. It's hard to say, but she has to leave now. Lingxi sect, here I come. Under the cover of night, Su Qingyue walked out of the courtyard and gradually disappeared into the darkness, inside Nangong Xiao's residence. What are you all good for? You can't even find a single person. What use are you? Nangong Xiao's angry voice came from the study, frightening some soldiers outside into kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Inside were several female generals clad in armor. Those in black armor were Nangong Xiao's troops. Those in red armor were the Imperial Guards, and there were also the Golden Guards in yellow armor. At this moment, they knelt on one knee, swords at their waists, heads bowed, not daring to say much. The entire capital city of Nanshao is large enough to accommodate millions of people. To ask them to find 2 people in such a short time is undoubtedly like finding a needle in a haystack. More than 300,000 troops have now been mobilized throughout the city. To search every single house in the entire South City. We'll have to wait until tomorrow, but the person in the head seat is unreasonable. Isn't this clearly making things difficult for him? Your Highness, please calm down. This search isn't going to work. Why don't we go to the observatory and do some divination? Maybe we can find the man's whereabouts. The old woman who had been standing by said, looking at the silent group below. The observatory. Men, prepare the horses. After hearing the old woman's words, Nangong Xiao pondered for a moment before shouting towards the door. The Imperial Observatory was a special agency dedicated to serving the imperial power. The first responsibility is to revise and manage, and to preside over major royal ceremonies and rituals. Secondly, the calendar was revised and astronomical phenomena were calculated to solidify the foundation for the divine right of kings, a traditional principle of benevolent rule. The position of Grand Preceptor was established, with a rank equivalent to that of the 2 regents and the left and right prime ministers. They held high positions and wielded great power, but Nangong Xiao did not have a good relationship with them, and they were in opposition to each other in the court. After all, the empress didn't manage state affairs, leaving them to handle them. Then they started to seize power and gradually became irreconcilable enemies. Nangong Xiao had never taken the surveillance bureaus seriously, but she still felt very uncomfortable about having to use them tonight. But in order to find Yi Qing quickly, she had to go to the observatory. Finding Yi Qing isn't actually that difficult, but it's still quite challenging for the entire vast city of Nanli. If a nascent soul stage expert were to use their divine sense to scan the entire Nanli city, the person would be found. However, Nangong Xiao couldn't invite experts of that level. The highest level cultivator by her side was only at the third stage of the nascent soul realm. It's far from being a split-minded individual. In fact, the nascent soul stage allows one to project their divine sense outwards, but finding someone would be very difficult. The difference between these two realms is not small. In the darkness of night, Nangong Xiao rode her newly bred demonic beast towards the imperial palace. Chapter 41 Exposure. Nangong Xiao galloped all the way to the south gate of the palace, raised the token high, and rushed in. Several people followed behind, all riding spirited horses. They swept through the city, arriving at the city gate in the blink of an eye. The group entered the palace easily without any hindrance. The Imperial Observatory was located south of the palace, covering a large area with various tall buildings and houses. There are probably several hundred people living here. Although there are few of them, they are all cultivators. The Imperial Preceptor, on the other hand, had reached the 5th level of the nascent soul stage and was an old monster over 300 years old. Nangong Xiao was stopped by several guards as soon as she entered the place. Without saying a word, Nangong Xiao unleashed her aura and forcefully barged in. He walked into the courtyard, looked at the people standing in front of him, and shouted, "Let Li Meifang come out to see me." Although they hold the same position, Nangong Xiao also holds a throne. Therefore, in terms of status, Li Meifang is no match for her. Normally, the two compete in secret, but in public, Li Meifang never revealed any flaws to avoid being accused of disrespecting the royal family. The observatory wanted to extend its reach into the imperial court, but Nangong Xiao believed that they only needed to observe the celestial phenomena and that the affairs of the court were none of their concern. But how could they give up on this opportunity? They had finally gotten a chance to rise up. How would they know if they didn't try? So the two of them started to have a falling out. Inside the courtyard, the men with swords looked at each other in bewilderment. Seeing that they couldn't stop Nangong Xiao, one of the disciples scrambled and crawled towards the Imperial Preceptor's residence. Imperial Preceptor, something terrible has happened. A woman has broken in. The female disciple shouted as Shir An. Li Meifang, who had just finished exercising with one of her male disciples, was suddenly awakened by the noise. After getting up, Li Meifang's aura surged, and she rushed towards the door, sending the loud female disciple flying. She then returned to bed, pressed the head of the male disciple who wanted to get up back down, got up again, dressed, and walked outside. Li Meifang looked at the kneeling female disciple and said coldly, "Don't you know this is where I practice? If this happens again, you won't be alive. Thank you, Imperial Preceptor, for sparing my life." The female disciple kowtowed, her voice trembling. She was so frightened by the woman who suddenly barged in that she forgot this was where the Imperial Preceptor practiced his martial arts. She then looked into the room and saw a naked man inside, his fair skin exposed to the air, extremely alluring. Only a few private parts were covered by the blanket, which made her feel a little disappointed that she wanted to see more clearly. She was then filled with fighting spirit and vowed to become someone like the Imperial Advisor. Also, that man inside looked so much like her idol, her junior brother. Because she was a cultivator, her eyesight was very sharp even at night. She was certain that it was the junior brother she had been longing for. No wonder he ignored me. It turns out he came to keep the Imperial Advisor company. It turns out he has such an unknown side. He usually pretends to be very noble, but he's so chaotic in private. Should I use this to blackmail him tomorrow? Maybe he'll comply for the sake of his reputation. While the female disciple was lost in her fantasies, Li Meifang arrived at the main gate. Looking at Nangong Xiao riding on horseback, she put on a fake smile and said, "So it's your highness. I'm so sorry for not greeting you sooner." Although Li Meifang is over 300 years old, she still looks like a middle-aged woman. A cultivator in the nascent soul stage has a lifespan of 500 years, but Li Meifang can maintain her youthful appearance entirely due to her talent. Judging from her appearance, it can be seen that she was probably in her 40s or 50s when her cultivation level was fixed at the golden core stage. Once people reach the golden core stage, their appearance can be fixed, and they can maintain the same look without taking age-preserving pills. The old woman following behind Nangong Xiao was the one who broke through to the golden core stage in her 80s. She was now over 300 years old, but her appearance was aged and frail. In fact, Li Meifang had great talent, but in the end, for reasons unknown, she gave up the path of cultivation and instead began to focus on enjoying life. Otherwise, with her talent, she would have a chance to reach the nascent soul stage at her current age. I wonder what brings your highness here so late at night. Li Meifeng chuckled and cupped her hands in greeting. I want you to help me find someone, Nangong Xiao said, squinting at Li Meifeng. Oh, you're looking for someone? No problem. Li Meifeng immediately agreed. However, she changed the subject and said, But, Your Highness, it's too late today, how about we come again tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao's face turned cold, and she said softly, Grand Preceptor, have you forgotten that you have a trusted confidant imprisoned in the dungeon of my royal palace? Ha, Your Highness is joking? Li Meifeng's expression did not change at all upon hearing this, but the fierce glint in her eyes betrayed her. Then, without making a sound, he took out a communication stone and said, Xiaoru, there's something I need you to handle. Then, looking at Nangong Xiao, he said, Your Highness, please come in. Nangong Xiao looked at Li Meifeng, whose attitude had become much more upright, snorted coldly, and then followed her inside. The guards and the old woman followed behind. The group arrived at the heavily mystery hall. Inside, there was a giant wheel made of black iron, engraved with various strange runes, looking very mystical. After bringing Nangong Xiao and the others here, Li Meifeng went down alone, leaving only a few disciples to watch over them. A moment later, a woman dressed in white entered, looked at Nangong Xiao, and bowed, saying, Lin Ru greets Your Highness. No need for formalities. Nangong Xiao waved her hand, looking at the huge roulette wheel, and said, Find the person for me as quickly as possible. Lin Ru, dressed in white, had a calm and composed demeanor, and her every move was casual and graceful. She spoke in her soft voice, Your Highness, do you have any of that person's belongings? After hearing this, Nangong Xiao took out a piece of white cloth from her ring. She tore this piece of cloth off Yi Qing as a keepsake, never expecting it would come in handy now. Lin Ru took the scraps of cloth and then placed them into a groove. Then, some spiritual energy was injected, and the roulette wheel began to spin rapidly. Then a beam of light shot straight up from the wheel, shining down on the entire Nanli city. Instantly, the area within a radius of several hundred miles was as bright as day. After the beam of light lasted for about 10 seconds, Lin Ru stopped transmitting spiritual energy, then the beam of light went out, and the entire city of Nanli was plunged into darkness again. Lin Ru looked west and said, West of the city, Linglong Street, Group 13, House number 15. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao waved her hand and said, Let's go. The group then left the observatory and headed in the direction Lin Ru had indicated. Lin Ru watched Nangong Xiao hurrying away, then stopped paying attention and went to the backyard to report to her master after closing the palace door. Chapter 42 The Empress's Drunkenness at Dawn. As the sun rose, the morning light illuminated the entire city of Nanli. Groups of ministers had already arrived at the Xianzhang Hall. The tranquility here was shattered by the arrival of a female general, Xinjiasen, dressed in a purple robe, arrived at the front of the hall. Looking at the ministers below who were looking around, she spoke. By order of the Empress, today's morning court session is cancelled and will be rescheduled for tomorrow. After saying this, he left alone with a few soldiers before anyone could react. Only a group of ministers were left standing there, looking at each other, at a loss for what to do. Once they realized what was happening, the crowd immediately started grumbling and began to chat loudly and casually. Last night, the noise from the city kept them awake all night. They were even planning to impeach that person before the Empress today. But to their utter surprise, the Empress delayed the morning court session once again. The most anxious of them all was the Minister of War, a second-rank official whose forehead was almost dripping with sweat. Since Nangong Xiao stopped handling memorials, the Ministry of War's memorials have fallen on her shoulders alone. She's Nangong Xiao's person, so she definitely can't go to the 4 chief ministers to deal with it. Just last night, news of the uprising that had begun in northern Qi had secretly reached her hands. The letter stated that Yi Qingmei, the 5th princess of northern Qi, had declared herself empress and established the later Qi dynasty. In a single night, she had annexed 5 cities. Some resistance forces in the surrounding area also joined in, and the power of the later Qi began to increase rapidly. Some local military commanders have already begun to suppress the rebellion, but this matter cannot be delayed and must be dealt with promptly, otherwise the consequences will be dire. The 4 chief ministers of the court were the left and right prime ministers, the minister of the court of imperial sacrifices, and the head of the cabinet. These 4 together can make decisions on most things in Nanshao. They were all high-ranking officials of the first rank, the same rank as the regent and the imperial advisor. Despite Nanzhao's seemingly calm exterior, Power struggles and infighting are commonplace behind the scenes. The news of the Northern Qi rebellion will likely reach the capital soon. She had intended to tell Nangong Xiao about this last night, but Nangong Xiao told her to handle it herself and not to bother her. The Minister of War was at a loss and planned to present a memorial to the empress at the morning court session, but the empress postponed the morning court session until tomorrow. Isn't this going to kill her? If these guys find out, they'll report her, and concealing it could cost her her life. Just as the Minister of War was stamping his feet in frustration, Nangong Jiaying approached her. Is there something you need, Ministerly? Nangong Jiaying leaned closer to the Minister of War and asked in a low voice. Ah. So it's your highness, my apologies. The Minister of War came to his senses, saw Nangong Jiaying in front of him, paused for a moment, and then bowed. Then, remembering Nangong Jiaying's question, he replied, I've been having some troubles lately. Oh, about the Northern Qi? Nangong Jiaying asked in a low voice after hearing this. The Minister of War was startled upon hearing this, but quickly calmed himself and replied, It's a trivial matter, your highness need not trouble yourself with it. Although it was surprising how Nangong Jiaying knew the news, it was not entirely unexpected. After all, every prince has his own intelligence agency. It's just that hers is stronger. As for the relationship between Nangong Jiaying and Nangong Xiao, it is quite acceptable. After all, they are both members of the royal family, and it is possible for them to help each other out, all for the prosperity of Nanshao. However, she still wouldn't tell Nangong Jiaying about it. After all, her boss was Nangong Xiao, and if Nangong Xiao found out that she had betrayed her own people, she would definitely suffer the consequences. After bowing to Nangong Jiaying and saying goodbye, the Minister of War planned to return to the Ministry of War to issue some orders to stabilize the rebellion in Northern Qi. Knowing that the Empress would not be holding court today, the surrounding ministers did not say much and all headed towards their respective departments. Even if the Empress doesn't attend court for a year, they still have to work. But it doesn't matter whether Nangong Shui attends court or not. The morning assembly, held every 7 days, is mainly for deciding on major matters and reporting on work. And now that the country is peaceful and prosperous, Nangong Shui can retire to the background. No one paid any attention, except for Nangong Jiaying, who stood there watching the departing group and let out a cold laugh, looking in the direction the officials had left. He said, Nangong Shui, if you don't care about this country, then I will. I won't let the Nanshao dynasty, which has been passed down for thousands of years, be ruined in your hands. If you're not capable, you should obediently abdicate. You forced me to use some means. At this moment, in the Empress's palace, Nangong Shui's father stood outside the hall, instructing several servants to bring in a hangover soup, but they were stopped at the door. Your Excellency, the Empress has ordered that no one is allowed to enter. A female general in a purple robe looked at the middle-aged man in front of her, lowered her head, and cupped her hands in greeting. How dare you? I just wanted to see Shuer? You won't even let me in? Nangong Shui's father, Song Changfeng, said coldly. Although the woman in red was terrified, she obeyed the Empress's orders and gritted her teeth, refusing to retreat even a step. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, Shinjusen, dressed in a purple robe, arrived. Looking at the imposing female general before him, Song Changfeng said to her, General Shin, your purple scale guards are becoming increasingly audacious. Upon hearing this, Shinjusen bowed and said, His Majesty's orders are paramount. Please understand, madam. Good, very good. After saying that, Song Changfeng led a few people out of the palace. Shinjusen watched Song Changfeng leave and sighed inwardly. It seemed she had completely offended him, but she wasn't worried at all. After all, the purple scale guard was His Majesty's personal army. As long as His Majesty doesn't dislike them, it doesn't matter what others think. Shinjusen, Shin Xingxuan's younger sister, has already reached the second level of golden core cultivation at a young age. He is the commander of the purple scale guards under Nangong Shui's command, and he is always by the Empress's side. She was very troubled at the moment, because she had taken it upon herself to issue the order for tomorrow's morning court session, but she had no choice but to do so, since Nangong Shui was still unconscious. Last night, after the state banquet, for some unknown reason, Nangong Shui started drinking as soon as she returned to her palace, and it was fine wine and spirits. This wine is so strong that an ordinary person would get completely drunk after just one drop, but Nangong Shui drank 3 bottles last night. Even though she is a cultivator, that doesn't mean she can drink like that. This outcome was expected. But I wonder when she will wake up. Just as Shinjusen was thinking of a solution, an elderly woman walked by. She looked to be in her 50s or 60s. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Shinjusen immediately bowed and greeted, Grandmolly. Chapter 43. He took the medicine. The newcomer was dressed in a light blue robe and had an ordinary appearance. At first glance, she looked like an old woman from the marketplace, leaving no memorable impression, but upon closer inspection, one can discover that the old woman's aura is excessively calm, and this calmness is what is most striking to it is precisely because she is so ordinary that she gives people the illusion of being an expert, but this is not an illusion, because she has the ability to do so. The woman before them was the protector assigned to Nangong Shui by the Yaoguang Holy Land. They generally referred to her as Granny Li. According to Granny Li herself, her cultivation level has reached the 9th stage of the nascent soul realm. In the entire Nansha region, there are no more than 3 people who have reached the nascent soul stage, and each of them is an old monster. When Granny Li saw Shinjusen bow to her, she nodded slightly in response, and shook her head as she looked at the room where Nangong Shui was. He then reached out and took a pill from his spatial ring, saying, "Give her this pill." Shinjusen accepted the pills, thanked them, and went into the house. The room reeked of alcohol and was in complete disarray, especially the bed where Nangong Shui had been sleeping, which was now unrecognizable. Nangong Shui hadn't even taken off her clothes. She was still wearing that yellow robe. Last night, Nangong Shui wouldn't let anyone near her room and locked herself inside drinking alone. That's why she's like this now. At this moment, her clothes were very disheveled, and her hair was a mess. She no longer had the majesty of an empress. Instead, she looked more like a little girl, especially now that it's June. The weather is very hot, and people are generally wearing very little clothing. Nangong Shui's current appearance was utterly disgraceful. One of her long, white legs was stretched out under the bed, perfectly positioned to reach the top of her thigh, making her incredibly beautiful. Even Shinjusen, herself a woman, felt a strange urge to look at her. It seemed as if blood was about to flow from her nose. Nangong Shui pressed one slender hand to her eyes and placed the other hand to her side. Lying flat on the bed, the skin from her neck to her chest was exposed, revealing her delicate collarbones and snow-white skin, which was very alluring. At this moment, she no longer possessed the aloofness of an empress. Instead, she transformed into a stunningly beautiful young woman in the eyes of others. After all, Nangong Shui is only 22 years old this year, which is already very young in this world. Shinjusen took a deep breath to calm her racing heart. This can't be blamed on Shinjusen, it's just that Nangong Shui is too beautiful. Her stunning looks have reached the point where she's attractive to both men and women. Even Ying had to admit that she was a little too beautiful, almost as beautiful as him. After all, among all the women Ying knows, this is the only one with a 9 out of 10 appearance. Nangong Shui was already far more beautiful than any of the celebrities he had seen in his previous life, so it goes without saying that Nangong Shui, whose looks were even better, was even more stunning. When Ying first met Nangong Shui, his superb acting skills prevented him from revealing any flaws. Without them, he might have stared at her in a daze for several seconds. After all, any man would want a woman of such status and power. Ying was no exception. Given the chance, he would definitely conquer this woman. Shinjusen slowed her pace, gently stepped forward, and placed the pill in her hand into Nangong Shui's mouth, but she didn't seem to want to eat it, and immediately vomited it up. Looking at the scene before her, Shinjusen was at a loss, wondering what to do. Or try dissolving the pill and then pouring it into her mouth? But there doesn't seem to be any water around. Maybe we could try dissolving it with alcohol. That wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, this pill is for sobering up, so wouldn't the alcohol just turn into water if we put it together? That makes perfect sense. After figuring things out, Shinjusen went to the table, poured herself a glass of wine, and threw the pill into it. After a brief burst of aroma, the wine inside seemed to turn black. Looking at the appalling dish in front of her, Shinjusen glanced around. Luckily, no one saw her, or they would have thought she was plotting against His Majesty. Holding the wineglass in her hand, Shinjusen came to Nangong Shui's bedside, looked at Nangong Shui's beautiful red lips, and brought the wineglass to her. Then he slowly poured it onto Nangong Shui's red lips. After feeling the coolness on her lips, Nangong Shui stuck out her fragrant tongue and licked it. After feeding the pills, Shinjusen wiped the blood from her nose and ran out in a panic. The Empress truly lives up to her title. She's even more alluring than men. I think my orientation is normal, right? But I still can't resist. She's too seductive. Shinjusen, who had run out of the palace, saw the purple scale guards giving her strange looks, blushed, coughed, and said, "What are you looking at? Be careful or I'll dock your wages." Upon hearing this, the purple scale guards who were about to say something immediately shut their mouths, and even the expressions on their faces returned to normal, becoming serious. Seeing that the others were no longer acting strangely, Shinjusen then walked to the side. "Ha!" Before we had gone far, we heard loud laughter behind us. Shinjusen clenched her fist, turned back, and looked at the group. She noticed that they weren't smiling, their expressions remained serious. "Commander Shin, is there something you need?" the group asked, looking puzzled as they saw Shin Jusun return. "It's all right, keep on duty, don't let anyone get close." After saying that, he turned and left. Ha ha ha! Before Shin Jusun could take 2 more steps, laughter came from behind her again. Shin Jusun clenched her fist again and returned it, but seeing the puzzled looks on their faces and the lack of any unusual reaction, she began to doubt whether she had misheard. But a cultivator's hearing is incredibly sharp. She was certain that someone was laughing, and it was definitely them. But the actors' acting skills were so superb that even they couldn't detect anything amiss. Fine, after saying that, Shin Jusun left again. This time, if she heard laughter again, she would definitely deduct the wages of several people, but this time, no laughter came, which made Shin Jusun feel a little disappointed. Shin Jusun walked to a well, drew a bucket of water, washed her face, and felt better. The rosy cheeks returned to their normal color. She then used her spiritual power to evaporate the moisture from her face and headed towards Nangong Shui's palace. She would remain outside to prevent anyone from forcibly breaking in. Upon arriving at the entrance to the sleeping quarters, Shin Jusun saw that the others were still staring intently ahead with serious expressions. She didn't say anything more and just stood there quietly. "Shin Jusun." Before a minute had passed, Nangong Shui's voice came from inside. Shin Jusun took a step forward, gently pushed open the door, and went inside. Chapter 44. The Empress wants to leave the palace. Upon entering the room, Shin Jusun saw that Nangong Shui had already woken up. She knelt on the ground, clasped her hands respectfully, and asked, "What are your orders, Your Majesty? What time is it now?" Nangong Shui asked, her ethereal voice still carrying a hint of sleepiness. "Your Majesty, it's 8 o'clock in the morning." The author was too lazy to check the information, so just take it with a grain of salt. Is there anything important today?" Nangong Shui asked, covering her head with one hand. "Your Majesty, the morning court session has been postponed to tomorrow. There is nothing else of great importance." Upon hearing this, Shin Jusun lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong. "It's time for court again," Nangong Shui said softly, then added, "It seems like it's been 7 days since I last saw him." When Shin Jusun heard the word he, she was startled. Could it be that His Majesty was drunk because of this person? And this person was the rumored Yi Qing. She dared not think too much about it, but she already had a rough guess in her mind. She wouldn't meddle in other people's business, but she still needed to keep an eye on this Yi Qing. Was she really as beautiful as the rumors said? That His Majesty might remember her. "Jusun, go and get yourself some new clothes. Come with me for a stroll outside." Nangong Shui seemed to have recovered, looking at Shin Jusun kneeling 5 meters away from her. "Your subject obeys the decree." After saying this, Shin Jusun slowly withdrew. She obeyed the Empress's orders unconditionally. As for going out for a stroll and needing clothes, that would certainly not be outside the palace. She was going to arrange for several skilled fighters to accompany her to ensure Nangong Shui's safety, and so, Nangong Shui and Shin Jusun dressed in casual clothes and left the palace. Meanwhile, 5 golden core experts were secretly protecting Nangong Shui. These 5 golden core experts were all commanders of the Purple Scale Guard, and their cultivation levels were almost all at the high level. Golden Core Stage. Within Nancy City, these few people are enough to protect her. After all, no one would attempt to assassinate Nangong Shui, or at least that's what they believe. If anyone attempts to assassinate Nangong Shui, the Yaguang Holy Land will be the first to object, and the assassinating force will face endless retaliation from the Yaguang Holy Land. Therefore, they felt quite at ease in Nanchao capital. The two walked down the street, completely unaware that they were being watched by a group of people. At Su Qingyue's residence on Linglong Street, Nangong Xiao's face darkened to the extreme as she looked into the empty, dark room. The people around didn't dare to speak, but simply lowered their heads. After arriving here last night and finding no one there, they began a thorough search of the entire Linglong Street, but they couldn't find the man the prince had mentioned. This made them all feel like they were complete noobs. The location coordinates were already very detailed, but they still hadn't found the person. It was already daylight, but there was still no progress. Seeing Nangong Xiao losing patience, the generals looked at each other, at a loss for what to do. "There's no trace left here. I can't find Yi Cheng and Su Qingyue, the 2 people the prince mentioned," the old woman who had been keeping her eyes closed said. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao clenched her fists even tighter. Could it be that she really couldn't find him? Or had the Celestial Observatory lied to her? Or perhaps Su Qingyue had already taken him out of the city. It's all my fault. If I had dealt with Su Qingyue sooner, none of this would have happened, Your Highness. A large crowd has already gathered at the city gate. If we don't open the gate soon, it might have a bad influence, just as Nangong Shio was in a daze, a general from the Imperial Guard behind her said. Yes, yes. Some ministers still want to impeach the prince, but today's morning court session has been postponed to tomorrow. Another general chimed in. Your Highness, there's no need to make such a fuss over a man, it's unnecessary. Several generals, who were already dissatisfied, began to speak their minds after being prompted by others. Going through all this trouble for just one man? You might as well find a few more. Upon hearing their words, Nangong Xiao's face instantly darkened. How could they understand Yi Qing's place in their hearts? But her abuse of power was indeed wrong, so they had no choice but to confront her themselves. Thinking of this, Nangong Xiao suppressed her anger and said, Since the person cannot be found, then I will not trouble you generals. When you have time, I will set up a table at the manor and invite you all to have a drink. No, no. Upon hearing this, the others quickly said no. They were just venting their frustrations. Given their status, they dared not offend Nangong Xiao, but it's completely unnecessary for her to go through so much trouble for a man. Upon hearing that Nangong Xiao was displeased, the others dared not say anything more, exchanged a few polite words, and left. As for hunting down Su Qingyue and finding her, that's up to Nangong Xiao. Besides, there's the Ministry of Justice right outside. The Imperial Guards and the Golden Guards are only responsible for the security of the palace. They've already done a good job helping Nangong Xiao with all this trouble for one night. They believe they had done what they should and shouldn't have done, and as for what happened next, it was up to her. As for where Yi Qing was, he was currently wearing a black robe, completely concealing himself, and eating breakfast at a steamed bun shop. Looking at the large steamed buns with thick skin and thin filling in front of him, he couldn't resist them because he hadn't been eating well for the past few days. He picked one up and stuffed it directly into his mouth. I must say, it smells delicious and tastes great. The food in this world is also nourished by spiritual energy, so as long as it's not some kind of culinary disaster, I believe it will taste pretty good. It's so delicious. Just as Yi Qing was wolfing down his food, two other people arrived. They were none other than Nangong Shui and her companion. Master, I often eat the steamed buns here, they taste great, why don't you try some? After ordering 2 baskets of steamed buns, Shinjusen invited Nangong Shui to sit down and introduced her to the specialties of this restaurant. As for why she was so casual, it was all thanks to Nangong Shui. Nangong Shui said that in the palace, they were in a relationship of ruler and subject, but outside, they became sisters. The two got along well. After all, Nangong Shui had a decent temper, and Shinjusen was a very nice person, so they naturally got along well. After setting the bowls and chopsticks, Shinjusen looked up and saw Nangong Shui staring blankly at a certain spot. Curious, she also looked in the direction Nangong Shui was looking. There was nothing special there, just a person dressed in a black robe, completely covered up, whose gender was indistinguishable. Shinjusen spoke up, Master, should I capture him? Chapter 45. The beginning. In the western part of the city, inside the residence of Nangong Jiaying. Nangong Jiaying looked at the woman kneeling on one knee in front of her and asked, Is the information reliable? The woman cupped her hands and said, Your Highness, I can confirm that the person is Nangong Shui, and the person with her is Shinjusen. No wonder she wasn't attending court. Turns out she went out to play. Instruct the assassination squad to make preparations. After Nangong Jiaying finished speaking, she got up and prepared to go out to make some preparations, since this opportunity was rare. Your Highness. In fact, they were prepared long ago. They are also secretly monitoring Nangong Shui, fearing the nascent soul stage expert behind her, so they dare not make a move. The woman kneeling on the ground said hesitantly. She then quickly added, They want the prince to deal with that nascent soul expert. If they can't even handle these guys, what can I do? Nangong Jiaying complained after hearing this. She was only a nascent soul stage 3 cultivator, and as for her own royal palace, there were actually 2 more, but these 3 women, let alone luring out the nascent soul stage expert behind Nangong Shui, might be instantly killed by her the moment they show themselves. Although she wanted to sit on the throne, she wouldn't easily take risks if she wasn't confident in her abilities. After all, once you're dead, you have nothing left. The protector of a holy maiden in a holy land is definitely not someone to be trifled with. Even if she is only a nascent soul stage expert, she must be at the high level of nascent soul stage, and she is not someone to be trifled with. If the assassination squad can't take down Nangong Shui, she might as well just be a peaceful regent. Forget it, let them do whatever they want. Nangong Jiaying said after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, the kneeling subordinates said no more. After all, they were just trying to make a living, and success in this matter would bring them great rewards, while failure would mean the extermination of their entire families. Try to stay as stable as possible. After all, my current position is not bad, and I live much better than the common people at the bottom. After seeing that Nangong Jiaying was not making any further moves, her subordinates withdrew. She needed to remove all the people she had arranged to leave, so as not to leave any evidence against her. But if the assassination pavilion members don't dare to make a move, then this opportunity will be lost. Nangong Jiaying watched her trusted confidant retreat without saying anything more. She was quite unwilling. After all, she had been eyeing this position for a long time. Originally, things were still relatively good. She had been manipulating things behind the scenes during the rebellion of the Three Kings, but unexpectedly, Nangong Shui was just an ordinary outer disciple of the Lingxi sect. But unexpectedly, after she succeeded to the position, she suddenly became a saintess of the Yaoguang Holy Land. All of this was unexpected by everyone, and it was fortunate that she ran away early, otherwise her fate would be similar to that of the Northern Qi. She thought this assassination attempt would be an opportunity, but she didn't expect there to be only 5 nascent soul experts. This was no threat to Nangong Shui's protectors. They wouldn't even be enough to fill a tooth gap. The difference between each major realm seemed like heaven and earth, making it extremely difficult to kill someone of a higher level. If this doesn't work, she'll give up. Fighting a battle with no chance of winning is no different from digging her own grave. Just when Nangong Jiaying was at her wits' end, the once quiet courtyard suddenly became eerie. Since it was morning, there were some servants in the courtyard, but they suddenly started shouting. This made Nangong Jiaying, who was already confused and upset, even more irritable. What are you all yelling about? Just as Nangong Jiaying was scolding her, she also walked out of the house. When Nangong Jiaying came out, she was shocked by what she saw. Suddenly, a black void, 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, appeared in the courtyard. Inside was endless emptiness, as if anyone who walked in would be swallowed up. This thing, could it be? Nangong Jiaying's face turned to shock, then she looked at the servants who were standing there dumbfounded and said, "What are you still looking at? Get back to your own quarters." After being reprimanded by Nangong Jiaying, everyone came to their senses and fled the place. Nangong Jiaying stared at the vortex before her, her face filled with solemnity. That if she wasn't mistaken, this hole was a man-made spatial tunnel. The person who possesses this ability must be a void refinement realm expert. A nascent soul stage expert can teleport briefly, while a void refinement stage expert has mastered space so well that they can create their own spatial tunnels. Nangong Jiaying didn't know why such a powerful figure would appear in a small place like Nanshao, but she knew that she was nothing in the eyes of a void refinement realm expert. All she could do now was pray that the adult would let her go. Just as Nangong Jiaying was looking at the black hole, 3 people walked out of it, an old man and 2 young girls. The old man had white hair and a youthful face, and was very energetic. He had a kind of otherworldly air about him, and at first glance, he gave people a feeling of being unfathomable. The 2 girls beside them were very beautiful, with a cool and aloof appearance, dressed in white, and looking at Nangong Jiaying, who was watching them. When Nangong Jiaying saw that several people were looking at her, she immediately straightened her posture, disregarded her usual dignity, bowed and cupped her hands, saying, "Regent Prince Nangong Jiaying greets Senior." Of the 3, the one she couldn't understand the most was the old man. As for the 2 girls, one was at the first level of the Golden Core stage and the other at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. They were not worth worrying about at all. However, since these 3 people can open up a spatial tunnel, it can be concluded that this old man is a void refinement realm expert. This made Nangong Jiaying dare not be negligent in the slightest, and she immediately lowered her posture and showed extraordinary respect to the old man. After the group walked out of the space tunnel, the tunnel disappeared as well. The old woman laughed as she looked at the reserved Nangong Jiaying and said, Young friend, there's no need to be alarmed. I've come here mainly for my disciple." Upon hearing that the visit was for someone, Nangong Jiaying was relieved. As for finding the person, for her as the regent, it was quite easy as long as the person was still in Nanshao or one of the surrounding countries. "May I ask who you are looking for, Senior? Perhaps I can be of assistance," Nangong Jiaying said with an extremely respectful attitude, cupping her hands in greeting. To be honest, young friend, I also hope you can bring her out. It's quite a coincidence, she shares your surname, Nangong. Oh, then this person might be from our Nanshao royal family. After all, in the entire Nanshao, only the royal family bears the surname Nangong. That's right. My disciple once said that she was also a prince of Nanshao, and she is Nangong Yi. Chapter 46 Heroine saves the beauty what? So she's the senior's apprentice. Nangong Jiaying exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Nangong Yi's name. He then calmed down, never expecting that during the 3 years that Nangong Yi had escaped from Nanshao, she would actually find such a powerful expert in the void refinement realm as her master. Well, she is currently trapped in the palace dungeon. For some reasons, I cannot intervene directly. So I will trouble you for help, young friend. In return, I can grant you a request, the old woman sighed, clearly deeply concerned about Nangong Yi's situation. Senior is too kind. It is my great honor to be able to serve you. Nangong Jiaying was delighted to hear this, but she still had to be careful with her words. All right, it's settled then. You can state your conditions now. The old woman said no more after seeing that Nangong Jiaying had agreed. To be honest, I've been having some troubles lately, and I really need to trouble you, senior. Seeing that the old man agreed so quickly, Nangong Jiaying no longer hid her intentions and then said, I have recently been harassed by a high-level nascent soul cultivator. I wonder if you have any brilliant ideas to share with me? The old man glanced at Nangong Jiaying and frowned slightly. It was rare for someone at the third stage of the nascent soul realm to offend a high-level nascent soul realm expert and still live so long. I cannot personally intervene, but I can lend you a hand. With that, he took out a magical artifact imbued with spiritual energy. This ethereal talisman contains my full force attack. If someone is caught off guard, it can easily kill a 9th-level nascent soul cultivator. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the magic weapon fell into Nangong Jiaying's hands. Thank you for your help, senior. Please come in. After receiving the jade pendant, Nangong Jiaying put it into her spatial ring and then invited the group into the house. She planned to give this item to the assassination pavilion group so they could kill Nangong Shui, while she would take 2 nascent soul experts from the prince's mansion to the dungeon to rescue Nangong Yi. After assigning tasks, the group set off, while the 3 people from the primordial Holy Land stayed at Nangong Jiaying's residence. As for Ying at this moment, he was still eating the big steamed bun in his hand. After finishing the last bun in the cage, Ying let out a satisfied burp, but he hadn't eaten so heartily in a long time. He had been so engrossed in eating the steamed buns that he hadn't paid any attention to his image. Now, a crowd of people had gathered around him. Because he was dressed in a black robe and wrapped himself up tightly, one person mistook him for a fugitive or something similar and wanted to see his face in exchange for a reward. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a handsome man, whose face alone was enough to charm many people. This was only because Ying deliberately darkened his face to avoid attracting attention. The result was that the holy body, the novice green tea, and the charismatic one were all shut down. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting here right now. He'd probably be dragged into an alley and forcibly sexually assaulted 100 times over. Don't say I broke my promise about the sexual assault you wanted. I thought he would be much more ordinary without these things. However, he still completely overlooked the original owner's stunningly beautiful appearance. Now that he has come to his senses, he is in a bit of a predicament. Realizing the situation was dire, Ying took out a silver ingot from his spatial ring and planned to run away immediately, but to his surprise, the moment he stood up, a woman carrying a child bumped into him and knocked him back. The woman chuckled, looking at Ying with a lewd expression. She rubbed her hands together and said with a wicked grin, "Little handsome boy, why are you here all alone? How about coming home with me to discuss life?" A chubby girl next to her wasn't to be outdone, shouting, "Don't listen to her nonsense. I think you're in trouble. I have connections in the government. Why don't you come home with me? I'll take you to your mother." How can you be so rude to a handsome man? This is outrageous in broad daylight. Let him go, let me go first. Master, should we make a move? Shinjasen, who had been sitting to the side, looked at Ying, who was gradually being surrounded, and turned to ask Nangong Shui. You seem to care about him a lot? Upon hearing this, Nangong Shui swallowed the bun in her mouth, ignoring Ying's life or death, and instead said something inconsequential. What do you mean I care about him? You were the one staring at him the moment he arrived. I was about to arrest him, but you said it wasn't necessary, and now you're saying this. Although Shinjasen thought this in her heart, she couldn't say it out loud. He then asked, should we save them or not? Nangong Shui fell silent. When she first saw the man who was completely covered up, she felt a sense of familiarity, but she didn't think much of it. Perhaps she was reminded of the boy locked in the cage, but that boy had already been given to Nangong Xiao and was now Nangong Xiao's man, so how could he possibly be here? Since he has already become someone else's man, there's nothing more to say. It's just a miscalculation. I have to admit that even Nangong Xiao couldn't resist his charm. She felt a pang of sadness, as if something she cherished had been taken away from her. She might just be lusting after Yi Qing's body. Although she didn't have this thought at first, she had it ever since that dream, but she didn't get it in the end. For her, who had everything, it felt like losing something she didn't need but didn't want to give to others, which made her very unhappy. This unhappiness led her to drink so much last night, until she was completely drunk, and she's not afraid of being laughed at if people find out. A powerful empress, actually drinking herself into obscurity because of a man. She almost laughed at herself, but then I realized that I had indeed lost Yi Qing, a man with an incredibly handsome face, and this man was the first man to whom she had those kinds of thoughts. Even now, at night, or whenever she has a moment of free time, she thinks back to that day, to the misty tears in the boy's eyes inside the cage, and to his tender, smooth skin that she longs to see again. And then there was that dream I had. He was so beautiful in the dream, absolutely stunning. It can arouse the desire of countless women, and there's also that unforgettable soft moaning. Or perhaps it's the aura he exudes, his inviolable, divine presence. It aroused a strong desire to conquer him. She even envied Nangong Xiao a little, wondering if his taste was like the one in her dreams. That's something to miss. Chapter 47 Reunion with Nangong Shui. Looking at the surrounded boy, Nangong Shui still felt somewhat unhappy. After all, she didn't want to stand idly by this time. This was the capital, and she couldn't allow them to bully a weak man here. She still remembered the time she gave Yi Qing to Nangong Xiao, so this time, she didn't want to regret it again. Go, take him with you, let's get out of the city. Nangong Shui said, looking at Yi Qing, who was surrounded. He then got up, intending to walk to the side. Upon hearing Nangong Shui speak, Shinjiasen stood up and shouted, under the emperor's nose, how dare you be so insolent? Then a wave of spiritual energy swept away several women who were trying to assault Yi Qing. He then stepped forward, and under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, pulled Yi Qing along and walked out of the steamed bun shop. He casually tossed a piece of gold to the shop owner. The group started flipping through the papers, but remained silent. They just gritted their teeth and spat. What? Didn't you want to do that kind of thing too? They didn't give these officials a friendly look. After all, they were the ones being exploited. As for why they could openly flirt with Yi Qing, it's because this is a world where women are superior to men. He's so handsome, and he doesn't have anyone with him. He's just a facilitator of crime. At worst, he'll spend a few years in jail, and he won't lose anything when he gets out. If the law were to be even stricter in this regard, such incidents could be prevented. Yi Qing looked at Shinjiasen, who was tugging at his sleeve, not saying a word, and just walking in one direction. He wanted to shake her off, but he didn't have the ability, and his actions also attracted Shinjiasen's attention. It's not safe for you to be here alone, young master. Let me see you off. After saying that, he stopped talking. She had already said so much, so if I continued to hesitate, it would be coy, so I stopped resisting. It's good to have someone protecting him, since his goal this time is to leave the city. As for Nangong Shui, he didn't say a word, and didn't even recognize the girl in front of him. After all, Yi Qing hadn't activated his ability to eavesdrop on people's thoughts, and he never dreamed he would encounter the empress here, and so, the two turned a corner and came to a quiet alley with few people. Nangong Shui was standing there at that moment, with two guards carrying knives beside her. Yi Qing only saw Nangong Shui's back, so he didn't think much of it and decided to follow the woman in front of him to see what she wanted. Your Majesty, the person has been brought. Shinjiasen came to Nangong Shui's side and whispered. Upon hearing this, Nangong Shui turned around and looked at Yi Qing. He was wearing a black robe, and there was some black stuff smeared on his face. His stunningly beautiful face featured star-like eyes, a high-bridged nose, and lips that seemed to tempt one to commit a crime. Nangong Shui didn't recognize Yi Qing at first, because in her memory, the young man seemed to have a naturally charming appearance with a captivating and mesmerizing look, and their appearance always makes them look pitiful, giving people the urge to hold them in their arms and take good care of them. The dirty-looking man in front of her was somewhat different from him. But Nangong Shui was still attracted by Yi Qing's good looks. He was the second man she had ever seen with such high looks, besides Yi Qing. Ask him where he's going, and you can deliver it to him. Nangong Shui glanced at Yi Qing but didn't look at him again. Where are you going, young master? I'll take you there. Shinjiasen said as she approached Yi Qing. I'm going outside the city, so I won't trouble you. I can manage on my own. Yi Qing said, then turned to leave without saying anything more. He recognized Nangong Shui when she turned around, and just when he thought it was all over, Nangong Shui seemed not to have noticed him. Now that this woman is asking him where he's going and even wants to see him off, he definitely can't agree. He can only slip away first. If Nangong Shui finds out that I ran away, she might catch me and take me back to Nangong Xiao. Wouldn't that mean he'd fall into Nangong Xiao's clutches again? Absolutely not, so he'd better run first. I'll think about my next plan after we leave the city. This city is already very dangerous. Thinking about leaving the city, Yi Qing had to thank Su Qingyue properly. Since he had her bead, he no longer had to worry about being tracked by others. He has now forgiven Su Qingyue for her rudeness. After all, he got such a treasure in return for just a few kisses, so he still thinks he's made a good deal. After having the system assess me, it turns out it requires 50 admiration points. Oh well, I'll just wait until I have more money to find out. All you need to know is that it's very convenient to use right now. Stop. Just after Yi Qing turned around and took 2 steps, Nangong Shui's voice came over. A sudden realization struck Yi Qing. It's over. If he wants to leave the city, let's go together. After saying that, Nangong Shui led the group toward the city gate. Yi Qing took a deep breath, thinking how close he had come to disaster, and then followed. With this empress leading the way, the city gates were much easier to pass. The group arrived at the city gate. Shinjiasen showed her waist token and then walked out of the city gate as the guards knelt and bowed. In the distance, several people were watching this scene. One of them was holding the very thing that Nangong Jiaying had taken from that void refinement expert. One of the middle-aged women said to the group, Nangong Shui has 5 golden core experts and 1 nascent soul cultivator by her side. In a moment, the second brother and I will lure the nascent soul cultivator away and try to kill her, while Nangong Shui will be left to the 3 of you. Yes, boss, the men replied in unison. All 5 of them are nascent soul experts and are quite well known within the assassination pavilion. They have never been defeated, and they are very confident this time. After all, their target this time was worth 1 million top-grade spirit stones. With this windfall, they plan to finish this job and then retire from the business. After all, being an assassin is a dangerous profession. You could die any day and never even experience the pleasures of being a man. After assigning tasks, the group sneaked out of the city gate and headed towards the place where Nangong Shui had left. After Yi Qing and Nangong Shui arrived at the official road, they stopped at an inn outside the city. Yi Qing planned to buy a horse or hire a carriage, and also buy some dry food and other necessities. Although he had fasting pills, he didn't like the taste of them and preferred something more substantial. Nangong Shui came out to clear her head, intending to take a walk around the area to ease her heavy mood. She should focus all her time on cultivation, since becoming an immortal is her goal. As for men and beauty, those are all fleeting. Just as Yi Qing finished preparing, 2 people approaching from a distance caught his attention, forcing him to stop. Chapter 48 Nangong Shui's assassination attempt. Seeing the 2 menacing figures approaching, Shinjiasen paused for a moment, then sensed that they were up to no good. She quickly went to Nangong Shui's side and stood guard beside her. The other 2 golden core experts stepped forward, wanting to meet the 2. However, by sheer coincidence, just as the 2 stepped forward, the other 2 instantly pulled out swords hidden in their rings and killed them without the slightest hesitation. This happened so suddenly that Yi Qing didn't even have time to react. By the time he realized what was happening, Nangong Shui had already been protected by the other 2 people, Shinjiasen and an elderly man who had appeared out of nowhere. The old man looked at the 2 of them and sneered. 2 nascent soul stage 9 cultivators, courting death. He then gathered his spiritual power, intending to kill the 2 of them with a single blow. Just as Nangong Shui was gathering her spiritual power, the 2 nascent soul 9th stage assassination pavilion members, realizing they were no match for her, retreated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Humph, you think you can leave? The old man sneered, then vanished from the spot. Only Shinjiasen and the other 2 remained, cautiously looking around and surrounding Nangong Shui in a defensive stance. It's not that they don't want to run, it's that they haven't figured out the current situation yet. If they act rashly, they might be ambushed. Yi Qing finally came to his senses, but he found himself in a difficult situation. Just as he was about to slip away, he realized he was in trouble. Nangong Shui called out to him, "Hey you, come and stay with us." Without waiting for Yi Qing's reaction, he directly sucked him in. Completely bewildered, Yi Qing had a close encounter with Nangong Shui. She had a pleasant fragrance that made Yi Qing unconsciously take a deep breath. Fearing exposure, Yi Qing immediately activated her superb acting skills, preventing him from revealing any flaws. He was in a difficult situation. Given their current strength, they were definitely coming with great force, and both of them were targeting Nangong Shui. If he stayed here, wouldn't he just be waiting? Nangong Shui also had her own thoughts. She trusted her protector very much. It wasn't safe yet. After Granny Lee killed the two assassins, she would let the man in front of her leave, but man proposes, God disposes. Just a dozen seconds after Granny Lee chased after him, a huge energy fluctuation came from the southwest, then came a loud bang, which made Shinjusen frown. They were well aware of the strength of Nangong Shue's protectors. This one was clearly not, and was even stronger. Your Majesty, we should not stay here any longer. Let's return to the city first, Shinjusen said to Nangong Shue. Then he and two others planned to escort Nangong Shue back to the palace. They hadn't encountered an assassination attempt in a long time, so this one caught them off guard. But if we can hold on for just 1 or 2 more minutes, the experts inside the palace might arrive. As for Nanzhao's two nascent soul stage elders who are in seclusion, they won't come out easily. Unless Nanzhao faces a major crisis, they won't appear. They've sealed themselves off in a death trap. Once they come out, they might never have the chance to go back in. Only those who reach the refining void realm and whose lifespan has increased can leave. However, the experts within the palace are more than capable of handling the current crisis. Shinjusen and Nangong Shui both thought so. They were certain that as long as they held on until the powerful figures from the imperial palace arrived, none of this would be a problem. But the energy fluctuation just now felt like a huge stone had been thrown into Nangong Shue's heart, making her feel somewhat heavy-hearted. Just as Nangong Shue and her group were leaving with Yi Qing, intending to fly back to the city, Shinjusen suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! There's an assassin!" Yi Qing turned his gaze to the 3 people who had flown in from an unknown place in the distance, and felt that he was doomed to die this time, and would be buried with Nangong Shui. These people were clearly stronger than the people on their side. Yi Qing realized something was wrong, but she certainly couldn't leave now. She could only place her hopes on the old lady who had left earlier. After all, only she can change the current situation. The group of people flying in from the horizon didn't waste any words. They immediately channeled their spiritual power and attacked Nangong Shui and her group. All 3 of them were at least at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Even if it were just one of them, Nangong Shui and her group might not be able to withstand a full force attack, let alone all 3 of them. Just as Yi Qing closed his eyes and awaited death, Nangong Shui took out her defensive artifact. It is a spiritual artifact called the Void Spirit Pearl, which can create a small defensive circle that is strong enough to withstand any attack below the nascent soul stage. It was enough to last a day and a night, and seeing this, Shinjusen was relieved. It seems I was overthinking things. The Empress is the Holy Maiden of Yaoguang Holy Land. How could she not have any protective magic treasures? The grades of treasures in the Divine Martial Continent are mortal artifacts, treasure artifacts, magic artifacts, spiritual artifacts, holy artifacts, immortal artifacts, and legendary divine artifacts. Nangong Shue's Void Pearl contains spiritual energy supplied by others, so Cui Dong doesn't need to expend much of his own power, making it quite convenient. As for the realm divisions in the Divine Martial Continent, they are Qi Refining, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Deity Transformation, Void Refining, Body Integration, Mahayana, and finally Immortal Ascension. Above Immortal, there are many other major realms. We won't go into those here, we'll discuss them later. There are also demonic beasts on the entire continent, divided into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the strongest and the 9th rank being the weakest. Their strength is the same as that of cultivators. There are also alchemists, Qi refiners, and array masters, each with 9 ranks, and Su Qingyue is an 8th rank array master. The Divine Martial Continent is divided into 5 continents, with the central continent at the very center, and the 4 continents on the other 4 sides being Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger. Yi Qing's current location is the Black Tortoise Continent. Xuanwu Continent is further divided into 7 holy lands and 12 major families. Each of these top powers has a celestial realm expert openly in charge. The entire Xuanwu continent is vast, and even a cultivator would need hundreds or even thousands of years to travel there on their own. The entire Xuanwu continent is filled with numerous sects, powerful families, and imperial dynasties scattered throughout the continent. Among them, Nanzhao was just a small empire under the Yaoguang Holy Land. Shinjusen didn't know who wanted to kill Nangong Shui. Judging from their clothing and personnel, it's almost certain that they are the Assassination Pavilion, a force that strikes fear into the hearts of people throughout the entire Divine Martial Continent. No one knows who founded it, or which family controls it. All that's known is that it takes money to do things. Once you accept a mission, you don't get the money until the target dies. It's filled with powerful individuals, each one a daredevil. Nangong Shui looked at the group and unconsciously clenched her fists. Could it be that the demoness wanted to kill her? It's not impossible. After all, demons are a bunch of lunatics, there's nothing they wouldn't do. Chapter 49. Shield break. Just when Yi Qing and the others thought they were safe, they saw that the three women dressed in black were not flustered at all. Nangong Shui had a life-saving magic weapon, so why didn't they have one, just in case? And to increase the success rate of the assassination, they made a backup plan, a high-level magical artifact. One of them took out a sword engraved with strange runes from his spatial ring. The moment the sword flew out of its sheath, it immediately hovered in the air. The three of them circulated their spiritual energy and focused it all on the sword. As time passed, the power of that sword grew stronger and stronger, as if it would instantly annihilate Yi Qing and the others. Looking at the sword, a solemn expression appeared on Nangong Shui's beautiful face. If the three of them channeled their spiritual energy into that top-grade magic artifact, the resulting attack would be just enough to break through the Void Spirit Pearl's defenses. It must be said that they were indeed well prepared this time, luring Granny Li away and then sending several people to surround and kill her. She was rash this time. She only wanted to go out for a walk to clear her head, but she didn't expect to be assassinated, and she didn't expect to implicate the man hiding behind her. "I'm sorry to have dragged you into this," Nangong Shui said to Yi Qing. "I feel like I can still be saved. Can you open this shield and let me out?" Yi Qing said, on the verge of tears. He was truly exasperated by this group of scoundrels. He had originally planned to have breakfast before sneaking out of the city, but he never expected to be tricked here. "There's no chance now. When the fight breaks out, I'll cover your escape." Nangong Shui felt a pang of guilt upon hearing the man's words. After all, she was the one who had led this man into this perilous situation. "No need, let's leave it to fate." Yi Qing immediately refused. These three people's main target is Nangong Shui, who's right in front of them. She's protecting him? Are you kidding me? With her around, he's the one in the most danger. Okay, for the sake of his own life, he could only hope that these women weren't accurate. Otherwise, with no cultivation whatsoever, he might instantly vaporize if caught in the middle. Knowing Yi Qing's concerns, Nangong Shui stopped talking and turned her gaze to the three people in the air. She circulated her spiritual energy, intending to make a desperate last stand after the shield broke. "After the shield breaks, send him away," Nangong Shui said to Shinjiasen beside her. And no matter what, she couldn't let this innocent man be buried with them. Nangong Shui didn't know when she had become so soft-hearted. Perhaps it was because she was so similar to Yi Qing. Unexpectedly, she, who was single-mindedly focused on the Great Tao, was eventually attracted to a man. She vowed that as long as she survived this time, she would definitely take Yi Qing back. It was originally his, but he lost it at Yi Qing, who had been eavesdropping on his thoughts the whole time, couldn't help but admire his own charm. This moment, Nangong Shui was still thinking about him, which made him unsure whether to laugh or cry. After all, Nangong Shui only had 20 points of affection, so she obviously didn't like him. So she must just be lusting after his body. This left Yi Qing speechless. She was clearly a lecher, but she had to pretend to be prim and proper, which was a complete waste of her stunning good looks. If I had told him earlier, I might have been able to use a little trick to win him over, but there's no going back now. After all, she was the one who pushed herself into Nangong Xia's unforgettable embrace. Having experienced the terror of women in this world, he declared he was powerless to fight again. The only hope is to cultivate. After all, with strength, perhaps one can rise to the top of this idea. Sounds really nice, but now is not the time to think about these things, because the three people above have already launched their attack. A sword aura carrying a devastating force rushed towards them, frightening Yi Qing into closing her eyes. From a distance, a massive black sword aura could be seen hurtling towards a protective shield radiating a bluish light below. It seemed poised to tear the people inside the sphere apart in an instant. Shinjiasen and the others were on high alert, channeling their spiritual energy into the light sphere to make it even brighter. In the blink of an eye, the giant sword crashed into the shield. The shield could not withstand the huge shock wave and began to crack slowly, with cracks appearing on it instantly. It's slowly spreading to various places, and it seems it won't last much longer. The three members of the assassination pavilion in the air looked at the protective barrier that was still holding up and couldn't help but be a little surprised. They had poured 80% of their spiritual power into the giant sword, but given its quality, the sword simply couldn't withstand the combined spiritual power of several people. After unleashing its fatal blow, it shattered. The three exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they looked down at Nangong Shui and the others. They instantly flew down, intending to deliver a fatal blow to them. Seeing that the situation was not right, Nangong Shui put the bead back into her storage ring and said to Shinjiasen, "You take him and leave first." "Your Majesty, you mustn't. If we just hold on a little longer, I believe the experts in the palace will be able to arrive." Upon hearing this, Shinjasun didn't think about taking Yi Qing away first, but instead planned to buy some more time for Nangong Shuat. After all, the Empress's safety is paramount. As for Yi Qing, it's up to fate. Seeing the approaching group, the two Golden Core experts beside Nangong Shui knew they couldn't win, but they wanted to buy her some time. They both ignited their life essence, intending to sacrifice their lives to delay the inevitable. Inside the palace, after hearing the loud noise and feeling the powerful energy fluctuations, Shin Qingxian had already led the palace guards to the scene. She only hoped that there would be enough time. If anything happened to the Empress, they would all be held responsible. After gathering a group of experts, Shin Qingxian and the others immediately headed out of the city. At this moment, they were all somewhat blaming those who had set up the formation, as they couldn't even use their flying skills. Such a short distance, yet it took them so long to travel. Inside the prison, Nangong Jiaying, along with two nascent soul experts, disguised themselves as ordinary jailers and stormed in. After defeating a nascent soul expert guarding the area, the group headed towards the 9th floor. The prison is filled with heinous criminals, including Nangong Yi.By this time, she had been tortured beyond recognition, but she was still alive. She was sustained by a belief that kept her going. Revenge what Nangong Shui brought upon him, he would repay tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, making her wish she were dead. After rescuing Nangong Yi, Nangong Jiaying and her group did not linger. They concealed themselves and headed towards the prince's mansion. Today's plan went exceptionally smoothly. I just hope the assassination pavilion can achieve something. Chapter 50 Severe injury. Right after Nangong Yi was rescued from the prison, Yi Qing's situation became less optimistic. The two Golden Core stage experts who had just rushed forward were knocked to the ground after only a few breaths. Already lifeless, Shinjasun, Nangong Shui, and Yi Qing had only flown tens of thousands of meters. After dealing with the two guards, the two nascent soul assassins immediately flew towards Nangong Shui's location. Seeing the three people closing in, Shinjasun tossed Yi Qing into Nangong Shui's arms and said, "Your Majesty, you go first, I'll cover the rear." "No, I want to fight the enemy with you." Nangong Shui refused to agree with Shinjasun's idea. How could an empress abandon her companions and flee for her life alone? "Your Majesty, if we don't leave now, we'll miss our chance. I have a family secret technique that can sustain me for a short time." Shinjasun didn't have time to say more. After she finished speaking, she circulated her spiritual power, burned some of her essence blood, and her cultivation level instantly increased by a major realm. The Shin family has a cultivation technique that allows the practitioner to gain strength by burning their life essence, but this only extends the duration by a little over a minute, and after use, the person will immediately become disabled and have little time left. Nangong Shui knew that Shinjasun must have used this trick. She originally wanted to stay and fight together, but now she couldn't. Shinjasun was already risking her life to protect her retreat. If they didn't leave soon, Shinjasun's sacrifice would have been in vain. Even if she stayed, it would be of no use. So Nangong Shui no longer hesitated and directly carried Yi Qing away into the distance. After flying for a while, the two were unexpectedly overtaken by someone behind them. She was incredibly fast, as if she had reached wind speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Yi Qing and the other person, and without saying a word, he directly slapped Nangong Shui. Taking that palm strike head-on was definitely not an option, so Nangong Shui dodged to the side and easily avoided it. Instead, it left Yi Qing completely dizzy and disoriented. Why Yi Qing was at a loss for words, unsure whether to utter MMP or not. "You could have just put me down first before you started fighting me, and let me fend for myself. You're being chased and you still want to take me with you. What grudge do you hold against me? They're after you, but you want to drag someone down with you. What's wrong with you?" Yi Qing said he was very tired and wanted some peace and quiet, because only quiet could soothe his wounded soul. Just when Yi Qing was about to give up all hope, the nascent soul expert struck again, this time hitting Nangong Shui squarely. Puff, a mouthful of blood spurted from Nangong Shui's mouth, spraying all over Yi Qing's face. "Why don't you put me down? If this continues, we'll both die." These were Yi Qing's inner thoughts, which he couldn't say aloud, otherwise Nangong Shui might throw him off the ground. "Cough, cough, I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this." Nangong Shui coughed after hearing Yi Qing's concern, enduring the stinging pain in her back as she spoke. Why Yi Qing could see with her own eyes that she was gasping for breath in pain, clearly indicating that she was seriously injured. In battles between cultivators, each cultivator's techniques and martial arts are imbued with their own spiritual power. This can cause the injured to suffer inhuman pain and make healing difficult. There was a time when a monk, after suffering injuries from several different spiritual forces, chose to commit suicide because he could not bear the immense pain. In the cultivation world, there is a cruel torture method that involves hundreds of people with different attributes severely injuring one person. This torture is used on those who are extremely wicked, and many people in the cultivation world are terrified of it. This also reflects the immense pain caused to the human body by spiritual power, as if responding to a call from the heavens. Nangong Shui's expression at this moment was not exaggerated at all. After landing Yi Qing in a safe place, Nangong Shui leaned against a tree, took out a healing pill, ate it, and then began to heal herself by circulating her spiritual energy. Yi Qing observed the surroundings and found that it was a grove of trees. After glancing at Nangong Shui, who was healing with her eyes closed, Yi Qing planned to say something before leaving, but before he could say it, the nascent soul assassination pavilion member from before caught up with him again. Upon seeing the newcomer, Nangong Shui forcibly stabilized her chaotic spiritual energy and spat out another mouthful of blood. He then collapsed and lost consciousness, apparently falling into a coma. Upon seeing this, Yi Qing checked her breathing and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that she was still breathing weakly. He felt a pang of guilt if this beautiful woman were to die like this. The girl's brows were furrowed, her jet black hair was draped behind her head, and her red lips were stained with a bright red, making her look both alluring and captivating. Her beautiful face showed obvious pain, which aroused a strong desire to protect her. Yi Qing was captivated by her beauty and couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. After observing from the sky for a while, the nascent soul assassin saw that Nangong Shui had already fainted, and then immediately flew down, intending to finish her off. Seeing Yi Qing looking at Nangong Shui like that, he couldn't help but tease her. So he's her Taoist partner. No wonder he's protecting her so closely. Yi Qing came to her senses and then took a good look at the person who had come in, and the newcomer was dressed in black, holding a sword, and his face, though only 7/10 full of mockery, seemed to find the sight of this ill-fated couple amusing. Yi Qing didn't speak, he just looked at her, as if to say, do whatever you want with me. Although Yi Qing appeared to be doing this, he was actually already browsing the system shop. With 110 points of affection left, he should be able to resolve this crisis. Oh, you've got guts. I admire men with guts like you. After saying that, the woman walked over with a wicked smile. Upon seeing Yi Qing's face clearly, she was taken aback. How could this man be so handsome? Even for someone as experienced as her, who had seen countless men, a stirring of desire stirred within her. He then stepped forward, used his sword to lift Yi Qing's chin, and examined him closely, making no attempt to hide the evil thoughts in his eyes. The boy was the most handsome man she had ever seen, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes that seemed to hold 1,000 stars. One glance was enough to captivate anyone, leaving them unable to look away. His fair, angelic face, though covered in some black stuff, did not detract from his beauty. On the contrary, it gave the impression of a celestial being descended to earth. Her high, straight nose and full, sensual lips gave one the urge to rush up, bite them, and thoroughly ravage them. Upon seeing this, the woman swallowed hard, feeling her lips dry, and a sudden, unquenchable fire surged within her lower abdomen. Such a beautiful woman, it's such a waste to kill her like this. After saying this, the woman licked her dry red lips, looked at Yi Qing, and made no attempt to hide what she wanted to do. Chapter 51 Teleportation Talisman. The woman slowly moved the tip of her sword downwards, slightly opening Yi Qing's collar. This very detail caused a glimpse of Yi Qing's previously hidden skin to be exposed, and this very detail caused the woman's mouth to go dry and her breathing to become rapid. Do you want to save her? The woman suppressed her anger and looked at Yi Qing. There's still plenty of time, and they've become lambs to the slaughter, posing no threat whatsoever. They've finally met such a stunningly handsome man. They should treat him well. How could I not share such a handsome man? Nangong Shui is really someone you can't get along with. She really keeps handsome men to herself. If she were to eliminate this man now, wouldn't that be a small gift for the empress? Hiss, the woman's breathing quickened at the thought. After all, this was something she had never even dared to imagine before, let alone do now. Every woman probably has this thought in her heart. After all, the empress's man is incredibly handsome and has unparalleled charm. How could she not have such thoughts? So the woman planned to tease this coveted man first, then eliminate him right next to the empress, and finally kill him to claim the reward. A perfect 3 birds with 1 stone scheme. Looking at the malice in the woman's eyes, Yi Qing knew without a doubt what she was thinking. He had just found a teleportation talisman, which cost 30 admiration points each. He would teach those old perverts a lesson and let them, referring to certain readers, experience it for themselves. As for the woman in front of him treating him as Nangong Shui's Taoist partner, then he would do as she wished and treat it as honing his acting skills. Upon hearing this, the young man looked at the 3-foot-long green sword that was only centimeters from his throat, slowly raised his head, looked at the woman holding the sword in front of him, and said in what seemed to be the most beautiful voice in the world, "Really?" Brother Yi transforms into a voice with a lisp online. The woman trembled upon hearing the boy's voice. The sound alone was enough to tempt one to commit a crime. This sound is so beautiful, it's rare to hear it on earth. After hearing his voice, I felt like my ears were pregnant. It's not impossible to save her, but you need to do as I say. The woman circulated her spiritual power, suppressing her wolfish impulse. She planned to play some tricks. She'll feel a sense of accomplishment if she can make him obey and fulfill some of her less than proper ideas. Upon hearing this, and seeing her wicked gaze, the boy knew what she was thinking and couldn't help but tremble that he just wanted to escape to a safe place. So why did these women all want to possess him? She was already so pitiful, yet now she was being humiliated by others. Right here in the woods, there was a woman sleeping next to him who desperately wanted to save him, but it seemed that he had no choice but to submit to her in order to save her. If he wanted to save both Nangong Shui and him, he was willing to exchange his own broken body for their lives. He was probably just making a profit, but why does he feel so distressed? Is it because he doesn't want to sink into depravity again, or because he doesn't want to be possessed by the person in front of him? Seeing the wickedness and greed in the woman's eyes, the boy felt even more desperate. "I think I can give you what you want," the boy pleaded, still clinging to a sliver of hope. No, I don't want anything right now. I just want you, the Empress's Taoist partner." The woman chuckled, as if she could already see Ying being ravaged beyond recognition by her. The more innocent he appeared, the more excited he became, as if it were a darkness etched into people's hearts, one that could never be erased. But the boy shielded his face with his hands, clinging to a last hope that the woman in front of him could change her mind. "Don't you want her to live?" The woman seemed to have lost her patience and interrupted the boy. The boy bit his lip tightly, as if he wanted to draw blood. "I don't want to do anything to you. Just do what I say, and I won't hurt you." The woman looked at the still hesitant boy and comforted him. Her words, like the whispers of a demon, assaulted the boy's defenses, as if they were about to crumble at any moment. "Is it really just doing some random things?" The boy was moved by the woman's words and, looking at the dying Nangong Shui, finally relented. "Of course, I keep my word." The woman smiled, a wicked smile, as if some scheme had succeeded. She didn't believe there could be such a naive boy in the world, who believed everything others told him, but now she believes it, and even if the boy in front of her is acting, she accepts it. But she was certain that he was not acting, because no one could escape the eyes of a cultivator, let alone this weak man with no cultivation in front of her. The woman took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse in her heart. He had already walked step by step into the abyss, bringing her a feeling she had never experienced before. The woman swallowed hard as she looked at the boy's alluring skin and delicate collarbone. "Pull your clothes down a little." The woman stared intently at the boy, not wanting to miss any detail. She wanted to see something under the clothes, something that filled her with fantasies. What no woman can resist is often hidden beneath clothing: delicate, smooth skin, and skin as white as snow. Each piece filled her with longing at that moment. Upon hearing this, the boy hesitated for a moment before closing his eyes and pulling his clothes down a little, immediately revealing his skin, which was as white as jade. After the woman saw it, she couldn't take her eyes off it. It was so white. She wondered what it would feel like to touch it. Just as the woman reached out to investigate, the boy reacted immediately, stepping back and pulling his clothes up. The woman pleaded, "I did as you said, can you please let us go now?" "What, you think you can just let him go like that? Your lives are worthless." The woman's mood immediately soured after the boy dodged her, and she said coldly, her face turning gloomy, "You're dishonest." Upon hearing this, tears welled up in the boy's eyes, as if they were about to fall at any moment. No woman could stand looking like that. She immediately refused to continue. Why bother with anything else? It would be a disservice to his stunning good looks if she didn't get straight to the point. The woman shed her disguise and transformed into a true hungry wolf. Chapter 52 escaped. Just as the woman lunged at Yi Qing sneered, then took Nangong Shui with him, and the two disappeared from the woman's sight. The woman was utterly shocked as she stared at the two who had suddenly vanished. Had she seen a ghost in broad daylight? They disappeared without any energy fluctuations. Are you kidding me? However, the woman soon realized an even more important problem. The handsome man had disappeared. He's gone. I wish I had done it sooner. Now I'm losing control of myself. It's really annoying that she has a second face. Because of Yi Qing's antics, she forgot that her top priority was to get rid of Nangong Shui. And she was still captivated by Yi Qing's good looks even after the woman finished. Her face was still flushed, and she returned to the sky, intending to first look for Yi Qing and the others and try to make amends. No matter how hard she tried to sense them, she couldn't detect their presence. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Just as the woman was about to set off to search, several people suddenly flew in from behind and arrived beside her in the blink of an eye. The group consisted of the 4 who had gone to distract Nangong Shui's protectors and deal with Shinjusen. Aside from their disheveled state, the group showed no other unusual signs. Upon seeing the woman, the leader asked, "Fifth brother, where's Nangong Shuaren? She got away." The woman named Lao Wu said, lowering her head. After all, it was her momentary lust that caused the man to escape, so she bears absolute responsibility. But hopefully, the boss and the others don't know that. What? Fifth brother, how come you can't even handle a golden core stage 3 person? Another nascent soul stage 9 person said upon hearing this. Hey, fifth sister, why do you smell so strange? A woman next to her sniffed the woman named fifth sister and pinched her nose. No, don't talk nonsense. I don't think they've gone very far. Let's hurry up and chase after them. Upon hearing this, the woman named Lao Wu's face turned bright red, and she changed the subject. The woman who had been silent all along looked at the guilty fifth brother and sniffed the air again. Why did this smell seem so familiar? Could it be? No, impossible. We're on serious business right now. Fifth sister wouldn't do such a thing. The woman stopped thinking about it and followed closely behind the group of people who had already left. She didn't want to know what her fifth sister had done. All she knew was where her 200,000 top-grade spirit stones had gone. The group then began a thorough search of the surrounding area, which stretched for over 10 kilometers. Where is Yi Qing right now? Yi Qing is currently hiding in a cave, cursing the system. This is ridiculous. He thought he'd struck gold with 30 points of affection. But it only teleported him a few hundred meters. In crucial moments, we still have to rely on the bead that Su Qingyue gave us. Without this bead, he would probably be a ghost by now. However, looking at the narrow cave entrance and Nangong Shui lying on the ground, Yi Qing was considering whether to leave or not. I've already helped her out. If I continue to help her, won't she just run away again? But looking at the unconscious woman before him, he still felt a pang of pity. After all, aside from initially threatening to kill him, this woman had ultimately given herself to Nangong Shueshi. So far, I feel pretty good. At least they won't abandon me and run away, and they even come to my rescue when I encounter thugs. Aside from being a bit erotic, there's nothing wrong with it. Seeing how badly she was injured, if I left her here alone, those men would definitely kill her if they came back. In the end, conscience prevailed over reason, and Yi Qing chose to stay. After all, if I go out now and that lecherous woman sets her sights on me, I'm doomed. I might as well go all the way and see this through to the end. Being with a woman whose looks are over 90% attractive isn't really a bad deal for me, and so the two hid until nightfall. During this time, Nangong Shui woke up once, but then fell unconscious again. During the trip, Yi Qing asked for water again, and reluctantly used some of her affection points to exchange for a bottle of mineral water. But seeing her complexion getting worse and worse, Yi Qing had no choice but to put her hopes on herself since she couldn't open her spatial ring. But as time went on, Nangong Shui's face turned pale and weak. Yi Qing was worried, so he spent 50 affection points to exchange for a healing pill from the system and then fed it to Nangong Shui. After I gave her the food, her complexion improved. I believe she will recover soon. However, Yi Qing had already started to feel sorry for his lost affection points, since there were only so many left, and now there were only 30 left, which was still a long way from 1,000. Why not stay by Nangong Shui's side and earn these things back? Since the 80 yuan spent was all on her, it's not unreasonable for me to earn it back myself. But this empress seems quite serious. But she's actually very frivolous. Dealing with her should be easier than dealing with Nangong Xiao, right? Yi Qing thought about it for a while, then stopped thinking about it and decided to see what happened next. He was too lazy to think about it anymore. After all, the most important thing in life is to be happy. Inside Nangong Jiaying's residence, looking at the several disheveled members of the assassination pavilion in front of her, Nangong Jiaying had already guessed the outcome. Nangong Shui's protector was already seriously injured. The 5 of them, who were at the nascent soul stage, couldn't even handle a few golden core cultivators. They were afraid of being laughed at if word got out. Who said the assassination pavilion members were reliable? That's even more outrageous than telecom fraud. They boast all they want, but when it comes to the crucial moment, this is how they do things. The greater the hope, the greater the expectations, but there is still a chance. The fact that the people in the palace can't find Nangong Shui and they can't find anyone else proves that they still have a great chance. It's possible that Nangong Shui is already dead, so it's not all bad news. You all need to hurry up and search. After all, this is your only chance. If you miss it, things will get complicated. After saying this, Nangong Jiaying immediately issued the expulsion order. With the whole city in turmoil, it's not safe for them to stay here. They should be given the opportunity to make the most of their abilities. Upon hearing this, the group didn't say much of a complaint. After all, this was supposed to be a foolproof plan, but they hadn't expected it to go wrong in the end. Consequently, the reputation of the assassination pavilion was also affected, though of course, the assassination pavilion didn't care about its reputation. But the group still couldn't accept it, and so, the group went about their own business, eventually disappearing into the night. Chapter 53. As night fell, the entire forest was shrouded in darkness, and the various monsters within began to stir in the night. Inside a small cave on the mountain, Ying looked at Nangong Shui, whose complexion had improved, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. After all, this woman isn't a bad person. He wouldn't do something like leaving someone to die.as for the hatred of national subjugation. It can only be said that the people of Northern Qi brought it upon themselves. After all, Nangong Shui faced internal and external troubles as soon as she ascended the throne. If she hadn't eventually become the Holy Maiden of Yaoguang Holy Land, she would have been the one to die. The moment you pick up the butcher's knife, you should know that you will eventually die under its blade. When the Northern Qi allied with the rebel forces in the interior of Nanshao to attack Nanshao, they should have thought about the danger of being destroyed in the end. It can only be said that human greed is insatiable. Yi Qing was somewhat impressed by Nangong Shui. After all, not many people could have overcome such a desperate situation. As for him, after he transmigrated and took over someone else's body, he didn't think about avenging his country. Anyone who thinks about this question is probably mentally unstable. You're struggling to survive, and you're still thinking about revenge? Isn't that just plain stupid? Besides, he's barely managing to save his own life. Why would he help someone else get revenge? Anyone with a normal IQ wouldn't even think of that. And what right does he have to help someone else get revenge? He is alive now because he fought his way up step by step. Otherwise, why would the system be called self-rescue guide? The solution is to find ways to save ourselves, not to think about those useless things. The idea that a courtesan knows not the sorrow of a fallen nation, still singing the song of the rear courtyard across the river, is ridiculous. Anyone asking this question must be seriously mentally ill. You only went to elementary school once and now you're showing off your knowledge here? Isn't that just being a clown? Who do you think you are? Looking for attention? If you're so knowledgeable, go write your own book. Even if you do, nobody will necessarily read it. Besides, he was an orphan in his previous life. Now that he's transmigrated, does he really want to avenge the Northern Qi Empress, whom he's never even met? Just because she was the original owner's mother? Are you kidding me? We're lucky to be alive, let alone avenge them? Turning on the light in the toilet? Are you looking for death? As for the original owner of this body, my arrival can be said to have ended his suffering. If it weren't for my performances where I sold my body, he would probably still be being bullied in that brothel. His arrival ended his suffering, and he should be grateful to himself. Moreover, he wouldn't think about seeking revenge, since it had nothing to do with him. As for the destruction of Northern Qi, it was all his own fault. It can only be said that human greed is limitless, and the law of the universe is survival of the fittest. Back then, the Northern Qi and Southern Shao, two countries with a population of over 1 billion, each only managed to field 400,000 soldiers. Could a single country really only have 400,000 troops? The person who asked this question is arrogant. They should probably go to the hospital for a checkup. If done in time, it can be treated. It's just that 400,000 men were mobilized in the initial stage, and a year-long war was fought. Couldn't reinforcements be sent during that time? Aren't the local garrison troops soldiers too? Why can't the remaining 200,000 people surrender? According to you, the Zhao state back then didn't need to surrender either. The soldiers could have fought on air until there were no soldiers left, or until only the commander-in-chief was left. Before surrendering, it has already been said that the high-end combat power of Northern Qi has been suppressed by some strongmen of Lingxi sect. Without high-end combat power, what is the point of fighting in this cultivation world? What I don't understand the most is saying that the main character is too useless and his movements are too feminine. I can only say that this kind of person has a problem with their intelligence. They've been watching for an hour, and they still don't find it offensive to say such things. The title clearly states female-dominated. In the books I've read, especially those with a female-dominated system, I've never seen a male character yelling and complaining, wanting to kill anyone he doesn't like. Why don't you just go read a normal, enjoyable story? Why did you click in here? You're seriously out of your mind. There were also those who made personal attacks on the author, but I won't go into that. It's just the rage of the incompetent. Jealousy can make people lose their minds. You just type all day, trying to annoy others. There are all sorts of people who give low scores, and some even curse the system, which is the most incomprehensible to me. With so many ideas, why don't you start your own book? And those who read for 2 hours and then give it 1 star, give it whatever you want, since the book's rating wasn't built up by piling up 5 stars anyway. It's not about the completion rate. If you read the first chapter and then don't finish, it's a small loss for my book. But if you finish it and give it a 1-star rating, that's the biggest help you can give me. There are also some who are clearly criticizing it, but the books are still on their shelves, yet they give it only 1 star. How should I put it? Criticize all you want, I'm not affected. I will benefit as long as you read it. And then there are those who only glance at it, say they don't understand, and then immediately give it a 1-star rating. I'm speechless. I recommended the book based on my interests, but when I clicked in, I found it wasn't what I wanted to read. I only read 1 chapter or a dozen words, and then I thought, sigh, I don't like reading this. I need to feel noticed and let others see me, so I went straight to the comments section and gave it a 1-star rating. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, clapping. They've truly mastered the internet. People seeking validation online are everywhere. There are also readers who feel frustrated. The authors themselves read other people's works and didn't feel anything wrong with them. If you feel frustrated, you are free to leave. No one is stopping you. This type of book is entirely a matter of personal preference. If you don't want to read this one, there are plenty of other good books out there. Just find what you like to read and read it. There's no need to try to make your presence felt. There was another person talking about ratings, which made me laugh. They even advised others not to read it, saying that the book wasn't worth the rating. He himself would struggle to even get an 8 out of 10 in his own book. That's just jealousy. And he even advised others not to read it. Also, feel free to share your ideas, and the author will respond to each one. The author is also fully willing to adopt your ideas. After all, 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang, right? As for those who say the author's writing is weak, or that the emotional shifts are too rapid, it's so difficult. If I want to write something emotionally, I have to be very detailed, but if I'm detailed, people say I'm not a good writer. It's so hard for me. As for those who gave low ratings, there were only a dozen or so people, not many. Most of them gave 5-star reviews, and I appreciate everyone's love. I couldn't help myself for a moment, and I will do it again next time. We are all doing this for the first time, so why should I give in to them? This chapter is the author's message to those who gave low ratings and had doubts. Everyone else should just pretend they didn't see it. After all, the book is doing very well right now, and the author will continue to work hard. The rating has reached 9.2, and everyone here deserves credit for that. Many people like the author's book, and there are already more than 3,000 requests for more updates. The author will work hard. As for those who deliberately lower their scores, just treat them like clowns and ignore them. The author will try to improve the book as much as possible, correcting any shortcomings and striving to make it a good read. Thanks also to all the friends who have been with the author. As for those talking about female-oriented content, there are still differences. It all depends on how you interpret it. If you don't like it, just leave. This genre is relatively niche. Most people can get into it, but those who don't like it really can't. There's not much to say, just goodbye. Female-centric stories are also prone to attracting criticism, so I'll try to avoid reading comments in the future and only write for people who enjoy this type of content. If you don't like it, just leave. There's no need to try and get attention. There will be 4 more chapters tonight. I'll post them before 9 p.m. Chapter 54. Nangong Shui awakens. The dim light added a touch of brightness to the narrow cave. Yi Qing put down the instant noodles in her hand and took a big gulp of water. After he negotiated with the system directly provided him with a box of instant noodles and a box of water. That little system is really good at business. It can create things like this so easily, and it even tricked me before, making me lose a lot of affection points. At this rate, forget about saving up 1,000, it's simply impossible, okay? Is the system here? Come out and let's have a chat. Yi Qing glanced at Nangong Shui, who was still unconscious, and asked in a low voice. Yes. Of course, if the host is afraid of being overheard, they can answer with their thoughts. The system's reply came from Yi Qing's mind. I wanted to ask, besides making people with looks over 8 points fall for me, are there any other ways to obtain this admiration value? Yi Qing asked, using telepathy. If some people can't have him and end up wanting to destroy him, wouldn't that be the end of the world? Yi Qing felt it was important to find another way. Just flirting without getting together would make him a scumbag, and it could easily backfire. There's actually another way, the system pondered for a moment, then said, the host can interact with women who are exceptionally beautiful, 8 out of 10, and then extract a certain amount of money from them, thereby borrowing their luck to gain admiration points. Every woman whose looks exceed 8 out of 10 is blessed by heaven. The higher her looks, the greater her future achievements. The host can acquire some luck by contacting them, and this luck is also something the system needs most. After displaying the relevant information, the system then reminded the user, interactions are also divided into levels. For example, low-level actions like holding hands, talking, hugging, or physical contact can award the host some affection points according to the system's judgment. Intermediate levels include kissing, removing clothing, etc. And the most advanced level is, the two of you doing erotic things. After the system finished explaining, Yi Qing finally understood why he had gained so much weight after being sexually assaulted by Nangong Xiao last time. It does seem easier now than before, and there's a lot of room for development. For example, now you can gain affection points just by holding hands. The system says that the higher your appearance, the more points you get. So, can I use Nangong Shui, who was lying on the ground, to verify this? Yi Qing turned his gaze to Nangong Shui, who was still unconscious. Looking at her stunningly beautiful face, he felt a sense of unspoken understanding. It's not too much to touch the empress's little hand, is it? After all, I've already spent 80 points of affection on her. Consider it as her paying for her life. Yi Qing chuckled and tiptoed to Nangong Shui's side. With the help of the dim light, Yi Qing could vaguely make out Nangong Shui's appearance. The girl had long black hair that cascaded over her shoulders, and the expression on her face had softened, no longer showing the pain she had felt before. A wisp of hair framing her forehead obscured her stunningly beautiful face, delicate and high-bridged nose, and cherry-like lips, exuding captivating charm at all times. Her body was slender and full-figured, and the slit skirt she wore revealed her fair and delicate legs. To Yi Qing, behind her slender waist, a shocking scar had been burned by spiritual energy, but thanks to the medicine Yi Qing fed her, it had healed considerably and was no longer as gruesome as before. Why Yi Qing looked away from her sexy and alluring lips. He truly had no intention of doing so. Yi Qing lifted one of Nangong Shui's small hands, and then slowly took her hand in his. However, a minute later, the system sent a notification. Congratulations, host, you have made initial contact with a woman who was 9 out of 10 in terms of looks, and have gained 1 point of admiration. Yi Qing's face darkened, and she exclaimed in surprise, why did you only add such a small amount? This is already quite a lot. After all, Nangong Xiao only adds 1 point every 10 minutes. If the host finds someone with a perfect appearance, maybe he can add 1 point every 10 seconds. Upon hearing this, the system remained calm and carefully explained to Yi Qing. Although I'm a lecherous person too, you're clearly trying to make me a scumbag. Yi Qing said speechlessly, what do you mean by scumbag? He's clearly giving a lost girl a home, don't you think? My parents gave me life, but the system truly understands me. Yi Qing nodded in agreement upon hearing this. He thought the system was right, but if he started a harem now, wouldn't he be caught by Nangong Xiao and drowned in a pig cage? But then she thought, she didn't seem to have anything to do with Nangong Xiao. She was forced into it. They weren't married, so Nangong Xiao had no right to interfere in her affairs. After all, this is a world where women are superior to men, where women can have multiple husbands, while men can only depend on women. Just as Nangong Shui had thought, she had already become Nangong Xiao's person, and Nangong Xiao originally wanted to take her back to the palace, but once she knew he had lost his virginity, she gave up the idea. After all, how could an empress wear someone else's worn shoes? No matter what, she and Nangong Xiao had a good relationship. It was she who wanted to give Yi Qing to Nangong Xiao in the first place, but then she thought about going back. This is roughly what Yi Qing was thinking during that overheard conversation. As for the state banquet that Nangong Shui had planned, she subconsciously overlooked it. She really didn't want to wear someone else's worn-out shoes, but in reality, she still cared about Yi Qing's body. Nangong Shui never wanted to admit that she had the idea of taking Yi Qing back. So much so that when Yi Qing was being carried away by her to escape, that was all he knew. Fortunately, Nangong Shui didn't recognize him, otherwise he would have been dead again. Now all we can do is wait for Nangong Shui to wake up and see if she can get us out of this dangerous forest. Once I leave the capital of Nanshao, I will be basically free with the bead Su Qingyue gave him, and by disguising himself, he would be basically safe. He should escape Nanshao first, since Nangong Shio had already started looking for him. Yi Qing also fantasized about having a girlfriend who was incredibly beautiful and gentle and considerate. If they were together, they would not only love each other, but also earn admiration points. Why not? As for Nangong Xiao, he was his first woman and he still had some feelings for her. After all, who could resist a woman who would feed them with her mouth? I'll wait until I become stronger, then I'll take her in and make her a member of my harem. Of course, all of this requires ability. Without ability, it's all nonsense. But then I thought, right now it seems that Nangong Shui is the only one with a 9 out of 10 appearance, and outside of Nanshao capital, I might not be able to find anyone else. Why are you holding my hand? Just as Yi Qing was racking his brains to think of something, an untimely voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. Chapter 55 Holy crap, this guy is seriously amazing. He was so focused on thinking about his escape route that he didn't expect Nangong Shui to wake up at this moment. Feel sorry. After feeling the cool and soft texture in his hand, Yi Qing realized what was happening and quickly pulled his hand away, her cheeks flushed from the embarrassing scene. Looking at the somewhat shy man in front of her, Nangong Shui didn't think much of it. She glanced around at her surroundings and asked, "Where is this?" She casually thought of getting up, but unexpectedly it aggravated her wound, causing her to wince in pain. Seeing this, Yi Qing quickly helped her up and steadied her before saying, "Cave." Seeing this, Nangong Shui realized her current situation and didn't say anything. She then picked up the water next to her and started drinking. Yi Qing tried to stop him, but it was too late, since it was the water he had just drunk. The water in the bottle flowed down Nangong Shui's lips and into her stomach. Looking at her fair neck, Yi Qing slowly shifted his gaze elsewhere. This woman is even beautiful when she drinks water. She truly deserves to be called a 9 out of 10 beauty. After finishing half a bottle of water, Nangong Shui put the bottle down, licked the water droplets from her lips, and then carefully examined the boy. He sat there quietly, hugging his knees, staring blankly at the wall. He has a face that all men envy. Although he looks simple, his handsome features are undeniable. He looked so much like the boy he had seen in the cage that day, as if they were the same person. But then she dismissed the idea. After all, the boy's innate purity and nobility were incomparable to the man before her. He might still be in Nangong Xiao's arms right now. Thinking of this, a barely perceptible hint of envy flashed in Nangong Shui's eyes. Nangong Shui was unaware that Yi Qing had been lost, as she had been drunk that night, and hadn't asked about anything when she woke up. She then stayed with the man in front of her, but whenever she saw him, she would unconsciously think of the boy in the cage. "By the way, what's your name?" Nangong Shui suddenly asked. After all, it seemed that this man had saved her, and she was very interested in getting to know him. "Ah, my name is Chen Xing." Yi Qing paused for a moment before answering. Then she added, what's your name?" "Of course, I can't really tell her right now. I'll just brush it off for now and see how it goes later." Nangong Shui, after replying, Nangong Shui said nothing more. She took out a healing pill from her spatial ring and swallowed it. Then she sat cross-legged to heal her injuries. After examining her own body, Nangong Shui was surprised to find that she had recovered a lot. Could it be this boy in front of me? But he clearly has no cultivation. And he certainly wouldn't have a high-grade healing pill. Seeing that Nangong Shui had recovered from her injuries, Yi Qing did not disturb her. He glanced at the remaining 30 points of affection and felt that he had lost out big time. At the gate of Nanli City, Xin Qingxuan's face was extremely gloomy as she looked at the person who came to report. "We've been searching all day, but there's still no news of His Majesty." Thinking of her younger sister, who was now a cripple and didn't have much time left, Xin Qingxian scolded, "Get out of here and go find His Majesty. If you can't find him, you're all fired tomorrow." Watching the departing crowd, Xin Qingxian suppressed her anger and turned to the generals behind her, saying, "Search. You must catch the assassin." "Understood." Upon hearing this, the generals clasped their hands in greeting. After finishing all this, Xin Qingxian looked tired. This assassination attempt dealt a heavy blow to the entire Nanshao region. In particular, Nangong Shui's protector was severely injured and on the verge of death. He and his sister went to the Yaoguang Holy Land for treatment, hoping to save their lives. There were too many troubles that day, the most important being that the empress had disappeared and it was still unknown whether she was still alive. I never imagined that even after she retired, she would still have so many troublesome things to deal with. She's such a worry. Shen Xingshan looked at the rows of soldiers leaving the city gate, her expression one of wanting to cry but having no tears. She was left to handle everything, as the two regents and the four chief ministers didn't care about it, which was very annoying. At that very moment, a city within the territory of northern Qi was captured. The stench of blood lingered for several kilometers around the area. The city walls were covered with corpses, which filled the entire passageway. The blood beneath them gathered into a river, flowing down to lower ground. In the distance, a young girl in a yellow robe, riding a warhorse, coldly watched the scene, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Behind the girl followed a group of men in black, each of them possessing great strength and abundant spiritual power. Just then, a group of soldiers came galloping from afar. One of them dismounted upon seeing the young woman and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, the city has been captured. After capturing 5 more cities, we can return to the capital. Didn't Nanchao send any troops?" Upon hearing this, the girl's expression remained unchanged, and she still spoke coldly. "Only 2 garrisons arrived, totaling 100,000 men, but they have all been wiped out by us. As for Nanchao, there has been no action yet. All right, you may leave." Upon hearing this, the girl waved for the group to leave, then looked in Nanzhao's direction. He began by saying, "Nangong Shui, the real show is just beginning." The girl was standing on a relatively high spot. You could see her by moving the camera down. At this moment, the entire plain was filled with densely packed soldiers in armor, advancing in orderly formation, stretching as far as the eye could see. Inside Nangong Xiao's residence, she looked at the pavilion that was now deserted. Nangong Xiao poured herself a cup of tea using the cup Yi Qing had left behind that day, and savored it slowly. She hasn't seen Yi Qing for a day and a night. Now, although he only stayed in her residence for a few days, he left her with indelible memories. It was his intrusion that brought color to his otherwise dull life. After he left, she felt as if a piece of her heart had been lost. She asked herself, why couldn't she let go of a man? Was it his body, or everything about him? "I will find you, no matter where you are. To keep you from leaving me, I will lock you in the room I specially prepared for you. You will always be mine, always." The young man is like the one described in the book. "When you came, you brought wind and rain, and I had nowhere to hide. When you left, you disrupted the seasons, and I am left with a lingering illness." The boy revitalized her long dormant spirit. Being with him, doing joyful things, was the best ending. Chapter 56. The Empress wants to eat instant noodles without realizing it. Yi Qing slowly fell asleep around 1 o'clock in the morning. Nangong Shui opened her eyes. Her injuries had almost completely healed. Nangong Shui opened her eyes and looked at Yi Qing, who was still fast asleep, and began to observe him closely. For some reason, the more she looked at the boy, the more he resembled Yi Qing. Could it be that she was bewitched? Nangong Shui shook her head, stepped out of the cave, and intended to breathe in some fresh air. Looking at the height of more than 50 meters above the ground and the steep cliffs all around, Nangong Shui wondered how he had brought her up here. Something strange. Before he lost consciousness, he was being chased by an assassin who was a nascent soul expert, and the only person he had with him was this young man. But now she is not only alive, but her injuries have also mostly healed. She was the first to disbelieve that there was nothing strange about it. There's only one possibility. The boy inside is lying to her. Perhaps he possesses some hidden treasure that reveals his cultivation level, or some unknown secret. She had led him into this assassination attempt, and in the end, she was saved by him when they were in dire straits. If he's hiding something, then everything makes sense. Where did he come from? Where is he going? And what does he want to do? All of this remains a mystery. She also developed a strong interest in this man. Thinking of this, Nangong Shui decided to stay and observe the boy first, figure out what was going on, and then thank him for saving her life. The way the boy saved her shows that he is not a bad person at heart. He is a kind and compassionate person. This man is so attractive that I'm even tempted to marry him. Perhaps she's been influenced by Yi Qing and started to be interested in men. Or maybe she's just lusting after the boy's body. It's hard to say, but if that's the case, she absolutely must have the boy. After all, she is the empress here, and there is nothing that can make her want to back down. Of course, she will also be good to her man, spoiling him for life. Nangong Shui returned to the cave, where the boy was resting quietly on a rock. In the darkness, she could see everything about the boy. His appearance was truly the most beautiful she had ever seen, on par with Yi Qing. After some mental preparation, she even thought that the young man in front of her was more handsome than Yi Qing. Why Yi Qing never dreamed that without the charm of a heartthrob, the blessing of being a novice green tea bitch and having a holy body, she could catch Nangong Shue's eye simply by relying on her looks. All he could say was, "This damn good looks of mine." Of course, compared to the vast majority of readers, it's far from enough. Don't you agree, my fellow Yanzu? Nangong Shui found a stone slab, intending to sit cross-legged and stabilize her injuries, but then he remembered that his clothes were torn, so without thinking, he started taking off his clothes right in front of Yi Qing. The girl slowly removed her light blue clothes, leaving behind a beautiful, picturesque scene, but unfortunately, Yi Qing, who was fast asleep, couldn't see it. Her clothes slipped down, slowly revealing the girl's naked body. She stood tall and graceful, like a lotus emerging from the water, captivating all who looked at her. A pair of slender, smooth, and fair legs were exposed to the air, slowly moving downwards, revealing those lotus feet that haunted the dreams of countless men. The ankles are perfectly rounded with beautiful lines, and each of the 10 toes is full and sexy, making one want to put them in their mouths. Just to clarify, the author is not a pervert. Her figure is devilishly beautiful and alluring, with a waist so slender it could be grasped in one hand, making one feel old at all times, and those breasts on her chest, though not as big as Su Qingyue's, are still not to be underestimated. Although Yi Qing did not see all of this, the system did, and even the system sighed inwardly. The host got a good deal. Of course, compared to her, they are far inferior. How can these ordinary mortals be compared to a god? Nangong Shui took out a set of clothes from the ring and changed into them in one swift motion. Once dressed, Nangong Shui reverted to her usual dignified self. He sat up straight, took one last look at Yi Qing, and began to heal his wounds. Even if the injury is almost healed, it still needs to be stabilized. After all, a cultivator's spiritual energy attack should not be underestimated, especially since it was a powerful expert whose cultivation level was a whole realm higher than his own. Nothing more was said that night. The next morning, Nangong Shui was lured awake by a rich aroma. When I opened my eyes, I saw the instant noodles in the boy's hand, still steaming. Nangong Shui's nose twitched slightly. It smelled delicious. Seeing him eat so heartily, she felt a little craving herself. Seeing Nangong Shui staring intently at his instant noodles, Yi Qing felt a little embarrassed to eat. After taking out a packet of instant noodles, Yi Qing handed it to Nangong Shui and said, "Here you go." Nangong Shui was slightly taken aback, then reached out and took it. After Yi Qing finished serving the instant noodles, he started slurping them up again. Nangong Shui wanted to ask how to eat it, but after seeing Yi Qing busy by himself, she didn't say anything and picked up the original item to examine it carefully. Looking at the packaging and the picture, it looked delicious. Nangong Shui stuck out her little tongue and licked it, but found it had no taste. "Is this not how you eat?" Then she looked at Yi Qing and wondered why he could eat so heartily. "Could it be that I opened it incorrectly?" Nangong Shui tried again, but in the end it was all in vain. After Yi Qing finished the instant noodle soup, he patted his stomach. The system's portions were definitely different. There was plenty of food. Yi Qing wanted to see how Nangong Shui was eating, so he looked over, and what he saw startled him. Nangong Shui looked at Yi Qing with a resentful expression, her eyes pleading, looking very aggrieved. Damn it! Yi Qing suddenly realized that she would never eat it. He then took the instant noodles, prepared them for Nangong Shui, poured in the hot water he had gotten for free from the system, and then handed the noodles back to Nangong Shui. After Nangong Shui took the instant noodles, she was about to start eating when Yi Qing reminded her, "Wait a little longer." "Why?" Nangong Shui asked, puzzled. Could it be that the packet of powder he poured in earlier was poison? Seeing Nangong Shui's increasingly fierce gaze, Yi Qing knew she had clearly misunderstood, so he quickly explained, "It needs to be soaked before eating, that way it tastes better." Oh. The Empress nodded as if she understood, then hugged the instant noodle cup to her chest and waited obediently. Upon seeing this, Yi Qing sighed inwardly. So obedient, just like a little girl. She had no trace of an empress. This kind of person is perfect to be a wife. They are terribly cold in front of outsiders, but incredibly gentle and adorable in front of you. Alas, it's a pity she doesn't like worn-out shoes. Knowing there was such a lovely empress, she simply kept them for her. Chapter 57. A sneak attack. Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief after directing Nangong Shui to finish her instant noodles, as it had been exhausting. To make her eat more naturally, I shamelessly took out a pair of chopsticks from the system. These days, even eating instant noodles has become this complicated. After finishing her meal, Nangong Shui licked her sexy little lips, looking as if she wanted more. Holy crap, this woman doesn't still want to eat, does she? After waiting for a while, Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Nangong Shui didn't ask for it anymore. Chenxing? I'm leaving this cave. Are you leaving too? Nangong Shui stood up, looked at Yi Qing, and called his name. Ah! Perfect timing. Could you take me along the way? I'm not feeling well. Yi Qing replied, the opportunity has finally arrived, and he doesn't need to say it himself. It's inconvenient. Is it because he doesn't want to reveal his figure? That makes sense. A weak man like him, who is so handsome, should always keep some secrets. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing was completely dumbfounded. It turned out that Nangong Shui regarded him as a master. It's no wonder she didn't doubt herself. After all, it's impossible for someone to rescue her from a nascent soul expert. But hiding her strength makes sense. Since she considers me a master, then I will do as she wishes. But if he encounters those assassins again, he should be able to escape. Yi Qing refused to believe that even if his luck was the worst, he would never run into that group of people again after going out once. If that's the case, you can just bet 6 points. Or you can buy a lottery ticket in this world. I don't know if there even is a lottery. Alright, get ready. After saying that, Nangong Shui walked to the cave entrance and looked down at the forest below. After Yi Qing finished packing, he came out. Well, there wasn't much stuff, just some bedding and other things, which he put into the system space. After Yi Qing came out, Nangong Shui took out a blue glowing sword from her ring, placed it in the air, then grabbed Yi Qing and flew up. Whether a cultivator flies with their body or with a sword, the speed is about the same. To others, both are merely dazzling lights, but if Nangong Shui were to fly with her body and hug Yi Qing, he certainly wouldn't be able to tolerate such a frivolous act. He was only forced by circumstances earlier. Yi Qing was first hugged by Shinjiasen and then by him, so he must have been very resistant. Nangong Shui didn't want to take advantage of Yi Qing, so she summoned her flying sword. After Yi Qing reached the sword, Nangong Shui also started operating the flying sword. Flying on the sword was very stable, without the swaying sensation I had imagined. But Yi Qing thought that this was a rare opportunity, and for the sake of his admiration points, he had no choice but to shamelessly persist. Yi Qing pretended to be scared, pinched Nangong Shui's robe with his fingers, and pressed himself tightly against her. Nangong Shui also sensed Yi Qing's movements, but she didn't remind him. For some reason, she really wanted the boy to be closer to her, but the thought that the boy was going to the official road and would soon be separated from her made her feel a little unhappy. But there's no way to keep him by my side right now, and forcibly keeping him would only make him unhappy. Nangong Shui carried Yi Qing, slowly making their way towards the official road outside Nanli City. The moment Nangong Shui took to the sky, she and Yi Qing were discovered. Two groups discovered them. Nan Xiao, a powerful figure searching for Nangong Shui's whereabouts, and Lao Wu, who had been hiding nearby. Yesterday, the group split up and chased after Yi Qing and his companions for a long time, but they couldn't find them. 3 of the 5 remained outside to continue the search, while 2 others had already laid an ambush inside Nanli City, ready to kill Nangong Shui as soon as she appeared. They have the audacity mainly because of their high cultivation level. As long as the 2 patriarchs of Nanxiao don't come out, they can basically do whatever they want, but they must finish the matter within the next few days, otherwise they will not be able to escape. If the powerful figures from Yaoguang Holy Land arrive, the enforcement team of Yaoguang Holy Land is led by an inner sect elder at the Mahayana stage, and the lowest cultivation level among its members is at the nascent soul stage. They've gotten themselves into big trouble. If they're still within the jurisdiction of the Yaoguang Holy Land, they'll almost certainly lose their lives. The more Lao Wu thought about it, the more suspicious she became. She guessed that the 2 of them were still there, just hiding their presence. Asa Saintus, Nangong Shui also possesses this ability. She had been waiting there, hoping to get lucky, and to her surprise, she actually got her wish. As members of the assassination pavilion, they all possessed talismans that allowed them to conceal their presence, which is why she had been hiding here all along, and some of Nan Zhao's experts had not discovered her. Looking at the 2 people flying in the sky on their swords, a ruthless glint flashed in Lao Wu's eyes. After the man had drawn out his fire, he disappeared without a trace. Finally, she used something she hadn't used in a long time to solve the problem. Since you 2 are still together, fine, neither of you will survive. The 5th sister's eyes hardened, and she stopped hiding. All around her in the sky were golden core cultivators. A nascent soul cultivator had just passed by, but it would take her a long time to get back. 2 powerful cultivators at the mid-stage of the golden core realm flew rapidly towards Nangong Shui in the sky, but unexpectedly, a figure shot out from the jungle below, with Nangong Shui as its target. What is that? Oh no! Protect His Majesty! One of them reacted immediately upon spotting the 5th prince. He casually unleashed a sword aura at the 5th brother, but she easily dodged it. The 2 were separated by a vast difference in cultivation level, so this attack was like an egg hitting a rock, posing no danger whatsoever. Nangong Shui also felt a very familiar sense of crisis, and she immediately turned her spiritual power to resist the attack. Unfortunately, with her golden core stage 3 cultivation, no matter how extraordinary her talent or how advanced her techniques, she had no chance of withstanding it. Although she is only at the 3rd level of the golden core stage, with the support of top-level cultivation techniques, she can defeat others by 1 or 2 minor realms. However, the difference in strength between the two is too great now, and she is simply no match for them. After all, in the entire cultivation world, the higher one's cultivation level, the more difficult it is to kill someone of a higher level. Not to mention a whole cultivation level higher. Such a person only exists in legends. Nangong Shui had been protecting Yi Qing behind her, so this attack did not kill the uncultivated Yi Qing instantly. He flew away like a kite with a broken string, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This palm strike knocked Yi Qing unconscious. With her last bit of strength, Nangong Shui held Yi Qing in her arms and slowly lowered herself down. Chapter 58. Yi Qing is seriously injured. Nangong Shui used her spiritual power to sense Yi Qing's physical condition and found that he was seriously injured. He then opened his spatial ring, took out a top-grade healing pill, and fed it to Yi Qing. That he then ate one himself, using up his last bit of spiritual power to save Yi Qing's life. The 2 golden core cultivators had already signaled to their surroundings when they first saw Nangong Shui. Now, all they needed to do was hold off this woman, and Nangong Shui would be completely safe, but the 2 of them alone are not enough to be instantly killed. However, if they use all their spiritual power for defense, they can still manage. Moreover, the Imperial Guards all possess a secret technique, similar to that of the Shin family, but weaker. If they burn their essence in blood, they can instantly reach the combat power of the high-level golden core stage. With full defense, they can still hold out for a period of time. If it lasts for about 10 minutes, it's still okay, but after the blessing, they will definitely become useless. However, as skilled members of the Imperial Guards, they were instilled with the ideology of loyalty to the Emperor and patriotism after joining, so they had no regrets, and so, the 2 of them engaged in a fierce battle with the 5th brother in the sky. Meanwhile, the Imperial Guards who had arrived had already gathered around. Seeing that he was about to be surrounded and that he couldn't take down the 2 of them in a short time, the 5th brother snorted coldly and fled into the distance. Yi Qing was lucky that she didn't feel the pain of spiritual energy raging through her body after being knocked unconscious, but Nangong Shui panicked. She had already protected Yi Qing, but he was seriously injured at the moment. He's clearly hiding his strength, so why isn't he using it? Could it be that I guessed wrong? But now is not the time to think about that. Yi Qing's life is in danger and he needs immediate medical attention, and so, Yi Qing and Nangong Shui were escorted by Imperial Guards who arrived at the palace. The 2 nascent soul 9th-level assassins lurking in Nanli City did not make a move, because at this moment, someone they could not afford to offend had arrived in Nanshao. The group could only leave in anger. If they couldn't escape the Yaoguang Holy Land within the next few days, endless torment awaited them. Inside Nangong Shui's bedroom in the Imperial Palace. At this moment, a large group of Imperial physicians had gathered here, and Nangong Shui kept her eyes fixed on Yi Qing, who was lying on the bed. She was a cultivator, and thanks to the treatment of these Imperial physicians, she had almost fully recovered. But Yi Qing was just an ordinary person. He was too badly injured, his internal organs had been shattered, without spiritual energy to protect him, and with his shin bones not yet tempered, and being a weak man with no strength to even kill a chicken, such a severe injury would basically be fatal. But could the Imperial physicians of the cultivation world be ordinary people? They were all cultivators. After more than an hour of emergency treatment, Yi Qing's life was saved, but Yi Qing remained unconscious, and all they could do was wait. After all, his soul was still very fragile and couldn't withstand such trauma. Seeing Yi Qing's face return to normal color after turning from deathly pale, Nangong Shui dismissed the group of Imperial physicians. At this moment, only Nangong Shui and Yi Qing remained in the entire palace. Looking at the boy in front of her, Nangong Shui felt he looked more and more like Yi Qing, and now all she can do is openly look at him while he's unconscious. Nangong Shui carefully observed Yi Qing, staring intently at his face. His high nose bridge, sensual lips, and stunningly beautiful face seemed to tempt one to commit a crime at all times. Nangong Shui unconsciously stretched out her slender fingers and slowly stroked the boy's face. The boy's skin was so delicate and soft that it captivated people at all times. As Nangong Shui gently stroked the boy's face, her movements seemed a bit too vigorous, waking him up. The boy lying on the bed let out a soft moan, quite alluring. Nangong Shui quickly stopped, her heart pounding. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the boy was still asleep, but the thrill of this stealth elevated her mood to a whole new level in an instant, a feeling she had never experienced before. No, how could I, a dignified empress, take advantage of someone while he was unconscious? Nangong Shui shook her head, which was almost consumed by desire, and banished such shameful thoughts from her mind that if you want to do something, you should do it openly and honestly, not under these circumstances. Nangong Shui got up, intending to go for a walk. She also wanted to inquire about Yi Qing's situation. She genuinely felt that the boy in front of her resembled Yi Qing, yet the two were clearly different. So she decided to ask for clarification. "Someone come here." Nangong Shui walked out of the room and addressed the several purple scale guards on duty. Thinking of the purple scale guards, Nangong Shui also thought of Xinjiasen. She had gone to the Yaoguang Holy Land for treatment. There were powerful immortals in the Holy Land, so they should be able to save her. When she returned, she had already issued the strictest orders to capture those assassins. Although she knew they were from the assassination pavilion, she was an empress and a saintess, and she had almost died. How could she tolerate it? All we can do now is wait for good news from the Holy Land. As for relying on Nan Shao? Forget it. How could a mere Nan Shao possibly stand against the assassination pavilion? The assassination pavilion, I'll remember this grudge. What are your orders, Your Majesty? After thinking for a while, the others came to her side. Your Majesty, you're finally back. Just as Nangong Shui was about to speak, someone suddenly appeared beside her. Nangong Shui took a closer look and saw that the person was dressed in black. Wasn't this the shadow she had sent out to find Yi Qing earlier? He waved his hand, signaling the purple scale guards to retreat. After the others withdrew, Ying knelt down and whispered, "This humble subject has failed Your Majesty's high expectations. Tell me in detail." Upon hearing this, Nangong Shui's expression changed. After the banquet, she went drinking and completely forgot about the incident. Later, after sobering up, she went straight outside the city, and she and Ying had not seen each other for 2 days. Your Majesty. The night before last, I infiltrated the regent's palace, but I couldn't find the man Your Majesty mentioned. After some observation, I discovered that the man Your Majesty spoke of had already been captured. I returned to report to Your Majesty, but Your Majesty was drunk and didn't say anything. Instead, you gathered your guards to search for him, but they couldn't find him. When I returned to report yesterday morning, Your Majesty had already left the city. After learning the news, stop. Seeing that Ying wanted to continue speaking, Nangong Shui quickly stopped her. She didn't want to listen to any more nonsense anymore, because she had heard some news. And Nangong Shui asked, "You mean, Yi Qing has been kidnapped?" Upon hearing this, Ying lowered her head and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, Nangong Shui's eyes hardened, and she whispered, "Could it be Chen Xing? He's hiding it so well, he even fooled me." Chapter 59 has been discovered. Nangong Shui was furious. She realized she had been tricked and that he had been hiding his true intentions all along. No wonder the two look so alike. It turns out the clown was always herself, and she was completely fooled by Yi Qing. So his previous pitiful act was all an act. Okay, very good. Nangong Shui was still unsure, but she then went into the room and looked at the unconscious boy on the bed. A strange glint in her eyes. His identity had been confirmed, but Nangong Shui still wanted to confirm her own thoughts, so she walked to the bedside and roughly lifted the shirt off the boy's right arm. The first thing that catches the eye is a dragon that looks like it's carved on your hand, but it's no longer the deep blue it used to be. It's turned into a light blue. Judging from the color of the dragon, he and Nangong Xiao hadn't done it many times. For some reason, a barely perceptible hint of joy flashed through Nangong Shui's heart, a feeling she herself could sense. Am I really that interested in this man? Which side of him is his true self? He has almost fooled everyone with his harmless appearance. So this man is no ordinary person. He's hiding too many secrets. This made Nangong Shui very curious about Yi Qing. After all, no one could lie to her, let alone a weak man, or rather, a man. This man in front of me is making a fool of me. How should I punish him for this crime of deceiving the emperor? Thinking of this, Nangong Shui stuck out her sexy little tongue and licked her charming lips. I had this idea before. Wouldn't it be wonderful to keep a mistress in a golden house? Perfect. It saves me a lot of trouble. The only regret is that this stunningly handsome man in front of me has already been used by someone else, but thankfully, he hasn't been used many times, so I can still use him again. It's laughable that she once wanted to turn the boy into her emperor, but now that she thinks about it, how ridiculous that was. Such a scheming boy is only fit to be a caged canary. She still liked his helpless, pitiful expression in the cage. That look could arouse some of a woman's primal desires. As for keeping a mistress in a golden house, or a canary in a gilded cage, I seem to be thinking of his residence. How about a golden cage? It would be perfect to punish him for deceiving the emperor. Is she destined to wear other people's worn out shoes? It seems so, but don't let anyone know, because who would know you've worn sluts? Thinking about this, Nangong Shui seemed to have figured it out. She now needed to rebuild a home and house for the boy. Nangong Shui turned her gaze to Yi Qing, her thoughts becoming increasingly undisguised. He slowly walked towards the bed, reached out, and became increasingly unrestrained. Nangong Shui officially took Yi Qing as her canary. It doesn't seem too much for her to pet her. Nangong Shui proceeded step by step, trying out all the places she wanted to try before finally giving up. He circulated his spiritual energy to restore his flushed cheeks to normal. She then went outside. She still needed to build a house for the boy. And there were many other things within the palace that she needed to attend to, and this wicked boy who deceived the emperor, he was kept for himself to enjoy at night, no, to punish. Inside the regent's palace, Nangong Xiao sat in the courtyard, absent-minded. Today was the second day since she and Yi Qing had separated, and it was already afternoon. She sat in the courtyard, waiting for news, but the word she had imagined, "Your Highness, the person has been found," did not appear beside her, and no news came from him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Nangong Xiao now deeply regrets her actions. If she hadn't gone to the palace that day and had stayed with him instead, or if she had dealt with Su Qingyue sooner, then none of this would have happened. Nangong Xiao took a swig of strong liquor from the wine glass and then smashed the glass away. The sound of the glass breaking attracted the housekeeper, who hurriedly picked up a brand new glass and refilled it for Nangong Xiao. "No news yet?" Nangong Xiao asked, her eyes filled with deep weariness and her voice hoarse. She hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights because of Yi Qing, but that was nothing for a cultivator. But the anxiety in her heart and the many bad news made her body unable to bear it anymore. Upon hearing this, the steward trembled and knelt down on the ground, his voice trembling with fear. "Your Highness, there is still no news." "Then hurry up and go find it." Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao smashed the glass of wine onto a nearby rock and said coldly, Yes, this subordinate takes his leave." Upon hearing this, the steward made his escape. The prince is obsessed. She still needs to receive information in the manner. Now that she's gone out herself, won't the prince be left alone? The prince is really something, going to such lengths for a man. Why not just find another one? If one isn't enough, 10 will do. Of course, she had to admit that Yi Qing was indeed very beautiful. There was no one else like her in the entire Nanshao region. After the steward left, she walked out of the palace. She decided to wait for news here. Just as the steward came out, the Minister of War was standing outside the door anxiously looking inside. Upon seeing the steward, he immediately went forward and said, "Where is your Highness? I have urgent news to report." Upon hearing this, the steward looked troubled and said, "Lordly, the prince has no interest in state affairs. You must handle this yourself. If you really can't, go to the palace and speak to the Grand Secretariat. The rebellion in northern Qi is out of control. If your Highness doesn't take action soon, something terrible will happen." Minister Li said anxiously upon hearing this. "Let me in, I need to see the prince." He then tried to force his way in, but was stopped by the steward. "There's no use in worrying. The prince has been in a bad mood these past few days. I'll go in and ask him for you." Seeing this, the steward realized the seriousness of the matter and comforted him before taking the memorial and going inside. The Minister of War breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. News of the Northern Qi rebellion had already reached the capital, and some people had come to see him to discuss countermeasures, but most of them didn't care, since it had nothing to do with their positions. Some ministers wanted to submit a memorial to His Majesty, but His Majesty had been assassinated and his whereabouts were unknown. So she had no choice but to come and see Nangong Xiao, hoping that everything would be all right in time. Nangong Xiao looked at the returning butler and asked, "Why are you back again?" "Your Highness, the Minister of War has brought a memorial, saying that the rebellion in northern Qi has worsened and Your Highness needs to issue an order," the steward said, handing the memorial to Nangong Xiao. But Nangong Xiao didn't look at it. She simply threw the memorial onto the stone table next to her. "Why are you coming to me if you're not going to suppress the rebellion? If she can't even handle this simple matter, she shouldn't be in this position." After Nangong Xiao finished speaking, she added, "Go and get the tiger tally from my study, and mobilize the Jinbei army to suppress the rebellion. Don't bother me with this kind of thing anymore." Chapter 60 Nangongi is taken away. The Minister of War looked at the half of the tiger tally in his hand, his worried expression still unabated, but no one wanted to get involved, so it seemed that this was the only option for now. The Jinbei army was a force of 500,000 men stationed on the border between Nanshao and northern Qi. Its main duty was to prevent rebellions by northern Qi, and the tiger tally was shared equally between the two regions. If half of them are available, the Jinbei army can be mobilized, but these 500,000 men seem to be of no use, because when the southern Shao destroyed the northern Qi, due to insufficient national strength, it only stationed 1 million troops in the northern Qi. After several months of replenishment, the number of troops barely reached 1.5 million. However, the territory of northern Qi was also very large, and it was impossible to keep it all under control. Therefore, since the fall of northern Qi, there have always been people who have been determined to resist to the death. This rebellion was far-reaching, and the troops stationed in northern Qi were unable to provide effective support because they had their own territories to occupy. This has led to the uncertainty surrounding the size of the rebel force. All that is known is that they are unstoppable and have come on strong. They have likely already conquered the territory of an entire state. Nanshao had 9 prefectures, while northern Qi only had 7. This means that 1/7 of northern Qi's territory had already been restored. The state that fell was very close to Xiajing, the former capital of the northern Qi dynasty. This made the rebels' intentions very clear. They wanted to recapture the capital and then gradually expand from the center until they could reclaim all the territory. The only saving grace now is that Xiajing is still in Nanzhao's hands, and it contains Nanzhao's elite troops, including the National Guardian General Dongfang Haoyue, a 9th-level nascent soul expert. It's basically safe now. Even if these 500,000 Jinbei army troops cannot eliminate the rebels, they can still help resist for a while longer, allowing Nanshao to make full preparations. The Minister of War did not consider this to be a small-scale rebellion. She believed it to be very serious, not for any other reason than that the leader was a remnant of the northern Qi royal family. After the fall of northern Qi, only the royal family was severely damaged. The powerful clans were not fundamentally harmed. As long as someone took the lead, they would respond in droves and join in. Nanshao won this war largely thanks to the suppression of the high-end combat power of the Lingxi sect. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to take down the tough nut of northern Qi. After the war broke out between the northern Qi and the southern Shao, both countries suffered losses, but the number of dead was not large. The northern Qi royal family paid the price for this war. It can be said that the northern Qi simply changed its masters. As for its national strength, it did not suffer much loss at all. In contrast, Nanshao had already exhausted its national strength after 2 consecutive years of civil war following the Three Kings Rebellion, as well as the foreign war that year. Therefore, this rebellion is a big problem. If it is not handled properly, Nanshao may be removed from the list of Xuanwu continent. Of course, these were just the Minister of War's guesses. After all, Nangong Shui had the Yaoguang Holy Land backing her up. Although the Holy Land doesn't interfere with the national wars, the 4 major sects do. The Lingxi sect has always stood behind Nangong Xue. So hopefully her speculation is unnecessary, but she really does hope for peace. But peace has become a luxury for the entire Xinwu continent. The Xinwu continent is vast and densely populated, and wars are basically happening every day. Nanxiao's goal was also to live and work in peace and stability, but with Nangong Shui's ascension to the throne, too much has changed. The 10 empires under the Yaoguang Holy Land have had their share of friction in the past, but there hasn't been a war in which a country was directly destroyed in a long time. Other countries also wanted to get involved in the fall of northern Qi, but after learning that a sect had intervened, they decided to wait and see. So far, they have not made any statement, as if they were unaware that northern Qi had been destroyed. Perhaps they dared not intervene because of the intimidation posed by Nangong Shui's status. After all, a holy maiden of a holy land, barring any unforeseen circumstances of death or premature demise, can at least reach the Mahayana stage and has the potential to become the next holy master, or even an immortal. These are beings they cannot afford to offend, so they can only turn a blind eye. Saintess is a position that only holy lands possess. Each holy land has no fewer than 100 saintess. These people will be the top combat force of the Holy Land and the successors of the next generation, so they value them very much. Nangong Yi was merely a disciple accepted as a true disciple by a supreme elder of the Spirit Sword sect, but this already puts her ahead of many others. Of course, the Supreme Elder's disciples couldn't possibly be just her. There were many others. Although these people's statuses are not particularly prestigious, they are still far superior to those of people from small towns like theirs. Just like Nan Shao, he was helpless when only a few nascent soul stage assassins arrived. They were simply not on the same level. However, The fact that Nangong Yi was valued by her master and made a personal trip suggests that her status among the many true disciples must be exceptional. However, her master could not do it himself and could only rely on external forces to take her away. This was because of the rules established between the various holy lands. If she broke them, her life would be in danger. The relationships between the various holy lands are not very good, they are basically in competition. After all, a powerhouse above the void refinement realm can already slaughter a country on their own. Therefore, there are many restrictions on these high-end combat forces. At this moment, Nangong Yi had regained her usual complexion and was no longer in a sorry state. At this moment, she had already been taken to the Spirit Sword sect by her master and two senior sisters. Her eyes were deep and fixed on the Nanshao Imperial Palace before she stepped into the spatial tunnel. Nangong Shui, when I return one day, it will be the day your life ends. The humiliation she suffered here will surely be repaid to Nangong Shui 100-fold, 1,000-fold. She would devote all her time to cultivation, and sooner or later, she would kill Nangong Shui with her own hands. Time flies, and it was evening in the blink of an eye. Nangong Shui was very angry. This afternoon, she heard the news she least wanted to hear. Nangong Yi escaped from prison, and the nascent soul expert guarding the heavenly prison also died. This wasn't the worst of it. The worst news was the rebellion of the Northern Qi, which was already close to reaching Xiaojing. All of this happened so suddenly, she hadn't expected Yi Qing made a rise to prominence in such a short time. Upon learning of the remnants of the Northern Qi royal family, she dispatched experts to hunt them down, but they never returned. It seems she let her guard down. She's been incredibly busy these past few days. Your Majesty, the house is finished, and the people are locked in cages. Just as Nangong Shui was frowning, a purple scale guard came to report. Chapter 61. Canary Yi Qing was woken up by the system. After waking up, apart from feeling a little uncomfortable, there was nothing wrong. After waking up, Yi Qing was about to raise his hand to rub his eyes, but he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why was it a little difficult for him to raise his hand today? I hope my hand isn't broken. I need to get some exercise. Splash, holy crap. Who the hell tied me up? A scream came from inside a golden cage in a luxurious room made entirely of gold. Yi Qing looked at the huge golden chain in his hand and the golden light reflected from the surrounding walls, which made him subconsciously close his eyes. After forcibly restoring his vision, Yi Qing was able to open his eyes with difficulty. However, after seeing the situation clearly, Yi Qing was dumbfounded. What's going on here? He was locked in a cage made of gold, and his hands were bound with large gold chains. She was also wearing a dress made of gold thread. Although Yi Qing dreamed of one day wearing a yellow robe, complete with chains, and surrounded by beautiful women, but it seems that things are not going to happen as he thought. Someone has imprisoned him. System, help me. Yi Qing panicked and anxiously called out to the system, "Don't panic, host is not in any immediate danger. Please remain calm." The system's gentle voice immediately appeared in Yi Qing's mind, making his mood less heavy. What's the situation now? After calming down, Yi Qing asked the system. The host is currently imprisoned by Nangong Shui in a golden room she built exclusively for the host. She intends to turn the host into her personal canary. Why would she do this? Did she find out who I am? Yes, and because the host lied to her, she added the crime of deceiving the emperor to the host's list, and she imprisoned the host here as punishment. Oh no. Barbecue is dead. Am I doomed? She currently has no intention of killing the host. She only wants to keep the host hidden in this golden house for her own enjoyment. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing couldn't help but gasp, but then, as if remembering something, she exclaimed, "What pleasure! Didn't she refuse to wear worn-out shoes?" She didn't originally have that idea, but it's all because the host is too good-looking, so she changed her mind. Or maybe she likes married men. She didn't show it before, but it was exposed when she met the host. The system teased Yi Qing when it heard her question. I don't understand, but I'm shocked. I can't believe she's this kind of person. I thought she was the best girlfriend, but I never imagined she was such a pervert, a kept woman. Host, you can't judge them by the standards of women from your original world. This world is one where the strong are respected, so it's not surprising that they have such thoughts. Besides, they have a strong competitive spirit and a strong possessive nature, so host, you should handle them carefully. Serve me my ass. I'd rather jump off this cliff and die outside than fawn over her. That ungrateful woman is truly, click. Before Yi Qing could finish speaking, the golden gate was opened from the outside. Yi Qing immediately shut up, activated her god-level acting skills, and put on an innocent look. looking at Jin Men and becoming calm. After all, Nangong Shui already knew he was faking it, so it wouldn't be good for her to continue pretending to be pitiful. She would just go in the guise of Chen Xing. This made Nangong Shui believe that this was his true self, and that everything before was a disguise. Just as Yi Qing was channeling his godlike acting skills, Nangong Shui strode in with her long legs. The first thing she saw was the boy's gaze in the cage. His eyes held confusion and regret. Do you regret it? Is it because you shouldn't have saved me? Or because you didn't kill me? She also had a question. Why didn't Yi Qing choose to avenge his family when he had such a good opportunity? After all, they should have been enemies after the fall of Northern Qi, but he was thinking of saving her, which made Nangong Shui very curious about his thoughts. What was the reason that made him not kill her? He must have many tricks up his sleeve, but he's hiding them and doesn't intend to reveal them. All of this made Nangong Shui want to imprison him here alone, preventing him from unleashing his thoughts that she was unaware of. She could no longer give this man to Nangong Xiao. Nangong Shui was conflicted. She wanted his body, but she couldn't go against her own feelings, and there was also his mysterious background. Was he really a prince of Northern Qi? Why did he have so many hidden methods? Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. With the cage she had specially built for him, he believed he would never be able to use his mysterious and unpredictable methods again in his lifetime. He only needed to be a canary in his own cage. That was his punishment for deceiving the emperor. Yi Qing listened to the excuses Nangong Shui made for her lust and suppressed the urge to clap and cheer. We're all a bunch of lecherous people, so what's the point of hiding it? What good would it do to admit it? You want to keep him for yourself. How could I let you have him all to yourself? My goal is a vast forest. You can't control me. You look good. Nangong Shui walked over and said. She wore a golden robe and a magnificent phoenix crown, and walked with an air of dominance. She had the face of an angel, the figure of a devil, and two large, white breasts that swayed slightly with her every step. Her long, slender legs were encased in a slit skirt, revealing her fair skin, which was very alluring. She looked at Yi Qing with anger and hostility, as if he were a stranger, completely lacking her previous enthusiasm. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. If I had known, I wouldn't have saved you. Yi Qing replied, looking at her. Oh? Save me? It seems you really did save me, but why did you lie to me? Nangong Shui walked to the cage and looked at Yi Qing inside. I'm not lying to you, I just want to live. Yi Qing lowered his head and stopped trying to argue. Save your life? But do you know that deceiving the emperor is a capital offense? Nangong Shui said, her voice chilling. Whatever. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing closed his eyes and said no more, looking as if he wanted to kill or torture her. Very good, you're not afraid of death. But I don't want you to die. I will repay your life-saving grace and punish you for deceiving the emperor. Nangong Shui looked at Yi Qing, who had already closed his eyes and was not resisting, and said softly after saying that, as if examining prey, it then opened the cage. Chapter 62. Woke up after being scolded. Upon hearing the sound, the boy opened his eyes and looked at Nangong Shui, who had already opened the cage. Looking at her golden outfit and her nonchalant demeanor, one can see the beauty in her attire. Yi Qing snorted coldly, you old lecher, what a hypocrite. But do you think I'm so easy to bully? I have to teach her a lesson, or she'll think I'm easy to bully. Nangong Shui stepped forward and placed her hand on Yi Qing's face, intending to first soothe her little bird, but Yi Qing slapped him away, and Nangong Shui looked at the boy retreating backward, feeling a little displeased. It's not good for a pet to resist its owner's affection. If you're going to kill, then kill. Don't be so disgusting, okay? Yi Qing said coldly to Nangong Shui. I never imagined you, who looked like a virtuous and upright woman, could be so twisted in secret, even imprisoning your savior in a cage. You're a hypocrite, a beast in human form, and you even act as emperor. If your people knew. Before Yi Qing could finish speaking, Nangong Shui had already pinched Yi Qing's chin, preventing him from making any sound. Nangong Shui looked into Yi Qing's eyes, which were filled with anger. Yi Qing's words struck a nerve. She really wanted the boy in front of her, but that didn't mean he could say those things about her. You are a prisoner. Have you forgotten the act you put on in front of me? If you behave well, I might spare your life. But if you say such things again, I will take you out and execute you right now, Nangong Shui said coldly, then removed her hand from Yi Qing's. She had done this action a long time ago, but this time she didn't feel the same way. After Nangong Shui removed her hand, Yi Qing remained silent, while Nangong Shui let out a cold snort provoked by the boy. She had long since lost her previous anger. He got up and left, leaving the cage open. Since the dog couldn't escape anyway, it had no choice but to live in this house for a while. It just so happens that she has a lot of things to deal with these days, and she needs to focus on dealing with the Northern Chi rebellion at tomorrow's morning court session. Since she could destroy it once, she would do it again. This time, she wouldn't rely on external forces. She wanted to prove to some people that she could destroy Northern Chi once more. Nangong Shui left the golden house and arrived at her own bedroom. Actually, for convenience, she built that golden house below her own palace. To go down there, she only needed to go down the steps. Yi Qing's words extinguished much of the lust in her heart. Just as he said, she seemed to have become somewhat perverted. Nangong Shui walked to the window and looked at the moon accompanied by the stars in the sky. She was reluctant to admit that this man had brought about too many changes in her. She was once single-mindedly pursuing the great Tao, with the goal of becoming an immortal. But ever since she inherited the throne, everything seems to have changed. They drifted away from their goals and gradually drifted further away. Since taking the throne, one trivial matter after another has been happening. She doesn't believe that there is a distinction between good and evil in this world. She only believes that the strong are respected, while the weak can only be trampled underfoot. When she ascended the throne, she returned from the Lingxi sect and eventually seized the throne. However, the throne did not bring her much benefit, but rather endless trouble. After fighting with the three kings in the country for 2 years, she was valued by a senior elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land and became a saintess after taking a test. After becoming a saintess, her status rose dramatically. At that time, the situation was already dire, but in order to curry favor with her, a powerful figure from the Lingxi sect approached her, saying he would help her through the crisis, and she agreed. Then came the turning point that year. Since ascending the throne, she had been busy handling government affairs. In order to reduce her burden, she also set up many auxiliary government agencies, but she still had no time to cultivate. This position involves too many things for her. But ever since she last met Yi Qing, she was stunned by the boy's good looks. However, with her mind focused on the great Tao, how could she be troubled by love? She originally intended to kill him, but recently she couldn't bring herself to do it. At that time, rumors were rampant in the city, with many slanderous remarks about the royal family, so she went along with it and gave Yi Qing to Nangong Xiao, but the boy's appearance was etched in her mind. She had never seen such a beautiful boy before. That night, she had a dream in which she became the supreme emperor, and the boy was by her side. In the days that followed, she kept thinking about the boy, and his wet eyes kept lingering in her mind. Could it be that she had fallen in love with the boy? No, she didn't think so. She believed it was just lust at first sight, not love. Perhaps he came precisely to break her current state of idleness. But after all, he was a remnant of the Northern Chi, a country she had personally destroyed. But when his own life was hanging by a thread, instead of seeking revenge, he saved his own life? Was it out of kindness or ulterior motives? At first, she thought about many things, all of which were negative about the boy, but none of them were positive. Since her mother's death and her sister's betrayal, she seems to have stopped believing in good people in this world. Or perhaps she has been heartbroken by Nangong Yi. This caused her psychology to become somewhat distorted, and when she last met Nangong Yi, she severely humiliated her. After learning that Yi Qing had lied to her, she showed anger rather than trying to find out the truth. Just as he said, he just wanted to live. This would explain why he asked him to take him to the main road while he was in the cave, or why he wanted to leave the city when he was in the city. Looking back now, it all seems like he was trying to escape from here. Maybe he wants to escape this place and find another place to start a new life. Just as he said, he wants to live. The reason he didn't seek revenge was because he didn't want to be involved in the past anymore. Perhaps he just wanted to live a simple life and no longer be involved in these things. So he was right, he was a pervert who imprisoned his savior. After the boy hurled a few insults at her, she seemed to be jolted awake. Is it too late to apologize now? I think it's possible, or let him stay alone for the night. After all, he called himself a pervert. A little punishment. Consider it a reminder. I think I might be starting to like this boy. Being with him would be nice. Having someone to keep me company while I cultivate would make it less boring. She recalled how harmonious they were together just a day ago, without the current conflict, and everything was wonderful. P.S. I wasn't in a good mood today. I was so focused on arguing with those trolls that I almost turned the female lead into a villain. No wonder I couldn't write anymore. Luckily, this chapter salvaged the situation. I will try my best to control my temper in the future, treat those people like air, and focus on doing my own thing. I will still post 3 chapters a day. I'll just consider today's comment as something I said in anger, and I've already deleted it. I'll add 1 more chapter tomorrow. That's 3 chapters for today. Chapter 63 Repayment or Revenge. Surrounded by the bright stars in the sky, Nangong Shui fell asleep peacefully, but she couldn't fall asleep no matter what she did. She had figured out many things. What she needed to do now was to quell the rebellion and then take Ying to the Yaoguang Holy Land for cultivation in the days to come. During this period, I should cultivate a good relationship with Ying and make him my Taoist partner. However, there is always a deep-seated hatred between her and Ying, stemming from the destruction of their nation. There will likely be many difficulties along the way, but she will not give up. She could use the days to make up for Ying's losses. Moreover, once they arrived at the Holy Land, she could use her resources to obtain a marrow-cleansing pill for Ying, and then he would be able to cultivate normally. Having a Taoist partner to accompany her on the long road to immortality would be much better, preventing her from feeling lonely. A night has fallen, and all is quiet, unable to sleep. Nangong Shui got up and went to the passage leading to the basement. I walked up the long staircase with light, careful steps. She didn't want to wake the boy in the darkness. She already knew he was asleep. His even breathing came out of his mouth, sounding very rhythmic. I gently pushed the door open. It made no sound. The light inside was dim, although everything around is made of gold. Without light, even the most extravagant scenery cannot be presented. The room is lit by a luminous pearl during the day, but at night it is automatically switched to a lamp. As you walk in through the door, you see various decorations, but the most eye-catching one is the golden cage next to the bed. The cage is about 3 meters high and 3 meters wide, with plenty of space for people to move around freely inside. Next to the cage was a bed, and lying on the bed was the young Ying. They first met at the Lin family's auction house. At that time, his country had just been destroyed, and he himself had become a prisoner. He maintained a helpless expression throughout the auction, an expression that ignited the most primal lust within the women around him. People scrambled to photograph him, while he remained huddled in his cage, trembling and feeling the injustice of his fate. Her first real meeting with him wasn't at the auction house, but inside her own palace. At that time, he looked helpless, giving people a pitiful and endearing feeling. I was shocked by his appearance at that time, and I kept thinking about him in the last few days, until she learned his true colors. She wanted to keep the boy as a caged canary for her own enjoyment, but some of the boy's words woke her up. It was only then that she realized he really wanted to escape from here and live the life he wanted. He was kind by nature, but he harbored many secrets. Nangong Shui wanted to know his secrets and was also very curious about him. Does she have feelings for him? It seems so, but it also seems so. If there are feelings involved, what is the basis for that? Did you become lustful the moment you first saw him and want to possess him? Or perhaps she destroyed his country, but he didn't choose revenge and even saved her in the end. If there are no feelings involved, then why does she want the boy to become her Taoist partner? And why does she want to possess the boy himself? All of this is contradictory, but Nangong Shui doesn't want to think too much about it. She just considers it a kind of possessiveness. From the first time she saw the boy, she had wanted to possess him. If Ying can stay with me for the rest of my life, then I will treat him well. Her idea of turning Ying into her emperor emerged in that cave where only the two of them were, but after she found out the boy had deceived her, she stopped having that thought. But now she suddenly has the thought again. Tomorrow, she will make Ying her emperor. If he doesn't agree, then she'll have to resort to some tricks. As for apologizing to Ying, forget it. After all, how could an empress apologize to a weak man? Absolutely not. There's no need for an apology. I'll compensate him with something else: money, status, and reputation. She could give all those things to Ying, but an apology was out of the question, never in this lifetime. While Nangong Shui was deep in thought, she had already come to the bedside. Upon reaching the bedside, she was greeted by an intoxicating fragrance that captivated her. Following the scent, Nangong Shui discovered that it was a fragrance emanating from Ying. The aroma was intoxicating, and Nangong Shui couldn't help but greedily inhale a few more breaths. Looking at the sleeping boy, Nangong Shui's eyes flashed with amazement. Although she had seen him many times in the past few days, she felt something different each time. It brings her a fresh feeling that he was so beautiful that words could not describe him. No wonder he could attract me so deeply. This man is simply a devil. Nangong Shui stretched out her delicate, fair hand and gently placed it on Ying's face. Upon handling it, an amazing tactile sensation swept over her fingers, then spread from her hand to her body and mind. Every time I touch him, I feel reluctant to let go, wanting to keep him in my hands forever, never letting him have any chance to leave me. After touching Ying's cheeks all over, Nangong Shui then shifted her gaze to Ying's lips, those sexy lips seeming to tempt one to commit a crime at any moment. He held it in his mouth and ravaged it mercilessly. He wouldn't stop until it was red and swollen beyond recognition. Nangong Shui unconsciously swallowed. She had wanted to try that place for a long time now, she can only taste it when the boy is asleep. Of course, in order to prevent Yi Qing from noticing, she had already injected a stream of spiritual energy into Yi Qing's body, which could help him sleep, just like a sleeping pill, but without any side effects, and on the contrary, had many benefits. She didn't think there was anything wrong with what she was doing now. After all, Yi Qing was already her chosen Taoist partner, and he would be hers sooner or later. So what difference did it make whether she did it now or later? Nangong Shui gazed at the boy's alluring lips, slowly lowered her head, and boldly left her own unique mark on them. 5 minutes later, Nangong Shui stood up, wiped Yi Qing's mouth with a gold-threaded handkerchief, then reluctantly got up. Finally, she looked at Yi Qing's lips, which she had bullied and now looked disheveled, and smiled with satisfaction. This is the consequence of your deceiving the emperor. If you disobey my orders again, I will punish you severely. Do you understand? My emperor. Nangong Shui got up and left the house she had built exclusively for Yi Qing. Let him reflect on his actions for a while, and I'll release him after I finish my morning court session tomorrow. Chapter 64. Sending troops to suppress the rebellion. After Nangong Shui left, Yi Qing, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes. Hiss, this dog is just like Nangong Xiao. Do they both have some kind of special fetish? My poor mouth has suffered so much following me. Yi Qing touched his lips, which were a little sore and must have been swollen. Quite by chance, just as Yi Qing was sound asleep, the system suddenly woke him up. After waking up, thanks to his god-level acting skills, he didn't reveal any flaws, allowing him to eavesdrop on Nangong Shui's inner thoughts. So, does this mean Nangong Shui intends to consider him her Taoist partner? It sounds pretty good. But right now, his only task is to take advantage of the situation. By following Nangong Shui's lead and taking advantage of her, he will be able to protect himself. With strength, he will no longer be suppressed. Instead, he can suppress them, so he wasn't really at a disadvantage. But if he wanted to get more benefits, he would have to make Nangong Shui suffer a bit. Yi Qing always understood one principle: what you can't have is always better. If you let her get it easily, then it's meaningless. Having thought all this through, Yi Qing went back to sleep. After all, he had been on edge the whole time anyway. Nangong Shui will release him tomorrow, so he doesn't need to worry about it. This feeling of being in control is quite nice. Eavesdropping on people's thoughts is really useful, otherwise, he still wouldn't know what Nangong Shui was thinking, and so, Yi Qing fell asleep and passed away peacefully. What are you all doing? The northern Qi rebels have already reached Xiajing. Nangong Shui sat on the phoenix throne, looking at the officials below, and shouted angrily. Since she learned the news yesterday, she initially thought it wasn't very serious until this morning. But as soon as she arrived at the court, an urgent message arrived. The letter stated that the rebels had already reached Xiajing, and that it was extremely urgent. Moreover, the rebels numbered in the millions, with many high-level cultivators assisting them. The current situation is not optimistic and is very unfavorable for Nan Xiao. It's only been 3 months since Nan Xiao had her last fight, and she hasn't recovered at all. Should we rely on external forces to quell the rebellion? But you have to try everything. After all, you can't rely on others forever. Aside from the troops stationed in various localities, the entire Nanxiao region could still muster a considerable number of soldiers. Shen Qingxian. Thinking of this, Nangong Shui looked at the silent crowd below and spoke. Your humble servant is here. I command you to immediately assemble the army and launch an attack to annihilate the rebels in 10 days. Your subject obeys the decree. Shen Qingxian replied, kneeling on one knee. Bring me my tiger tally and give it to General Shen. After Nangong Shui finished speaking, someone handed Shen Qingxian a complete tiger tally. Only Nangong Shui possessed this complete tiger tally, which allowed her to mobilize any troops outside the capital. With this tiger tally, a 1,000,000-strong army can be assembled within 10 days, and more will follow in an endless stream. If we can't suppress the rebels, it's not too late to ask for outside help. This rebellion is indeed not to be underestimated. They came prepared, just based on the fact that Dongfang Haoyue said it was extremely urgent. It's no small matter. The court officials watched Shen Qingxian walk away, but dared not even breathe loudly. Now shouldn't we start investigating the matter of concealing military reports? Don't you think so? Minister of War Li Hanfei. Nangong Shui looked at the Minister of War below and said coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Hanfei was so frightened that she knelt on the ground with a thud, and said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, I am guilty. I have failed Your Majesty's cultivation. After saying that, he banged his head on the ground and didn't lift it up. Your Majesty, the Minister of War has also gone through a lot of trouble these past few days. After all, your majesty has been assassinated, and we cannot mobilize troops, a minister pleaded for Li Hanfei. So, it seems I was the one in the wrong? We dare not. Upon hearing this, the court officials below all knelt down, their voices loud and clear. Nangong Xiao, Nangong Jiaying? Don't you two know how to handle this? Seeing the high-ranking officials back down, Nangong Shui stopped talking to them and instead turned her gaze to the two regents. The four chief ministers were in charge of domestic affairs, while the two regents had the power to mobilize troops, Your Majesty. Xi Yao has always been in charge of border affairs, and I have no say in them. Nangong Jiaying spoke first. Your Majesty, I dispatched 500,000 Jinbei troops yesterday to quell the rebellion. They should be on their way by now. Nangong Xiao, who had not been in good spirits, bowed slightly in response. Your Majesty, this rebellion was very sudden, and no one was prepared. We should just wipe them out. The imperial advisor, who had been standing to the side, said after observing the situation for a while, everyone needs a stepping stone now, so she's the perfect person to create that stepping stone. Seeing the deadlock in the court, with everyone shirking responsibility, Li Meifang realized that only she, who was not involved in political affairs, could step forward. Then let's leave it at that. For the next period of time, we'll focus all our efforts on dealing with the rebels. From now on, we'll attend court every day. Once the rebellion is quelled, we'll return to our normal routine. Nangong Shui thought for a while and then decided not to concern herself with the matter anymore. The purpose of supporting them is to serve the country. If they can't handle the rest of the affairs, then there's no need for them to be officials. Your Majesty, we respectfully see you off. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This ordeal was finally over. Just as everyone was leaving, a eunuch approached Nangong Xiao and said, Your Highness, His Majesty invites you to the Imperial Garden for a meeting. I understand. Nangong Xiao's eyes flickered as she replied, the Empress should criticize her. After all, she has already given herself a lot of face in court. Originally, she was supposed to be in charge of this matter, but the Empress did not blame her. Instead, she made the Minister of War take on the responsibility. She hadn't paid much attention to state affairs these past few days because of Yi Qing's matter, so all of this was what she deserved. After walking out of the council hall, Nangong Shui walked smoothly to the Imperial Garden. The Imperial Garden was filled with blooming flowers, a breathtaking sight, and a rich fragrance that eased her previously heavy mood. After all, the flowers here are not ordinary flowers, they are spiritual. Flowers nourished by spiritual energy. Ordinary people can prolong their lives by inhaling their fragrance. After walking through a sea of flowers, Nangong Xiao arrived at a pavilion surrounded by flowers, where Nangong Shui was sitting and drinking tea. She hadn't seen Nangong Shui for several days since their last meeting at the state banquet. Nangong Shui was the same as before, unchanged, but Nangong Shui looked much more haggard. Chapter 65 Letting you out isn't impossible. Nangong Shui was conflicted. She hadn't wanted Nangong Xiao to come, but she wanted to see her reaction to Yi Qing's disappearance. If she doesn't care, then I will give her some compensation. But if she values it, I can't give Yi Qing back to her. I can collect some handsome men from all over the world for her. As for Yi Qing, he is mine. She was somewhat angry after learning that Yi Qing had become Nangong Xiao's man, but then she thought that she had brought this upon herself, so how could she blame others? She herself had given Yi Qing to Nangong Xiao, so she could only blame herself. But since Nangong Xiao had taken Yi Qing's virginity, she was still very unhappy, but she could only suffer in silence. She still had feelings for Nangong Xiao. After all, the two of them used to have a very good relationship, but ever since he found out that she had taken Yi Qing's virginity, he gradually began to distance himself from her. She has mixed feelings right now and doesn't know how to face her former best friend. His Majesty, just as Nangong Shui was pondering, Nangong Xiao came to her side. Nangong Shui snapped out of her daze, turned to look at Nangong Xiao, and gestured for her to sit down. Knowing she was guilty, Nangong Xiao decided to remain standing. Your Majesty, I am guilty. Please punish me, it's not your fault. I heard you've been busy with important matters these past few days. Upon hearing this, Nangong Shui knew she was referring to the affairs of Northern Qi, but she didn't want to talk about Northern Qi right now. She could leave that to the court officials. All she wanted to know was about Yi Qing. Therefore, she did not intend to blame Nangong Xiao for the matter of Northern Qi. My sister seems to be in a bad mood lately? Has something happened? Nangong Shui asked, looking at Nangong Xiao, who had fallen silent. Yes, there are indeed some troubling things, Nangong Xiao replied upon hearing this. He then added, Your Majesty, could you help me find one? Oh, tell me about it. A hint of helplessness flashed in Nangong Shue's eyes. Did she really have to have him after all? He was a slave His Majesty gave to me some time ago. He hasn't been found since he was captured last time. All right, I understand. I'll send people to look for it shortly. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave now. Well, little sister, you should take care of yourself too. You can go now. Watching Nangong Xiao leave, Nangong Shui clenched her fists slightly, then relaxed them. It seemed she had underestimated Yi Qing's charm. I never imagined he could bewitch Nangong Xiao like this, but she was destined to be disappointed. However, if Nangong Xiao liked handsome men, she would go and find some. Hopefully, she could forget Yi Qing. After all, this boy is truly charming, unique in the entire Nanchao or Yaoguang Holy Land. She had to admit that Yi Qing's looks were the best she had ever seen. All she could say to Nangong Xiao was sorry. Nangong Shui sometimes wondered if she had gone too far, or if she had become a villain. But then I thought, what can evil people do? Not everyone can be a saint. If a person doesn't look out for themselves, they'll be punished by heaven and earth. This principle has never changed. She has enough power and status to deserve Yi Qing. She would never return Yi Qing simply because she couldn't bear to. Let's just consider her a villain. After all, if you want to get what you need, you should stop at nothing to achieve it. You can't beg from others and expect them to give you things. You can only have everything if you have the ability. Thinking about this, Nangong Shui was completely relieved. If you always think about others, what is the meaning of life? As Nangong Xiao walked out of the palace, she looked at the magnificent halls and city walls, and her feelings were complicated. She was starting to regret it. If she hadn't forced Yi Qing to do those things or hurt him, things might have turned out differently, but everything is destined to be irreversible. Will I ever be able to find you again? Although I don't know the outcome, I will keep searching until the seas dry up and the rocks crumble. Until the world ends, I will find you, keep you by my side, and never be apart again. Nangong Xiao gazed at the distant horizon, as if she could see his face. Before she knew it, her eyes had become moist. It must have been too windy, and sand got in. If she could do it all over again, she would never have done those things to hurt him. When you have something, you don't appreciate it. When you lose it, it's too late to regret it. If I could do it all over again, if I could. Nangong Shui walked into the palace and arrived at the basement where Yi Qing was being held. When the door was opened, Yi Qing was eating lunch inside. Upon seeing Nangong Shui arrive, he made no move and simply continued eating. Good appetite. Nangong Shui walked over and couldn't help but say as she looked at Yi Qing, who was slowly eating a chicken leg, our relationship doesn't have to be so strained. Nangong Shui said slowly, looking at Yi Qing who was ignoring her. Ungrateful wretch, Yi Qing muttered, taking another bite of chicken leg as he spoke. Nangong Shui, then tell me all your hidden tricks, and I'll let you go, okay? Nangong Shui asked again, her eyes darting around. Are we that close? Yi Qing swallowed the chicken leg in her mouth and asked. You don't have to say it. Now I'll give you two choices. First, you can continue to be my canary. Second, you can become my emperor and be free. Nangong Shui suddenly said seriously. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing put down the chicken leg in his hand, looked at her, and said seriously, You're not joking? How about it? Think about it. Nangong Shui followed up the conversation. Yi Qing was speechless when he saw Nangong Shui's lewd expression. This seems to have completely overshadowed his original public image, but Nangong Shui didn't suspect anything. After all, he looked exactly like this when he was in the cave. Nangong Shui also believed that what he had done before was all an act, and that this was actually his true personality. As for her wanting to be her own emperor, he would be quite happy to oblige. That would make it so convenient to fleece her. Of course, one should still be reserved in doing things. After all, being too casual is not good either. Seeing Yi Qing's hesitation, Nangong Shui promised, Of course, I have no other intentions. I just want to be friends with you. This position of emperor was forced upon me by the court officials. You only need to hold the title. The court officials dared not pressure her. She had made all of this up. She was willing to risk everything for the sake of a handsome man. As long as Yi Qing agrees to her request, she will definitely be able to win him over. It's just a matter of time. Yi Qing looked at the serious Nangong Shui, pretended to think for a moment, and then said, Then I. Chapter 66 I promise you, I can agree to your request, but you must grant me my freedom. Yi Qing replied after a moment's thought. Yi Qing then added, But you can't force me to do anything I don't want to do. Just like you said, I only hold this title of emperor. When the time comes for me to leave, you can't forcefully stop me." Yi Qing rattled off a bunch of things, and Nangong Shui readily agreed. As long as Yi Qing agreed to be her emperor, she was very confident that she could win him over completely. This was the confidence that an empress should have. "I can agree to all of these, but you cannot leave the palace. As for the time limit, it will be 1 year." Nangong Shui nodded in agreement after hearing Yi Qing's words. "No, a year is too long, half a year." Yi Qing shook his head upon hearing this. He needed to put pressure on Nangong Shui. He couldn't give her too much time, or things would get difficult to control. "All right, then it's settled. I'll have someone come and take you out in a bit." Nangong Shui pretended to be hesitant. "Actually, half a year is fine. Half a year is enough for her to win over Yi Qing. As for Yi Qing, she will take him to the Yaoguang Holy Land to cultivate. As for Nan Shao, she has no use for this position and can pass it on to another king. Next, while keeping an eye on the battle situation, I will also try to win over Yi Qing. Not if all he wants is a peaceful life, then I'll give him that kind of life." She was also glad that Yi Qing didn't think about revenge, otherwise it would have been very difficult. But why is Yi Qing not seeking revenge? He doesn't seem to like Northern Qi. This can be seen from one incident. The breakthrough point lies with Nangong Yi. When Nangong Shui was defeated, she fled north to Northern Qi. The then Empress of Northern Qi promised her that she could help her regroup and continue to confront her. But why would the Northern Qi Empress value a useless person with no soldiers or manpower so much? Perhaps it was because of her identity as the Prince of Nanshao Liyang that Yi Qing, the most handsome man in Northern Qi, was betrothed to Nangong Yi by his mother's decree. By bestowing her most charismatic and favored prince upon a destitute man, she could demonstrate her resolve and magnanimity to those around her, and also make it easier for Nangong Yi to serve her. All of this is easily understood. So it seems the Northern Qi Empress didn't value Yi Qing at all. Perhaps within the palace, his fate was merely that of a decorative vase at the mercy of others, and he didn't live a good life. He was the kind of person who could be discarded at any time. Would someone who was merely used as a pawn feel any gratitude towards the person who manipulates him at will? If he had a benefactor in Northern Qi, it would probably be Yi Qingmei, who took him away from Xiaojing. If Yi Qingmei hadn't helped him escape, his fate would have been even more tragic than becoming a prisoner. After all, no one can refuse the status of a prince. He learned to hide. After the fall of Northern Qi, he finally broke free from his constraints and wanted to live the life he wanted, but he was captured and auctioned off in Nanshao. In the end, he managed to deceive her in Nangong Xiao through some tricks, but just as he was about to leave Nanli City, he happened to run into her. In that sense, it makes sense why he didn't avenge his country. Thinking about it this way, she realized that this man was indeed very thoughtful, and she liked him even more. After this analysis, she used to only lust after his body, but now she even admires his methods. After all, how can an ordinary person resist the charm of a man who combines stunning looks with a brilliant mind? Even she couldn't help but be captivated by this man. He seemed quite different from those other pretty faces. It made me like it more, and gave me a stronger desire to conquer it. Watching Nangong Shui leave, Yi Qing almost stood up and clapped his hands in approval, but in the end, he managed to restrain himself, and Yi Qing had to admit that this woman was something else. Actually, it was pretty much as she guessed. It wasn't as terrible as she imagined. The original owner was quite capable. Although he was known as the most handsome man in Northern Qi, he was extremely low-key, and the Empress of Northern Qi did not really like him. The relationship between the royal family members and the original owner was neither close nor distant. They were more like familiar strangers. They rarely saw each other, except for Fifth Sister, who was considered a close friend of the original owner. Taking him with you on your escape isn't too bad, and as for the others, there doesn't seem to be much to say. When Nanshao stormed the palace, the original owner of this body only then learned about this matter, and it was at that time that Yi Qingmei came to him. This also fully demonstrates how low the original owner's presence was, almost like a transparent person. But Nangong Shui's guess only solidified his persona, so it seems that all he can do now is quietly take advantage of Nangong Shui. It feels so good to lie flat. Not long after Nangong Shui left, several men came in and took him out. Looking at the golden cage, Yi Qing made an international gesture towards it. Do you think you can confine me? Once I become an immortal, I will definitely destroy all those cages, and the women of this world, I don't know what they're thinking. Cages are clearly for keeping animals in, but they want to lock him up in them. Their fetishes are really peculiar. Upon arriving at the Empress's palace, Yi Qing dismissed the servants, and he could finally relax for a while. He didn't know what Nangong Shui was thinking when she came up with that golden house. It was a real golden house to hide a beauty. Yi Qing was filled with gloom inside, and everything in the room was the same color. He was certain that if Nangong Shui didn't let him out, he would go crazy inside sooner or later. When Yi Qing came out, it was already afternoon. He just walked around the area, with 2 experts following him the whole time, which was probably arranged by Nangong Shui. The main purpose was still to keep an eye on him, mainly because he had a teleportation talisman, which allowed him to disappear directly, just like when he escaped from that nascent soul expert. But Yi Qing could only say that she had worried for nothing. After all, the teleportation talisman's range was really not impressive. A distance of a few hundred meters was probably not even enough to leave Nangong Shui's bedroom. Back in his palace, Yi Qing looked around at the books with a sense of boredom. Having retained the original owner's memories, he could still understand the words. Yi Qing also gained a general understanding of this world, the distribution of some forces, the division of realms, and various common knowledge. And so, evening came, and Nangong Shui ordered the kitchen to prepare a large table of delicious food, as she wanted to have dinner with Yi Qing. Chapter 67. Dinner together. Looking at the delicious food on the table in front of him, Yi Qing turned to look at Nangong Shui, who was walking over. Seeing Yi Qing's eyes constantly glancing at the food on the table, Nangong Shui smiled slightly, finding him rather adorable. After all, who could resist someone who loved food so much? Eat up, these are all yours. After saying that, Nangong Shui sat down and watched Yi Qing eat. Yi Qing didn't hesitate and started immediately. In his previous life, he was a poor student and an orphan. He couldn't even afford to eat delicious food. He was lucky if he could get enough to eat. This leads to his irresistible love for food, and he is determined not to let himself go hungry. This explains why, after taking the Bigu pill, he still wanted to eat other things. Strangely enough, he had been taking the fasting pills for half a month, intending to fast, but in the end he didn't have to. Yi Qing felt he had lost out, that he had bought it for nothing. But right now, who would think about those things? To leave such delicacies untouched and think about other things would be the greatest disrespect to food. Out of respect for the food, Yi Qing began to focus on devouring the dishes that the imperial chef had painstakingly prepared. He didn't even notice that Nangong Shui was watching him, but let her watch. He's not losing anything anyway. Having a stunningly beautiful woman watching him eat isn't so bad. Looking at Yi Qing, who was focused on eating, Nangong Shui felt a little flutter in her heart. She seemed to recall a saying, watching a handsome man eat can also be a kind of enjoyment. You're eating my food and enjoying it so much, but you have to pay for it. But he wouldn't let me touch it, and I seem to have promised to provide food and lodging. Thinking about it this way, I felt like I was getting the short end of the stick. How about putting poison in her food? That's a good idea, but how could she, a virtuous lady, do such a thing? But since he ate his own food, shouldn't he pay for it? Considering that he has no ability to pay, let's make an exception and let him compensate with his body. She wasn't picky, she just wanted him to stay with her for one night, and then she could sleep with him every day after that. A Minute Maid. Yi Qing never imagined that a simple meal could lead to his downfall. However, this time he ate very well and was extremely full. They say that if you take a walk after a meal, you'll live to be 18,000. So Yi Qing greeted Nangong Shui and then went outside for a stroll. Nangong Shui did not stop him and let Yi Qing leave. A few minutes after Yi Qing left, Nangong Shui also went out alone, heading in the same direction where Yi Qing disappeared. Nangong Shui followed Yi Qing all the way to the lakeside inside the palace. The lake was very large and contained all kinds of fish. However, it was already night, so visibility was very low, and Yi Qing could only see the dark lake surface, but he didn't care at all. He just wanted to take a walk and digest his food. Yi Qing walked alone to the small pavilion in the lake. The evening breeze made his white clothes dance in the wind, giving people the beautiful picture of a celestial being descending to earth. Nangong Shui watched quietly, and once again she couldn't help but sigh. This man was truly as beautiful as a celestial being. Perhaps he was a legendary handsome man descended from the divine realm. One glance is enough to captivate anyone with his stunning good looks, leaving them utterly mesmerized. After walking for a while, he sat down on a bench in a small pavilion in the lake, lay on his side, and looked at the bright moon in the sky. His profile captivated Nangong Shui. His charm is truly unmatched. What woman wouldn't want to conquer such a young man? Wouldn't she be captivated by him? Nangong Shui's desire grew even stronger. She longed to rush over, hold Yi Qing in her arms, and shower him with affection. It would be wonderful if they could have another brood of children. That would make life much more interesting. Instead of the monotonous grind of cultivating immortality, Nangong Shui seemed to see their bright future ahead of her. She had already thought of names for her children, and now all that was left was for her and Yi Qing to get down to business. but you can't rush this. After all, pursuing a boy requires taking it one step at a time, otherwise it will backfire. Nangong Shui stood at a distance, observing Yi Qing, her eyes fixed on him. She doesn't know when it started, but it seems that only this boy is in her eyes. Just as Yi Qing was admiring the scenery, the system notification suddenly sounded, pulling him back to reality. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 70 points of admiration from Nangong Shui. Where is she? I don't see her. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he looked around but did not find Nangong Shui. She's far away, of course you can't see her. The system kindly reminded you. Hearing the system's explanation, Yi Qing had already guessed that it was Nangong Shui who was spying on him, but this sudden surge in admiration was something he hadn't expected. It seemed that even his casual demeanor could attract Nangong Shui. Of course, this is also thanks to the support of several skills, all of which he had already activated when Nangong Shui treated him like a caged bird. And now Nangong Shui has provided me with another 70 points of admiration, which, together with the previous ones, brings my total to 100. It seems that it won't be long before I accumulate 1000 points of admiration, which I can then exchange for a marrow cleansing pill. Once I can cultivate, I will be able to reach the pinnacle of life. Thinking of this, Yi Qing was filled with enthusiasm. Forget about admiring the moon right now, earning admiration points was the most important thing. When Yi Qing arrived at Nangong Shui's bedroom, there was a large wooden tub inside filled with steaming water. Several men came in and offered to help Yi Qing take a bath, but Yi Qing refused. Although it's quite common in this world, Yi Qing still couldn't accept having several handsome men scrub his back. It's acceptable. No, absolutely not. Just thinking about it is awful. He's not the senior disciple of the sword sect. How could he have such a strange idea? Although it's not suitable for men, it's acceptable for women. Thinking of this, Yi Qing wrote the 6th rule in his self-help manual. From now on, I must have a girl accompany me when I take a shower. Yi Qing finished washing up, but he felt someone was watching him the whole time. Of course, he didn't care even if someone is peeking at him. It's probably a girl, maybe even Nangong Shui. So what if she sees him? He won't lose anything, and he can even improve his image. Why not? Of course, he was still wearing pants on his lower body. After all, he knew someone was peeping at him, and he didn't do anything about it. What's the difference between him and an exhibitionist? At this moment, in another room of the Empress's palace, Nangong Shui put down the crystal ball in her hand, circulated her spiritual power, and suppressed the heat in her heart. Looking at Yi Qing's room, he murmured, "I'm coming. Are you ready?" Chapter 68. Sleeping together. As night fell, the palace was brightly lit, and a squad of soldiers patrolled every so often inside Nangong Shui's bedroom. After Yi Qing finished washing up, he sat down at his desk to read, wanting to learn more about this world. According to the book, this world can be described as very rich. Aside from these righteous forces and those demonic beasts, there are 4 other races in this world: the demon race, the human race, the monster race, and the underworld race. The demons all live in the demon city, a place that is a nightmare for cultivators. After all, the demons are cruel by nature and have no tolerance for other forces. Fortunately, her main base is in Shenzhou, where many powerful figures reside. However, many demonic forces have already spread to other major states, making the situation quite troublesome. The demon race consists of demon beasts that can transform into human form after cultivating to the 4th rank, or some demon beasts with ancient bloodlines. They formed the kingdom of 10,000 demons, whose power is distributed across 5 continents and is quite formidable. The kingdom of 10,000 demons was established in a boundless forest in the Vermilion Bird continent. Its location was extremely secluded, and without certain methods, it would be impossible to find it. There's one last member of the underworld clan. How should I put it? It's like the ghosts Yi Qing knew about in his previous life. Among the 4 races, the underworld clan can only be described as the weakest. However, while they have a large number of people, they have the fewest high-end combatants, a little mid-level combatants, and the majority of them are low-end combatants. However, those powerful members of the Netherworld clan are truly strong, so ordinary people dare not provoke them. The Netherworld clan is based in a valley of death in Azure Dragon continent. According to some powerful individuals who have entered, once inside, it's like entering another world. The space is vast, and even the underworld beings inside don't know if it has an end. No one has ever reached the end, and some explorers have never returned. It's very mysterious. So, it can be said that the human race is the strongest, followed by the demon race, then the monster race, and finally the underworld race. These 4 races are incompatible with each other, and they basically tear each other apart whenever they meet. After all, those who are not of our kind are destined to be killed. Since everyone dislikes each other, fighting is a common occurrence. There are also realms in this world. If you reach the immortal realm, there are several more major realms afterward. They are Shi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, deity transformation, void refining, body integration, Mahayana, earth immortal, ancient immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, immortal lord, and immortal emperor. I in the entire divine martial continent, the strongest beings are immortal emperors, and there are no more than 10 of them in the entire continent. They are extremely rare. Once you reach the immortal realm, you can basically move mountains and fill seas. You are incredibly powerful and can control the life and death of a region. In Xuanwu continent, where Yi Qing is currently located, there are not many experts at the immortal realm, or rather, there are very few experts in all 4 continents. After all, tens of thousands of years ago, there was only one primordial holy land in the entire Xuanwu continent. But after a period of division, primordial was split into 3 lands: primordial, profound, and ancient. Although the primordial beginning has split, the combined power of the 3 of them still ranks first in the entire Xuanwu continent, while the Yaoguang Holy Land only ranks 4th. So, it seems that the powerhouses above the immortal realm are basically monopolized by these 3. The other holy lands and the 12 great families can basically include any expert at the immortal realm or above. There are also many powerful forces in the other continents, but the Vermilion Bird and Azure Dragon continents are basically occupied by the demon race and the underworld race. The human race is a weak group there, but the place most longed for by all races is Shenzhou. The entire continent of Shenzhou is practically boundless. The 4 other continents combined don't even amount to 1% of Shenzhou's land area. Shenzhou, a sacred land in the hearts of all cultivators. It is a place where golden core cultivators are everywhere and nascent soul cultivators are as common as dogs. Looking at it this way, Yi Qing realized that he still had a long way to go, so he had a question: were there any beings in that divine continent with a beauty level of 10? There might be many, or even more than 10. If Nangong Shui, whose appearance score is only 9 out of 10, is already considered stunningly beautiful, then how beautiful would those with a score of 10 or higher be? It's unbelievable. Thinking of this, Yi Qing was once again filled with motivation. It seems he needs to speed things up. After all, so many fairies are still waiting for him. Yi Qing was reading and learning until 11 p.m. Nangong Shui watched him intently from the crystal ball. His focused expression was truly captivating, and she gazed at him quietly for over 3 hours without ever looking away. Seeing Yi Qing put down her book and lie down on the bed, Nangong Shui unconsciously swallowed. The 2 of them would soon be able to sleep together. Around 11:30, after Yi Qing had fallen asleep, Nangong Shui gently pushed open the door and slowly walked over. By the light of the night, Nangong Shui gazed at Yi Qing's stunningly beautiful face, which resembled that of a banished immortal, and was momentarily captivated. And no matter how many times you watch it, you can never get enough of it. It exudes its own unique charm at all times, making people fascinated. Nangong Shui tiptoed over, and she could clearly feel her breathing becoming rapid and her heart beating uncontrollably. She was a little worried that Yi Qing would be woken up by her heartbeat and that she wouldn't let him know what she was like, so she injected another stream of spiritual energy into his body. It is the spiritual energy that can help him have a good dream and nourish his soul. In fact, if she wanted, she could easily use spiritual energy to alter Yi Qing's dream and make him dream. But there was no need for that, since it was all virtual. He didn't want Yi Qing's soul to be corrupted or affected by those dreams while he was asleep. As for why I can't enter Yi Qing's dream world, do some intimate things with him, or change his memories or anything like that. To enter someone else's dream, one needs to project one's divine sense, which she cannot do even at her current golden core stage. She was quite satisfied with the current situation. After all, they were lying in the same bed. After taking off her clothes, Nangong Shui lay down in bed, her hands unconsciously starting to wander. After Yi Qing's hand wandered around for a moment, Nangong Shui's slender hand unconsciously reached for a place she had never seen before. My first reaction was that it felt really good to hold, but as time went on, things gradually changed. Finally, Nangong Shui blushed and stopped doing anything she shouldn't have. She quietly held Yi Qing and fell asleep. She kept thinking that she had to win Yi Qing over tomorrow, so that he would be completely hers. Then we won't have to sneak around like this anymore. We can do whatever we want openly and honestly. Chapter 69 Reunion with Nangong Xiao. Nothing happened that night. Yi Qing had a dream. He dreamt of Nangong Shui. The 2 of them were on a large bed in a hotel. As for the content, those who know, know. Use your imagination. Yi Qing felt a little uncomfortable in his crotch, so he took out his underwear and threw it away. Damn. This is so embarrassing. How could he dream about Nangong? And why did he have this dream? Could it be that he misses Nangong Xiao? He truly missed that intoxicating feeling, but after seeing the inexplicable increase of 30 points in affection points, Yi Qing realized that it was that old lecher Nangong Shui. While he's sleeping, I'll take advantage of him. But it's not bad, I can earn 30 admiration points in one night. So, if you calculate it this way, you can earn 1,000 a month, 10,000 a year, 100,000 in 2 years, 1 million in 3 years, and 10 million in 4 years. Then you only need 5 years to make a net profit of 100 million, so it's still a good deal for him. Before long, Yi Qing will be able to stand at the pinnacle of this world, surrounded by beautiful women. Haha, sigh. Sigh. Wake up. Don't be too happy yet. Did your math teacher teach you PE? How can you calculate like this? Just as Yi Qing was fantasizing about his bright future, the system mocked him mercilessly. What's wrong? Did I calculate it wrong? Yi Qing asked in return. Now I finally understand why you scored 250 on the college entrance exam. The fact that you scored so high proves that you did your best, the system sighed, as if it was saying something regretful. Damn, I had finally forgotten about that, but now that you've brought it up, I think I remember being tricked into coming here by you. The system's words only made Yi Qing remember how he got here. Good luck, host. I'm going to catch up on my sleep. After saying that, the system ran off in a flash without saying another word. Damn, you always avoid this topic. I'll make you pay when I get the chance. Yi Qing, realizing his mistake, understood that he had been somewhat delusional. After all, he knew how difficult it had been to accumulate admiration points recently. The fact that he could get 30 points so easily made it feel unreal. 555, the hard times are finally over, and a brand new future awaits him. In an exceptionally good mood, Yi Qing simply threw away the underwear stain with cream and put on a new pair, showing that money talks. When Yi Qing got up in the morning, breakfast was already waiting for him. This time, Nangong Shui was not with him, since she had to go to the morning court. After finishing his meal, Yi Qing read for a while in Nangong Shui's palace before heading alone to the Imperial Garden, wanting to see the beautiful scenery. After all, he had never seen the Imperial Garden in the palace of the immortal cultivation world, and it would be a real pity not to take a look. Upon arriving in the garden, Yi Qing looked around at the various flowers and instantly felt at ease. She found a comfortable spot and lay down. These flowers were nurtured by spiritual energy and have extremely strong vitality. They will not die because of Yi Qing's attack, and so, Yi Qing lay in the flower bed, looking at the sun and the sky, shielding her eyes from the sunlight with her hand, and basking in its warmth. An hour later, Yi Qing stood up. The sun was shining brightly, and it was time for him to go back, but the moment Yi Qing stood up, he saw Nangong Xiao watching him from the corridor. This look was quite alarming. Why Yi Qing thought he was seeing things. But after taking a closer look, he realized he wasn't mistaken. That person was Nangong Xiao. At this moment, she was looking at Yi Qing calmly without saying a word, just quietly watching him. Why Yi Qing tried using the ability to eavesdrop on her thoughts, but the two were still too far apart, so Yi Qing had to walk towards her. Coincidentally, the road to Nangong Shui's palace also passes by a pavilion, so he can take the opportunity to listen to what she's thinking. Why Yi Qing had no idea what was going on with Nangong Xiao in front of him. As for why she suddenly appeared here, it was no longer important. Judging from her expression, she probably knew something, otherwise, she wouldn't be so calm. But Yi Qing couldn't guess what she was thinking next, so he could only take it one step at a time. Just as Yi Qing approached Nangong Xiao, she remained standing motionless, her eyes fixed on Yi Qing. As the distance between them shortened, Yi Qing no longer heard any of Nangong Xiao's thoughts. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. Just as Yi Qing was about to pass by Nangong Xiao, she, who had been silent all along, spoke up. Have you had enough fun? Shouldn't you come back with me now? Her voice was hoarse, but still calm, making it impossible for Yi Qing to guess her current emotions. Why Yi Qing didn't reply, and just kept walking on her own, but Nangong Xiao suddenly grabbed his hand. After feeling the softness and coldness in her hand, Yi Qing tried to shake off Nangong Xiao's hand, but after he tried to shake her off, he couldn't break free and was instead pulled into Nangong Xiao's arms. Just like that, Yi Qing fell into Nangong Xiao's arms, and she held him tightly, as if she wanted to meld him into her embrace, unwilling to let go. After struggling for a while and realizing it was futile, Yi Qing stopped trying. Nangong Xiao held him like that, then choked out, I've been looking for you for so long. She told Yi Qing about what had happened to them, how much she missed him, and finally, she wanted him to come back with her. Promising to treat him well, she spoke with a choked voice throughout, but she didn't shed a tear, because she knew that crying would make her seem weak and incompetent. Looking at Yi Qing, who still hadn't given a reply, Nangong Xiao began to panic. Perhaps he didn't care about her, after all, he was always the one who got hurt. Please forgive me. I swear to God, I will treat you well, and we will start over. She continued, she didn't want to give up after all, this might be the last time they see each other. Yi Qing remained silent, listening to Nangong Xiao's story the entire time. When Nangong Xiao stopped talking, Yi Qing reached out and began to push her away. Nangong Xiao felt Yi Qing's actions and her heart ached as if it were being torn apart. I'm sorry, I must take you back. Nangong Xiao didn't say anything more. She didn't want to lose him, so she had no choice but to use some forceful means. Nangong Xiao grabbed Yi Qing and tried to carry him away, but just then, an extremely cold voice came. Nangong Xiao. That's enough. Chapter 70. The struggle. Nangong Shui stood at a distance, her eyes filled with frost as she watched Nangong Xiao, who was about to force herself on Yi Qing. She was supposed to attend court today, but she had to deal with some matters and didn't make it back to her palace in time. But on the way back, he suddenly saw this scene. Before he could think about it, he was furious when he saw Nangong Xiao's actions. She didn't know how Nangong Xiao found this place, but she now knew that things seemed to be in trouble. This was also due to her momentary negligence in not arranging for someone to follow Yi Qing, which gave Nangong Xiao an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao stopped what she was doing, but still refused to let go of Yi Qing. Nangong Xiao turned to look at Nangong Shui, her eyes filled with the same disdain she once showed a stranger. Oh. I brought my man home, does His Majesty have to interfere? Nangong Xiao's tone was very calm, as if she were stating a fact. Seeing Nangong Xiao's attitude, Nangong Shui felt a little uneasy, but she suppressed her anger. After all, they used to be good sisters, but that doesn't mean she can be so reckless. Nangong Shui walked over and said as she walked, You've mistaken him for someone else. I met him outside the city. His name is Chen Xing. He's not your man. After Nangong Shui walked over, she pulled Yi Qing behind her and then turned to Nangong Xiao and said, If you have nothing else to do, you can leave now. You need to pay close attention to the battle with the rebels. As for Yi Qing, I have already found him for you, and I believe we will have results soon. Nangong Shui spoke calmly, as if things were exactly as she described. Nangong Xiao definitely wouldn't believe her words. She had already seen through her true nature. She said she would help, but in reality, she had already hidden Yi Qing inside the palace, intending to take him for herself. A petty person can be as hypocritical as they want to be. She herself had given Yi Qing to her in the first place, but now she wanted it back. She had really misjudged this kind of despicable person. Do you think I'd believe your nonsense? Nangong Xiao stared at Nangong Shui and replied coldly. Seeing Yi Qing hiding behind Nangong Shui, she was powerless to do anything. After all, Nangong Shui's cultivation level was higher than hers, and if she made a move, she would have no chance to fight back. How dare you? How dare you question my words? If you don't leave now, don't blame me for disregarding our sisterly bond. Nangong Shui said angrily, looking at Nangong Xiao, who hadn't grasped reality. She was just kindly reminding her, if she had truly forgotten her identity, she would make sure Nangong Xiao knew who the real master of this place was. Okay. Nangong Xiao looked at Nangong Shui, who was no longer pretending, said this, and then turned and left. As she left, Nangong Xiao clenched her fists. If you're heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless in return. Yi Qing, you'll come back to me sooner or later. Watching Nangong Xiao leave, Nangong Shui took Yi Qing to her bedroom and then went to her study alone. She needed to calm down. Today's events had taken her by surprise. It seemed that Nangong Xiao knew Yi Qing's location, as she found him after the morning court session. She herself had been busy, and thankfully, Yi Qing arrived in time. After this incident, Nangong Shui decided to arrange for people to protect Yi Qing 24 hours a day. Ying, from today onwards, you must protect Yi Qing well. What happened today must not be allowed to happen again, Nangong Shui said, looking at a spot. Yes, Your Majesty. A woman dressed in black appeared in the spot Nangong Shui was looking at, and the woman knelt down and said, After leaving the palace, Nangong Xiao went to her residence. Nangong Xiao went to the study alone. There were no lights on inside, but the lights turned on by themselves after Nangong Xiao entered. Upon closer inspection, a person dressed in black, whose face was obscured, was sitting next to Nangong Xiao's desk. The person sat there quietly, motionless. If you didn't look closely, you would never know that such a mysterious person was sitting there. See? I didn't lie to you. Just after Nangong Xia walked in, the man in black sitting at the desk suddenly spoke. Judging from the voice, it sounds like a middle-aged woman. Senior, if I agree to your request, can you really help me rescue him? Nangong Xiao looked at the man, her eyes filled with a hint of trepidation, but she remained steadfast. She knew that without strength, in this dog-eat-dog world, she couldn't get anything she wanted. Of course, we always keep our promises. Not to mention a man, as long as the matter is done well, you can have as much as you want. The woman's voice carried a hint of joy upon hearing this. Nangong Xia knew what she was doing, but she also knew that without Yi Qing, she was living a life worse than death. This seems to confirm the saying that what you can't have is always the best. She didn't cherish Yi Qing when she had him, and now that she's lost him, she regrets it deeply. But now, she seems to have become someone else's pawn. And isn't she also following the same path as Su Qingyue? It turned out that this path was so arduous, and she seemed to understand the helplessness Su Qingyue felt back then. Is all of this a cycle of cause and effect? No, she didn't believe it. In order to be with Yi Qing in the future, she still needed to make some preparations. Even if she's being used as a pawn, she must be prepared to extricate herself. No one is willing to be a pawn. Nangong Xia frowned as she watched the woman disappear from the room. The recent appearances of these people, Nangong Yi's prison break, and the rebellion in northern Qi all seem to foreshadow something. The world is about to change. But in the process of this change, she should build a place where she and Yi Qing can shelter from the wind and rain. I have built up a substantial fortune over the past few years through hard work, and I should be able to cope with this crisis. The woman in black approached her yesterday, saying that the person she was looking for was in the palace. At first, she didn't believe it, but in the end, she was persuaded by the woman. She came to the palace today just to try her luck, but she didn't expect to actually meet Yi Qing, and to see Nangong Shui's true colors. That two-faced woman is really hypocritical. How can a woman like that be an empress of a country? Nangong Xia walked out of the room and headed towards her study, where she had arranged to meet some people. These people were all members of the power she had built up over the years. Outside the Prince Nangong Xiao's mansion, the woman in black disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, she appeared in Nangong Jiaying's residence, and what they were talking about remains unknown. Chapter 71. People from the Yaoguang Holy Land. Several streaks of light appeared in the sky thousands of miles away from Nanli City. The direction these people were heading seemed to be the same direction Nanshao was heading. To be precise, they have now entered Nanshao territory and are traveling at full speed. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that they were all dressed in white, with uniform attire. If Nangong Shui were here, she would certainly recognize them as the enforcement hall of Yaoguang Holy Land. Although these people are from the enforcement hall, their cultivation levels are generally between the nascent soul stage and the divine transformation stage. Among the group, a young woman asked the woman next to her, "Senior sister, where did our master go?" Upon hearing this, the woman looked at her and said, "The assassination pavilion attacked a holy maiden of the Holy Land in Nanshao. My master has already gone to investigate this matter." After that, the two stopped talking and focused all their energy on flying on their swords towards Nanli City. A few days ago, after Nangong Shui and Yi Qing returned to the capital, they were not killed by the two nascent Soul Stage 9 experts hiding in the city, thanks to one person. That person was an elder of the enforcement hall, and this elder was sent over immediately by the Holy Land after they learned of the news. Nangong Shui was assassinated the day before. On the day of the assassination, her protector was seriously injured, but the news still reached Yaoguang Holy Land. Upon receiving the news, the Holy Land sent people, and these disciples of the enforcement hall followed behind. Their master, having used a time tunnel, traveled for over a day and through numerous reports, finally arrived here. To become an elder in the Yaoguang Holy Land, even the weakest must have the strength of the refinement void realm, so opening a space-time tunnel is still possible. On the very day Yi Qing and Nangong Shui returned, the elder had already arrived in Nanli City. Therefore, that elder must have gone to investigate the whereabouts of those 5 people. As for where that elder is now, she was still under the jurisdiction of Yaoguang Holy Land, but at the moment, she didn't look very relaxed. She was trapped in a place. And this place was in a country to the west of Nanshao. At this moment, the elder was surrounded by several people and could not escape even a little. Zhou Feng, don't waste your energy. You have nowhere to escape. Why don't you just surrender and maybe we can leave you with a whole corpse? A woman dressed in black looked at Zhou Feng, who was surrounded, and mocked her. A demon dares to speak to me. The woman named Zhou Feng appeared calm on the surface, but the sweat on her forehead betrayed her true feelings. This woman named Zhou Feng is over 500 years old. She looks like a gentle older sister and is about 8 out of 10 in terms of looks. She looks at the enemies around her, transmits her thoughts, and thinks of a way to deal with them. This time she was careless and went too far in, unexpectedly getting surrounded by these people. You're not still hoping someone will come to rescue you, are you? We have the ability to surround you, so we can't let you send word. Ha ha. The woman laughed at Zhou Feng, who was still being stubborn, and then waved her hand, signaling the people around her to come forward. Upon receiving the order, everyone launched an attack on Zhou Feng. In an instant, all sorts of spiritual energy swirled around, dyeing the place with a dazzling array of colors. Although Zhou Feng was very strong, she was ultimately no match for the overwhelming number of opponents and was defeated. After capturing her, the men brought her before the woman from. Before looking at Zhou Feng, who had become a prisoner, the woman stepped forward, lowered her head, and whispered in her ear, "The elders of the Yaoguang Holy Land are nothing more than this, despicable. If you want to kill, then kill. Why waste time talking?" Zhou Feng said, looking at the group without flinching, "Kill you? I'm not stupid. Do you think I don't know that if I kill you, the Yaoguang Holy Land will know your location?" After the woman finished speaking, she took out a jar from her ring. The jar was engraved with strange patterns. When the woman opened the jar, a wisp of white smoke flew out. Seeing the woman's movements and the plume of white smoke, Zhou Feng guessed what she was going to do and roared angrily, "You're despicable, thank you for the compliment." The woman showed no anger whatsoever. Instead, she smiled as if she had heard some kind of praise. He then said nothing more and directed the white smoke to rush towards Zhou Feng's head. A plume of white smoke shot towards Zhou Feng's head, instantly enveloping it. "You'll get what's coming to you." Zhou Feng hadn't even finished speaking when she let out a scream. This phenomenon lasted for about 10 seconds before it ended, and Zhou Feng collapsed to her knees, lifeless, as if she were dead. A dozen seconds later, Zhou Feng, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood up, and her eyes returned to normal from their vacant state. Suddenly, she knelt down in front of the woman and said, "What are your instructions, master?" "Good. The Netherworld clan's soul-seizing technique is indeed well-deserved of its reputation." The woman clapped her hands and cheered, then casually added, "From now on, you will infiltrate the Yaoguang Holy Land and deliver messages for my sect." "Yes, master," Zhou Feng said, then walked out of the encirclement and disappeared. No one around her stopped her, they let her go. "Congratulations, master, on acquiring a void refinement realm expert as a follower," the surrounding people said in unison. "Ha, not bad. But this consumed the soul of a nascent soul stage expert. However, as an elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, it's already acceptable, and it's worth the price," the woman said with a slight pain in her heart, but she understood that a soul cannot be compared to a real person. This soul in the fusion stage, along with the soul capturing technique, were both obtained from the witch. They're incredibly useful. If following the witch is indeed promising, she made the right choice this time. Thinking of the witch, she immediately took out a crystal ball from her spatial ring. She walked to a secluded spot, opened the crystal ball, and a stunningly beautiful figure appeared in the spot. It was a young girl, dressed in black, bright and beautiful, with 3,000 silver hairs hanging down her back, her exquisite face exuding a cold temperament. The girl looked at the woman and said in her heavenly voice, "What is it?" If Yi Qing saw the girl, he would probably be amazed, since she is the second person with a 9 out of 10 appearance besides Nangong Shuet. The woman bowed and said, "My lady witch, I have already taken control of an elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land. With her as an inside agent, our operation this time will be even more successful." Upon hearing this, the girl smiled and said, "Well done. Come to the Holy Church to collect your prize. Your subordinate is grateful for the witch's appreciation. I will go through fire and water for you without hesitation." Chapter 72. Dongfang Haoyue dies in battle. As evening fell, Yi Qing and Nangong Shui parted ways after finishing their dinner. Nangong Shui wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't speak. She wanted to know what Yi Qing was really thinking, and what his true feelings were towards Nangong Xiao. But seeing Yi Qing's silent expression, she knew that asking would be pointless. After all, she was the woman who took his virginity, so he naturally had some special feelings for her. After finishing dinner, Yi Qing went out alone, striking a sad pose, intending to impress Nangong Shui. After all, men in this world value their first time very much. If he acted like nothing happened, wouldn't that be considered antisocial? Of course, he himself had no problem. Thus, Nangong Shui wisely kept watching from a distance, not daring to take a single step forward, for fear of ruining her image in front of Yi Qing. After watching for a while, Nangong Shui thought to herself, "I'd better let him get a good night's sleep tonight. I won't go looking for him." Yi Qing must be very sad right now and needs to be alone. Upon hearing this, I felt like I was going to vomit blood. If you don't come, how am I supposed to earn admiration points? It seemed like another major hemorrhage was about to occur. Yi Qing then got up, returned to her room, and began to take a shower. Nangong Shui watched Yi Qing return to the house and, curious about what he was doing, went back to her own room and opened the crystal ball. Upon seeing this, she immediately abandoned her idea of not sleeping with Yi Qing. After all, he needs someone to be with him right now, and I should do my part to help. A nice bath makes it even more comfortable to cuddle. Nangong Shui almost drooled after Yi Qing finished washing up. Nangong Shui went into his room. She couldn't wait any longer, and so, Yi Qing and Nangong Shui spent a few days together. During the day, Nangong Shui went to court to handle government affairs, and at night she accompanied Yi Qing to deepen their relationship. Yi Qing also gave her some sweet treats, which made Nangong Shui's lips keep curving upwards. Every night, Nangong Shui would hold Yi Qing while he slept, which brought Yi Qing nearly 200 points of affection, adding to the previous 100, making it exactly 300. During these few days, Nangong Xiao came to see Yi Qing twice more, but was stopped outside both times. Just a few days later, one afternoon, Nangong Shui walked in with a gloomy face. Yi Qing learned through eavesdropping on the inner voices that the capital of northern Qi, Xiaojing, had been recaptured, and the commander, Dongfang Haoyue, a 9th-level nascent soul cultivator, along with some other powerful figures, had died there. Xinxuan's 1.5 million troops had only just begun to set off, and the 500,000 Jinbei army that had arrived earlier had not yet reached Xiaojing. Xiaojing fell so quickly that Nangong Shui and the other officials didn't even have time to react. However, Nangong Shui has already ordered some troops stationed in northern Qi to begin withdrawing from northern Qi. Leaving them there will only allow others to gradually break through their defenses. It would be better to withdraw them, reunite them, and fight a decisive battle against northern Qi. Nangong Shui also followed the advice of some ministers and sought help from Lingxi sect, because northern Qi had powerful backers, otherwise Xiaojing wouldn't have fallen so quickly. If Nangong Shui doesn't seek outside help, she basically can't beat high-end combat forces, and she will lose sooner or later if things continue like this. After returning to her palace, she kept a bitter face and was in a bad mood. When she learned that Nangong Xiao was still not giving up, she suddenly exploded and an imperial decree was issued, transferring Nangong Xiao to the front line. This also utilizes some of the value of her throne to encourage the soldiers on the front lines and boost their morale. This news instantly kept Nangong Shui extremely busy, to the point that Yi Qing hadn't seen her for several days. Yi Qing sighed. It seems the world is about to change again. After listening to Nangong Shui's analysis, the current situation immediately became clear. This war is not simple, and there are basically some powerful forces behind it. To Yi Qing's surprise, Yi Qingmei, his fifth sister, had already become so powerful. Of course, she seemed to be just a pawn in the game, but when it comes to revenge, she did it. A few days later, Yi Qing saw Nangong Shui again, but she seemed very tired this time. After Nangong Shui entered the dormitory, she immediately pounced on the bewildered Yi Qing and pushed her onto the bed. Yi Qing tried to push her away, but she clung to him tightly and refused to let go. What are you doing? Get off me. Yi Qing shoved Nangong Shui, but to no avail. No. I just want to hold you like this. Let me hold you for a little while, just a little while. Nangong Shui buried her face in Yi Qing's neck and pleaded. The tone sounded a bit like she was being coquettish, but Yi Qing figured he must have misheard. In this matriarchal world, how could the empress possibly be coquettish? Of course, she could have used force, but she didn't. Instead, she wanted to use love to influence Yi Qing, which moved him deeply. Such women are truly rare in this matriarchal world. We should cherish them. Hearing her tone and remembering how well she had fed and cared for him these past few days, it would be heartless of her not to grant him this small request, but who can resist those admiration points? Don't you think so? Of course, Yi Qing did it to comfort Nangong Shui, not for those 1 or 2 points of admiration. He's a very grateful and sunny young man, and so, Yi Qing let Nangong Shui hold her, greedily inhaling the fragrance emanating from him. After a while, Nangong Shui recovered, but she still refused to let go. After all, she had finally managed to hold him openly and honestly, so how could she let go so easily? All right, can you let go now? Feeling the time was right, and after hearing the message that 1 point of affection had been credited, Yi Qing immediately spoke up. Nangong Shui knew she couldn't keep up the act any longer, so after taking a deep breath, she finally let go of Yi Qing. Seeing Nangong Shui standing there after getting up, her eyes glancing elsewhere, Yi Qing shook her head and said nothing more, simply straightening her clothes. Just this once, and don't let it happen again. Yi Qing and Nangong Shui wanted to say something, but in the end they held back. Nangong Shui nodded, looking at Yi Qing and saying, I think, maybe we could, alright, stop talking, I'm going to sleep now. Yi Qing knew what Nangong Shui was going to say, and quickly interrupted her. After saying that, he didn't linger any longer and pushed Nangong Shui out of the house. Nangong Shui stared at the tightly closed door, a strange glint in her eyes. She felt as if she had been tricked by Yi Qing again. She had been completely captivated by his good looks lately, and just when she thought she could finally express her feelings, he had interrupted her. Is all of this just a coincidence? Chapter 73 of Soft Tactics Don't Work, Try Hard Ones. Looking at the closed door in front of her, Nangong Shui felt a little depressed. She hadn't spent the last few days with Yi Qing. Instead, she had been dealing with those tedious matters. Today, I was so upset by the news of Dongfang Haoyu's death and the fall of Xiajing that I found myself here with Yi Qing without even realizing it. Actually, from the very beginning, it was all one-sided on her part, and Yi Qing didn't seem to have any intention of dating her or becoming her Taoist partner. Why Yi Qing is still relatively nice to her on the surface, but he is very averse to any closer contact between them. Although he tries to hide it, she can still sense it. Just like now, she was about to speak, but he pushed her out the door. All of this was just a charade on his part. He was now living under someone else's roof and had no choice but to compromise. Nangong Shui then realized that all her efforts over the past few days seemed to have been in vain. In fact, Yi Qing knew what she was thinking, but he had been avoiding it.so. Nangong Shui now clearly knows that Yi Qing is playing a trick on her, but there was nothing she could do, since she had said he only needed to hold a title and she wouldn't force him to do anything else. But now, Nangong Shui has realized that if things continue like this, there is absolutely no possibility that she and Yi Qing will become Taoist partners. This man seems to have never had her in his heart, and all he cares about is surviving. Thinking of this, Nangong Shui clenched her fists. If being soft didn't work, then she would have to use force. Men were, after all, appendages of women, and she seemed to have been too lenient with him. Since he wants to live, then I'll give him the chance. As an empress, Nangong Shui would not tolerate anyone provoking her, let alone allow a man to do so. She originally thought that some of her actions would leave a good impression on Yi Qing, and then they could date, but Yi Qing didn't take her seriously and just kept her hanging on. Nangong Shui wasn't stupid. She had been so engrossed in Yi Qing's affections these past few days that she hadn't realized what had happened. Now that she thought about it, she felt incredibly embarrassed. She was naive. In this dog-eat-dog world, you can have everything if you have the strength. She didn't do anything else unnecessary. If she likes Yi Qing, since being gentle won't work, she'll have to be forceful, conquer him first, and then cultivate feelings for him. Nangong Shui couldn't wait any longer, because she had a premonition that this war would likely last a long time and might change many things. So, before those uncertainties arise, she needs to keep Yi Qing firmly under her control. Only then will she feel at ease. With that thought in mind, Nangong Shui no longer hesitated, but instead pushed open the door and went inside. Seeing Nangong Shui turn back again, Yi Qing asked in confusion, "Is something the matter?" Nangong Shui didn't reply, but walked straight over. As she got closer, Yi Qing realized why Nangong Shui had turned back. This startled Yi Qing, who thought to himself, the women in this world are truly outrageous, their expressions change faster than turning the pages of a book. However, Yi Qing still admired Nangong Shui. Sure enough, no beautiful woman is stupid. She realized it so easily. Although Yi Qing wasn't particularly narcissistic, she still appreciated his performance over the past few days. However, Nangong Shui reacted quite quickly, recognizing Yi Qing's deception so soon. But this was exactly what Yi Qing wanted. This was the situation he wanted to see. His behavior these past few days has been deliberate. Not a single action or expression has been superfluous. Why Yi Qing didn't want things to continue like this. He felt that he and Nangong Shui didn't have much time left, or rather, not much time left to be together. To put it simply, Nanshao is going to war, and as the empress, Nangong Shui certainly can't stay with him every day. She might personally go to the front lines to lead the army. After all, she really has that idea. If Nangong Shui leaves, or if she's busy with government affairs all day, won't he lose his admiration points? What's he even doing here? He should just grab a quick bite and run away. Of course, he was also quite lusting after Nangong Shui's body. After all, she was the empress. She was the only stunningly beautiful woman he had ever seen with a 9 out of 10 score in looks. How could he not be lusting after her? It just so happens that Nangong Shui also had this idea, so he gave her this opportunity. Those who know, no doubt of course, During this period of taking advantage of the situation, Yi Qing also needed to leave a deep impression on Nangong Shui, otherwise she would forget about him, and wouldn't he be at a huge loss? Seeing Nangong Shui's unusual demeanor, Yi Qing asked her a question. In the blink of an eye, Nangong Shui had arrived beside Yi Qing. Yi Qing was reading a book when he suddenly stood up. He still had to give this empress some face, and it was definitely not because men in this world had to bow to women. "Is there anything you need, Your Majesty?" Yi Qing asked politely again, his hands clasped together, when Nangong Shui did not answer. "Your Majesty, what do you think of me?" Nangong Shui walked over and sat down opposite him, while Yi Qing became the one standing. "His Majesty is a very good person, very kind, and also..." Yi Qing replied. "Is being kind all you have to do?" Nangong Shui interrupted Yi Qing before he could finish speaking. "No, His Majesty has many virtues." Yi Qing shook his head and said again. "All right, then do you think I'm good enough for you?" Nangong Shui suddenly changed her tone, looking at Yi Qing and saying, her eyes seeming to grow even colder, "What is Your Majesty saying? I don't quite understand." Yi Qing once again pretended to be confused. He didn't want to answer the question, but he couldn't offend Nangong Shui, so this was the only answer he could give. He's currently playing the role of someone who's doing everything he can to survive, so his expressions, actions, and words are all reasonable and perfectly appropriate. "Then I'll be frank with you. You've been just going through the motions all this time." Nangong Shui frowned and said again. "I don't understand what Your Majesty is talking about. Your Majesty only asked me to pretend to be the emperor and will not force me to do anything else." "But now Your Majesty is talking about being perfunctory, which I don't quite understand." Yi Qing retorted neither humbly nor arrogantly. "That's what I promised you back then, but you're so smart, don't you understand what I meant?" Nangong Shui was even more displeased when she heard Yi Qing's rebuttal. She has basically made her intentions clear. She has taken a liking to him, and he should know when to back down. "All right, I'll give you two choices now. First, you can voluntarily become my emperor. Second, I can force you to become my emperor. Choose one." Nangong Shui stopped pretending. Since the soft approach wasn't working, she had to resort to force. Chapter 74 finally got it. Seeing that Nangong Shui had already said all that, Yi Qing decided not to do anything more pointless. Looking at Nangong Shui, Yi Qing asked, "What's the difference between these two?" "Do as you please. Anyway, I have no power to resist. I can't do anything but endure your endless humiliation." Yi Qing's eyes dimmed, and she couldn't help but feel sad. In fact, he had foreseen that this day would come sooner or later. When Nangong Shui decided to lock herself in a cage and become a canary, these past few days have been nothing more than a matter of maneuvering for him. Lacking any real power, he can only be manipulated by others at will. This is the treatment the weak deserve. Seeing Yi Qing's suddenly dejected expression, Nangong Shui felt a pang of annoyance, but then hardened her heart and said nothing more. Although this was forcing Yi Qing, she really wanted him, so she couldn't be soft-hearted anymore. Only when things are irreversible can their relationship have a better foundation. Otherwise, constant concessions and soft-heartedness will only cause her to lose more. Think it over carefully. Tonight you will be serving me in bed. I will come here again, and what you need to do is figure out how to please me. If you serve me well, I can give you even greater benefits." After Nangong Shui finished speaking, she didn't say anything more and walked out of the room alone. Only Yi Qing was left standing there in a daze. After waiting for a while, when he felt that the time was about right, Yi Qing went outside. He wanted to try to put up some resistance, otherwise Nangong Shui would definitely say that he was not reserved or something. After all, he has a criminal record, and this would only make her feel that she is being too casual about such matters. Yi Qing arrived at the door, looking quite conflicted. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he opened the door and tried to rush out, but unexpectedly, two purple scale guards stood outside and stopped him. "What are your orders, Your Majesty?" one of them asked, bowing his head. After all, he is His Majesty's man, and they cannot watch him casually. If there is even the slightest mistake or shock, they would be willing to die for him. Looking at the two of them, a hint of despair flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. He said in a trembling voice, "I want to take a bath. Go and prepare some hot water." He then closed the door, sat down at his desk, and stared blankly at one spot. After receiving Yi Qing's instructions, the two people outside immediately began preparations. Nangong Shui saw the scene inside Yi Qing's room through the bead Although Nangong Shui felt very reluctant, what did it matter if she had to resort to some means to get Yi Qing, and so, it came to 10 o'clock. Yi Qing had already finished showering and was sitting on the edge of the bed, still looking absent-minded. Just then, Nangong Shui pushed open the door and walked in looking at Yi Qing, who was still in a daze. Nangong Shui no longer felt the excitement she had before. Instead, she felt a little depressed, wondering if she had really gone too far, but he had already been very merciful. If it were any other woman, with his stunning good looks, she would have stopped treating him as a human being and instead used him as a tool for venting her frustrations. She only wanted to be with him and gave him enough respect. Compared to other women, being with her was the best outcome for Yi Qing. Thinking of this, the guilt in Nangong Shui's heart also disappeared. Looking at Yi Qing sitting on the bed, Nangong Shui's eyes flashed with amazement. No matter when or where, this man always catches the eye. No woman can resist his good looks. He seemed to come from the heavens, shining with infinite starlight. Nangong Shui walked over without saying anything more, because all those words were now hidden in her actions. She was rude and showed no mercy, getting straight to the point. Yi Qing initially resisted, but the resistance gradually weakened until she finally fainted. Nangong Shui held the boy in her arms and did all the things she had wanted to do but hadn't been able to in the past few days. No, not just once, but many times. Finally, she fell asleep holding Yi Qing. She finally got him. His scent was so captivating, so alluring, that she was completely drawn in. If it weren't for the fear that Yi Qing wouldn't be able to hold on, Nangong Shui believed that she could stay with him for days and nights, or even longer. Just as she had imagined, every inch of the boy's skin captivated her, making her feel lost in a dreamlike state. It also as real as reality, but she knew that she had completely possessed him, and that from now on, he could only belong to her alone. The two of them will have a bunch of children and become a beautiful couple. And so, carrying her dream, Nangong Shui fell asleep in the arms of her beloved, and that night, she slept soundly. It wasn't until noon that Nangong Shui woke up, looking at the boy still lying in her arms, his face wet with tears. A sense of pride flashed through Nangong Shui's heart. The tears in the corners of his eyes were the best symbol of her strength. Nangong Shui got up, dressed, and took out a white men's shirt, which she had prepared for Yi Qing, because her original clothes had been torn to shreds. She liked Yi Qing to wear white clothes, as it made him appear more holy. She admired Yi Qing's purity, untainted by the mud, unblemished by the clear water, a purity that could only be admired from afar, not touched. But she did it now. She not only violated him, but also made him cry. Its flavor is unforgettable. After dressing Yi Qing herself, Nangong Shui felt something was missing. Then she had another idea and immediately instructed the servants to prepare a wooden tub and hot water for bathing, and so, Nangong Shui carried Yi Qing into the tub. Nangong Shui then slowly removed Yi Qing's clothes and then bathed him in her arms. The boy woke up once during the middle of the night, but in the end he was still listless and soon fell asleep again. He was powerless to do anything about Nangong Shui's actions. After washing Yi Qing, Nangong Shui dressed him in a new set of clothes and then carried him to bed to rest. She didn't want to let go for even a moment. The boy's soft body made her reluctant to let go, but in the end, Nangong Shui still left. She went to the morning court session, where the court officials had been waiting all morning. The morning court session turned into a midday court session, and the ministers below dared not speak, but some ministers could still guess what was going on. As women, they could certainly understand Nangong Shui's current state. After all, it's just a woman's nature, and they all understood. Looking at the lingering allure between Nangong Na's brows, Nangong Xiao couldn't help but clench her fists, feeling a pang of pain in her heart, and almost lost her balance. But in the end, he suppressed his anger and kept everything hidden from his eyes. This is just the beginning. Your carefree days won't last much longer. Chapter 75. Zhou Fang arrives. The morning court session, which was delayed until noon, lasted until the afternoon, and Nangong Xiao did not return to her palace until evening. Upon returning to the palace, Nangong Xiao locked herself in her room and flew into a rage, deterring anyone from approaching. After calming down, Nangong Xiao looked at the note that had appeared in her hand and read, "After the people from Lingxi sect arrive, find out their background and then send them to a shop in the west of the city to await further instructions." Nangong Xiao looked in the direction of the palace, her eyes flashing with cold light and filled with killing intent. Everything will have to wait until tomorrow. Yi Qing will return to her arms sooner or later, and no one can take him away from her. Things have been peaceful for the past few days at Nangong Jiaying's place, but it's been too peaceful. Her presence is gradually diminishing, to the point that some people are almost forgetting about her. Although there are 2 regents in the entire Nanshao, people recognize Nangong Xiao more. After all, Nanshao has been at war for some time, so what people hear about her is her military achievements. As for Nangong Jiaying, she only handled domestic affairs. Although she had many achievements, she was forgotten by people compared to the renowned Nangong Xiao. Meanwhile, in a city hundreds of miles away from Nanli City, Nangong Jiaying was at this moment. Nangong Jiaying stood on the city gate wall, looking in the direction of Nanshao capital, while behind her stood several men in black. Inside the city, there were countless soldiers, dressed in armor and armed, standing ready as if awaiting some order. Your Highness, Suwaner has sent word that we should capture my city, where Nanshao is stockpiling grain, and then destroy the granaries there. A general in armor approached Nangong Jiaying and said in a low voice. Okay, I understand. Give the order. The entire army is to set off. Target my. Nangong Jiaying turned around and looked at the densely packed soldiers below, and said, Su Waner, a witch of the Holy Demon sect, whose entire sect has always been active in Xuanwu continent. Nangong Jiaying didn't know why Su Waner had approached her, but she only knew that with the help of outsiders, she was not far from that position. The Holy Demon sect is something Nanshao cannot contend with at all. Only by becoming empress can she bring peace to Nanshao. Nanshao was under Nangong Shui's control, and they were constantly at war. She had no idea what the people wanted. As the city gates opened, the army inside disappeared into the night. In fact, she knew that Nanshao would definitely lose this battle, because the rebel army of Northern Qi consisted not only of the people of Northern Qi, but also of the armies of several other countries, as well as some experts from the demon race. Otherwise, Dongfang Haoyue would not have been able to hold out for even a few days. Even if Nangong Shui were to ask for help, it would be a drop in the ocean and would be of no use. It was just a struggle between a few forces, but in reality, it was the national strength of Nanshao that was being depleted. After all, the war was taking place in their area, and Nangong Jiaying only hoped that the war would end soon. Peace is what people most want to see. The capital of Northern Qi, Xiaojing, is now filled with the flags that were previously planted by Northern Qi, while the troops of Nanshao lie dead here. In the Northern Qi Imperial Palace, Yi Qingmei looked at the phoenix chair, walked straight over, sat down, and looked at the group of generals and subordinates below. Her face was calm, without any joy. She didn't know what all of this was for. At first, she only had one thought: revenge. She never thought about the throne, but now that she was on it, she suddenly felt lost and confused. As she was being taken to a certain place, a group of experts suddenly appeared and rescued her. Having regained her freedom, she traveled north and, escorted by that group, finally arrived in Northern Qi. However, upon arriving in Northern Qi, she was taken to her country by a group of people from another country called Sanyan. When she arrived there, she learned that Sanyan, along with several surrounding countries, had already pledged allegiance to the Holy Demon sect. Although they are still nominally a nation under the jurisdiction of the Yaoguang Holy Land, in reality, they have become a force of the demon race. The reason she was taken there was because of her identity as a member of the Northern Qi royal family. They gave her some help with the purpose of helping her restore her country and then instigate a war with Nanshao. Those troops were from several countries under the command of the demon race. All of this was done in secret, with the ultimate goal of annexing Nanshao. As for what other conspiracies might follow, she had no idea. All she cared about before was revenge. She didn't care who she obeyed. All she has to do now is attack Nanshao. Yi Qingmei looked at the faces of the group of people below who were still immersed in the joy of winning the battle. The army will rest for 3 days. After 3 days, we will march on Nanshao. Yi Qingmei slapped the phoenix chair, looked at the people below, and said loudly, Yes, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, everyone bowed and replied. Even at night, Nanli City was still bustling with activity. Several streaks of light stopped at the entrance of Nanli City, and then a few people got off. Seeing this, the soldiers guarding the city knew they couldn't afford to offend them, so they summoned the city's general. Upon seeing the group, the city's garrison general immediately bowed and said, I was unaware of your arrival, sirs. Please forgive any offense we may have caused. No need, just take us directly to the palace. One of them waved his hand and then directed the people who had gone there a few days earlier. Just then, the space suddenly trembled, and a woman walked out from inside. It was Zhou Fang from before. Upon seeing the newcomer, the group bowed and greeted him. Master, okay, let's go and settle in first. We can talk about other things tomorrow. Zhou Fang nodded when she saw the group, and then led the way into the palace. The group quickly followed. No longer needing the city guard to lead the way, the group of people arrived at the palace and went straight inside. Upon seeing their attire, the palace guards dared not offer any assistance. Several nascent soul experts had been following them since their arrival. After assigning all the tasks, Nangong Shui was about to return to her palace to snuggle up with Yi Qing when she was suddenly Stopped by news of the arrival of several people, Nangong Shui frowned slightly, then went to the palace where the group was staying, intending to first host a banquet for them. Although she was a saint and her status was higher than theirs, she still had to do what she was supposed to do and couldn't leave a bad impression on others. After all, in this world, the strong are respected, and when she didn't have much strength and influence, she tried to keep a low profile. This would also be good for her, and besides, the group had come for her sake, so she should go to see them both out of courtesy and reason. Chapter 76. It's time to be tougher on yourself. A silvery moon cast its light across the sky, adding even more brilliance to the magnificent palace. Inside the room where Ying was, he was lying on the bed, his hands gripping his waist. He had woken up in the afternoon, but he was in a lot of pain and had been lying in bed ever since. No one bothered him, since no one dared to approach this place without Nangong Shui's order. He looked utterly dejected. Although he had enjoyed doing that thing with Nangong Shui, the pleasure couldn't last forever. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and fainted. It would be too embarrassing to say it out loud, but thinking of Nangong Shui's endless demands, which showed no sign of stopping and were quite fast, he was overwhelmed, let alone cried. How could a man cry? He's incredibly brave, isn't he? Those were all acts performed for Nangong Shui, to give her a sense of accomplishment. Ying opened the self-rescue manual and wrote down the 7th rule. In the future, when I have the strength, I must make Nangong Shui cry and regain the dignity I lost. After finishing writing, Ying nodded in satisfaction. Ying then opened the system and glanced at the attribute panel. Host, Ying, beginner green tea, system, female-dominated self-rescue. System admiration level, 521 points. Talents, God level acting skills, irresistible charm, ability to eavesdrop on others' thoughts, and a pure and holy body. Skills, music, intermediate, chess, calligraphy and painting, beginner, cooking, beginner. Ying felt much better when he saw the 521 points of admiration. More than 100 of them were the result of his and Nangong Shui's hard work last night. However, looking at the title of low-grade green tea, Ying felt it was a bit too low. After all, although he didn't really want that title, its effects were good. In that case, perhaps I can give him a hint, since he's going to perform a tea ceremony for Nangong Shui anyway. With the label of intermediate green tea, he can basically control the hearts of those women. The title green tea can be very effective for powerful women when it's elevated to a high or top level. Even if you call a deer a horse, others will still think you're right. That's the terrifying thing about this title. Ying has always used this title together with heartthrob and sacred body, and it has a great effect. For example, Nangong Shui is now completely infatuated with him. By the way, why hasn't Nangong Shui arrived yet? Thinking about this, Ying was a little puzzled, but then he realized something else. Since Nangong Shui didn't come, I'll prepare a surprise for her. With this surprise, Nangong Shui will be anxious. Thinking of this, Ying turned his gaze to the system again. System, can the holy body be upgraded? Or is there anything that can completely negate damage? I want to be tougher on myself. Host, all 4 of your talents and skills can be upgraded, but currently your affection points are insufficient, so they cannot be upgraded. Just as Ying was feeling somewhat disappointed, the system said again, Host can buy a pain shielding pill. It's not expensive, only 50 affection points. Alright then, let's start with a pain blocking pill. Ying's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He then took the pill in his hand and swallowed it. Ying looked at the corner of the bed, gritted his teeth, and rammed into it. No pain, no gain. For yourself, give it your all. Bang. After a muffled groan, Ying felt himself being hit hard, and suddenly heard a cracking sound above his head. There was no pain, but blood started flowing very quickly. It felt like someone was pouring water over his head. The water slowly slid down, and when Ying reached out to wipe it, there was a lot of it, which gradually covered his entire face. Ying let out a sigh, thinking to himself that he had really messed up this time, and then he passed out. If a person suffers a head injury and the bleeding isn't stopped in time, they will likely die very quickly. But by then, Nangong Shui had already dealt with everything and had arrived at the palace long ago. She pushed open the door. The room was pitch black, with only the moonlight streaming in through the window illuminating a small area. Nangong Shui's nose twitched slightly as she smelled a strong stench of blood in the air. Nangong Shui suddenly realized something was wrong and then looked for Ying. When she found Ying, he was already on the verge of death, at risk of dying at any moment. Nangong Shui held Ying in her arms, momentarily at a loss for what to do. However, she quickly regained her senses, wrapped Ying's head wound with her spiritual energy, and then carried him out of the palace, rushing towards the Imperial Hospital. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Imperial Hospital. There were still people working there. Nangong Shui kicked open the door and rushed inside, shouting, "Quick, save people!" Upon seeing that it was Nangong Shui, no one dared to say anything more and simply placed Yi Qing on a bed, then began a long treatment process, while Nangong Shui watched anxiously from the side, holding Yi Qing's hand tightly, not wanting to let go for even a moment. Why did he do this? Why? Is it because I've treated him badly, but I have already given him all the good things? Why is he still thinking of committing suicide? Did I deprive him of his freedom, or his body? No matter what, I will not let you die. I will never. Nangong Shui gripped Yi Qing's hand tightly, staring intently at his now pale face. Your Majesty, this person has lost too much blood and suffered a severe head injury. It's estimated that he won't wake up for a while. A royal physician wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a low voice. Okay, I understand. You can all go now. Nangong Shui waved the group away and then led Yi Qing back to the palace. Since you were so disobedient, then don't come out again, and I will not let you suffer any more harm. Nangong Shui walked to the bedchamber, placed Yi Qing on the bed, gently kissed the corner of his mouth, and stroked his face, saying, "This time, whether you like it or not, I will not allow you to do such a foolish thing again." Then a group of people were put to remodel the basement, and the facilities inside were made to resemble the current room. She wanted to trap Yi Qing down there forever, to prevent what happened today from happening again. Everything inside became soft and no longer dangerous. Nangong Shui put Yi Qing back in the cage and, without saying anything more, simply watched him quietly. If she really has to go this far, then this is the only way she can. Once Yi Qing wakes up, she must find out the reason. Chapter 77. War between two countries. Time passed, and Yi Qing remained unconscious for 3 whole days. During these 3 days, Nangong Shui stayed with him and continuously channeled spiritual energy into Yi Qing's body, keeping his health at a normal level. It is worth mentioning that within these 3 days, the provisions that Nanshao had placed in my city, enough to feed 2 million troops for a year, vanished in an instant, leaving not a single one. According to the people who escaped from Makino City, those people appeared suddenly, dressed in black with armor underneath, and were very powerful in combat. However, they only killed the garrison soldiers and burned the grain supplies. They did not massacre the people in the city. Nangong Shui has already sent people to investigate. You should know that there are 100,000 troops stationed there, and there are also experts from the Southern Shao Imperial Guard assisting them. It is impossible for them to be wiped out overnight. Or perhaps, that group was large in number and full of experts, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. Furthermore, since they appeared suddenly, there's an explanation. They had a teleportation array, or the Void Refinement Realm. Experts had already opened a spatial tunnel within the city, allowing them to appear and suddenly emerge. The sudden appearance of so many troops has created a sense of crisis among the high command in Nanshao. If these people are allowed to cause trouble within Nanshao's borders, the consequences will be unimaginable. Another piece of news has spread that 3 days ago, Yi Qing may re-establish the northern Qi state and is now declaring war on Nanshao in the name of the nation. 3 days later, she will send an army of 5 million to attack Nanshao. These troops represent the entire military strength of northern Qi, demonstrating that Yi Qingmei has spared no expense this time. When the northern Qi and southern Shao were at war, they initially sent some troops, and then gradually sent reinforcements. The war lasted for more than a year, and in the end, the northern Qi lost more than 2 million soldiers, including those who surrendered and the 200,000 who were buried alive. And now that northern Qi has suddenly mobilized 5 million troops, the other countries all think Yi Qingmei has gone mad, that she would do something like this. This was no longer a minor skirmish, it had escalated to involve all 10 kingdoms. The remaining 8 kingdoms immediately went on high alert, especially along the border with northern Qi, where they deployed a large number of troops in preparation for any eventuality. Nanshao responded quickly, combining the troops previously withdrawn from northern Qi with the forces of various legions, reaching a total of 3 million. They also recruited some new recruits who had only recently joined the army, bringing the total to 5 million. Aside from the soldiers stationed on other borders and the garrisons in various towns, this constitutes all of Nanshao's military strength, including the Imperial Guards, and the city protection troops of Nanshao capital. The final figure was a force of 6 million fierce warriors. The other 8 countries are openly choosing to wait and see, but what they are doing behind the scenes remains unknown. People say Yi Qingmei has gone mad and lost her mind, and they hope that Yaoguang Holy Land can step in to punish her, but the Holy Land doesn't concern itself with what happens below. They protect the various forces under their control only by preventing them from being invaded by external forces. This is a civil war, and they can't interfere with it. Holy Lands generally do not allow interference in the actions of lower-level forces, unless a vicious tyrant emerges. Their current actions are not without reason. Yi Qingmei is simply seeking revenge. Of course, the Holy Land wasn't ignoring Nangong Shui. They sent experts from the Lingxi sect to help. Just a day ago, a group of experts from the Lingxi sect came to attend the morning court session. It is said that an inter-sect elder at the integration stage led the group, whose strength was unmatched. The war gradually spread from two small countries to many other forces. Nanchao sent Nangong Xiao and Xinxian to fight, with many experts assisting them. Throughout the war, regardless of the situation of the other countries, people knew that they would all suffer heavy losses. However, war brings only harm and no benefit to people, and this inevitably leads to another round of bloodshed and devastation. On the third day, Yi Qing woke up and immediately realized his current situation. He couldn't help but sigh and eventually returned to the cage. However, he had anticipated this encounter. It could be said that everything was developing according to his expectations. In the next few days, he would have to see how he performed. The only thing that made Yi Qing feel fortunate was that his injuries had almost healed. The cultivation world was truly amazing, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so simple. Furthermore, the room's furnishings are no longer the same as before, which were all gold. Instead, they have been transformed into the style of Nangong Shui's bedroom. The surrounding area is also more scenic, giving people a warm feeling. This made Yi Qing feel a little better. If he had to look at gold all day, he would go crazy on his own without having to pretend. Yes, Yi Qing's goal this time is to pretend to be crazy so that Nangong Shui will let him leave. What if she doesn't let him leave? She dared to do it. Yi Qing had confidence in himself. They were both men with systems, so how could he not even do such a small thing well? If he doesn't do well, then he'll have wasted the 4 god-level talents the system gave him. And so, evening arrived. Yi Qing was playing games with the system in the system space when Nangong Shui pushed open the door and walked in. Nangong Shui looked exhausted. It was clear from her face that she hadn't had a good time these past few days. Nangong Shui saw Yi Qing in the cage and noticed that he was staring blankly at one spot, his eyes devoid of any color. Yi Qing glanced at Nangong Shui, then turned her head away, showing no intention of paying attention to her. Nangong Shui walked over, looked at Yi Qing, and reached out to open the cage. Come out. Her voice was low and hoarse, with an unquestionable tone, as if she were commanding the boy in front of her. Are you going to come out on your own, or should I ask you to come out? Nangong Shui asked impatiently, looking at the boy who had no reaction. She even felt a little hypocritical. Not long ago, she was not like this in front of the boy. Now it was as if she had become a completely different person, but she couldn't be blamed for this. The national affairs had been troubling her these past few days, which had put her in a bad mood. Yi Qing's behavior only made her more irritable, and her temper grew worse. Seeing Yi Qing treat her like this now, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger burning in her heart. She wondered if he treated Nangong Xiao the same way, but when she was good to him, he didn't appreciate it and was only thinking about leaving her. It seems that being too good to someone can be a mistake. Thinking of this, Nangong Shui ignored Yi Qing's resistance and carried him to the bed, but Yi Qing struggled fiercely in her arms, and Nangong Shui's anger intensified, gradually causing her to lose her rationality. Chapter 79. Encountering refugees. Yi Qing was feeling a bit of a pain in his chest. Just a few days ago, he spent 100 admiration points to buy a mid-level teleportation talisman, escaped Nanli City, and then headed north. He has now reached Lingzhou. Nanchao is divided into 9 provinces. Nanli City is located in Zhengzhou. The 2 provinces to the north of Nanchao are Lingzhou and Liangzhou. Once you leave Liangzhou, you can reach the territory of northern Qi. As for why Yi Qing came here, it was definitely not his idea. It was all because Nangong Shui had sent experts to follow him, forcing him to flee north. Another crucial reason is that the more dangerous a place is, the safer it is. Currently, Nanchao and Beiki are at war, so he can blend in here and escape. After his disguise and the protection of the bead Su Qingyue gave him, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should be able to escape Nanchao, head east to the primordial Holy Land, and then find his way. Furthermore, after his in-depth conversations with Nangong Shui over the past few days, Yi Qing's admiration level has also exceeded 1,000. Looking at the many unlocked items and the marrow cleansing pill, Ye's face was full of smiles, but the system warned him that now was not the time to use it. Even if he used it now, he wouldn't see a significant increase in his cultivation level in a short period, and it would only arouse suspicion from others. Isn't it strange that someone who doesn't know how to cultivate and has no talent can suddenly become able to cultivate? After pondering for a moment, Yi Qing felt that the system was right. As long as he played it safe, he was basically safe. As for cultivation, he could deal with this hurdle first, there was still plenty of time for cultivation, so Yi Ching finally gave up the idea of exchanging for the marrow cleansing pill. There was plenty of time ahead. With these 1,000 points of affection, Yi Ching's safety is now guaranteed, and they can also be used for unforeseen circumstances, and so, Yi Ching traveled north, taking only small paths and daring not to go on the main roads, because Nangong Shui's imperial guards had already caught up with him, not to mention some experts. To avoid being discovered, Yi Ching hid himself very well. Although the area around the pipeline was all forest, Yi Ching still dared not go in. There were demonic beasts inside, even more terrifying than the people chasing him. If they targeted him, there would only be one way out, death. After traveling for about a day, Yi Ching finally saw a city. Along the way, Yi Ching also saw some refugees heading south. The closer they got to the city, the more refugees there were. If Yi Ching's guess is correct, these people should all be refugees who fled from Liangzhou. After all, there is currently a war there, so it is reasonable to have so many homeless people. Battles are often brutal. Yi Ching is a peace-loving person. He hates war because it makes people lose their loved ones. People who lose their loved ones become very lonely, just like myself, who has been alone and helpless since childhood. Seeing these refugees, Yi Ching felt a strange unease. He now hoped that Nangong Shui could quickly quell the rebellion and give them a peaceful home. Yi Ching quickly blended into the group of refugees and headed into the city to resupply. Although he has a system, he can't buy all his food, clothing, and daily necessities from the system. Besides, he has a lot of spirit stones and other currencies, which is enough to buy some food around the city. There were refugees who had left, as well as people who had gathered from all directions. The city gates were wide open, with only a few patrolling soldiers standing there to maintain order. Yi Ching easily slipped in. Upon arriving in the city, the situation was not optimistic. The streets were filled with emaciated and pale-faced refugees, and there were only a few places to distribute porridge in the distance. The shops on both sides of the street were closed, and the surrounding area was densely packed with people. They rarely moved around, partly because they lacked energy, and partly because reducing their activity slowed down the digestion of the food in their stomachs. The refugees included men and women, the elderly and children, but men made up the majority. After all, men in this world are generally not as strong or capable as women, which has led to this situation. Yi Ching wouldn't mock him. After all, he was now considered a vulnerable group, but when Yi Ching saw a group of starving children, he couldn't help himself and gave them everything he had. Don't call me a saint. I feel this is the most basic thing a human being should have, and it also helps advance the plot later. If you don't think this way, then consider me a villain, since I'm afraid of being criticized. Yi Ching knew this was wrong, but the remaining conscience in his heart made him choose to help them, and besides, he had the ability to do so. Although there are so many refugees here, he can't save them all, but he can still save these few children. Yi Ching didn't give them money. After all, this thing was actually dangerous for them, and the food was enough for them to eat for now. Some people tried to grab the food, but the children disappeared in the blink of an eye. There was no way they could catch them, but the group turned their gazes to Yi Ching, a hint of greed flashing in their eyes, and slowly stood up. Yi Ching also sensed the danger, but he had many ways to save his life, but not the ones to use now. He looked at a restaurant 100 meters away and walked towards it. Several vagrants with ill intentions followed behind, and it seemed their chances of survival were slim. On the fourth floor of the restaurant, two women were sitting, looking down at the tragic scene below. "Ha, foolish," a woman dressed in black sneered. Her voice was like that of an angel descended to earth, beautiful and elegant. After listening to it, it felt as if your ears were pregnant. "Oh, what's wrong?" A woman in red who had been sitting next to her looked in the direction the girl was looking. The woman in red was tall and slender with a full figure, exuding an elegant aura. She had captivating eyes, a high nose bridge, and bright red lips. She wore a red dress that fully exposed her long, white legs to the air. "Look at that man, he's incredibly stupid," the girl in black explained, keeping her eyes fixed on Yi Ching. Upon hearing this, the woman in red also noticed Yi Ching, and then saw the several refugees behind him. "How about we make a bet?" the woman in red said with a smile. "How do we gamble?" Upon hearing this, the girl in black turned to look at the woman in red. "Let's gamble on whether he can get here safely." The woman in red looked at the woman in black, a cunning glint in her eyes. "Whoever loses has to grant the other one a request." "Do you dare?" the woman in red tempted. "All right, I bet he can't get there safely." The girl in black thought for a moment and then agreed. Given this situation, it was impossible for the man to get here safely, so she believed she had a sure win. Chapter 80. The blindfolded woman. "All right, then I'll bet he can arrive safely." After the woman in red finished speaking, a smug smile flashed in her eyes. This junior sister is still so beautiful. I wonder how she will manage the demonic sect in the future. Just as the two turned their gazes back to Yi Qing was already 10 steps away from the restaurant, but at this moment, he was completely surrounded and could not move forward even an inch. "Hand over your food and money, or we'll have to take action," said a woman in tattered clothes in the crowd. "Yes, hand it over." Several people around him echoed. "We're out of food, but I have some silver here that I can give you," Yi Qing said, pretending to take something from his backpack behind him, but actually he took it from his spatial ring. Given the current situation, there's no way they can get out without being given something. Yi Qing took out a handful of loose silver and scattered it around, hoping they would know when to stop, but fate had other plans. Just as Yi Qing was about to leave, he was stopped by several people. "You must still have more in your bag. Are you going to take it out yourself, or should we do it ourselves?" The leader of the refugees looked at Yi Qing's package, his greed undisguised. Yi Qing thought to himself, as expected, human greed is endless, let alone these refugees who have lost their minds. If you show weakness to others once, they will think you are easy to bully and will continue to bully you. On the contrary, if you are tough from the beginning, you can basically gain a foothold. But the situation was out of control, and there was nothing that could be done no matter how tough it was. Just as Yi Qing was about to throw the package to them, suddenly a strong gust of wind swept by, blowing one person several meters away, after which he collapsed to the ground and could not get up. Yi Qing looked back and saw a stunningly beautiful woman standing there, holding a folding fan. She was stunningly beautiful. Yi Qing, with his aesthetic sense, would give her an 8.30 rating, but the system only gave her an 8. She has a face that is, well, in short, very beautiful, the kind that makes it hard to look away. She exudes an elegant, aristocratic air. Her beautiful face always had a faint smile, which made people feel like they were bathed in a spring breeze, and they unconsciously wanted to get close to her and become friends. Looking at her constantly waving folding fan, and her seemingly cool movements and expressions, Yi Qing suddenly thought of a phrase to describe it. That sudden outburst hurt my back. "Thank you for saving my life, young lady," Yi Qing said, bowing to the woman in red. "No need to thank me, just come up and have a couple of drinks with me." The woman smiled gently, walked over, and carried Yi Qing to the 4th floor in one go. Yi Qing felt a sense of being overweight, and then the scene in front of her changed to the private room upstairs. Yi Qing quickly observed the surrounding scene. Besides the woman in red in front of him, there were two other people standing outside. To Yi Qing's surprise, both women were over an 8 out of 10 in terms of looks, and even more surprisingly, the woman in black was a 9 out of 10. Although he didn't know what the two were up to, Yi Qing chose to wait and see, listening to their thoughts to understand the situation while thinking of a countermeasure. "Warner, you lost," the woman in red said with a smile, looking at the woman in black beside her. Yi Qing also looked at the person next to him this time. Upon seeing this, Yi Qing was stunned, but he quickly came to his senses. Neither of them noticed anything unusual. The girl wore a long black dress, with her long silver hair cascading down her back. She had willow leaf eyebrows, cherry lips, and delicate features. Although her eyes were covered by a black cloth, it only added to her mysterious allure, making people want to see her face. Her temperament was otherworldly, and her beauty was beyond compare, especially her waterfall-like silver hair. The girl also saw Yi Qing's gaze. What was in his eyes? Pity. The girl thought she was seeing things. It was the first time someone had ever looked at her like that. The man in front of her had covered his entire body except for his eyes, and Su Warner saw pity in his eyes. Does he think he's blind? That's ridiculous, so stupid. If she hadn't covered her eyes, she might have scared him if she hadn't. Otherwise, why would she have gone through all this trouble? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing understood the reason. It turned out he wasn't blind. He had just been worried about the girl. As the saying goes, when God closes a door, he opens a window. Yi Qing thought the girl's 9-point beauty was due to her eyes, but it turned out he was overthinking it. That's fine too, but he still looked regretful, since he didn't know. Let's just pretend this girl is blind. Upon hearing the woman in red's words, the blindfolded girl named Warner turned to look at her and said, "Are you cheating? Shouldn't you be the one who lost?" There doesn't seem to be a rule against saving people. How did S become the loser? You're not a sore loser, are you? The woman in red laughed upon hearing this, and whispered in Su Warner's ear, looking quite irritating. Upon hearing Hongchen's words, Su Warner was speechless and could only pick up the wine glass on the table and take a sip in frustration. Alright, let's save that condition for next time. Now let's drink. After Hongchen finished speaking, she poured Yi Qing another glass of wine and gestured for him to drink. Since arriving in this world, Yi Qing has never drunk alcohol and is unaware of his alcohol tolerance. Even in his previous life, he was a teetotaler, so he dared not drink and was about to decline when Hongchen's words reached Yi Qing's ears. "Young master, please don't refuse. These are just fruit wines, they're very delicious. I'm sorry, I've never drunk alcohol before and I don't know how to drink alcohol, so I'll use this cup of tea instead." Yi Qing decisively refused, and then took the teapot next to her. Why Yi Qing's voice was disguised, so it sounded somewhat ordinary, but not unpleasant. You're really not giving me, Hong, any face? Hongchen said unhappily upon hearing this. He then poured himself a full glass of wine and handed it to Yi Qing. Why Yi Qing trembled as he took the wine glass, but then placed it on the table, saying in a trembling voice, "I really can't drink. If you want money, I have some spirit stones here. I can give them all to you. I hope you'll let me leave." After Yi Qing finished speaking, he made a gesture as if to take something from the package. Upon hearing this, Hongchen's eyes flashed with displeasure. He then slammed his other cup on the table, stood up, and instantly appeared next to Yi Qing, holding the cup he had previously handed to Yi Qing. They removed the gauze from Yi Qing's face, pinched his mouth, and forced him to drink the wine. Just as I thought. Upon seeing that stunning beauty, Hongchen's eyes flashed with amazement, and he murmured to himself. Chapter 81. Getting drunk. After just one drink, the wine that Hongchen poured for Yi Qing wasn't very strong. In fact, it tasted quite good. But even just that small cup made Yi Qing's face instantly flush and his head feel dizzy. Seeing Yi Qing's face turn red and her breathing become rapid, Hongchen put down the wineglass in her hand. Then he carefully examined Yi Qing and saw that his cheeks were flushed and even his ears had turned pink. Her misty eyes revealed a hint of confusion, making her look incredibly alluring, even stirring a sense of desire in someone as detached as herself. But she quickly came to her senses and didn't linger on Yi Qing's handsome face. Although she appears generous and kind, she doesn't care much about matters between men and women. She was now a little curious about the man's identity. After all, such a handsome man shouldn't be here. There must be something fishy going on. Wanner, guess what he does? Hongchen put down Yi Qing, letting him rest on the table, and turned to look at Su Wanner. "I don't know, and I'm not interested. I haven't settled the score with you for tricking me earlier." Upon hearing this, Su Wanner picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip, completely ignoring Yi Qing. "I already told you, that's called all's fair in war. You're just being stupid and you're blaming me?" Hongchen raised an eyebrow and retorted. "Fine, I won't argue with you anymore. You're always like this." Seeing that she couldn't gain any advantage, Su Wanner didn't dwell on the matter any longer. Instead, she asked, "What brings you to Yaoguang this time, senior sister?" "The headmaster has a spot for going to the demonic sect. I hope you can try to get it so that we can both go." Hongchen said, deep in thought. In fact, Su Wanner was a witch of the holy demon sect and didn't need to go there at all, but she was still worried about her and planned to take her there, since that was the core of the entire demon race. Only by going there can one have a greater chance to access realms that others cannot reach. "No need. I don't like it there anyway. I feel that staying in Xuanwu continent is not bad. Besides, I still have to deal with Nangong Shui." Su Wanner said with a smile. She is a person who likes freedom and dislikes exciting things. There is also something more important. The last time Yaoguang Holy Land wiped out the holy demon sect, it caused them heavy losses. There were some reasons behind this conflict between Nanshao and Nangong Shui, but the biggest reason was their personal grudges. If it weren't for Nangong Shui's sudden intrusion back then, they wouldn't have failed, and since Nangong Shui could not possibly obtain the Xianling body, she would have even less chance of becoming the holy maiden of Yaoguang Holy Land. Everything Nanshao is facing now is the result of her own actions. She's only lived 3 more years, so she's lucky. Alright then, but I've recently heard some news that Nangong Shui is hiding a man in the palace named Yi Qing, who was formerly the 9th prince of Northern Qi. I hope this can be of some help to you." Seeing this, Hongchen didn't try to persuade her any further. She knew a bit about the feud between the two of them, and fortunately, she still had some useful information that Yi Qing is being protected in the palace by Nangong Shui, and our people can't do anything about it. Su Wanner said upon hearing this. She actually knew all along, but there was nothing she could do. Otherwise, with Nangong Shui's man as leverage, things would have been much simpler. Of course, it was unknown how Nangong Shui would treat him. What surprised her even more was that Nangong Shui, who was known for her purity and innocence, already had a man, which she found very hard to understand. It turns out that she couldn't resist the temptations of the world, unlike herself, who held the great Tao in her heart and found joy in carefree ease. What surprised her even more was that Nangong Shui actually got together with a prince from a country she had destroyed. These two are quite eccentric, but she's also a little curious about what kind of man could make Nangong Shui fall for him. Su Wan'er began to feel a little curious about Yi Qing, whom she had never met before. And what about Yi Qing? Was she forced or did it voluntarily? If it was voluntary, then this person is, well, Su Wan'er was right. The two of them were ultimately enemies, so it was impossible for them to be so harmonious. As for what Nangong Shui was thinking, it was just her own wishful thinking. Yi Qing was aware of this relationship, which is why he initially avoided Nangong Shui and Nangong Xiao. Otherwise, he could have stayed with Nangong Shui for the sake of those admiration points. After spending 10 years surviving in the Empress's palace, I became invincible. That's not the case at all. Although there are other reasons, the biggest obstacle is national and personal hatred. Yi Qing was always resisting between the two, and was always the passive one. Of course, the main element was acting and playing the scheming girl. But he was playing the role of a prince from a fallen kingdom. Therefore, Su Wan'er's analysis is correct, which is also the main reason why Yi Qing chose to leave Nan Xiao. He portrayed Nangong Xiao as a prince of a fallen kingdom, enslaved and subjugated. However, in Nangong Shui's eyes, he became someone who yearned for freedom and was not tainted by worldly affairs and hatred. This led Nangong Shui to believe that he did not want revenge but only wanted to live a peaceful life, and the best candidate for that role fell to her. This is the most optimistic scenario. However, the pessimistic aspect is that Yi Qing harbors hatred in his heart and has always resisted Nangong Shui's affections. From the beginning, he never intended to be with her and was merely going through the motions with Nangong Shui. This is also why Nangong Shui chose to use force directly after learning the reason, but what she didn't expect was that after Yi Qing was locked up, he developed mental problems, though she didn't initially suspect that he was faking it. Yi Qing also exploited her guilt, making her believe that he had genuinely fallen ill under her oppression and imprisonment. For the first few days, she didn't suspect anything, but after Yi Qing actually escaped, she realized it was all a deception. How should I put it? Yi Qing wanted to say that all of this was within his expectations. This explains why he was able to quickly adapt to his new persona and get into character so fast after transmigrating. While the system's help played a part, his own efforts were the main reason. Yi Qing's greatest hobby is reading, and he still has this habit. When he was in Nangong Shui's palace, he would read whenever he had free time. Yi Qing believes that reading can truly change one's destiny. The power of knowledge is limitless, and that one can find beauty and wealth in books. Because he was an orphan in his previous life, he most wanted to change his current situation and become a useful person by acquiring knowledge. Chapter 82, being sent to a room. So here's the question: since Yi Qing was so eager to learn and loved reading so much, why did he only score 250 on the college entrance exam? This score is clearly not something someone who enjoys reading and loves knowledge could achieve. Rather, it suggests someone who has been wasting their time and whose mind is never on studying. That's exactly where the problem lies. He likes reading, but that doesn't mean he likes studying. No one supervised his studies or disciplined him when he was young, which led to Yi Qing's lack of interest in things like 1 + 1 = 3. Instead, they are filled with fantasies about Conan, 10 Deadly Sins, and some famous works and novels. He also enjoys reading psychology books, and the move he's using against Nangong Shui now was learned from a book. He also has the ability to enter a persona at any time and make corresponding judgments based on the current situation, at any time and in any place. Of course, without the help of a system, these are basically difficult to achieve. Yi Qing couldn't help but suspect that he was the legendary chosen one, and that his abilities combined with some of the system's functions had created the current situation. That's getting off topic. To get back to the main point, he handled these matters with ease and based on solid reasoning. Regardless of what Su Wan'er thought, Yi Qing had figured everything out. The two women in front of me are both from the demon clan. They were both witches of the holy demon sect, but they had an opportunity to go to the demon clan headquarters. Hongchen was one of them, and Hongchen wanted Su Wan'er to go with her. There's also the personal grudge between Su Wan'er and Nangong Shui, and what's even more unexpected is that Su Wan'er knows his name. It seems I can't reveal it to her. Yi Qing felt like she had been dragged into another good show. It seemed she needed to find a way to escape as soon as possible. Yi Qing's current state can be described as drunk, but not completely drunk. Although his body is drunk, his soul is still under the protection of the system and is not confused at all. Instead, he overheard their innermost thoughts perfectly. It seems he'll have to put on an act again in front of them, and he'll have to use the name Xingqian again. However, Yi Qing was still lying on the table, and the two of them didn't care whether he lived or died, and chatted on their own. Just as the two had finished drinking and it was getting late, Yi Qing showed no sign of waking up. Both of them were drinking that kind of spiritual wine, which was considered a beverage for them as cultivators, but for Yi Qing, who had no cultivation, it was enough to keep him asleep for a whole day. "Senior sister, what should we do about him?" Su Wan'er asked Hongqian as the sky darkened. "I don't know, I didn't expect him to be such a poor drinker." Hongqian shook her head, then looked at Su Wan'er and lowered her voice. "Such a handsome man, how about warming your bed? Don't worry, your senior sister will keep watch outside for you, no one will disturb your good time." At the end, Hongqian patted her round chest to make sure. But Su Wan'er spat out the mouthful of wine she had just drunk after Hongqian said that. "Cough cough, what kind of wild and indecent words are these? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Su Wan'er coughed and retorted. "Do you think I don't know who you are? I'll leave him to you for now. I have things to do tonight." After Hongqian finished speaking, she got up and walked outside without waiting for Su Wan'er to say anything more. "Have a good time tonight," Hongqian said, not forgetting to tease her as she walked to the door. "Get out!" With Su Wan'er's angry shout, Hongqian left with two nascent soul stage guards. Su Wan'er is a high-level golden core cultivator, while Hongqian has already reached the nascent soul stage. Both of them are very talented. Watching Hongqian leave, Su Wan'er turned her gaze to Yi Qing, who was fast asleep, slumped over the table. It seemed she would have to take matters into her own hands. She could have easily left this foolish man outside the inn, but she knew that wouldn't be a good idea, so she ended up booking a private room for Yi Qing. When they returned to the private room, only Su Wan'er and Yi Qing were there. Looking at Yi Qing lying on the table, Su Wan'er was in a dilemma. After all, men and women should not touch each other, and she couldn't very well hug him. "I've got it." After pondering for a moment, Su Wan'er suddenly realized that she could use her spiritual energy. With that in mind, Su Wan'er no longer hesitated and directly summoned a burst of spiritual energy to lift Yi Qing up. Yi Qing, who was watching all this with a detached expression, was a little speechless. Are all girls with a 9 out of 10 appearance rating this stingy? Would it kill them to just give her a hug? Is it so hard to contribute even a little bit of affection points to him? Of course, I didn't want to try being embraced by a silver-haired girl, I just wanted to earn some affection points, and 1,000 is really not much, and so, Yi Qing was placed on the bed. Watching Su Wan'er leave, Yi Qing felt that if he didn't do something, he would lose face. Cough cough. Just as Su Wan'er reached the door, Yi Qing, who had been motionless, suddenly coughed. Upon hearing this, Su Wan'er stopped walking. She turned back, looked at Yi Qing's flushed face, and said, "Such a poor drinker, and so stupid too. If it weren't for us, he'd probably have been, well, killed already, but looking at him now, he is indeed quite good looking. I take back what I just said, he might become the top star in some entertainment venues." Looking at Yi Qing lying on the bed, his face was flushed, like a ripe apple, very tempting, making one want to take a bite. Why am I having such strange thoughts? It's all my senior sister's fault for leading me astray. Looking at Yi Qing, whose complexion was not good on the bed, Su Wan'er wondered if she should make him a bowl of hangover soup. Or she could infuse him with a trace of spiritual energy to help him get rid of the alcohol. The wine they drank was just ordinary spirit wine, mixed with a little spiritual energy. Its potency was only a few times that of ordinary wine, and their own spiritual energy was enough, but Su Wan'er didn't do that. If she had, what would be the point of drinking? This would also let him know his alcohol tolerance. Although his senior sister forced him to drink it, it was a reminder that it's not safe for boys to be out in the world. They should always keep this in mind, otherwise they might get sold out while helping the other person count the money. What he did today seemed so foolish. I really don't know what to say. Am I just being naive? In this world, naivety brings no benefit, on the contrary, it brings endless disasters. Only the strong can avoid being bullied by others. Chapter 83 Physical Examination. As night fell, darkness enveloped the land, leaving only the city's scattered lights. The streets were now filled with people lying down. Some were huddled together in 2s and 3s, while others lay alone in one spot, showing no signs of movement. To the uninitiated, they would appear dead, but upon closer inspection, it would be clear that they were still alive. Those brightly lit places, shining in the darkness, were several inns and courtyards of wealthy families throughout the city. Although it is summer now, there is still a desolate scene of the rich feasting on meat and wine while the poor freeze to death on the streets. The desolate darkness of the streets contrasted sharply with the brightly lit, bustling mansions. That's how war is. Some rejoice while others grieve. But those who watch enviously as others indulge in pleasure feel no envy. They know they'll soon become just like them. Of course, some people still have hope. They believe that everything is only temporary and things will get better soon. These are all visible. As for those hidden, there are many, such as the few people sitting on a roof beam. My lord, several powerful figures from the Lingxi sect are in the city lord's mansion. Should we force our way in? A woman dressed in black asked a girl in red beside her. No rush, let's observe first and find out the enemy's situation before we make a move. The girl waved her hand in response, and so, the group continued to observe in secret, their gaze fixed on the most luxurious residence in the entire city. At that moment, the place was filled with singing and dancing, bright lights, and lively entertainment. A truly joyous occasion. Some powerful figures and some women dressed in white were having a passionate conversation, and everyone had a smile on their face. Those women dressed in white were a small team from the Lingxi sect, numbering around 8, with the highest cultivation level being the nascent soul realm. As they passed through this place, they were stopped by the city lord and a group of powerful figures who said they would host a welcome dinner for them. They reasoned that the experts from the Lingxi sect had finally managed to come out and certainly wouldn't be thinking about rushing to the front lines to fight, so they agreed. The city lord was also a man of passion. He hosted a banquet for the group, setting up dozens of tables of fine wine and food, with handsome men accompanying them. He also drank and chatted with some local landlords and noble families. These people are truly despicable. The country is in dire straits, yet they are still enjoying themselves here, showing no intention of helping the refugees outside, said a nascent soul follower standing next to Hongchen, unable to bear it any longer. That's human nature. If it doesn't concern them, they'll stay out of it. How many people can truly care about the common people? Hongchen replied, she sees human nature very clearly, but she's become numb to it. All she knew was that in this world, only those with power could do whatever they wanted. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they all took their handsome men to the house, intending to reward themselves. After all, they would be going to the battlefield in a few days, and if they didn't take advantage of this opportunity to relax, who knew when they would have another chance? The opportunity has come. Kill everyone inside, leave no one alive. After that, go to the next city. We'll meet in Fan City. Hongchen instructed the two men, looking at the relaxed crowd. Yes. After the two finished speaking, they disappeared. Hongchen watched the massacre in the city lord's mansion and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. The refugees on both sides of the street suddenly saw the city lord's mansion engulfed in flames, and then heard shouts coming from inside. No one dared to go forward, they all hid far away, afraid that they would be implicated as well. Thus, a massacre took place inside the city lord's mansion. After the shouts of killing subsided, some people mustered their courage and went inside, ignoring the corpses on the ground, and began to grope the wealthy people. The food spilled on the table and on the floor was quickly devoured by the group. When people are starving, they're capable of anything. Like now, they're not afraid of the corpses on the ground at all. Of course, there were also some people who were too scared to eat and could only watch from a distance as the women wolfed down their food, swallowing their saliva. Of course, Ying, who was far away on the other side, was unaware of all of this. Suwana might know, but she didn't care, because she was facing a big problem. She didn't know what she was thinking at the time, but after getting close to Ying, she was deeply captivated by his fragrance, and then, coincidentally, she stepped forward. She took a deep breath, and unexpectedly, by sheer coincidence, Ying vomited. She was captivated by the fragrance at the time, and only realized what had happened afterward. Suwana suppressed the urge to slap Ying to death and went to take a bath and change her clothes first. As for Ying, she would deal with him when she returned. Just as Suwana went out, she immediately asked the waiter to clean Ying's room and also had someone prepare a hangover soup for him. Inside Suwana's room, she was in a large wooden tub, vigorously rubbing her skin, which was already turning red. Looking at that chest that was almost red and swollen, Suwana was furious. It has to be said, he vomited very accurately. If he hadn't been unconscious, Suwana would have thought he did it on purpose. How could a great witch like her be so disheveled? She must teach this brat a lesson later. Water droplets traced across her delicate skin, outlining the beauty's snow-white complexion, so beautiful and pure. However, the only flaw was the still reddened skin on her chest, which added a touch of eroticism to her beauty, making it quite alluring. After getting up from the wooden tub, Suwana used her spiritual energy to cleanse herself of the grime several times before she felt at ease, but she still couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Suwana realized who the culprit was and immediately decided to go to Yi Qing's room to vent her anger. He dared to vomit on her, and in that same spot. Perhaps Suwana wouldn't be so angry in other places, but her private area was attacked like that. If he didn't try to save face, people would think Suwana was easy to bully. Clang, the door was kicked open from the outside with brute force, and Suwana stormed in. Looking at Yi Qing still lying on the bed, Suwana was furious. She clenched her fists and wanted to rush over and punch him, but upon closer inspection, he was shocked by what he saw. He immediately turned around, covered his eyes with his hands, and his cheeks quickly flushed. A strange feeling flashed through his mind. Although she had never seen him before, this was the first time she had seen him, and her heart was still pounding. What puzzled her even more was that she seemed not to have seen enough and wanted to take another look. How could I, a proper lady, do such a thing? How am I any different from those hooligans? Despite thinking this, Suwana's body still turned away obediently. She just wanted to give him a checkup. She had absolutely no other intentions, absolutely none. Chapter 84. It's impossible to come back, because Yi Qing vomited first. Some of it got on his clothes. When Suwana ordered someone to go to Yi Qing's room to clean it up, the man wiped it off for him. So now, his clothes were torn open, revealing his pale skin underneath. As Suwana rushed in and happened to see this scene, the bright moonlight shone through the exquisite wooden windows into the rather luxurious room. There were two people inside. One was resting on the bed, while the other stood at a distance, hesitant. The girl, dressed in a long black robe, with her bright white hair cascading over her shoulders, stood there, exuding unparalleled beauty, as if she were a fairy descended from heaven. The only regret was that her stunningly beautiful, ethereal face was covered by a black cloth, obscuring her bright and expressive eyes. The boy lying on the bed had his eyes closed, his cheeks flushed, and his lips slightly parted, exhaling a breath that smelled strongly of alcohol. The girl twitched her nose slightly, carefully sniffed the air, and only gave up when she found no unpleasant smell as she had imagined. Then, with light steps, she slowly walked to the bedside, but the boy was completely unaware of her presence and was still fast asleep. Looking at the man who had vomited all over her, the girl clenched her fists, but she was still a little curious about his exposed chest. Is this a man's chest? It doesn't look any different, the girl murmured softly, then reached out and poked it. The touch is so soft and smooth, it touches the soul, like touching a piece of the finest jade, making it hard to let go. The girl's hands also changed from tracing with her fingertips to wandering with her palms, but she quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly withdrew her restless hand. The girl knew she had done something shameful and turned to leave, but then stopped in her tracks by someone calling out to her from behind. Sister, don't leave me, I'm so scared. Her voice was soft, which softened the heart and made people feel sorry for her. Upon hearing this, Suwana turned around and looked at the boy lying on the bed. He had one hand gripping the blanket tightly, while the other hand was waving in the air as if trying to grab something. Don't want. The boy reached out and grabbed at the air, but couldn't grasp anything. It was as if he had lost something important. Tears welled up in his eyes and slowly streamed down, wetting his pillow. Seeing this scene, Suwana's emotions seemed to be stirred by him, and she couldn't help but think of her sister. It turns out that he, like himself, had no family to accompany him. For some reason, Suwana walked over without realizing it and gave her delicate hand to the young man. The boy seemed to have grasped something that would save him. With that grasp, it was as if he had grasped everything. Looking at her tightly, clenched hand and then at the boy crying so sadly, Suwana abandoned the idea of pulling her hand away. It was nothing serious that she let him shake her hand. In fact, she was the one who got the better deal, since she was the one who touched the boy's hand. My senior sister is really something. I don't know where she got such a troublesome person from, and now she's in a difficult situation. Strangely enough, ever since the boy held her hand, he never thought of his sister again, and seemed much more at ease. The warmth and slight dampness coming from her palm gave Suwana a strange feeling. Are all boys' hands this soft? It gave her an urge to hold them forever. Time passed slowly, and after a full minute, feeling that the boy on the bed had fallen asleep, Suwana carefully withdrew her hand from the boy's tightly clenched hand. But after pulling her hand away, Suwana regretted it a little. She actually felt a bit reluctant. Suppressing the strange feeling in her heart, Suwana looked at the exposed chest again, and unconsciously reached out her hand. After savoring it for a while, Suwana stood up. After getting up, She had a look of satisfaction on her face, like a little girl who had just eaten the forbidden fruit, revealing an expression of "I see." After glancing guiltily at the still sleeping boy who hadn't noticed anything, she finally felt relieved. She bent down and refastened the boy's clothes before nodding in satisfaction. She didn't know what was wrong with her today, that she was so interested in a man, and that she couldn't help but try things out on him because of her curiosity. When did she become so lewd? Could it be that after hearing the news that Nangong Shui already had a Taoist partner, she wanted to try it out herself? She just wanted to know what was so good about men. After today's test, it wasn't all that impressive. Of course, the main reason wasn't that the boy was good looking, but that she genuinely just wanted to check his body. She had no other intentions. Suwanner glanced at the boy on the bed one last time before leaving, feeling relieved. She considered it all compensation for what he had vomited on her. Their matter is considered settled. From now on, they will go their separate ways, owing each other nothing. Suwanner stepped out of the room, glanced at the night sky, then walked to the window and looked towards the city lord's mansion. Seeing the flames soaring into the sky, she nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that her senior sisters had gone smoothly. Her main purpose in coming to Lingzhou this time was to kill these Lingxi sect experts. Not only them, but many other experts like them are lurking throughout Nanxiao. It is believed that it will not be long before Nanxiao's high-end combat power is completely wiped out. At that time, the 5 million soldiers under Nangong Shui's command will become cannon fodder, and the destruction of Nanxiao and Nangong Shui will be just around the corner, but all of this is contingent on the absence of major setbacks. There are many uncertainties. After all, this is still human territory, and the demons dare not be too arrogant, otherwise they will be attacked by the masses. The demons merely hide in the shadows, controlling northern Qi and a few other countries. But in Xuanwu continent, the true power lies with the human race. Although they can fight internal wars, they will unite when faced with external enemies, no matter how great the hatred. Perhaps this is why the human race is so powerful. If the demon race were as united, they could easily rule the entire divine martial continent, but that's all wishful thinking. The demons are all selfish and self-serving creatures. It's simply impossible to unite them. Perhaps in this way, her sister wouldn't have died, and she wouldn't be here, but there are no what-ifs in any of this. What has happened can never be changed, just like her sister, who can never come back. Chapter 85 Self-Confession. Suwanner kept staring at the moon, and it seemed as if her sister's face appeared on it. She couldn't help but reach out to touch it, but it was all in vain. Upon closer inspection, there was no trace of the older sister. All that remained was the bright, full moon. Suwanner lowered her outstretched hand, a tear falling from the corner of her eye, but it disappeared before it hit the ground. Looking at the teardrop in her hand, Suwanner circulated her spiritual power, letting it evaporate into the air. Since her sister left, she had vowed never to shed a tear again. Tears are something only the weak do. She wouldn't allow them to appear on her. Looking at the desolate streets outside and then at the full moon, Suwanner lightly jumped out of the window and arrived on the roof in the blink of an eye. Sitting on the rubble, looking at the moon, Suwanner couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. Influenced by the boy in the room, she also thought of her own sister. When her family fell on hard times, she and her sister fled for their lives together. Each time, her sister carried her on her back and never abandoned her. However, during one of the encirclements, the situation she least wanted to see still occurred. She knew the feeling of being powerless, and perhaps this time, she really should cultivate herself properly. Her goal has always been to cultivate diligently, but 3 years ago, after her opportunity was taken away by Nangong Shui, she devoted her heart to revenge. This is why, although she is now at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, her cultivation is still far from sufficient. Now that she had finished dealing with matters at Yaoguang Holy Land, she still needed to seek revenge. A grudge she had held for decades. Her hatred for Nangong Shui had reached the same level as that for those who killed her sister and her family. Thinking of this, Suwanner's eyes were filled with frost. Looking in the direction of Nanxiao, the killing intent in her heart seemed to converge into a line, directly striking Nanli City in Zhengzhou. On the north city wall of Nanli City stood a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a phoenix robe. She exuded an aura of supreme authority, and no one dared to approach her within a radius of several hundred meters. She stood on the city wall, gazing into the distance, her eyes seemingly seeing scenes from thousands of miles away. A gentle breeze blew by, lifting her golden dress and long, flowing black hair, making her look like a celestial being descended to earth, breathtakingly beautiful, someone to be admired from afar but not to be touched. The place she was looking at was to the north. With the support of the nation's power, she seemed to be able to sense that the person she was looking for was still in Nanxiao territory, and even in the north. With war raging in the north, Will you be safe all alone? The woman murmured, her eyes filled with longing. He has been gone from her for more than 10 days. In these 10 days, the Imperial Guards have searched many places along the way, but they can't find him. It seems that he has really disappeared. At first, she was furious about the boy's departure and wanted to catch him and lock him in a cage forever, so that he would never have the chance to leave her, but after receiving no further news, she changed her mind. If he could return to her, she could give him enough freedom. Now, she only hopes that the boy is safe and sound. When Nanchao is at peace, she will definitely find him. She will not force him to do anything anymore. She will slowly and patiently try to get into his heart and make him stop hating her so much. All of this was because she had oversimplified things. How could the hatred of a nation's destruction be resolved with just a few meals and a few words? Even if he didn't care, he couldn't possibly be at ease being with her. It all seemed impossible, but Nangong Shui firmly believes that the two of them will eventually be together, and this is not something she can just imagine, but something she will achieve through her own hard work. Turning the impossible into the possible, that's Nangong Shui's method, don't you think? Yiqing, in the southern border region, Liangzhou, the ancient city prefecture, the governor's mansion. Nangong Xiao looked at the kneeling woman in black and asked, "Is there still no news of him?" "No, but a dozen days ago, all 300,000 Imperial Guards in the palace were mobilized, along with some top Imperial Guards, as if they were investigating someone." "This might be the prince's husband." The woman replied, bowing, "That's impossible. There are so many guards in the palace. How could a weak man who can't even kill a chicken escape?" Nangong Xiao frowned and rejected the idea. She was well aware of Yiqing's abilities. When he left the prince's mansion, he was only kidnapped by that woman, Su Qingyue. As for how he ended up in the imperial palace, she didn't know, and Nangong Xiao guessed that it was also possible that Nangong Shui had instructed Su Qingyue to kidnap Yiqing. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? "Investigate again, we must find out his whereabouts." Although she didn't believe it, she still had to be prepared. She was always much more cautious about anything involving Yiqing and dared not be careless in the slightest. "Yes," the woman in black said, bowing slightly before leaving. "Your Highness, the person has arrived and is waiting in the side courtyard." Just as the woman in black left, another person walked in from outside the room. She was the nascent soul expert beside Nangong Xiao. But for some reason, she had now become a deity transformation expert. Upon closer inspection, Nangong Xiao seemed unusual at this moment. She appeared to have undergone a slight change and now seemed to be a golden core cultivator. "Okay, I understand," Nangong Shui replied. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and now all that was missing was Yiqing's place. She believed that they would be together again soon. Inside a restaurant in Lingzhou, a city, looking at the woman in red beside her, who was happily drinking from a pot of wine, Su Wanner asked, "Is everything going smoothly?" "Not bad. How did you handle the important matters?" Han Chen licked the remaining wine from his red lips and teased Su Wanner by putting his mouth close to her ear. "What serious business? I just took him back to his room. I didn't do anything else." Su Wanner panicked upon hearing this, but still tried to remain calm. "Oh, you really didn't do anything else? I don't think I asked about that boy just now. Why did you confess without even asking me?" Han Chen raised an eyebrow and teased. "Su Wanner, you don't need to feel burdened. Aren't men just for women to play with? If you like, then your senior sister will catch a few more for you. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have several together? You can even have a pair." Han Chen got more and more excited as she spoke, her eyebrows starting to gesticulate. "Cough cough, shut your stinking mouth. I really don't understand how such words could come out of your mouth." Su Wanner ruthlessly interrupted Han Chen's unrealistic fantasy. "If I listened any longer, I'd start to feel like a pervert. Don't be fooled by her enthusiastic talk and lewd remarks, she's just indulging in fantasies. In reality, she's never even been with a man. If I follow her, I'll inevitably go astray sooner or later." Chapter 86. Eating together. Alright, stop fooling around. We'll go back tomorrow. Staying here will only attract the attention of the enforcement hall of Yaoguan Holy Land. Han Chen said seriously, looking at Su Wanner, who was still glaring at her. Then she added, "I'm only out this time to spend a little more time with you. You know I'll be leaving soon, and I don't know when we'll see each other again." Her words were full of regret and reluctance, but there was nothing that could be done. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. They each had their own things to do and were destined to part ways. She genuinely liked this junior sister, treating her like a younger sister. She also knew about Su Wanner's background, which made her care for this junior sister even more. When I'm strong enough, I'll go to Shenzhou. There are still some people there who live very comfortably, and I need to go and give them some surprises. Su Wanner didn't look at the mortal world, but instead looked into the distance. When she escaped from there, she vowed that she would definitely go back. Alright, I won't try to persuade you anymore. Go to sleep early, we have to travel tomorrow. After saying that, Hongchen didn't linger and disappeared from the rooftop in the blink of an eye. Su Wanner looked up at the stars in the sky, and just watched quietly. Nothing more was said that night. The next day, Yi Qing was awakened by a knock on the door. He had actually woken up after Su Wanner left the night before, but he still had to act. So he lay in bed until the early hours of the morning before he fell asleep. He went to great lengths to disguise himself as a refugee. Of course, in the moment of crisis, he still thought of his older sister, Yi Qingmei, who only existed in his memories. Furthermore, his actions and words were all scenes that happened when Yi Qing escaped from Xiaojing. It could be said that Yi Qing reenacted them. The original owner's personality was just like the men in this world and the women in his previous world. Although it was awkward, it was still acceptable. Of course, Yi Qing would not become like that. However, to fit in, with his godlike acting skills, he can revert to the original owner's personality. Of course, in Yi Qing's heart, he is still a man. As for those manipulative tactics, let's save them for when we need them. Just be yourself all the time. After quickly getting dressed, I opened the door and saw a man dressed as a waiter standing outside. Upon seeing Yi Qing, the man respectfully said, "Young master, the two young ladies invited you to dinner yesterday in a private room on the second floor." Yi Qing nodded. The message had been conveyed, and the waiter said no more and went to attend to his own business. Yi Qing pondered for a moment and decided to go down and find out. He didn't know why they had invited him to dinner. In fact, they could have left without saying goodbye. Since they weren't very familiar with each other, they must have something to discuss by inviting them to dinner now. Yi Qing was also thinking about whether he could leave this place with them, since it was a chaotic time and he wasn't very safe to be alone. Yi Qing walked down the stairs to the second floor. This inn has 5 floors, with the 3rd to 5th floors used for accommodation and the 2nd and 1st floors for dining. Upon arriving on the 2nd floor, Yi Qing found it surprisingly quiet, not noisy as she had imagined. With only a handful of people around. Since the war between Nanshao and Beiki began, the inn's business has become difficult. It's lost its former liveliness, and refugees from outside can no longer enter, so there are hardly any people there. Because there were few people, Yi Qing quickly found Su Wanner and the other person. The 2 guards from yesterday were gone from the doorway. Inside, the 2 women had ordered a table full of dishes and were enjoying their meal. Suddenly, Yi Qing appeared at the door. Upon seeing Yi Qing arrive, Hongchen waved and said, "Come in." "Oh." Yi Qing said softly upon seeing this, then walked in, lowered her head, and dared not speak. Seeing this, Su Wanner felt that the man in front of her was not very smart. Considering his previous behavior, she understood. However, she wondered how such a stupid and weak man could have run away. Didn't his family care? However, he was clever enough to know how to cover up his stunning good looks and charisma. "Come sit down and eat." Hongchen gestured for Yi Qing to sit down. Anyway, there was a whole table of food, and one more person would be enough to eat. Yi Qing nodded, then sat down, picked up the chopsticks next to him, picked up a piece of green vegetable and put it in his mouth, and ate it in small bites with the white steamed bun next to him. Su Wanner frowned when she saw this. Wasn't he worried about poisoning her? If we let him leave like this, I don't know if he'll survive the night, huh? Why am I suddenly caring about him? What he does doesn't seem to concern me much. With that thought in mind, Su Wanner stopped observing Yi Qing's actions and focused on eating her food. However, after glancing at the food casually and noticing that Yi Qing was only eating vegetables, he couldn't help but say, "Don't just eat vegetables, eat some meat, okay?" Upon hearing Su Wanner's words, Yi Qing, like a wounded fawn, reddened slightly, as if he had done something wrong, and stopped what he was doing. "This is so cringeworthy. I'm practically writing a 3-bedroom apartment. If you can accept it, I'll write more of this in the future. Other books are written like this too, and I feel like I need to imitate it. he must have eaten too much of the green vegetables that the girl in black liked, which upset her, so he stopped eating them. Seeing Yi-Ching stop eating and stare longingly at the dishes on the table, Su-Waner fell silent. I guess there's something wrong with her expression, or does he not understand human language? Helpless, Su-Waner picked up a chicken leg and placed it in Yi-Ching's bowl, saying, I didn't mean to stop you from eating, I just wanted you to eat more meat. Oh. Yi-Ching nodded as if she understood, then picked up a chicken leg and ate it in small bites. Seeing this, Su-Waner nodded in satisfaction, then turned her head and saw Hongchen looking shocked. At this moment, her expression of disbelief and astonishment revealed her utter shock. Su-Waner wanted to explain, but before she could even open her mouth, Hongchen gave her a look that said, I understand, stop making excuses. This scene left Su-Waner speechless. It seemed she had truly misunderstood. Su-Waner didn't want to explain further. Su-Waner simply wouldn't believe her. Junior sister, I originally thought you were very proper, but I didn't expect that you could win over this handsome man in just one night. I admire you. Hongchen whispered in Su-Waner's ear, his tone very irritating. Shut your beak. Su-Waner didn't want to say anything more to her, and just silently ate her food, and so, Yi-Ching and Su-Waner finished their meal amidst the strange looks from Hongchen. After the meal, Su-Waner and Yi-Ching were about to leave, telling Yi-Ching to be careful on his own, but they hadn't gone far when Yi-Ching called them back. Chapter 87. Where did they go? What? Su-Waner asked, looking at Yi-Ching, who was still at the inn. Where are you going? Can you take me with you? I can pay for the journey. Yi-Ching said, taking out a low-grade spirit stone from his bag. Ha! Hongchen couldn't help but laugh when he saw the spirit stone. Su-Waner didn't laugh. Looking at Yi-Ching, she said seriously, do you know what you're saying? Besides, your one spirit stone is simply not enough. I just want to go to Northern Qi. As for one not being enough, I have a few more here. Yi-Ching lowered his head and reached for the spirit stones in his package again. Junior sister, why don't you bring your little sweetheart along? Hongchen said, seeing Yi-Ching's serious expression. Nonsense. Besides, he's not my little lover. After saying that, Su-Waner didn't linger any longer and flew away on her sword, heading towards the horizon. Hongchen shook his head as he watched Su-Waner disappear, then sighed helplessly as he looked at Yi-Ching, who was still searching for spirit stones. Alas, what a pity for such a simple-minded boy. After saying that, he didn't linger and rode his sword in the direction Su-Waner had gone. Found it. Yi-Ching was overjoyed after taking out a few spirit stones from his bag, but when he looked up, his smile froze on his face. Where did they go? Yi-Ching looked around but couldn't find the two of them. But he left the spot to look for the two people, but unfortunately, he couldn't find them. Looking at the boy's lonely figure and his motionless stance, Su-Waner knew that he was feeling very bad, but there was no way around it. The two of them were destined to be different, and he couldn't follow them. What? You can't bear to part with him? It's not too late to regret it now. Just as Su-Waner was looking at Yi-Ching's back, Hongchen suddenly appeared behind her and said, No, let's go. Withdrawing her gaze, Su-Waner activated her spirit sword and flew into the air. Hongchen shook his head and continued to follow. Yi-Ching, who was far away on a street, still couldn't find the two people and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Perhaps they had left first. Or perhaps they didn't have enough money, which is why they didn't take him along. It's alright, he can go back to Northern Qi on his own. He heard that his sister has restored her kingdom, and he should go back to congratulate her, and so, only the boy's lonely figure remained on the street. Unbeknownst to him, he had come to a small alley. There was hardly anyone there, and the young man wanted to turn and leave. Unfortunately, the intersection ahead was blocked by several women. It turned out that they had been following him all along. They had noticed Yi-Ching on the street and also saw those few bright spirit stones. Greed took hold of their hearts, and they followed Yi-Ching all the way here. He got separated from his companions, and we managed to find him. Heaven has finally opened its eyes, a woman with a wicked smile said to the woman next to her. Boss, this young master is really handsome. How about letting the sisters have a taste first? This guy looks like a noble young master or a cultivator from a sect. It's going to be really exciting. I can't wait. Even if I die, it'll be worth it. Let's make this clear first. The people are yours, but the money is all mine. The wicked smiles on their faces were completely undisguised, with no attempt to hide them. Alright, let's have a taste of the good stuff today. I'm the boss, I'll go first. The leading woman chuckled lewdly and slowly walked towards Yi Qing. Upon seeing the group, Yi Qing's first reaction was to back away, but there was a corner behind him, leaving him with no way to retreat. Let me go, I'll give you money. The boy pleaded as he saw the approaching group. Foolish man, today, you're ours, and your money is ours too. The leading woman sneered, as if she had heard a funny joke. He was now a lamb to the slaughter, and her words sounded so powerless. No. My sister is the empress of Northern Qi. If she finds out, she will definitely kill you. Seeing that the group was getting close, the boy seemed to have thought of his last lifeline and tried to scare them away with his identity, but this did not frighten them at all. Instead, it aroused their lust. Royal family members. Wasn't that even more exciting? Of course, the others didn't believe him. How could a member of the royal family be abandoned so easily? Or maybe he really was? But this is Nanshao, what does it have to do with her Northern Qi? Even if she did find this place, how would she know who they were? Where would she even begin to look? So the group wasn't afraid at all, on the contrary, they were even more excited. In that short time, the group rushed to the corner of the wall and pinned the boy against it. Tear, the sound of clothes being torn apart rang out. No. Let me go, someone save me. In a secluded alley, the boy's faint cries for help rang out. The group didn't try to stop him, they just let him shout because no one would come, or rather, no one dared to help. His cries for help only excited them more and made them even more obsessed. Just as the boy was in despair, suddenly, a streak of light pierced down from the sky. Boom, a huge wave was created, sending several people flying. Ahem, who's got the nerve to ruin my plans? The eldest brother, who had been thrown back, stood up, coughed, and said. The others followed suit, their eyes were all fixed on the dust-covered area in front of them. As the dust settled, the scene inside was revealed. A woman in black was taking off her clothes and draping them over the boy. The woman reached out and wiped away the tears from the boy's eyes, then removed the black cloth from her own eyes and placed it over the boy's eyes. The group of people trembled when they saw the girl turn around and meet her red eyes, which seemed to house countless demons. What kind of eyes were those? Being stared at by them felt like being surrounded by countless demons. As the group was stared at by those eerie, blood-red eyes, one of the more timid individuals collapsed to the ground, too terrified to move. Who are you? The leader looked at the girl with murderous intent in her eyes, swallowed hard, and stammered. The one who killed you. The girl said coldly, her voice devoid of any emotion. Don't kill. Before the men could finish speaking, their heads fell to the ground, and their bodies vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The girl turned away from the group, walked to the boy, hugged him, and whispered comfortingly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Chapter 88. Returning to the inn, Yi Qing's body trembled uncontrollably, and suddenly she felt herself being embraced in a warm hug. The boy visibly trembled upon physical contact and quickly tried to break free from the person's embrace. Don't be afraid. The person said softly and gently while comforting the boy who looked like a wounded fawn. She also gave him the greatest sense of security with her soft embrace. The boy felt that the person's movements were gentle, as if they had no hostility towards him, so he relaxed and stretched out his slender arm to remove the black cloth that was placed between his eyes. The first thing you see is a pair of eyes full of concern. The woman is stunningly beautiful, with a flowing silver veil draped over her chest, making her very striking, but those eerie red eyes gave people a chilling feeling. Although terrifying, they were also dazzling, both eerie and beautiful. Seeing the boy staring into her eyes, the girl subconsciously looked away, not wanting him to see her seemingly cursed red eyes. These eyes have always been a source of great pain for her. She suspects that the destruction of her family is related to these eyes, and sometimes she wants to gouge them out, but she still needs revenge, so she can't do that now. Perhaps she will do it after she's taken her revenge. Previously, she would usually cover up when meeting outsiders, but she would only reveal herself without any scruples in front of her senior sister. But just now, not wanting the boy to see that bloody scene, she covered his face with the cloth. Suwana took out a piece of black cloth from her spatial ring and covered her eyes again. Seeing the flustered girl, Yi Qing whispered, "It's very beautiful, why are you covering your eyes?" Upon hearing the boy's question, Su Wanner's body trembled violently. What had she just heard? Beautiful, really? What did you say? Su Wanner asked again, afraid that she had misheard. I said your eyes are beautiful, why are you covering them up? The boy was puzzled, but he still repeated what he had just said. Really? Su Wanner turned to look at the boy, removed the black cloth from her eyes, and asked in a trembling voice. The boy nodded, his eyes filled with pure innocence. Without any hint of acting, after the boy finished speaking, he wrapped his arms around Sue Warner's neck and whispered, "I thought you didn't want me anymore. I've found the spirit stones. Can you take me with you this time? If it's not enough, I can have my sister give them back to you." Hearing the boy's words, Sue Warner instinctively wanted to refuse, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Just as she feared, if she ignored him, the tragedy from before would happen again. Given his naive nature, he'll likely never leave this city, and his fate will be incredibly tragic. Sue Warner believed that she was never a person who pitted others. She only knew that the strong should be respected and the weak should be trampled on, but she couldn't apply this to the boy in front of her. His naivety and foolishness always made her feel protective of him, and she couldn't bear to do so. "I'll stay for now, we'll talk about it tomorrow." Sue Warner didn't agree immediately. She needed to think it over. It wasn't that she didn't want to bring him, but people from her demon race were constantly wanted by the Yaoguang Holy Land, and it would be dangerous to bring him along. Yi Ching didn't say anything more, just gave a soft and then left Sue Warner's embrace, tightening the black clothes she had draped over him. Seeing that Yi Ching was still a bit disheveled and not quite agile, Sue Warner didn't say anything more. She got up and hugged Yi Ching tightly, lifting him up in a prince carry. Then they flew towards the inn they had visited earlier. Yi Ching initially struggled a bit, but after Sue Warner gently told her don't move, she quieted down. Upon arriving at the inn, Sue Warner immediately requested 2 top-tier rooms and then prepared a large tub of hot water for Yi Ching to take a bath. Yi Ching was very obedient and went inside to take a bath. Sue Warner stood at the door, looking at the unsuspecting boy, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. She wondered how his family could be so heartless as to abandon him. Seeing the half-open door, Sue Warner wisely closed it. Just as Sue Warner closed the door, it suddenly opened from the inside, and Yi Ching appeared, looking shy, and said, "Can you come in? I'm scared to be alone." After saying that, he lowered his head and went inside. Now, only a dumbfounded Sue Warner was left standing outside the door. He was trying to tempt her to commit a crime. Wasn't he afraid of what she might do to him? Having thought this through, Sue Warner no longer hesitated. She was a girl, why should she be afraid of a boy? She wasn't afraid of being laughed at if word got out anyway. She won't suffer any loss. At worst, she can restrain herself later and not lay a hand on him. No longer burdened by guilt, Sue Warner pushed open the door and went inside, then closed it behind her, the movements flowing smoothly without the slightest hesitation. Once inside the room, Sue Warner realized she had been overthinking things. The room, which was specifically prepared for men, had screens. Yi Ching was taking a bath behind the screen, so she definitely couldn't see anything. For some reason, she felt a little disappointed. "You sit there first. I'll be done washing soon," came the boy's voice from behind the screen, as if he was worried about something. Hearing this tone, Sue Warner's lips curled up slightly. She thought he wasn't afraid of her. It turns out he knew something after all. "I must have saved him, that's why he trusts me so much. If I ask him to do something now, will he refuse? You don't want your sister to know about us, do you? If not, then you'll have to let me. Are you there?" Just as Sue Warner was still lost in her fantasies, the boy behind the screen called out anxiously. Hearing this voice, Sue Warner stopped her thoughts, which had been influenced by her senior sister, coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness, and said, "I'm here." "Oh, may I know your name?" the boy asked while washing. "My name is Sue Warner." Upon hearing this, Sue Warner answered him truthfully, hoping he didn't know her identity. "Okay, I understand. My name is Chin Xing." Hearing this, Sue Warner breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully he didn't know her identity. After that, the two stopped talking and Sue Warner sat quietly. However, the sound of splashing water that soon followed made her uneasy. Listening to the sound of water droplets falling into the bathtub, Sue Warner seemed to see a picture of a handsome man bathing, which was very alluring. This inevitably reminded Sue Warner of the night she first met Yi Ching. That fragrant shoulder remained unforgettable. Chapter 89. Are you sick? Just as Sue Warner felt unbearably hot and about to have a nosebleed, the boy's voice came from behind the screen again. Could you please help me get my clothes? They're in that bundle." Hearing the boy's nervous voice, it was as if you could see his shy face. "Okay, just a moment." Sue Warner got up, looked at the bundle on the bed, said a few words, and then got up to get it. Sue Warner was stunned once again after opening the bundle. It contained so many private clothes. Could she really see them? Sue Warner was startled, as if she had realized what was happening. She quickly threw the small white garment in her hand onto the bed, turned her head to look in the direction where the boy was, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she found that he hadn't seen her. What are you wearing? There are so many things in here. Sue Warner became a little incoherent, but then she realized that her tone was wrong. Could he have found out? If you can, just give me the bundle. Don't touch anything inside. The boy's voice sounded very nervous. He was probably afraid that she would see his clothes, but she's already seen it, so I'm sorry. However, she would not admit it. After restoring her clothes to their original state, Sue Warner casually picked up her bundle and walked to the screen. How can I give it to you? Sue Warner said, standing there. Just hand it over with one hand, I can hook it. The boy's breathing behind the screen quickened noticeably, indicating that he was a little afraid of her, but he clearly trusted her and was very confident in her. This made Sue Warner want to know what the wickedness of the world was. However, she quickly gave up. How could she, a proper lady, do such a thing? It would be an insult to her dignity. Sue Warner reached out and handed over the bundle. A beautiful, flawless white hand, still glistening with water droplets, emerged from behind the screen. Sue Warner couldn't help but swallow hard. Let me clarify first, she is definitely not a hand fetishist. Thank you. The boy took the bundle and thanked her. Then, hearing Sue Warner, who wasn't planning to leave yet, he said, could you stand a little further away? Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine, it won't bother you. After listening, Sue Warner understood the meaning behind his words. She tactfully walked to the table and sat down, waiting quietly. A while later, the sound of Ying emerging from the bath came from behind the screen, accompanied by the splashing of water. This reminded Sue Warner of those scenes. Calm down, he's just a simple boy, I absolutely can't have those kinds of thoughts. Sue Warner silently recited the 16-character mantra in her heart to calm herself down, but the more I thought about it, the more uncomfortably the image of his fair skin, his jade-like hands, and his slender fingers kept popping into my mind. Everything seemed to be tempting her, and a fire was burning in her heart. Sue Warner was puzzled. Was this boy in front of her really that alluring? She was almost losing control of herself. He's just a simple boy, I have to stay calm. After taking a deep breath, Sue Warner calmed down and stopped thinking about those erotic scenes, but the sound that followed made her completely erupt, her eyes turning bloodshot. No, her eyes were already red. It could be said that the flame in her heart seemed to have burned into her eyes, turning into a beautiful flame. After Ying finished bathing, she quietly put on her clothes behind the screen. Sue Warner, full of youthful vigor, couldn't stand the sound. In a fit of anger, she couldn't suppress her inner rage. It's not her fault, it's all because Ying is too beautiful. It's because you're too beautiful, not because you're too beautiful. It's understandable that they might lose control for a moment. After all, in this world, it's often women who are impulsive. They don't know what they're thinking, they can't help but be lustful, and sometimes they even force themselves to be lustful. In addition, Sue Warner's previous touching and other actions towards Ying had already made her have those kinds of thoughts about Ying, which has exacerbated the current situation. Sue Warner also felt that she had fallen for this innocent boy and had a slight urge to be with him. But what she forgot was how much she had looked down on Nangong Shui before. Now, she never expected that she herself would succumb to temptation in less than 2 days. After getting dressed, Ying stepped out from behind the screen and saw Sue Warner in this state. Ying thought Sue Warner was sick, her face was very red and her head was almost steaming, so he wanted to go up and support her, but to her surprise, after seeing Ying's appearance, Sue Warner could no longer control her inner thoughts and got up to walk towards him. The boy's skin was still covered with water droplets, and his face still had a blush from the hot water. His black hair was still dripping wet, making him a handsome man emerging from the bath. Are you all right? The young man walked to Sue Warner's side, helped her up, and asked softly. As the boy nestled into her arms, a captivating fragrance wafted towards her, causing Sue Warner to inhale deeply. A look of ecstasy spread across her face. It was a sense so exquisite that words could not describe it. It was intoxicating and enchanting. Ying wanted to help Sue Warner to bed to rest, but she suddenly hugged him and then attacked him. Soon, Sue Warner stole his lips. The boy, feeling his lips being attacked, let out a soft groan and tried to break free from the girl's embrace, but she held him tightly, and not only did he not break free, but she held him even tighter. Her kisses lacked any skill, they were merely casual demands and merciless ravaging. Her embrace was tight, as if she wanted to meld the boy into her very being. No, the boy whispered, trying to refuse her actions and putting up a resistance, But to no avail, the boy's face quickly flushed, his hands and feet lost their strength, and even his legs went weak, but he was still putting up a futile resistance, taking advantage of this brief moment. The girl did what she wanted to do without any hesitation, but once the boy felt it, he bit down without hesitation. The girl felt pain, stopped what she was doing, and regained her senses, but she didn't feel much remorse. Instead, she seemed somewhat unsatisfied, licking her tongue. The girl smiled wickedly and said, "You've been naughty." She was somewhat excited. This was a feeling she had never experienced before, and it was quite addictive. Chapter 90. I forgive you. Yi Ching stood by the bed, her arms tightly wrapped around her chest, like a kitten afraid of strangers. "I never thought you were this kind of person. I trusted you so much." The boy's voice revealed disappointment, as if he had finally come to realize who Suwana was. Once she calmed down, Suwana looked at the boy who had turned his head away, wanting to explain, but she couldn't find the words. Just as he said, she did have those kinds of thoughts about him, and just now, she did do something unforgivable to the boy by forcibly kissing him. This caused her image to plummet in Yi Ching's eyes, seemingly beyond repair. "I'm sorry." Suwana wanted to explain something, but in the end she only uttered these words before silently turning around and walking towards the door. The boy watched Suwana leave, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. He wanted to call her to stop, but he didn't have the courage to speak. He couldn't bear to be hurt by anyone anymore. Perhaps he should just be alone. This way, it might be safer. The women in this world are all somewhat terrifying. Only my sister is kind to me. But how difficult it is to get to Northern Qi. The boy got up and walked to the window, looking at the sky with longing in his eyes. He didn't know if he would live to see his sister again. What he couldn't understand even more was Suwana. She was so gentle and tender just a moment ago, but in the end, she still had those kinds of thoughts about him. Women are indeed very good at pretending. After Suwana returned to her room, she looked at Hong Chen, who was already waiting for her, and her head spun even more. Hong Chen looked at Suwana, who was walking towards her with a look of disgust, and couldn't help but frown. She was a little unhappy. "You look like I owe you 1,000,000 spirit stones that I haven't paid back." Hong Chen was displeased and stood up, saying, "Are you so impatient to see me? I was flying peacefully in the sky when I suddenly turned around and found you gone. I thought you had been captured by the people of Yaoguang Holy Land, but it turns out you were here secretly meeting your young master. Now, shut up, you're starting to sound more and more like a resentful woman confined to her chambers." Suwana interrupted Hong Chen's endless nagging, looking very annoyed. "Hey, what happened? Did your young master dump you? No way, you're so beautiful and talented, and he still doesn't want you? His taste is too picky. It's not what you think, it's like this." Suwana recounted the events that had just transpired between her and Yi Ching. "Now that you mention it, I feel that the matter is indeed very serious, but it doesn't seem like you can be blamed. After all, he was the one who took a shower and seduced you first." "Oh. Is his skin fair or not?" "It should be quite fair," Hong Chen analyzed for Suwana, "but in the end, he became indecent." "What does it matter to you whether he's innocent or not? Can you be serious for once? I'm about to collapse." Suwana rubbed her forehead, almost speechless. It seems there is a solution." "Isn't he going to Northern Qi?" "It's on the way anyway, why don't you take him with you?" Hong Chen said after thinking for a while, rubbing his chin. Upon hearing this, Suwana nodded. This was indeed a possible solution, but the problem was whether Yi Ching would agree. She knew she had done something wrong, but it was something she couldn't control herself from doing, and just thinking about it annoyed her. She used to be a ruthless witch, but now she's become so humble in front of a weak man. If word got out, she'd be ridiculed, but there was no way around it. It seemed I really did care about him. If I left him alone out there in this war-torn era, since ancient times, handsome men have often had tragic fates. If I don't take care of him, his final end will be turning into a blue and pink skeleton. Thinking of this, Suwana no longer hesitated, got up and walked towards Yi Ching's room. She was going to apologize for her behavior just now. Sitting on the bed, Hong Chen watched Suwana leave, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. His junior sister had indeed come to her senses. In the future, perhaps she would no longer be lonely without him. She just hoped everything would go smoothly, and that the boy could be with her. But was he really like that? Maybe she could test him. Hong Chen picked up a teleportation talisman and told her subordinates that they had encountered some trouble here and would probably not be able to return for some time. After finishing all these things, Hong Chen leaned against the bed, feeling utterly bored, wondering how to test Su Wanner's little lover. "I've got it." After thinking for a while with her eyes closed, Hongchen clapped her hands. She already had a perfect plan in her mind. He. Meanwhile, Su Wanner had arrived at Yi Qing's residence. She hesitated for a moment, wanting to knock on the door, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to do it. She could have used her magical artifact to observe what Yi Qing was doing, but she didn't do it because that would be no different from being a pervert, and it would also violate someone else's privacy. The boy must be heartbroken right now. He trusted her so much, yet she still hurt him. Then she would protect him herself, prevent him from suffering any more harm, and make amends to him properly. Perhaps this would lessen her guilt. With that thought in mind, Su Wanner no longer hesitated and gently knocked on the door. After a while, footsteps came from inside, and they sounded very cautious. A bitter smile appeared on Su Wanner's lips. It seemed that there was nothing she could do to change things after all. Click. After the door opened, Yi Qing was seen gripping it tightly, as if she were about to slam it shut at any moment. Seeing this, Su Wanner felt a little sad, but she quickly cheered up and smiled, saying, "Didn't you say you wanted to go to Northern Qi? I can take you with me as an apology for my previous actions." "Fine, I forgive you. I'll figure it out myself, so I won't trouble you." A glimmer of light flashed in the boy's eyes, but then dimmed again as he reluctantly refused. "Well, all right." Hearing the boy's words, the girl couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Did he still not believe in her? Indeed, it is so difficult to create a good image, and so easy to ruin one. Su Wanner left the room, stood at the door for a long time, and finally sighed before walking out. Perhaps from the day she met the boy, she should have treated him better, then perhaps none of what followed would have happened. Hearing the footsteps of the people leaving outside, the boy leaned against the door, slowly slid down, and finally fell to the ground. She was so gentle when she saved him, but her actions just now made him feel unfamiliar and afraid. Chapter 91. Su Wanner goes to Taiyuan County. Evening arrived quickly. Yi Qing went up to the second floor but didn't find Su Wanner and was a little disappointed. But then he cheered himself up. If she wasn't there, she wasn't there. He could manage on his own. The boy clenched his fist, ordered a bowl of porridge, a few steamed buns, and a plate of vegetables. When he went to pay the bill, the owner told him that all his expenses had already been paid by someone else. Hearing this, Yi Qing returned to her room dejectedly, wondering if they would ever see each other again. Although he longed to see Su Wanner again, he was also somewhat afraid. Perhaps they would never see each other again in this lifetime, and who knew? Seeing the boy's dejected expression from inside the room, Su Wanner couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Her foolish actions seemed to have caused her to miss out on a lot. She hadn't wanted to activate the magical artifact at first, but fearing something might happen to the boy, she took it out anyway. She swore she hadn't been peeking at anything else, she just wanted to see where he was. The camera followed the boy as he slowly moved into the house. After sitting on the bed, he took out a piece of black cloth. Upon seeing the black cloth, Su Wanner was clearly stunned. Wasn't this the same piece she had previously covered the boy's eyes with? He stared blankly at the black cloth for a long time before he came to his senses. The boy gently placed the black cloth into his bundle, then stood up and looked out the window toward the direction of Northern Qi. Su Wanner was a little excited. She could clearly tell that the boy had feelings for her, because eyes don't lie. The look in her eyes as she gazed at the black cloth was indeed one of longing, and a hint of affection. Su Wanner didn't know when the boy had developed feelings for her, but she could guess a little. That was yesterday, when she personally rescued the boy from those refugees. Perhaps at that moment, he began to think of her. Indeed, a heroine rescuing a damsel in distress is a major way to increase one's favorability, but the boy was still unsure, and then some of her actions frightened him, and he lost all hope in her. So, the fact that he allowed her to watch him bathe was a sign of his trust and affection for her. She was incredibly foolish, he'd made it so obvious, yet she still didn't understand. Otherwise, why would a man so easily allow a woman to stay in his room, especially while he was bathing? But now Su Wanner knows that he truly has feelings for her, and that Qin Xing likes her. Note that it's Qin Xing, not Yi Qing. This is all acting. Of course, it still needs to be believable. She shouldn't have been so hasty and impulsive, which ultimately left a bad impression on Yi Qing. Thinking of this, Su Wanner almost cried out in surprise, but she managed to hold it in. Perhaps she could secretly follow him, protect him, and escort him all the way to Northern Qi, only to rescue him halfway through the journey. Wouldn't that change her image in his mind? Su Wanner was immediately filled with fighting spirit. She seemed to see herself living a sweet life with Qin Xing. Seeing Su Wanner's startled reaction, Hongchen couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that his junior sister was possessed. He needed to quickly find out what kind of person the boy was, otherwise his junior sister would be the one to get hurt. Thinking of this, Hongchen said, "Wanner, I have a task for you that I need you to do." "Ah, I have something to do, why don't you go by yourself?" Su Wanner was interrupted by Hong Chen, and when she came back to her senses, she said somewhat reluctantly, "Aren't you just worried about your young master? I'll keep an eye on him for you. It's not anything dangerous. He'll be back in one night." "Your young master can't possibly travel at night, can he?" Hong Chen advised. "Well, all right." After Hong Chen's persuasion, Su Wanner understood. Her senior sister must have her own reasons for letting her go. As for Qinxing, ever since she learned that Chen Xing had feelings for her, she had already regarded him as her Taoist partner, and she felt most at ease in trusting him to her senior sister. "Yes, we're going to Taiyuan County. I heard a group of people from the Yaoguan Holy Land have arrived there. Go check if it's true." Hongchen told Su Wanner the name of the place after she agreed the intelligence was all true, she wouldn't lie to her junior sister. Someone had to complete the task eventually, so she might as well take advantage of this time to send her away. It was a white lie, after all, everything was for her own good, and the time that followed was enough for her to probe and find out some things. It was more than enough. Taking advantage of the darkness, Su Wanner left the city and headed south. Hongchen watched Su Wanner leave and felt relieved. He then took out a set of black night clothes from his spatial ring. After putting it on, she climbed out the window, and Hongchen disappeared into the darkness. She could have flown directly to the boys' room, but for the sake of the ritual, she still thought it was more interesting to do it this way. Hongchen's movements were fluid and efficient, so skillful it was almost heartbreaking. Clearly, he had done this kind of thing many times before. Under the cover of night, Hongchen slowly opened the boys' window and climbed inside. Even breathing could be heard from inside the room. Clearly, the person inside was fast asleep. By the moonlight, Hongchen finally saw the boy's face clearly. What an ethereal face he had! His beauty was beyond words. Even Hongchen, who had experienced many storms, was captivated by his otherworldly good looks and couldn't help but be mesmerized for a moment. But then she came to her senses and realized that she was no human being, that she even coveted her sister's man. After mentally giving herself 2 big slaps, Hongchen also warned herself that if she had such thoughts again, she should seal herself off so that she could never have children again. However, the young man in front of her was indeed stunningly beautiful and otherworldly, and could be a match for her junior sister, but she felt in her heart that her junior sister was not good enough for him. He gave off a sense of purity, and no other woman wanted to see him defiled or tainted by another woman. Even she felt that way. She felt that no one in the world was worthy of the noble, holy, almost celestial man before her. Perhaps only the strong could be worthy. Hongchen couldn't help but sigh. His junior sister had really struck gold this time. No wonder she fell for him so quickly. If she had met a man like him, she probably would have fallen even faster than his junior sister. Unfortunately, it wasn't the young man she encountered, but her junior sister. How come she hadn't noticed how handsome the boy was before? It must have been the world weariness in his clothes and face that made her mistake him. When she first saw him, she wasn't as amazed as she is now. In just one day, she felt like she couldn't reach his level. "I hope you and your junior sister can live happily together. She will no longer be a lonely person." Chapter 92 Kidnapping. Under the hazy night, Hongchen walked to Qinxing's bedside and stared blankly for a moment at the sleepy boy with slightly furrowed brows. Judging from his furrowed brows, he must have been dreaming about something unpleasant. After hesitating for a moment, Hongchen finally made up her mind. She wouldn't hurt him, she was just testing him. Why did she feel guilty? Hongchen slowly reached out her hand towards the boy on the bed. Seeing how soundly he was sleeping, she felt a little reluctant to do it. But her junior sister would be back soon, and if she didn't act now, she might not have another chance. Thinking of this, Hongchen no longer hesitated and stretched out her sinful hands to the boy. Who, Chen Xing suddenly felt a pair of soft, delicate hands covering her, and she woke up with a start. Then, by the moonlight, she saw a dark figure right next to her bed. "Help, He tried to shout for help, but the shadowy figure covered his mouth tightly. Seeing that the boy was resisting fiercely, Hongchen had no choice but to use his spiritual energy to infuse a stream of spiritual energy into his body. As the spiritual energy entered his body, the boy's eyes gradually became unfocused, and he lost all strength, eventually falling into a deep sleep. After falling into a deep sleep, the boy rested his head against Hongchen's chest, behaving very obediently. Han Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief after sensing that the boy's breathing had calmed down. Then, carrying Yi Qing, he flew out of the window and disappeared into the night. Inside a dilapidated temple, Chen Xing suddenly woke up. He got up and tried to move his body, but he couldn't seem to move. His hands and feet were bound, and even his eyes were covered by something unknown. Mum. He tried to call out, but found that his mouth was blocked by something and he couldn't make a sound. Clang! Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door being opened. Upon hearing the sound, the boy stopped moving and waited quietly for what would happen next. Tap tap tap. The soles of the shoes made a crisp sound as they hit the pavement, the sound accompanying the footsteps as they approached. Soon, the boy sensed that the person had arrived in front of him. Then, he felt the person remove the blindfold from his eyes. All that came into view was the faint light of candlelight. Only by the candlelight could Chen Xing make out the person who had come into view. The newcomer was dressed in black nightclothes, standing there looking at her, wearing a mask that obscured his face. Seeing that the boy had already woken up, she squatted down on the ground and looked down at him. She's quite pretty. Her tone sounded like a compliment, or perhaps a joke. Her voice was that of a middle-aged woman, not unpleasant. Then, as if realizing something, she stepped forward and removed the gag from the boy's mouth. Who are you? Why did you capture me? The boy asked, frowning, after feeling the gag on his mouth being removed. Ha ha. The masked woman chuckled and said, why did we capture you? Wasn't it so we could capture Su Wanner? I don't know her. The boy's expression changed when he heard Su Wanner's name, but he then pretended not to know her. Oh? Is that so? The masked woman smiled mockingly upon hearing this, then said, but you've been together for several days now, and you say you don't know me? I just don't believe you. I really don't know her, please let me go. The boy begged for mercy when he saw that things were not going well. Don't think I'll let you go just because you beg for mercy. Once I catch her, I'll kill her myself. The woman in black ignored the boy's pleas and said viciously, no, don't hurt her. The boy pleaded softly upon hearing this. Didn't you just say you didn't know me? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Are you trying to lie to me? The woman said coldly. No, I've only known her for a few days and we haven't had much interaction, but I hope you won't hurt her. The boy's tone was full of humility, which made Han Chen almost give up on the current test, but she knew that now was not the time and she should do something more ruthless. You told me not to kill her, so why should I? She said, her tone revealing disdain. The boy in front of her was indeed naive, but in this world, naivety is the stupidest thing to do. I have spirit stones, I can give them all to you, but I hope you won't hurt her. Spirit stones were all the boy could offer right now. Alright, give me 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, and I won't kill her. Although she knew the boy in front of her didn't have many spirit stones, she wasn't after spirit stones, was she? All of this was just a test for him. As the saying goes, true friendship is revealed in times of trouble. She simply couldn't believe that he could still maintain his original intentions under such circumstances. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The young man exclaimed upon hearing this number, his eyes then filled with despair. This number was beyond his comprehension. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones represent 1/10 of a nation's wealth, far exceeding the mere few low-grade spirit stones he possesses. If not, I'll have to kill her. And I'll sell you to a brothel so you can be enjoyed by thousands. In the end, I'll bring her here to see what you look like. Han Chen laid bare the man's deepest concerns. Now, she didn't believe he could withstand it. No. The boy interrupted the woman in black before she could finish speaking. Regardless, neither of these things was something he wanted to see, let alone being sold into a brothel, being defiled by other women, and then being seen by Su Wanner in the end. That would be worse than death for him. I really don't have that many spirit stones, but if you can give me some time, I can raise enough. He could borrow some from his sister. After all, she was now the empress of Northern Qi, and she should be able to lend a helping hand. Thinking of this, a glimmer of light flashed in the boy's eyes. The situation was not beyond improvement. I don't have that much time to wait for you to raise the money. The woman in black said, shaking her head, but does this young man in front of her really have that much ability? Or is he lying to her? But judging from his simple-minded appearance, he shouldn't be lying. Maybe she's overthinking it. However, there is another way. which can be used as interest. Then I will follow you to collect the money, the woman in black said after thinking for a moment. Hearing her earlier words, the boy had already given up hope, but the woman's subsequent words rekindled a new hope in his heart. Tell me, and I'll try my best to do it. Seeing the boy who seemed completely unaware of the danger, Hong Chen sighed inwardly. It seemed he needed to teach him a lesson he would never forget. Okay, I told you, I want you to sleep with me. Chapter 93. You don't want her to die either, do you? What? The boy exclaimed as if he had heard something unbelievable. No, you can't. After a brief moment of shock, the boy realized the danger he was in and couldn't help but feel a little scared, but at this moment, he was tied to a pillar and could not move an inch. He could only watch helplessly as the black woman in front of him appeared, and he was powerless to do anything about it. Oh. So you just watched her die? You didn't want me to kill her, did you? So, you should know what you should do, right? The woman in black's voice revealed a murderous intent and indifference. That's true. Actually, you don't need to do this for someone you've only known for 2 days. But since you have some connection with her and I can't find her, I have no choice but to vent my anger on you first. Whether you agree or not, I can use force. The woman said calmly. She then continued, if you're doing this willingly, I'll just follow you, I won't hurt you, and after I get those 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, I'll leave on my own. But if you force me, it's hard to say. Maybe I'll use a recording stone to record that erotic scene and then show it to her so she can also appreciate your despicable appearance. What do you think? The woman's tone at the end was no longer just teasing, it could be described as perverted. No. Upon hearing this, the boy shook his head vigorously. He clearly did not want to face such an ending. A hint of despair appeared on his face. Why did so many people want his body? Was his body really that attractive? I'll give you 10 minutes. I'll come in and you'll need to know the answer. After the woman finished speaking, she left, leaving only the boy in the room. System, where did she go? Yi Ching asked the system in his mind as he watched Hong Chen leave. Host, she's gone. She didn't peek at you. Hearing the system's words, Yi Ching finally breathed a sigh of relief. Pretending to be an innocent young man was indeed not a simple matter. Only then did Yi Ching drop his pretense and couldn't help but sigh. This mortal world is quite the player. They don't want her to die, do they? This Japanese netizen, please calm down. These past few days, his acting skills have been consistently excellent, finally elevating his novice green tea to an intermediate level. More importantly, after dealing with the two of them for the past 2 days, his admiration points have increased by more than 100. After deducting the points he had used up earlier, he now has exactly 1,100 points, which makes him quite wealthy. Yi Ching has also grown a lot in the past few days. Now, he can play the role of a green tea girl with ease and without any awkwardness. This confirms what the system said before, he actually wants to be a green tea girl, but he just won't admit it. Now he's really letting loose. But Yi Ching doesn't think it's a big deal. After all, life is like a play, and it all comes down to acting skills. With acting skills, you can have a different life, right? But on the road ahead, he really wanted to meet his sister, who only existed in his memories. After seeing her, he might not only have an easier time, but also be able to relax and enjoy life. However, in the current war between Nanshao and Beiki seems to have the upper hand. But if Yaoguang Holy Land finds out that the demon clan is behind Beiki, the outcome will be uncertain. Not be why eavesdropping on their thoughts. Yi Ching has learned about Su Wanner and Hong Chen's identities, and also knows that his sister's current situation is not optimistic. She is merely a pawn being manipulated. His purpose in going there was also to persuade Yi Ching to make her aware of her current situation, and to stop the innocent lives from dying. Her current actions can only be described as taking revenge with those innocent lives. Whether she listens or not is none of his business. He was just offering well-intentioned advice, which could be considered as repaying her for the kindness she had shown in helping the original owner escape from Xiaojing. When will this cycle of revenge end? Hatred will only lead to more deaths. On the other hand, his current situation is relatively safe. He only needs to cooperate with Hong Chen's acting, and he plans to maintain the role of a simple young man. After all, the original owner of this body was pretty much the same. Of course, that's just on the surface. As for what's going on behind the scenes, only Yi Ching, who inherited the memories, knows. No one else knows. This image has great potential for development and is also very useful. Now all that's left is to reach the capital of Northern Qi. and with Su Wanner protecting us along the way, it might be even safer. After leaving the dilapidated temple, Hongchen arrived at a cliff edge, looking down at the city below, and fell into thought. This dilapidated temple was built on a mountain, so not many people usually came here, and she chose this place because it was convenient. Her test of the boy had actually achieved the result she expected. Just as he said, he didn't want to see Su Wanner, whom he had only known for 2 days, die. This shows that he was a kind person. There were also some tests later on, like spirit stones. She knew the boy couldn't handle those things, she just wanted to make things difficult for him and make him give up. But in the end, he preferred to lie to himself and say that he would gather the stones as soon as possible rather than let Su Wanner die. One reason for this was probably his fear of being sold to a brothel, but in her opinion, it also stemmed from his affection for Su Wanner. Just as she had thought, she also noticed the change in the boy's expression when he heard that she wanted to kill Su Wanner. This led her to conclude that the boy actually liked Su Wanner. If they like each other, then I can rest assured. But what she said afterward went beyond the scope of probing, as if there was a little devil inside her tempting her to do it, or perhaps that was some of her own thoughts. She wanted to try to force someone to do something, and although she knew it was acting, she couldn't help but take it seriously. Or, in her words, she wanted to teach him a lesson. But is that really the case? That remains to be seen. After all, his good looks speak for themselves. No normal woman could resist his charm. Her thoughts, or rather, the thoughts of some women, were simply interpreted by her. Perhaps this was the only way she could satisfy her own desires, but she knew the boy belonged to Su Wanner, and she couldn't have any other thoughts about him. This test was just her own presumption, and let all those thoughts in her heart be played out tonight. Although she won't hurt or touch the boy, she will let him know, and give him some unforgettable memories. Chapter 94 Clear Meridian Pill. After admiring the scenery for a while, Hongchen felt that it was about time, so he turned around and walked towards the dilapidated temple. A gentle evening breeze stirred her dress, revealing her red makeup underneath. She usually only wears red clothes, which is where the name Red Dust comes from. Her original name was Gu Jingwan. She was the eldest daughter of a small family in Shanghai. After studying at the Shanghai Academy for many years, she was assigned to Xuanwu Continent, where she met Su Wanner. They usually address each other as sisters and have a very harmonious relationship. When she first met Su Wanner, she was just a little girl and looked quite disheveled. But after Su Wanner took good care of her, Su Wanner learned about her unfortunate experience and felt sorry for her. From then on, she treated Su Wanner like a younger sister, and she accepted the existence of her as an older sister. At this moment of parting, she could see that Su Wanner already had someone she liked, so she could leave in peace. She also believed that they would meet again soon. Wasn't parting for a more wonderful reunion? All good things must come to an end. They will soon meet again, and by then, the girl will have become someone she can rely on. She was really looking forward to this day. Then let me grant that boy another bit of good fortune. Thinking of this, Gu Jingwan took out a bottle from her spatial ring. When she opened the bottle, a strong, refreshing fragrance of medicinal pills wafted out. The aroma was very strong. Just smelling the fragrance of the elixir invigorated her. This pill is called the Cleansing Pulse Pill, a 4th-grade pill that can grant those who are unable to cultivate the qualifications to do so. Of course, it is far inferior to the Marrow Cleansing Pill. The Marrow Cleansing Pill is a 2nd-grade pill that can change a person's cultivation talent and physique, while the Meridian Clearing Pill can only unblock his meridians and cannot achieve the effective change of this 4th-grade pill. Was her prized possession, and now that she was giving it away to a man, she couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. But when I thought about how he was the man my junior sister loved, it didn't seem so precious anymore. Since it wouldn't be of any use to her anyway, I decided to give it to that man as a token of goodwill. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, and I will continue to explore and seek its truth. If that boy could also cultivate, then he could accompany his junior sister for a longer time, and his talent would depend solely on himself. Thinking of this, Gu Jingwan put the pill back into her spatial ring. She would have to think of a way to get him to take it later. As Gu Jingwan entered the dilapidated temple, she saw the boy still sitting there in a daze. She walked over calmly, bent down to look at the boy, and asked, "What have you thought about it?" The woman in black's words immediately brought Qin Xing back to reality from his reverie. It seems he can't escape it after all, but he still wants to try one more time. "I'm already very dirty, you probably don't like it, but I can compensate you with something else." The boy stammered, his tone very nervous, still clinging to a sliver of hope. Before he could finish speaking, the woman in black shook her head and said, "I'm only interested in money and your body. Nothing else is acceptable." "Do you really want me to kill her?" "No. Upon hearing this, the boy's face turned pale instantly. "I've waited long enough. If you still don't agree, I'll go find her right now," the woman in black said impatiently. I promise you, please don't hurt her." The boy finally gave in, his eyes losing their light and becoming much dimmer. Seeing this scene, Gu Jingwan still felt a little reluctant, but he was too easily convinced by others. Without anyone protecting him, he would get into trouble sooner or later. Like now, he hasn't even seen Su Wanner, and he doesn't even know if she can beat him, yet he tells her not to hurt her. He's incredibly stupid. "Okay, I have a pill here. Take it, and after you finish, we'll start doing that thing. You won't feel guilty anymore, do you hear me?" Gu Jingwan said as she took out the clear meridian pill from before, untied his hand, and placed it in his hand. After receiving the pill, the boy's hands trembled uncontrollably. He looked up, his eyes already filled with tears, and asked, "Will I really not feel anything after taking it?" "Yes, when we do it later, you'll be very cooperative, and you'll think it's just a dream. When you wake up tomorrow, you'll forget everything from tonight, and I'll keep my promise." After hearing the words of the woman in black, the young man hesitated for a moment before finally putting the pill into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, leaving a cool sensation that went straight to the lungs. A warm current then swept through the body, followed by a wave of drowsiness. The boy's eyelids began to tremble uncontrollably, as if they were about to close at any moment. The figure of the woman in front of him became increasingly blurry. Then, the boy could no longer resist the fatigue and closed his eyes. Seeing that the boy had fallen asleep peacefully, Gu Jingwan got up and untied the rope binding his feet. Then she carried him and flew back to the inn. All the things she said to the boy were to trick him into eating what she was about to give him. There are many ways, but she only thought of this one, or perhaps she really had this idea, which was a bit of a teasing remark about the boy's language. Or perhaps it's just some of her quirky sense of humor. She would never actually hurt him. Let's just consider what I just said as a fantasy about this godlike, holy man, but we need to teach him a lesson. The current situation is clearly not good. How can we show him the ugliness of this world in front of someone? On the way back with the boy in her arms, she kept thinking about this question. Even after flying all the way to the inn, she still hadn't figured out a solution. After putting the boy back on the bed, she kept thinking about the problem, but he seemed to know something, such as what happened in the alley that day, and those few vagrants. She had actually been keeping an eye on them all along. After thinking it over and over, Gu Jingwan finally came to a conclusion. He seemed to be very stupid, incredibly stupid. Just like when he first arrived here, he went to feed the refugees, without thinking about the consequences of doing so. This is ingrained stupidity. It seems like nothing can be changed, but Su Wanner saved his life, so it's understandable that he has some feelings for her. After thinking it over and over, it seemed there was no solution. Gu Jingwan was getting a headache. Why was this boy so troublesome? He was more than just adorably naive. If no one protected him, he would probably be completely fooled by those women. Since there's no solution, let's wait for Su Wanner to return and then make a decision together. Chapter 95. Su Wanner returns. By noon the next day, Su Wanner had returned to the inn. The first thing Su Wanner did upon returning was not to go to Gu Jingwan, but to go to Yi Qing's room. She breathed a sigh of relief upon finding Yi Qing still there, and then went to find Gu Jingwan. Gu Jingwan already knew the moment Su Wanner arrived, but seeing that Su Wanner's first glance was directed at that boy made her feel a pang of sadness. So love fades, right? It grows weaker. Senior sister, you were right after all. They are people from the Yaoguang Holy Land. It seems we need to leave quickly, Su Wanner said as she walked to Gu Jingwan's side after seeing her. What about your little lover? Gu Jingwan didn't answer directly, but cleverly changed the subject, because she knew that this wasn't what she was worried about. Isn't he going to Northern Qi? We can just take him with us, Su Wanner thought for a moment and replied. But didn't he disagree? Gu Jingwan raised her question. Then I don't know what to do. Upon hearing this, Su Wanner wilted like a deflated eggplant and immediately lost all motivation. You could try to force him to come alone, Gu Jingwan suggested, seeing that the time was ripe. How can that be? His previous rude behavior has already made him dislike me. If we do this again, won't that only make him hate me even more? Su Wanner shook her head and rejected the idea. Just like she said, it simply wouldn't work, not to mention that she already knew he had feelings for her, so she was even less likely to force him to do something he didn't want to do. I didn't say you had to step in directly. We can do this first, then that, and finally this, then we'll get the handsome guy, right? Gu Jing said smugly, clearly very satisfied with her idea. Well, it doesn't seem like it's impossible, but is it really okay for me to play the bad guy? Su Wanner said somewhat reluctantly. What do you mean by playing the bad guy? You're a bad guy to begin with, okay? Gu Jingwan corrected him, then added, I reckon he'll start his journey tomorrow. Once he leaves the city, we'll knock him out and take him all the way to northern Qi. Then, won't you two be able to be together? Okay, let's do it this way. Su Wanner was finally persuaded by Gu Jingwan and nodded. The two seemed to have reached an agreement on a secret. Inside Yi Qing's room, after having breakfast, he took out some of his favorite books and started reading. As for when the launch will take place, it's set for tomorrow. As for what happened last night, well, it's quite absurd. Gu Jingwan wanted to test him, which he could understand, and he had been cooperating with her. Of course, the benefit was that he was now able to cultivate. As for the things she had in mind, Yi Qing simply did as she wished. After a night's rest, his memories of the dilapidated temple and being kidnapped had indeed disappeared, but as someone with a system, he would definitely still remember them. Since Gu Jingwan doesn't want him to know, then he shouldn't know. He should just act as usual, like nothing happened. The only thing that made him happy was that he could finally cultivate, but there was bad news. That means this body's cultivation talent is very poor, only average. It seems he needs to buy another marrow cleansing pill. Otherwise, with his talent, he probably won't reach the golden core stage until he dies. Finally, gritting his teeth, Yi Qing spent 1,000 admiration points to exchange for a marrow cleansing pill. Holding the glowing pill in his hand, Yi Qing hesitated for a moment before calling over the waiter and asking him to prepare a bucket of hot water for him. He remembered reading in a novel that after marrow cleansing, impurities would be removed from the body, so he needed to be well prepared, otherwise it would be troublesome. After taking off his clothes, Yi Qing stepped into the wooden tub, then took out the marrow cleansing pill and swallowed it. It melts in your mouth and has a sweet taste. Yi Qing felt a warm current envelop her whole body, making her feel warm and comfortable, just like when she was doing that kind of thing. She felt enveloped. Why am I thinking about those things again? I miss Nangong Shui and Nangong Xiao. A little thinking of this, Yi Qing clenched his fist. Soon, he would be able to cultivate, and with great power, the two of them would be completely at his mercy. He absolutely had to unlock some techniques. I mean, knowledge, in that area. He wanted to show them what he was capable of and get back all the grievances they'd suffered, but after a while, Yi Qing felt that there were no changes in his body, and no impurities were expelled from his body. Yi Qing suspected that the system had given him fake medicine, which made Yi Qing, who had been fooled once before, feel uneasy. System, did you give me fake medicine? Why isn't it working? Yi Qing said angrily. Ever since he was tricked by the system last time, he had been traumatized. Host, don't worry. Everything the system produces is of the highest quality. It would never sell you fake medicine. Actually, all those functions are there, but you have a pure body and are free of impurities. If there were any, they would have been expelled by the time you finished digesting the cleansing meridian pill. Oh, Sadesna. After hearing the system's explanation, Yi Qing understood. So it was the effect of the holy body. Yi Qing tried using the cultivation method taught by the system and completed one cycle. Soon, he felt spiritual energy slowly flowing into his body. From a distance, one can see a vortex forming above Yi Qing's head, with a continuous flow of spiritual energy entering his body. Yi Qing cultivated until 8 p.m. before finishing, and his cultivation level had reached the first stage of qi refining. Yi Qing clenched his fists, feeling his whole body brimming with strength, much stronger than before. Yi Qing was confident that if he were to try it out, he could probably knock down a bull. With one punch. As expected, cultivators and ordinary people are two completely different people, and becoming a strong person is just around the corner. Thinking of this, Yi Qing was filled with fighting spirit. After leaving the bucket of water, which had become cold, Yi Qing dressed properly, went downstairs to eat something, and then went back to his room to sleep. Su Wanner saw everything that happened in Yi Qing's room clearly. She reiterated that she was absolutely not a voyeur, but simply concerned about Yi Qing's safety. But she had a question: why was Yi Qing able to cultivate? If she remembered correctly, he seemed to have no cultivation level just a day ago. And wasn't his talent quite impressive? When she broke through to the next level, it took her about the same amount of time as Yi Qing. Chapter 96. Leaving the city. After telling Gu Jingwan that Yi Qing could cultivate, she calmly said, I fed him a clear meridian pill, so it's not surprising that he can cultivate. After hearing Gu Jingwan's explanation, Su Wanner understood. However, what she didn't expect was that Gu Jingwan could give away a 4th grade pill so easily. Su Wanner understood Gu Jingwan's good intentions, but she hadn't yet won over Yi Qing, which was a significant blow to her. It seemed she needed to hurry, but Gu Jingwan never expected that Yi Qing's cultivation talent was so strong that it was comparable to Su Wanner's, while her own talent was far inferior to Su Wanner's, and so, the two devised a plan, deciding that tomorrow, after Yi Qing left the city, they would tie him up and forcibly take him to northern Qi. Nothing more was said that night. After getting up, Yi Qing went to the lobby on the first floor. Today, he was dressed the same as before, all in black, covering himself up completely. In the lobby on the first floor, the boss and several employees were chatting. When they saw Yi Qing, they didn't say anything. Why Yi Qing didn't pay the bill, since Su Wanner and the others had already paid for it. Several diners were eating breakfast at a few tables. Most of them were dressed in decent clothes, much better than the refugees outside. If Yi Qing wasn't mistaken, they were probably locals, and their families were quite wealthy. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to come here to spend money. They'd be lucky to even make ends meet, let alone engage in high-end consumption. It's not surprising that these things happen during times of war. More importantly, this place is similar to the ancient world Yi Qing previously lived in, where the people's living standards are not very good. After all, Nanshao is a large country with a population of over 1 billion and a relatively vast land area, but its technology and agriculture are relatively backward, and it is the ordinary people at the bottom who suffer. Have you heard? The entire Liangzhou is now at war. I wonder if Nanshao can win this time. A diner sitting at a table said to the person next to him, I heard that the Nanshao army has been suffering repeated defeats at the front and is in complete disarray. They are all retreating. I estimate that it won't be long before Liangzhou falls to the ground and the war will spread to our Lingzhou, replied the diner next to her. Since the current empress ascended the throne, war has never stopped in Nanshao. Don't you think there's something wrong with that? You know, before she ascended the throne, the whole of Nanshao was peaceful. Look at what it's become now. And she, a diner on the other side, listening to the conversation between the two, couldn't help but speak indignantly. Shu, you can't say things like that, or you'll be beheaded. The shopkeeper behind the counter whispered a warning to the group. What? You can't even talk about what she did? Everyone knows about it. I didn't say anything wrong. The man said, though he lowered his voice, yes, this sister is right. The others chimed in. Yi Qing listened to the conversation of this group of people for only a short while. He desperately wanted to avoid war, but it was beyond his control. He would only have a say if he were more capable. Without power, his words are like farts, but humanity has always been in constant struggle. This is an eternal fact that no one can change. Human greed and belligerent nature sealed their fate. Yi Qing is not in a position to manage this matter now, but that may change in the future. Only time will tell. He wouldn't change anything, but he could do something, like now, go to northern Qi and talk to her cheap sister. Maybe she'll see the error of her ways. Without further ado, Yi Qing left the inn and went outside. The situation here has improved, and there are no longer refugees everywhere on the streets. A number of temporary facilities have been set up. The refugees have been sent to the west of the city and settled down properly. There are also relevant personnel to manage them, and the situation is no longer as chaotic as before. I guess Nanshao has already sent people down to handle it. What Yi Qing didn't know was that the city, as well as several surrounding cities, had undergone a major reshuffle of its leadership, replacing those who had been assassinated and those who had been incompetent. Nanshao had no shortage of talent. You may not want this position, but plenty of other people do. Following some refugees, Yi Qing left the city. However, it seemed that Gu Jingwan and the others had made quite a commotion earlier, so the city gates were much more strictly guarded this time. They demanded that he reveal his entire face. Yi Qing had no choice but to spend 50 admiration points from the system to buy a spiritual artifact that could change a person's appearance. With the mask's help, he wasn't recognized, so things were relatively easy. However, what pained Yi Qing was that he only had 100 points of admiration left. It still doesn't last long. Looks like I'll have to find a chance to earn some more when I have time. Thinking of this, Yi Qing thought of Nangong Shui again. Not only was she beautiful, but she also contributed a lot of admiration points. Nangong Xiao, so love will disappear, right? Yi Qing followed the refugees out of the city and joined a caravan heading north. There were also some other people mixed in with the caravan, so it was quite an easy journey. These are extraordinary times. It's mostly people from Liangzhou fleeing to Lingzhou, and those fleeing from Lingzhou to Liangzhou include troops and merchant caravans. Meanwhile, Su Wan'er and Gu Jingwan had been waiting in a forest for quite some time. Su Wan'er leaned against the tree listlessly, a blade of grass dangling from her mouth, looking somewhat absent-minded. Meanwhile, Gu Jingwan kept an eye on the road ahead, wondering whether they should just rob Yi Qing directly after she arrived, or rob her by force. That was the question. Hey, what do you think? Should we play the heroine and save the day, and win his favor? Gu Jingwan turned to look at Su Wan'er, who seemed preoccupied. Oh. That's not a good idea. He would be so heartbroken if he found out. Upon hearing this, Su Wan'er snapped out of her reverie, thought for a moment, and decided it was unfeasible. When did you become so doting? You have no sense of womanhood at all. Gu Jingwan was displeased. He'd been blinded by love, it seemed she'd have to step in. Someone's coming, a group of people. I reckon your little lover is in there, Gu Jingwan turned to Su Wan and said as she saw a group of people appear on the road in the distance, but seeing that Su Wan'er hadn't made any move, Gu Jingwan became furious and shouted, "What are you still watching for? Hurry up and get ready." Oh. After Gu Jingwan said that, Su Wan'er began to take action. She turned around and changed into the black clothes and outfit that she had used to save Yi Qing in the alley. Chapter 97. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Seeing that Su Wan'er had finally figured it out, Gu Jingwan also praised her, saying that she wasn't stupid after all, at least she knew to change her clothes. These days, pursuing a boy is no easy task. Luckily, she's a cut above the rest, otherwise, with her blockhead nature, who knows when she'd ever win over the boy she likes. Wait a moment, and come out when you're ready, Gu Jingwan said, then transformed herself and changed her clothes. Su Wan'er nodded, clearly ready. There's one more thing. I might do something a little out of line with your little husband later. You don't mind, do you? Gu Jingwan was still worried, so she finally said it. After all, she was afraid that Su Wan'er would misunderstand. I know your character best. Although you talk a lot of nonsense, you can still distinguish between what's important and what's not. I believe in you. Su Wan'er definitely believed in Gu Jingwan unconditionally. After all, their friendship had been going on for a long time. Okay, I'm relieved to hear you say that. Take my advice, though. This place is too complicated, and you can't handle it. Don't overthink what you see. Remember, I'm doing this for your own good. Gu Jingwan was still worried and emphasized it again. I know, stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Su Wan'er waved her hand impatiently, telling her to hurry up. Her senior sister was good in every way, except that she talked too much nonsense, but after hearing what she said, she had a bad feeling. Maybe she was overthinking it. How could her senior sister be that kind of person? Not everyone is like her, with wicked thoughts, wanting to do that to that boy or bully him severely. Of course, her main goal this time was to get his attention so that the two of them could enjoy a shameless and blissful sex life. Wouldn't that be wonderful? While Su Wan'er was lost in thought, Gu Jingwan had already arrived near the convoy. After seeing a person who could fly, the people around dared not make any rash moves and did not even dare to breathe. After scanning the crowd, Gu Jingwan's gaze finally settled on the rear of the convoy, on a young man completely shrouded in black. A glint of light flashed in Gu Jingwan's eyes when she saw the young man, then it flew directly towards the boy. Upon seeing Gu Jingwan approaching, Yi Qing was startled and took a step back before regaining her balance. Gu Jingwan stepped forward and personally pulled off the boy's clothes, revealing his stunning good looks. When people around saw Yi Qing's face, some even held their breath for a moment, and then, completely ignoring Gu Jingwan's intimidating presence, they began to quietly praise his good looks. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Gu Jingwan didn't stop them. She wanted to show these people the boy's good looks. After all, he was so handsome, and she could have him any time. Wasn't that something to brag about? Let them know that this boy, whom they could never touch in their entire lives, was easily obtained by her. This feeling is very fulfilling. Of course, these were just some of her unspoken thoughts, and she wouldn't go too far, treating it as payment for her acting. How can I not get paid for all this hard work acting? Don't you think so, junior sister? What are you doing? After noticing the strange looks from those around him, the boy picked up a piece of clothing to cover his face and said in his soft, sweet voice. As he spoke, he kept staring at Gu Jingwan, as if afraid that she might suddenly make another move. What am I going to do? Of course, I'm going to do you. Don't you think so, little handsome man? Gu Jingwan said with an evil smile. As she spoke, she rubbed her sinful hands together and slowly walked towards Yi Qing. His current weak and vulnerable appearance could easily ignite the primal desires of countless women, making them want to take him right there and then. Just like now, they not only won't save him, but they'd rather he be even more pitiful, which would excite them even more. This isn't perverted, it's just the undisguised thought in people's hearts. Or some people might think how wonderful it would be if that person were themselves, without anyone sympathizing with their tragic plight. Like now, if there were no constraints and she were allowed to be with such a stunningly handsome boy, then they would unleash their evil without restraint. And if there were 1,000 of these people, then probably 999 of them would think this way, and the remaining one would simply be someone who is not interested in men. Just like their current mood, they won't care about anything else. Instead, they're looking forward to watching a good show. If this performance were to be cancelled, it would probably feel like a financial loss, making them upset for quite some time. The crowd looked at the two of them with mocking eyes, but Gu Jingwan remained unmoved. This was exactly the effect she wanted. She wanted the boy in front of her to realize the ugliness of human nature. There isn't much good in this world, let alone in this cruel world of cultivation. If he continues to be good all the time, he's destined not to live for long. No. The boy's voice was filled with despair. He never expected that even in this place, someone would covet his good looks. The boy clutched his clothes tightly and slowly backed away, looking around with pleading eyes, hoping they could save him. But when he saw the mocking and meaningful looks in those people's eyes, he was utterly devastated. Be good, let me finish what I'm doing, and serve me comfortably, and maybe I can spare your life. Otherwise, after I rape you, I'll sell you to a brothel and turn you into a swordsman who is available to anyone. The woman's voice was like the whisper of a demon, lingering in the boy's ears, which made him even more desperate. So he decided he would rather die than obediently give in. Looking at the car next to him, the boy hardened his heart and rushed towards it. Looking at the man with such resolute eyes, Gu Jingwan's eyes flashed with admiration, and then she reached out and rescued him. After pulling the boy into her arms, Gu Jingwan felt his softness and her heart skipped a beat, but she quickly regained her composure. She reached for his collar, a lewd grin spreading across her face, and said, "Want to die?" No way. Just as the boy was in despair, a gust of wind blew past his ear, and then he felt himself being embraced in a warm hug. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." A girl's ethereal voice rang in the boy's ears. That voice, it sounds so familiar. Could it be her? The boy's eyes lit up, and then he opened them, only to see those tender, watery eyes. What a nice view. Chapter 98. Gu Jingwan leaves. The girl gently pulled Yi Qing into her arms. Her soft bosom, exuding her unique fragrance, calmed Yi Qing's fearful heart. He slowly closed his eyes, enjoying the girl's reassuring embrace. Feeling the obedient boy in her arms, Su Wan'er felt a sense of satisfaction. Then she wrapped her arms around the boy's waist and hugged him tightly. The boy in her arms did not resist, but simply hugged Su Wan'er tightly. A warm feeling washed over Su Wan'er once again. She then turned her gaze to Gu Jingwan beside her, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes, as if to say, "I knew you were amazing." Upon witnessing this, Gu Jingwan didn't offer much of a response, simply nodding. For some reason, seeing the boy quietly nestled in Su Wan'er's arms, she felt a little envious, but he quickly suppressed this strange feeling in his heart. This was his junior sister's man. How could he have such wicked thoughts? Fortunately, the boy didn't recognize her, otherwise things would have been even more awkward. Of course, she and the boy had met before, so this time she used a disguise mask, the same one the boy had. This can only be used to deceive ordinary people and low-level cultivators. Once they reach the golden core stage, they can see through it, but the boy is only at the first level of chi refining, so he won't realize it's her at all. What amazed her was that the boy had reached the chi refining realm so quickly. It seemed like only a day and a night had passed. You should know that it takes an ordinary cultivator 10 to 15 days to become a cultivator, while those with good talent can do it in 5 to 10 days. Someone with Su Wan'er's extraordinary talent only needed 1 day, and this man only needed 1 day as well, which surprised her, but she stopped thinking about it now that she couldn't figure it out. The matter wasn't over yet. She needed to let the boy see Su Wan'er defeat her with her own hands before this matter could end. Seeing that the time was almost right, Gu Jingwan released 1/10 of her cultivation, and a terrifying pressure swept over the onlookers and Yi Qing and Su Wan'er, who were currently whispering sweet nothings to each other. With this 1/10 of her cultivation, she was actually able to fight Su Wan'er to a draw. After all, she was a nascent soul 9th stage expert. While Suwana was only a golden core 9th stage expert, the chasm between them is as vast as the difference between heaven and earth, and is insurmountable. After sensing the aura released by Gu Jingwan, Suwana also came to her senses and couldn't help but sigh that her senior sister was indeed very thoughtful, and that she should play her part completely in the performance. Suwana gently released Yi Qing and, amidst the boy's confused and uneasy gaze, said, "Wait here for a while. I'll take you away after I've dealt with this trouble." After saying that, Suwana stretched out her jade-like soft hand and gently stroked the boy's angelic cheek. The incredibly smooth texture of his skin made Suwana instantly feel an irresistible urge to touch him. She wanted to keep touching him, but now was clearly not the time. She restrained herself and then looked at the worried-looking boy, saying, "I'll be back very soon, wait for me." After saying that, Suwana turned to look at Gu Jingwan, who was 10 meters away, and said, "Anyone who touches my man, dies." He then unleashed his full power, rose up, and flew towards Gu Jingwan, a faint blue light emanating from his fist, which was quite beautiful. Seeing the girl rushing towards her, Gu Jingwan nodded secretly, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. However, she quickly composed herself and coldly snorted, looking for death. Then it transformed into a streak of light and rushed forward. Bang! A loud bang kicked up a cloud of dust several meters high, rapidly reducing visibility. Some people nearby coughed. When the dust settled, everyone could see clearly that Suwana was standing there, her figure appearing even more imposing and captivating in the golden sunlight. Inside the deep pit, the female bandit from before was already lying there, lifeless. Everyone looked at Suwana with apprehension, then got up and tried to leave. Some people looked disappointed, but was it because they regretted not seeing anything? Probably, who knows. Watching the departing crowd, Suwana remained silent, only turning her gaze to the boy with an expression of adoration. There was light in the boy's eyes, and in that light, she clearly saw her own reflection. She didn't think she was wrong to do it. All she knew was that she had won over the boy she had fallen for at first sight. Was it love? You could say it was lust for his body, but over time, she genuinely fell for this somewhat naive and innocent boy. No one can resist his captivating charm. He himself hadn't expected that she would fall for him so quickly. If getting someone requires any means necessary, then she would rather use any means necessary, just hoping that he will eventually become hers. If loving someone is a sin, then she has already committed an unforgivable sin against this boy. Being with him forever has become a deep thought for her now. This idea once dominated her desire for revenge. She was afraid that she would not be able to get revenge and would die outside. And could this innocent boy survive in this world? Suwana suddenly felt conflicted, but she knew that at this moment, she needed to step forward and hug the boy. As for what happened next, she could think about it later. All she wanted now was for the boy to stay quietly in her arms. Suwana walked slowly towards Yi Qing, bathed in the sunlight. The glow of the setting sun behind her made her appear to the young man as if she were a deity descending upon this world. Seeing the amazement and deep infatuation in the boy's eyes, Suwana smiled, a smile that warmed the seasons and illuminated her youth. "Am I pretty?" Suwana approached the boy and found that he was still looking at her. A smile appeared on her lips. She stared into the boy's eyes, pinched his chin with her hand, and asked. The girl's voice was as beautiful as heavenly music, and combined with the afterglow of the setting sun, it was full of poetic and picturesque beauty. "Beautiful." The boy stared at her intently, his eyes filled with nothing but her figure, oblivious to everything else. The girl looked at the boy's stunning face and then at his alluring lips, and finally couldn't help but kiss him. This time he was very obedient and did not resist. Although he was not very skilled, he still captivated Suwana, making her unable to extricate herself. Watching the two kissing in the distance, Gu Jingwan looked for a while before turning away. "Things that don't belong to you are better forgotten sooner rather than later. I realized I was overthinking things. It seems it's time for me to leave." Looking towards the direction where the sun was setting, Gu Jingwan's figure slowly disappeared into the afterglow of the sunset. Chapter 99. Traveling together. As evening approached, Suwana finally escaped from the clingy boy. As she came out for some fresh air, she picked up the communication stone, which contained a message from her senior sister. The evening breeze rustled the leaves, stirring up fallen leaves on the ground. The cool mountain breeze added a touch of chill to the August weather. At this time of year, it seems like it's time to say goodbye again. For some reason, a sense of melancholy rose in Suwana's heart, burying much of her previous joy. What's meant to come will come. Since ancient times, autumn has been associated with sorrow and desolation, but I say that autumn days surpass spring mornings. A crane soars into the clear sky, leading poetic inspiration to the heavens. This sudden turn of events caught her completely off guard. She knew she would still have the boy by her side, but she didn't know if her senior sister would have anyone to keep her company. Loneliness often accompanies a person throughout their life, but with her, my senior sister is no longer lonely. Perhaps they can live together. It seems I need to work harder on my cultivation so that I can give myself an explanation, give the young man an explanation, and give my senior sister an explanation in the future. Thinking of this, Suwana was filled with fighting spirit. He took out the communication stone that his senior sister had given him earlier, and words slowly appeared on it. Warner, by the time you see these words, I should already be far away. The days we spend together are always too short. I never imagined that the day of our parting would come so quickly. Looking back on the more than 10 years we've spent together, there's only happiness. During the time I spent with you, you showed me what it means to be an older sister. I still remember when I first met you, you were just a little girl who cried all the time. I never imagined that you would grow up so much in the blink of an eye. Although I'm very reluctant to part, I know that under the wings of a female eagle, there will always be a cub that never grows up. You have become a strong person who can spread your wings and fly high on your own. I hope you can be happy without me. You also have a lover by your side, so treat him well. We will meet again someday. When we meet again, I believe you will be someone I look up to. At that time, please take good care of your senior sister. Finally, let me say it again, there is no banquet that doesn't end. Parting is just a more beautiful reunion. Goodbye, my silly junior sister, I love you, I still love you, you're getting more and more disgusting. Sue Warner felt a little sad when she read the last part. She murmured with her lips slightly parted, but the slight upturn of her lips perfectly expressed her current feelings. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Sue Warner looked up at the stars in the sky, clenched her fists, and couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. The wind is so strong today, it's gotten sand in my eyes. How annoying. A girl's clear voice echoed in the lonely night. The boy, who was alone in the tent, slowly made his way over. He was afraid, thinking that the girl was going to abandon him. This worried the boy, so he went out to look for her. Fortunately, he saw Sue Warner by a stream. The boy tiptoed over and wrapped his arms around the girl's slender waist. From behind her, the girl's intoxicating fragrance wafted into the boy's nostrils, causing him to greedily inhale deeply. After leaving the caravan, Sue Warner flew with Ying through the air until they reached this valley, where they chose to set up camp. Within a kilometer radius, Sue Warner had already set up an inescapable net, making it extremely safe. What's wrong? Can't you sleep? Sue Warner asked after grabbing the boy's hands that weren't touching. No, I thought you didn't want me anymore. The boy's tone was somewhat dejected, like a kitten abandoned by its owner, which evoked pity. How could I not want you? I'd love you dearly. The girl smiled and comforted her. Then swear that you will never abandon me. The boy said, still not entirely at ease. All right, Sue Warner, swear that I will never abandon Xinxing in the future. If I break this oath, may I be struck by lightning. The girl was a little helpless upon hearing this, and then pointed to the sky and swore an oath, but before the girl could finish speaking, the boy covered her mouth with his hand. Fine, I understand. Let's pinky swear. Whoever breaks their promise is a little dog. Okay. Upon hearing this, the girl turned around and, seeing the boy's eyes filled with stars, couldn't help but flick his nose as she replied. Pinky promise, for 100 years, no changing your mind, whoever changes their mind is a dog. Hearing the boy's somewhat childish words, Sue Warner felt helpless, but in the end she still echoed some of the boy's actions. She would never abandon him, and everything he had now was obviously superfluous, but she wouldn't shatter anything. She would preserve that glimmer of hope in the boy's heart and give him peace of mind. She didn't want to taint the boy's innocent mind too much, but as she looked at his godlike face, a flame suddenly ignited in her lower abdomen. This flame burned from her heart all the way to her eyes. Looking at the boy's alluring lips, Sue Warner couldn't resist again. She slowly leaned down and savored the unique flavor that belonged to him. The boy didn't quite understand, and responded to her somewhat awkwardly. Is it okay? After the farewell kiss, the girl's eyes gleamed with fire as she asked the boy. No. I'm not ready yet. The boy said apologetically, but seeing the girl's disappointed look, he added, however, I can allow you to hold me while I sleep, but you can't do anything else bad, okay? Upon hearing this, a sly glint flashed in the girl's eyes, as if her scheme had succeeded. Actually, she didn't have high hopes at first, but the boy's last words made her feel like she had still come out ahead. She didn't want things to happen too quickly with the boy. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to savor these things slowly? Okay, you promise not to do anything bad. The boy still didn't realize the girl's intentions and quickly believed her words, but he was still wary. Okay, I promise, if I go back on my word, I'm a dog. The girl chuckled and said confidently, but the smile on her lips was clearly malicious, but the boy seemed oblivious and headed straight towards the tent. Su Warner looked in the direction the boy had left, her eyes filled with the dangerous glint of a wolf eyeing a lamb. She then followed the boy to the tent. A gentle evening breeze carried whispers. Didn't you say you wouldn't do anything? What are you doing now? Don't touch there, don't. I don't know who said that. Woof woof. P.S. You should have seen that oath by now. It has many loopholes. You can guess how it ends. The first map is nearing its end, probably around 40 or 50 chapters. It's still slow, but I'll give them an ending. Stay tuned. Chapter 100. Xiaojing. As dawn slowly drew back the curtain, another splendid and colorful morning arrived, bringing freshness to the world. Led by Su Warner, Yi Qing flew all the way to the territory of northern Qi on his sword, and the two stayed together all the time. Yi Qing held Su Warner's slender waist tightly, thoroughly enjoying himself. Su Warner, however, thought that this was a sign of his love for her, and felt a great sense of accomplishment. Where is your home? Do you need me to take you to S's house? Su Warner asked softly, holding the boy's hand with one hand and controlling the flying sword with the other. My home is in Xiaojing. You can just leave me at the city gate. The young man hugged Su Warner even tighter after hearing her words and replied, the capitals of northern Qi and southern Xiao, as well as the capitals of the other 8 dynasties, all have no-fly formations. Yi Qing didn't want to trouble Su Warner, as there were many inconveniences involved. Okay, are you sure you can manage by yourself? Su Warner asked again, still worried. Sure, this is still my home, and I'm quite familiar with Xiaojing. After saying that, the boy added, his tone filled with reluctance, when can we meet again? I have some things to take care of soon. I'll come find you as soon as I'm done. Su Warner said with a slight smile. Okay, pinky promise. The boy seemed much more at ease upon hearing this, but he was still a little worried that he was really afraid of being abandoned, so afraid. Okay, pinky promise. Su Warner smiled helplessly upon hearing this, but still went along with the boy's childish behavior. After all, he was her little darling. She had to spoil him. After several days of flying, Yi Qing and Su Warner soon arrived in Xiaojing. Along the way, all the cities of northern Qi were thriving, the people were cheering, and various reconstructions were progressing smoothly, creating a lively atmosphere. Seeing this, Yi Qing didn't say much. He drove away the invaders, which was how they should behave. When the two arrived at the city gate, Su Warner left Yi Qing a ring, then bid farewell and flew away into the distance. When the soldiers guarding the city gate saw Yi Qing, they immediately became respectful, since they had just seen him brought by a flying person. Such a master is someone they can no longer afford to offend. Young master, is there anything I can help you with? I would be happy to do your best. A sergeant immediately came forward and said respectfully when he saw Yi Qing looking around. Yi Qing sized up the newcomer. He was wearing black armor and looked to be around 30 years old. He wasn't particularly handsome, but he was the kind of person whose looks grew on you upon seeing the person who had arrived. Yi Qing politely asked, I would like to go to the palace. Could you take me there? Ah. After hearing the boy's words, it was the woman's turn to be dumbfounded. Why would a normal person want to go to the dangerous palace? I wonder what brings you to the palace, young master? It's not a place that just anyone can go in. Despite his doubts, the squad leader still asked respectfully. I need to find my sister. She should be in the palace. The boy said to the woman after a slight hesitation. Oh, I wonder who your sister is, young master? If you tell me, I think I've heard of her. Upon hearing this, the woman's doubts deepened, and she asked why Yi Qing was still wearing that black outfit, covering himself up very well, but some people could still tell that he was a man, not for any other reason, but simply because of years of experience. Finally, after hearing Yi Qing's ethereal and spirited voice, it became clear, just by listening to a voice, one can judge a person's appearance, which makes the woman curious about who his sister really is. My sister's name is Yi Qingmei. And I think she should be in the palace, the young man said after a moment of contemplation. Oh, what? Your Majesty. The woman seemed to know, but then she seemed to realize something and exclaimed in surprise. The exclamation drew the attention of those around them, who turned to look. The woman's previous carefree smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression, which then became quite earnest. "You few, take him to the general," the woman said, gesturing to the soldiers around her. Then she looked at Yi Qing and said, "Your Highness must be tired from your journey. I will go and report to the general now. Please wait a moment." After the woman finished speaking, she quickly left, leaving several soldiers behind to escort Yi Qing into the city. Upon hearing this, the defending general exclaimed in surprise, "Is this true?" "It's true," he said it himself. The sergeant, who had been kneeling on the ground, said respectfully. It's not impossible for someone to falsely claim kinship with His Majesty since he has just ascended the throne. What does that person look like?" The city's garrison commander pondered for a moment before speaking. His face was covered, so I couldn't see clearly, but his voice was very beautiful. "Then how can we prove that what he said is true?" The city's garrison commander remained skeptical upon hearing this. Then, as if she had thought of something, she said, "When Nanshao attacked Shajing, only His Majesty and the 9th Prince Yi Qing escaped. But the 9th Prince has been missing for half a year. Could that person be the 9th Prince? The 9th Prince was once renowned as the most handsome man in northern Qi. After his disappearance, countless noble families felt sorry for him," the general said after a moment of contemplation. "I can tell who he is at a glance. Bring him here so I can see him personally. After verifying his identity, I will personally escort him to the palace." After the woman finished speaking, she waved her hand, signaling the squad leader to leave. "Yes, sir." After the sergeant stepped down, Yi Qing was brought up a short while later. Upon seeing the newcomer, the city's garrison commander sighed inwardly. Then, noticing the boy's shrouded face, he said, "Show your face. After I verify your identity, I will naturally take you to see His Majesty." One reason was that he really wanted to have a physical examination, and the other reason was that he really wanted to see what this man, who was once the most handsome man in northern Qi, looked like. She hadn't believed the rumors about his incredible good looks, but now that she'd met him in person, she was determined to see for herself. "All right." Yi Qing was somewhat helpless, but in the end he did as she was told. The moment the boy lifted his veil and revealed his true face, everyone around him held their breath, and the room became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After a while, everyone came to their senses. One person wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and kept his eyes glued to him, wishing he had another pair of eyes. "Ahem, what kind of behavior is this?" The city guard general above snapped out of his daze, saw the group of people looking on in a daze, and shouted angrily. Chapter 101. The girl in red. When everyone was told by the general this, they didn't dare to look at anything more and lowered their heads, but there were still some unrepentant people who were still looking at the young man with their eyes for nothing else, just because the teenagers are so beautiful, so good-looking, and so charming that they can't forget them all the time. "Ahem, that's enough, can't it go on?" After seeing that everyone did not react, the general opened his mouth to plan to take everyone away first. "Obey the order." Although everyone was a little reluctant, the military order was difficult to disobey, and finally left. The general defending the city was a middle-aged woman, who looked very stern, wearing armor, and had a six-point appearance. "I don't know how His Highness the 9th Prince has arrived, how many subordinates have offended, and I hope to forgive him." After she saw a few soldiers walking down, she changed her appearance, walked towards Yi Qing, and bowed her head and bowed. "It's okay, can you take me to see my sister?" Yi Qing waved his hand and looked at the woman and asked. "Since your highness is here, you will naturally see your majesty. You will live in your subordinate mansion first, and then I will report to your majesty, and then what do you think?" "Well, okay." Yi Qing nodded when he heard this, and then asked, "Don't know the general's name?" "My name is Chao Rufang," she said, then made a gesture of invitation and whispered, "Your highness, please come with me." Yi Qing nodded, and then followed Chao Rufang out of the living room, and after coming to the main courtyard, he was surrounded by servants, and after seeing the two of them, he saluted one after another, but Chao Rufang ignored it, and Yi Qing also followed her all the way to the living room. After walking into the living room, Chao Rufang ordered his servants to prepare some pastries and water for Yi Qing, and then walked out of the Chao mansion and walked in the direction of the palace. Yi Qing who had eaten some snacks, sat in the living room bored, and at this time, he thought of going out for a walk. As soon as he walked out of the living room, Ying saw a girl wearing red clothes and holding a leather whip, and she walked over in a hurry. There were also a few servants behind him, and as he walked, he stopped him. "Miss, the head of the family is really not in the house. He went out just now, and he will be back later. Get away, I'm here today to cut ties with her. She wants to hide from my mother and doesn't want to see me. It's useless, I must find her today." After the girl finished speaking, she waved her hand and whipped the whip on a servant. Ying saw this scene, his brows furrowed slightly. He really didn't want to see this scene. He felt that the woman was a little excessive, but he couldn't care about it. After all, this was someone else's territory. If he is here, he still has to look at other people's faces. He doesn't see Ying. He is nothing. Whoever dares to stop me again, just end up with her, the girl snorted coldly, looking at the timid people around her. Seeing this, several servants didn't dare to say anything more, and stayed away from the girl. After the girl turned around, she saw Ying standing there watching, and when the girl saw this, a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. In his own home, when did such a person appear, still covering his face, and he couldn't see his face clearly? "Hey, what are you doing? Why did you appear at my house?" The girl in red strode over like a meteor and asked Ying now. Ying wanted to answer, but was unexpectedly interrupted by a housekeeper-like person walking in the distance. "Miss, that's the distinguished guest of the head of the family. Don't cause trouble." If you say don't cause trouble, don't mess with it? How old are you?" When the girl heard this, she ignored the housekeeper's words, and then looked at Ying. "Hey, who is it? Show your face for Miss Ben to see, whether it is ugly and afraid to see people, or as beautiful as a fairy, it can let you cover your face." When Ying heard this, his brows furrowed, and he didn't intend to pay attention to this woman. Just when Ying turned around and was about to leave, a trace of displeasure flashed in the girl's eyes and said, "This girl has to see what you look like today?" After saying that, the girl in red got up and took a brisk step towards Ying. Seeing this, Ying quickly dodged. He was originally a first-order qi refining monk, and he could reach out, so he easily avoided it. Oh! It turned out to be a first-order monk. No wonder he was dragged like this. "But I'm sorry, I'm a seventh order." The girl shouted softly, and then the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and said, after the girl finished speaking, she released the momentum of her whole body and swept around, and several servants hurriedly lowered their heads and knelt down in the yard. The housekeeper in the distance saw that the situation was not good, and then walked out, planning to find foreign aid. The moment when the girl released her momentum, Ying knew that she couldn't beat her, and then she directly turned on her god-level acting skills, intending to adapt to the situation. After looking at the young man in front of her who was a little shocked, the girl in red had a little smug in her eyes, looked at Ying, raised her eyebrows and said, "Don't take off your mask yet, let this young lady take a closer look, so as not to suffer a lot of flesh and blood." After saying that, the girl also folded the leather whip in her hand, as if to say that if Ying was disobedient, she would beat him. With the leather whip in her hand, when the teenager saw this scene, his voice was filled with anger, as well as a hint of incredibleness, presumptuous. "Do you know who I am?" "I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know. I want to see what you look like now." After the girl finished speaking, she seemed to have lost her patience, stepped forward, and slammed Ying beyond the door. All of a sudden, after the girl approached Ying, she felt the softness coming from the boy's body and the intoxicating fragrance coming from the tip of her nose, and she was a little stunned for a while. Snap! Suddenly, from Ying's hand, a big came out and slapped the girl's face. The girl didn't react for a while, and stayed in place, so that Ying was gone, and she hadn't reacted yet. After hearing the sound, the few people kneeling in the courtyard raised their heads and saw the woman in red staying there, and then looked at Ying who was leaving. A thought flashed through everyone's minds, that is, it was over. He offended this aunt, it seemed that his life was short. They also want to finish. Even the big mouth of the head of the family did not dare to smoke. But now it happened to that young man. The young lady won't kill at first, 100 times and 100 times. Several people knew that trouble was big, so they got up and wanted to escape from here. After a while, the girl came back to her senses, stretched out her hand to her cheek, and found that it was very red now, and the girl couldn't believe it. How dare he? Does she look kind? Ah, the girl roared angrily, slammed the pillar next to her with a punch, and then looked at the place where Ying left and roared, "You are dead. Even if the empress comes, she can't protect you." I said, "P.S. Just that. In fact, it's nothing, just the number of words is not enough, a few words of water." Chapter 102. Ying went to the living room and sat down again. showing no sign of panic about getting into trouble, but he knew that what followed would be a fierce battle. After all, the woman in red in front of him looked like someone who was not to be trifled with, and was unruly and willful. His actions just now were actually to maintain his public image. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for a prince of a country to be bullied by his own people and not fight back. Even if he's doing poorly, he's still the 9th prince of Northern Qi. No matter what, the woman in red can't be disrespectful to him. However, if Yi Qingmei acknowledges his identity, then he is the true prince of Northern Qi. If she doesn't, then his identity is merely a facade. But based on his memory of Yi Qingmei, now that there are only the two of them left in the Northern Qi royal family, they should protect him no matter what. As for taking action earlier, it was purely to teach this woman a lesson. After all, we're all experiencing life for the first time, so why should we give in to her? The reason I'm like this now is because my family spoils me. If they weren't so indulgent, I wouldn't be like this. Just as Yi Qing was still thinking of a solution, the woman in red walked into the living room with a leather whip in hand, exuding a murderous aura. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent, and her face was contorted with rage, as if she wanted to devour Yi Qing alive. Seeing Yi Qing still calmly sitting there sipping his tea, the girl's murderous intent intensified. She said, "You're quite leisurely. I don't know who gave you the guts. Was it that old bastard Chow Rafong? Hoof. Whoever it is, today I'll make you wish you were dead." After the girl finished speaking, she swung her whip and lashed it at Yi Qing. Yi Qing tried to dodge, but her whip skills were so exquisite that he couldn't avoid it at all. Ugh! Yi Qing groaned as he took a lash from the whip, followed by a piercing pain in his arm. Yi Qing, pretty realistic, right? I was just acting. Yi Qing, rendered powerless by the girl's whip, collapsed to the ground, clutching his arm, and said in a trembling voice, "You'll regret this." I don't know if you'll regret it, but I do know you'll die a horrible death." The girl walked to Yi Qing's side, squatted down, and looked at him as she spoke. Then she said, "But I have another question. Your voice is so nice, you must be pretty too. I'm a little curious." After the girl finished speaking, she reached out to remove the black cloth covering Yi Qing's face. Previously, only the boy's eyes were visible. He was dressed in black, covering himself up completely. After meeting him, Xiao Yilin wondered why there was such a strange person in her family, but when she heard the housekeeper say that he was her mother's honored guest, she couldn't help but feel a little unconvinced and curious. As she approached the boy, she had already seen his beautiful eyes, which were like stars. Then, a captivating fragrance, unique to handsome men, wafted over her, leaving her stunned for a moment. But in that brief moment, she lost face and became furious. How dare this man hit her? Even her mother had never hit her. Now, being hit like this, given her personality, she was bound to be enraged. The lash she had delivered earlier was punishment for the man before her. Even harsher punishments were yet to come, and she intended to make him wish he were dead. But she was still very curious about what this man with the pleasant voice looked like. With this in mind, the girl pressed down on Yi Qing's head and roughly pulled off the hat covering his head as well. Freed from the constraints of the hat, Yi Qing's long black hair was completely loosened and spread out. Although the loosening of the black hair released an intoxicating fragrance, it was a fragrance unique to his hair. The girl in red was drawn in by the alluring fragrance, took a deep, greedy breath, and then wore an expression of pure bliss. Seeing the woman's greedy expression, Yi Qing began shoving her and roared, "Get out of my way!" Xiao Yilin was startled by the roar and then looked down at the boy beneath her. At first, she was attracted by the boy's beautiful black hair and didn't notice his appearance at all. Now that she saw him, she was stunned. What a face! Words can't describe it, it's absolutely stunning. Xiao Yilin swore that this was the most handsome boy she had ever seen, without a doubt. Seeing that Xiao Yilin was stunned, the boy seized the opportunity, immediately got up and ran to the table next to him, and finally hid behind it. "You're dead. You dare to hurt a member of the royal family, but I can let it go, provided you don't hurt me." The boy hid behind the table, looking at Xiao Yilin who was still standing there, his face full of panic, but he still said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yilin snapped out of her daze, stood up, and looked at him with a blazing fire in her eyes. It was obvious she wanted to, well, you know. Even if you are a member of the royal family, you still have to please me. Xiao Yilin sneered and walked towards Yi Qing with a wicked smile, while taking off her clothes as she walked. She's done all sorts of bullying and harassing women before, so how could she possibly let go of such a stunningly handsome man? As for his claim of being a member of the royal family, who would believe that? Even if it were true, she could easily argue that she didn't know him, which led to this terrible mistake. His mother was, after all, a third-rank official in Northern Qi, and she was his only daughter. The empress had only recently ascended the throne, so she would definitely turn a blind eye once they've consummated their relationship. The matter will definitely be suppressed to save face for the royal family. How could she possibly resist the handsome man so close to her? She was more inclined to believe that what he said was false, because now the northern Qi royal family basically only had the current empress as its leader, and if it were other princes or their offspring, then there would be even less to fear. So Chao Yilin decided to let loose right now and take the handsome man in front of her right there and then. Insolence! Rebellious daughter, release His Highness the Ninth Prince! Just as Chao Yilin lunged at Yi Qing, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Then Yi Qing saw a dark figure suddenly appear, and Chao Yilin flew several meters away, landing in the pond and splashing water. Your Majesty, please forgive me. It is all my fault for failing to discipline Your Majesty and the Ninth Prince properly, causing them to be frightened. Chao Rufang ignored Chao Yilin, who had flown away, and instead knelt down on one knee towards the main gate, bowing in prayer. As Chao Rufang finished speaking, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a yellow phoenix robe and wearing a golden crown appeared at the doorway. She walked slowly, followed by a large group of attendants and guards. The first thing the woman did upon entering was not to look at Chao Rufang kneeling on the ground, but to look at Yi Qing. A name also appeared in Yi Qing's mind, Yi Qingmei. Chapter 103. Riding in the same car, the woman kept looking at Yi Qing as she slowly walked over, while Chao Rufang remained kneeling on the ground, too frightened to even lift her head. Large beads of sweat trickled down her neck. Even though she was kneeling on the ground, she still felt extremely uncomfortable. She never dreamed that her rebellious daughter would do something so outrageous. It seemed she couldn't escape her fate today. She could only hope that the empress would be lenient with her. The sound of Yi Qingmei's footsteps made Chao Rufang uneasy, as if a life-altering alarm bell had been rung, making her very anxious. But then the empress's words completely put her mind at ease. Minister Chao, there's no need to blame yourself. Just discipline your daughter more in the future. After Yi Qingmei finished speaking, she didn't say anything more. At this moment, she was only 3 meters away from Yi Qing. After observing Yi Qing for a while, Yi Qingmei walked up to him, took up his arm with the bandage on it, and felt a pang of heartache in her eyes. Then she took out a bottle of medicine from her ring, carefully sprinkled it on Yi Qing's arm, and pinched her fingers. A stream of light immediately enveloped Yi Qing's arm. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qing felt that the pain in his arm had almost disappeared. Does it still hurt? Yi Qingmei held Yi Qing's arm, blew on it gently, and asked softly. It doesn't hurt anymore. Yi Qing shook her head, looking at Yi Qingmei with a helpless expression. After saying that, Yi Qing felt that their current position was a bit ambiguous, so she tried to pull her arm away, but Yi Qingmei said softly again, "Don't move." Since she had already said so much, Yi Qing couldn't do anything more and could only let her flatter him, but Yi Qing's cheeks had already begun to turn slightly red, and she slowly lowered her head. Those around watched, but dared not say anything, keeping their heads down for fear of seeing something they shouldn't and being silenced. Yi Qing was completely bewildered. This was not the Yi Qingmei he remembered at all. She looked more like someone from the German orthopedics department. Of course, since Yi Qingmei has already made this move, it's acceptable for him to cooperate and perform along. But here's the problem. What does Yi Qingmei mean by acting like this in public? How can this be proper? Is this some kind of revenge-induced madness? Are they even starting to have designs on her brother? This made even Yi Qing, a pervert, feel that she was very perverted. It's been a long time. How have you been these past 6 months? Seeing the boy's awkward manner, Yi Qingmei suddenly let go of his arm and instead hugged him, her voice still very gentle. This once led Yi Qing to mistakenly believe that the two were a couple. Now, is this really something I could do without paying for VIP access? Why did he feel a strange sensation and a secret joy inside? I'm fine. How about you, sister? The boy stood stiffly, feeling the warmth and softness emanating from the girl, and his heart fluttered. He didn't know where to put his hands. I'm fine too. After saying this, Yi Qingmei released Yi Qing, looked at the people kneeling on the ground, regained her usual expression, and said coldly, "Return to the palace." After Yi Qingmei finished speaking, she seemed like a completely different person. She turned to look at Yi Qing, took his hand, and said with a hint of a smile in her eyes, "Let's go home." Then the two walked out of the Chao residence hand in hand, only Chao Rufang, looking terrified, and a group of servants remained on the spot. Chao Rufang was panicking. She didn't think Yi Qingmei would let her off easily, and her earlier kindness was probably just for show for Yi Qing, because she knew that the woman in front of her was a ruthless killer, not to mention their relationship, so close, and their daughter doing such a stupid thing. Is it really the heavens that are going to destroy the Chow family? She had felt relieved earlier, but now she could hardly breathe. What terrible things did she do to deserve giving birth to such a thing? Chow Rufang looked at the sky with a face full of despair. Her world seemed to have lost its color. Sitting in Yi Qingmei's private carriage, the two faced each other. Yi Qingmei kept staring at Yi Qing without saying a word, but Yi Qing's cheeks grew redder and redder until he lowered his head, finally unable to hold back any longer. Yi Qing raised her head, stared into Yi Qingmei's eyes, and asked, "Sister, is there something on my face?" Hearing the boy's soft, slightly shy voice, Yi Qingmei smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just think my little brother is good-looking." Then Yi Qingmei picked up the pastries on the table and handed them to Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked at the pastry in her hand, then at Yi Qingmei, who was watching with a smile, whispered a thank you, and put the pastry into her mouth. Watching the boy's Adam's apple bob, Yi Qingmei unconsciously swallowed, then quietly picked up the teapot on the table and poured Yi Qing a glass of water. "Thank you," Yi Qing mumbled, then picked up the water and drank it all in one gulp. Water droplets slid slowly down the corner of his mouth and onto the ground, where they were immediately absorbed by the blanket without causing any ripples. Seeing this, Yi Qingmei smiled and said, "Slow down, no one's going to take it from you." After she finished speaking, she kept watching Yi Qing eat, as if he was the only person in her eyes. Although Yi Qing appeared to be eating, he was actually pondering why Yi Qingmei was doing this and what her purpose was. It was clearly not because she liked him. This was a difficult situation. There was absolutely no clue what to do. Unable to come up with anything, Yi Qing could only take it one step at a time. He didn't know what Yi Qingmei was plotting or what, but everything was too strange, and things were getting more and more bizarre. Could it be possession? It's not impossible. System, what's going on? After thinking for a while without any results, Yi Qing decided to ask the system for help. These kinds of things are only interesting when the host reveals the truth himself. The system can only tell you that it's exciting, the rest is up to you. After failing to get any results from the system, Yi Qing began to analyze the situation. He didn't believe that Yi Qingmei liked him, since he hadn't received any information about her affections yet and couldn't eavesdrop on her thoughts. But why all this happened? Yi Qing didn't know, so he decided to wait and see. Qinger. Suddenly, Yi Qingmei called out Yi Qing's name, and her address made Yi Qing's heart tighten. P.S. As you can see, there are two choices now. If you accept the character, there's a story. If you don't, there's also a story. The first one is relatively sweeter, the second one is a bit more heart-wrenching. Of course, the relationship will be explained later, so don't worry, it's definitely not against the rules. Vote now. A sweet abuse, it's up to you guys. The deadline is tomorrow afternoon. I'll write whatever you want to see. Chapter 104. Entering the Northern Qi Palace. Is there something you need? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing put down the pastries in his hand and looked at Yi Qingmei opposite him, who was smiling at him. Her stunningly beautiful face was captivating, and her aura was enveloping her, giving off a gentle, approachable vibe. Dressed in a yellow robe, she was truly enchanting. Startled by her call, Yi Qing looked at her innocently, wondering what was going on. Can you tell me about your life over the past 6 months? Have you encountered any troublesome things? I'm very curious. Yi Qingmei looked at Yi Qing, gazing into his starry eyes, and asked. Oh. After I was taken to Nanshao, I was auctioned off, but I managed to escape and traveled north all the way back to Beiki. Yi Qing replied after thinking carefully for a while. He was sure he had made it up himself. He didn't dare to act rashly until he figured out what Yi Qingmei really wanted. Then Yi Qing added, "There were difficulties, but I overcame them all." After Yi Qing finished speaking, he stopped looking at Yi Qingmei and became silent. Yes, I believe you. Let's not talk about this for now. You can live in the palace from now on. I will protect you. Yi Qingmei said softly, looking at the young man in front of her, but a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes, but it didn't linger and disappeared in an instant, so Yi Qing didn't notice it. Okay, Yi Qing nodded upon hearing this, and then picked up a book from the package and began to read it. Upon seeing this, Yi Qingmei across from her had a glint in her eyes, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Soon, the carriage entered the palace. This ancient, magnificent, and resplendent building was truly awe-inspiring. When Nanshao attacked the capital of Northern Qi, he burned, killed, and looted for more than 10 days. Even the buildings inside this huge palace were not spared, and it could be described as a living hell. When Nanshao ruled this place, he only did some simple repairs, causing this magnificent building with an ancient history to lose its former majesty and leaving only ruins. After Yi Qingmei ascended the throne, she renovated the place, but it still could not be restored to its former prosperity. There was no comparison between the two. Seeing this scene, Yi Qing felt deeply saddened. In the original owner's memories, although staying in the palace was uncomfortable, it was beautiful and magnificent. Now, all those beautiful scenes were gone, and he could only sigh at the cruelty of war. The carriage moved slowly and soon arrived at a city wall 20 meters high. There were 5 gates, with a huge gate in the middle and 2 smaller ones on each side, which was quite spectacular. Entering through the central gate, one finds a long corridor lined with imperial guards in red armor, armed with weapons. Upon seeing the carriage arrive, they all knelt in salute. They watched the carriage depart until it was out of sight, then rose again to stand guard at their posts. Yi Qing and Yi Qingmei went straight to the inner palace. At this time, the place was almost lifeless and quiet. Only a few patrolling soldiers were walking back and forth. Apart from them, there was no one else. It was very quiet. Seeing this scene, Yi Qing finally came to his senses. He guessed that everyone in the palace was probably gone by now, and all that was left were him, Yi Qingmei, and a few guards and soldiers. Yes, that's all there are. Yi Qing guessed that there were other people living elsewhere, but not many. The most lacking people in this palace were servants. So far, Yi Qing hadn't seen a single man or servant. Now, he was the only man in the entire palace, and Yi Qing didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. The two, who had already disembarked from the carriage, continued walking, followed by a large group of people. Yi Qing stayed close to Yi Qingmei. Why don't you stay next to me tonight? There are very few people in the palace now, and I'm afraid you'll be scared. What do you think? Yi Qingmei had been walking for a while and could already see the outline of her palace. She turned around and asked Yi Qing. Yes, it's all up to you, sister. Yi Qing replied. Seeing that Yi Qing had no objections, Yi Qingmei turned around and said as she walked away, I have a banquet in a few days, and I will take you with me. You should rest for the next few days. As for the servants, they will be sent over tomorrow. Okay, I understand, sister. Yi Qing nodded in response. Upon hearing the word sister, Yi Qingmei involuntarily stopped, her fists clenched. However, she quickly composed herself and continued walking forward without pausing. Seeing Yi Qingmei walking ahead, Yi Qing's lips curled up slightly. Then, pretending not to see anything, he continued to follow her towards the palace. Upon arriving at the palace, Yi Qingmei didn't say much and went straight back to her room, while Yi Qing was led by a group of people to a room next to Yi Qingmei's. Upon opening the door, the interior was luxuriously decorated, immediately catching the eye, primarily in shades of blue. After Yi Qing went in, the door was closed from the outside. Yi Qing didn't say anything and just went to the bed alone. Lying in bed, Yi Qing began to sort out everything that was happening before her. First of all, he has now arrived in northern Qi, entered the palace, and met his adopted older sister. However, the current situation seems far from optimistic. His older sister seems to have some other thoughts about him. He doesn't know if he's wrong, but he knows that Yi Qingmei is very flustered at the moment, and he doesn't know why she is like this. Was her previous tenderness towards Chao Rufine at his home genuine, and were those constant physical contacts just an illusion meant to be seen by outsiders? Actually, if she wanted to do this, she didn't have to make it so obvious. After all, they were siblings. From this, Yi Qing came to a conclusion: she was doing it for others to see. Of course, this is just speculation. If she didn't care about other people's opinions, she could do whatever she wanted. But Yi Qing still prefers the first explanation, not for any other reason than that the system didn't give any hints. If Yi Qingmei had feelings for him, he would know it and could even eavesdrop on her thoughts. But he has no such ability now, which means that Yi Qingmei really doesn't have those kinds of feelings for him. This leads to the conclusion that the first statement is more accurate. She was doing it for show. Whether this other person refers to himself or someone else remains unknown. Why Yi Qing's trust in the system has reached a level that no one else can replace. Without her, she would have died long ago and would not be alive today. Why Yi Qing also asked the system whether the fact that the two were siblings meant that their relationship couldn't be considered romantic love, but the system revealed a shocking secret, which was Chapter 105. Not his biological child. Yi Qing was shocked by the system's words and needed to calm down. According to the system, even if two people are related by blood, it is considered love. However, Yi Chang and Yi Qingmei are not related by blood, which means that they are not siblings. Yi Qing was shocked by this result. What was going on? Are you kidding me? System, I feel I need an explanation. I'm not stupid, I'm not the kind of person who takes your casual remarks seriously. Yi Ching calmed down his confusion and asked the system, "It's not impossible to know, but the host needs to pay a processing fee of 100, then the system will present the host's previous memory images." The system, which had been silent, spoke again. Upon hearing about the 100 yuan handling fee, Yi Ching considered giving up immediately, but his curiosity prevented him from doing so. "Could you lower the price? This is too expensive." Yi Ching lowered his voice considerably. "I can give you a 1% discount. Doesn't that just make the affection points a little cheaper? That's really shady." Upon hearing this, Yi Ching immediately lost her composure and roared, "In the end, having no other choice, I spent 99 affection points to exchange for this memory." After all, he genuinely wanted to know this memory. If he had it, the current problem would probably be solved. These past few days, he'd been spending a lot of time with Su Wanner, earning her a lot of affection points, but now he only had a little over 300 left. Thinking about this, Yi Ching felt a pang of heartache. Soon, a ball of light flew out from Yi Ching's body and entered Yi Ching's mind. The instant it flew out, Yi Ching quickly lost consciousness, but soon, the scene before his eyes underwent a dramatic change. What Yi Ching saw was a sky full of snowflakes drifting down from above. In the blink of an eye, a man appeared before him. Upon seeing this man, Yi Ching couldn't help but marvel at how handsome he was. He was already comparable to Yi Ching's current good looks. However, the scene quickly shifts again, and they are now in what appears to be a palace, where the man from before is speaking to a woman wearing a yellow phoenix robe and a crown. As the man spoke, he would occasionally glance in his direction, and that woman, wasn't she the previous empress of Northern Qi, his mother? Then the scene shifts again, and he never sees the man again, but in the next scene he is surrounded by a group of servants. Finally, Yi Ching combined the original body's memories with the memories given by the system, which were the contents of his childhood that he had no memory of. Seeing this, Yi Ching finally understood, his parents were actually someone else. The former empress of Northern Qi was merely his nominal mother. No wonder the original owner of this body had no memory of his father. This was the reason. Although she had figured it out, Yi Ching still didn't understand whether Yi Ching knew about this matter at all. "Host, what she doesn't know is that the former empress of Northern Qi kept your identity a closely guarded secret. Some people who knew the inside story have long since met their demise. It seems they must have reached some kind of agreement." "I see. That makes sense. So Yi Ching was indeed putting on an act for outsiders. But I don't understand why she would do that. Also, when I called her sister, she seemed a little strange. How do you explain that?" Hearing the system's explanation, he became even more puzzled. He had been calling Yi Ching sister all along, but after entering the palace, she clearly hesitated for a moment, which was puzzling. She was currently unaware that they were not related by blood. In her mind, she considered him her younger brother. However, Chao Rufang's intimate actions in the courtyard earlier, along with her previous unusual behavior, puzzled Yi Ching. Why Yi Ching stopped thinking about it when she couldn't figure it out? Her head was in a mess and she needed to rest. Perhaps the truth would come to light soon. It was afternoon, and Yi Ching had nothing to do, but he was very sleepy and soon fell asleep. As evening fell, the door to the room opened, and Yi Ching walked in from outside. She slowly approached the bedside and looked at the sleeping boy with a cold expression, as if she were looking at a stranger. Her previous gentle demeanor was completely gone. Looking at the boy's fair face, she slowly walked over and soon arrived in front of him. Looking at that stunningly beautiful face, Yi Ching's eyes flashed with amazement. She slowly reached out and touched it. The soft touch made her feel that she was not dreaming. After scrutinizing the boy for a while, Yi Ching clenched her fists so tightly that her nails almost dug into her flesh, but she didn't notice it at all, just staring intently at the boy. Yi Ching's hands trembled as she slowly grasped the boy's right hand and gently lifted it up. Her eyes remained fixed on the boy, never leaving him for a moment. At this moment, she no longer had the courage to look there. She knew she shouldn't have done this, but she just couldn't control her impulse. In Chao Rufang's courtyard, she wanted to slaughter the whole family, but when she saw the boy was still there, she suppressed her anger and planned to settle the score later. From the moment she saw the boy, she couldn't contain her joy. But with so many people watching, she couldn't show it too obviously, lest others laugh at her and cause him unnecessary trouble. So she could only act like an older sister, showing him her love and care, hoping that others wouldn't misunderstand it. From the moment she lost contact with the boy, she never imagined they would meet again, much less that he would return to her side. Now that he's back, she feels not much happiness, but rather a strong sense of disgust. She didn't know what she hated, the boy himself, or his body. Even a fool would know what he would encounter in Nanshao, not to mention that the group of people had already told him about his younger brother, the ninth prince of the northern Qi kingdom. She was captured by Empress Nanshao and taken back to her home, where she was enslaved and used as a tool for her own venting. His body was used and enjoyed by the cruelest person in her life. Her beloved younger brother has now become so filthy, she desperately wanted to kill him with one blow, but she knew that none of this was his fault. He was the one who had been hurt the most, and he deserved her forgiveness. Earlier in the car, she had asked the boy how Nanshao had been doing for the past 6 months. Although he said he was fine, his dull and listless eyes told her everything. What those people said was true. It's all true. Yi Qingmei kept her eyes closed, but when she opened them again, her gaze was already fixed on the boy's arm. She needs to verify it. If it's all fake, how wonderful that would be. P.S. There's a lot of controversy, but those who say it's sweet have more to say. However, there are also some who say it's angsty first and then sweet. When I think about it, the plot I had in mind all fits, so I'll just go with the angst first and then sweet. This chapter is a bit messy, but I'll fix it in the next chapter. Chapter 106. Love arises without knowing where it begins. After Yi Qing's slender, snow-white arms were revealed, Yi Qingmei's tightly closed eyes quickly snapped open, forcing herself to look at that spot on Yi Qing's arm. The plum blossom, once vibrant red, had faded considerably. Ahem, following a viewer's suggestion, I'm planning to change this setting. The previous one was too awkward. Seeing this, Yi Qingmei unconsciously tightened her grip on the boy's arm. She felt a piercing pain in her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. Although she already knew the ending, she still held onto a sliver of hope. But now, seeing this scene, Yi Qingmei felt that her hopes had been completely shattered, as if she had lost something important, and she felt terrible. With her eyes tightly closed, Yi Qingmei took a deep breath, and her heaving chest calmed down. The hand that was holding the boy loosened, and his genitals were now bright red. The boy's skin was still so fragile. It became so fragile after just a little exertion. When did she start liking this younger brother in front of her? She can't remember. It seems like it was the first time we met. He always caught her eye. His weakness and helplessness constantly gave her the urge to protect him. At that royal banquet, he hid alone in a corner, with no one around to keep him company. It seems that it was around that time that he began to get closer to the boy. However, the two of them rarely had the chance to meet. She could only catch a glimpse of the young man from afar at important banquets. She knew it was wrong, but she didn't know how to say it. Even though she knew it was wrong, she still couldn't forget him. She still remembered that the most intimate time between them was when the boy personally fed her his favorite pastry. At that moment, he was as pure as an elf. She will forever remember that scene, but her feelings for him were conflicted. It was as if she knew he was her younger brother, yet she still couldn't help but like him. Just like when Xiaojing's city was breached, she didn't choose to flee immediately, but rushed into the palace and brought him out with her. At that moment, she had only one thought: he had to live. No matter what the future held, he had to live. Even if they can't be together, she wants to make sure her younger brother lives a good life. But she didn't follow the crowd. She was too optimistic. She forgot something important: hatred. She no longer felt the same fondness for him as before. Instead, she felt a sense of disgust towards him, finding him so filthy that she didn't want to get close to him. She loved him deeply and wanted to accept everything about him, but in the end, she couldn't. The hatred in her heart made her want to strangle the younger brother in front of her right now, the one she had once loved to the point of madness. Whether the person who possessed her body was a passerby on the street, a scoundrel in the city, or a beggar begging on the street, she could let go of it all, forgive it all. She could pretend she didn't see it, but that person was absolutely wrong. To be Nangong Shui, the woman who slaughtered his entire royal family, the entire northern Qi royal family, everyone in the Yi family, and even annexed the Yi family's empire. The woman he dreamed of killing, the person he hated most, got the body of the person he used to love. Yi Qing, the ninth prince of northern Qi. How ridiculous it is to hear that a prince of one country is used as a tool by the empress of another. And to be the prince of a fallen kingdom, possessed and wantonly violated by the very person she despises most. Countless nights, she wished it was all a lie, but reality is always cruel. It doesn't always go the way you want it to. In fact, it often goes against your wishes. She was constantly brainwashing herself, making herself remember that he was powerless, unable to resist, and that he was just a victim. But now, seeing him is like seeing the person she hates. She can see that person's shadow in him. How pathetic that sounds. Nangong Shui has terrified her, leaving her neither human nor ghost. Perhaps she's been scared out of her wits. The name Nangong Shui lingered in her mind like a devil's whisper, and she would often dream about her. I dreamt that she was indiscriminately slaughtering soldiers, officials, civilians, or even members of the royal family of Northern Qi. Or perhaps she was right in front of her, casually trampling on her younger brother, and she was powerless to do anything about it. This feeling of helplessness made her feel so tired. Her hatred for Nangong Shui had spread to her innocent younger brother, a fact she was well aware of, but she was powerless to change anything. Perhaps this is what people mean by love turning into hate. She can forgive anyone, but not Nangong Shui. Her attitude towards her younger brother, from the initial enthusiasm at Xiao Rufang's residence to the eventual coldness of imprisoning him in a room, was all traceable, and the turning point was the time spent in the carriage. As for when she arrived at the palace, she heard him call her sister and then stop moving. At that moment, she thought to herself, how wonderful it would be if they weren't siblings, how wonderful it would be if he weren't the 9th prince of Northern Qi. So he should be able to forget the fact that he was taken by Nangong Shui and start over with him, but all of this is destined to be impossible. There are no what-ifs in this world. Looking at the young man before her, who had been traveling for several days, Yi Qingmei stared at him intently, as if trying to etch his image into her heart. However, as she looked, a tear suddenly rolled down Yi Qingmei's cheek and dripped onto the bedding. I'm sorry. Yi Qingmei looked at Yi Qing, her lips slightly parted, and she choked out a soft voice. Then she reached out a hand to the boy's soft neck, slowly covering it, gradually pressing it closer, until finally holding it completely. Feeling the amazing smoothness in her hands, Yi Qingmei did not get distracted. She slowly increased the pressure in her palm until she had a tight grip on the boy's neck. At the very last moment, Yi Qingmei closed her eyes. She was still hesitating. She didn't want to do this, but the hatred in her heart forced her to reach out to this innocent boy. Although Yi Qingmei kept her eyes tightly closed, tears still streamed down her cheeks. I promised you I would make sure you lived a good life, but in the end, did I break my promise? If only all of this were real, I would rather go back to the time when it was just the two of us than see it like this again. Chapter 107. Dinner. Sister, why are you crying? Yi Qingmei was suddenly awakened by this voice. She opened her eyes and saw that the boy had already gotten up and was looking at her with a worried expression. Her hand had long since left the boy's neck, where a deep red mark still remained. Sister, don't cry. If anyone bullies you, tell me, and I'll teach them a lesson. The boy's gentle words almost made Yi Qingmei laugh through her tears. It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of my mother. Yi Qingmei smiled and comforted Yi Qing. Oh. Upon hearing this, the boy's expression clearly showed some sadness, but he quickly cheered up and said, Sister, don't think too much, think about happy things, that will make you feel better. Okay, I understand. Yi Qingmei nodded, but in her heart she was thinking, happy things? Since the fall of Northern Qi, she had never had any happy experiences. Maybe if she killed Nangong Shui in the future, she might be happy again. Why Yi Qingmei kept looking at Yi Qing, and suddenly noticed that the red mark on his neck was very glaring. Then Yi Qingmei's heart suddenly raced. Why was she a little afraid that the boy would discover that scar? She suddenly didn't want Yi Qing to know what she had just done. Alright, then Qinger will hug her sister. Maybe it will cheer her up, Yi Qingmei said to Yi Qing, then opened her arms and waited for the boy to come over. Will a hug really make me feel better? Okay. After hesitating for a moment, the boy finally nodded in agreement. Then he opened his arms and slowly wrapped his arms around Yi Qingmei's slender waist. The boy was drawn into her arms, and a captivating fragrance wafted over her. Yi Qingmei, however, showed no lingering attachment and slowly reached her hand behind the boy's back, then made a hand seal with her fingers. A faint, visible light emanated from Yi Qingmei's fingers, then encircled the boy's neck. Soon, the marks on his neck vanished completely, as if they had never existed. Are you feeling better? Yi Qingmei, having finished all this, heard the boy's soft, sweet voice, suppressing the urge to push him away. Yi Qingmei spoke softly and gently, Yes, much better, thank you, that's good. The boy said, and then released his arm. Then he looked at Yi Qingmei and asked, Sister, what time is it now? How long have I been asleep? It's 8 o'clock at night. You've slept for 6 hours. Your sister has prepared food and is here to call you, Yi Qingmei explained, noticing the boy's question. Why Yi Qingmei looked at Yi Qing, then stood up and said, Pack your things and come to my room later for dinner. Okay, Yi Qing nodded and replied. Why Yi Qingmei then said nothing more and walked straight out. When Yi Qingmei walked out of the room, the smile on her face was gone, replaced by a cold expression. Your Majesty, the Imperial Guards have assembled and are ready to depart at any time. However, Chao Rufang and her daughter fled towards Nanchao this afternoon and are now estimated to be within the territory of Xiaojing. Suddenly, a female general in armor walked over from a distance, knelt down in front of Yi Qingmei, and said, "Humph, a mere nascent soul cultivator dares to dream of escaping my grasp. Send down the order to find him and kill him on the spot. Also, issue my decree that Chao Rufang and his family have committed treason and collusion with the enemy. Their crimes are unforgivable, and their entire clan shall be exterminated." Yi Qingmei looked into the distance, her eyes filled with rage, and spoke in a cold voice. She was seething with anger. Originally, it would have been fine if only the two of them from the Chao family had died, but some people still didn't understand their own capabilities, which made her even angrier. Let more people pay the price for their stupidity. Yes, Your Majesty. After the female general finished speaking with clasped hands, she added, "Your Majesty, there is one more matter. Nanchao Liangzhou is almost completely captured by our army. Your Majesty should hurry up and prepare a victory celebration banquet." "Okay, I understand. You can go now." Yi Qingmei nodded and then said. Upon hearing this, the female general rose, bowed, and then left. While Yi Qingmei looked in Nanzhao's direction, her eyes filled with anger. She didn't know why she hadn't made a move earlier, but the boy's touch still made her feel disgusted. Thinking of this, Yi Qingmei frowned. Did she really have to do that? Make her hate this boy completely and kill him without any hesitation? She didn't know why she wanted to kill the boy. She only knew that he was dirty and smelled like her enemy. She didn't want to see him and wanted him to disappear from her sight. Perhaps this is the simplest way? Or perhaps he wants to completely taint the sacred and inviolable boy in her memory, so that the originally pure boy will forever sleep underground. In this way, her beloved younger brother remained forever pure, untainted by anyone else. Thinking of this, a trace of reluctance flashed in Yi Qingmei's eyes, but it quickly disappeared, replaced by a terrifying and cold-blooded look. Love arises without knowing its origin, deepens with time, and ends without knowing its destination, vanishing in an instant. Sitting on the bed, Yi Qing watched Yi Qingmei leave and breathed a slight sigh of relief. She reached out and touched her neck, and only after finding that the pain was gone did she slowly relax. At this moment, Yi Qing couldn't help but complain that Yi Qingmei made even a pervert like himself feel that she was more perverted than Yi Qing. Even though he knew he was her younger brother, he still had those kinds of thoughts about him. Now that he knows he's been taken by Nangong Shui, he wants to kill him. What kind of bullshit is this? If you're so capable, go and mess with Nangong Shui. What's the point of coming here to bully him? However, it seems that he came here personally just to be bullied by Yi Qingmei, but he didn't expect things to turn out this way. All I can say is, man proposes, God disposes. Just now, Yi Qingmei had actually exerted all her strength, but in the end, she had to rely on the system to awaken the last bit of conscience in Yi Qingmei, causing her to lose her senses for a moment, which allowed her to escape a disaster. So far, Yi Qing still can't eavesdrop on Yi Qingmei's thoughts, which is very annoying. Based on the current situation, Yi Qing had already guessed what it was about him that she disliked. It was nothing more than Nangong Shui taking over his body. If she found out, not only Nangong Shui, but also Nangong Xiao, he wondered what she would think. However, Yi Qing was certain that Yi Qingmei had feelings for him, but due to the relationship between the two of them, as well as the relationship between Nangong Shui and Yi Qingmei had some reservations, but she still had feelings of love, only she buried them deep inside. Yi Qing would need to awaken them when the time was right. However, we need to eat first. People need food to survive. You'll get hungry if you skip a meal. I wonder if the food in northern Qi was good. Chapter 108. Feeding or flirting. Yi Qing got up, left the soft bed, walked to the side, and picked up the brocade robe that Yi Qingmei had prepared for him. After changing his clothes and getting dressed, Yi Qing left the room. Outside stood rows of soldiers, who all bowed their heads and saluted Yi Qing upon seeing him. Seeing this, Yi Qing quickly waved her hand. Although it felt great, she still had to maintain a certain level of composure, but they seemed not to have seen Yi Qing's instructions and did not make any corresponding movements. Seeing this, Yi Qing did not want to make a fool of himself and then walked to the left. Yi Qingmei lived in the house next door. This place was usually where she slept. As for her office work and handling government affairs, she used another place. When he reached the door, the two guards, seeing that it was Yi Qing, opened the door without saying a word. Upon entering the room, Yi Qing was drawn to the furnishings. The room was filled with luxurious-looking furniture, and the decor was predominantly black. Yi Qing didn't know why it was black instead of the royal gold color. Perhaps Yi Qingmei liked black. As Yi Qing made his guesses, he walked inside. After only a few steps, he arrived next to Yi Qingmei. She was wearing a black dress and her hair was loose, clearly having just taken off the hat that symbolized imperial power. Yi Qing was a little curious as it was obvious that she had taken a bath. He took about half an hour to tidy up before coming out, while Yi Qingmei had already finished her bath during that time. She was incredibly fast, her long, black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her face looked stunningly beautiful under the light. Beneath her clothes lay her alluring figure, which was quite slender. If Yi Qing remembered correctly, his nominal older sister was actually 23 years old, 5 years older than him, and she was also quite well developed. She's also quite beautiful, easily an 8 out of 10. With that beauty, Yi Qing could only describe her in 3 words: captivating. Her ample bosom was pressed tightly against the table, and she was quietly reading a book in her hand. She seemed to be so engrossed in the book's contents that she didn't notice Yi Qing's arrival at all. Yi Qing slowly and quietly walked to Yi Qingmei's side. At this moment, a smile was on her lips and her cheeks were slightly flushed, completely unaware of Yi Qing's arrival. Yi Qing was also curious as to why she, a cultivator at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, had not noticed his arrival, but upon closer reflection, Yi Qing realized the reason: the bead Su Qingyue had left him earlier. He had always carried that bead with him, and it was still hanging around his neck. Thinking about this, Yi Qing was not surprised. Su Qingyue's bead had been a great help to him, and he would definitely thank her properly if he encountered it again in the future. Yi Qing was curious about the book Yi Qingmei was holding. Seeing how engrossed she was in reading it, he also wanted to know its contents. As Yi Qing approached, he noticed the book's title: My Unspeakable Affairs with My Imperial Brother. Sister, what are you looking at? The sudden voice startled Yi Qingmei, who quickly jumped up from her chair and hid her hands behind her back. No. I didn't see anything, just some postures. Oh no, I mean knowledge about family harmony. Yi Qingmei looked at the innocent-looking boy in front of her and stammered. However, the boy did have an expression of disbelief on his face. But the book clearly says, it's nothing, hurry up and eat, or the food will get cold. Just as the boy was about to ask again, Yi Qingmei interrupted him, pretending to be very impatient, and scolded him softly. Okay, is all this for me to eat? Upon hearing this, the boy didn't ask any further questions and turned his gaze to the sumptuous meal on the table. Eat more if you like it. These are all famous dishes unique to Northern Qi. You used to love them. Yi Qingmei breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the boy's gaze drawn to the food, and pointed to the food on the table. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. After saying that, the boy sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and put a piece of fish into his mouth. Looking at the boy who was enjoying himself and whose little mouth was moving, Yi Qingmei's eyes flashed with a strange light, but she quickly returned to normal and became aloof. As long as he's happy eating, that's all that matters. These are just some compensations she's made for him, letting him eat, drink, and have fun during this short time, so that the day he leaves won't be so painful. This is the last thing I could do for my brother. I'm so sorry, sister, you eat too. Just as Yi Qingmei was still lost in thought, a tender and soft voice suddenly pulled her back to reality. Looking at the fish meat that was already being offered to her mouth, Yi Qingmei frowned in disgust, but it wasn't very noticeable, because the young man didn't notice at the moment. He was still savoring the delicious taste of the fish, but she knew that the chopsticks in front of her were already stained with the boy's saliva. For some reason, Yi Qingmei licked her bright red lips, not knowing what it tasted like. Why do I really want to try it, but feel uncomfortable and can't bring myself to do it? He seemed unaware that his saliva was on it, or rather, he didn't care. Thinking of this, Yi Qingmei was about to refuse, but the young man spoke first. Sister, why aren't you eating? Is the fish not tasty? The boy looked up at her and asked when he saw that she didn't react. Well, I don't like fish, so you can eat it yourself. Yi Qingmei quickly explained upon seeing this. Sister is lying. You used to love eating fish. Every time there was a banquet, I would feed you. The young man snorted and then handed the fish on his chopsticks to Yi Qingmei, as if he was determined to make her eat it. Looking at the fish in front of her mouth, Yi Qingmei felt like crying. It was such a hassle, but when she remembered the boy's words, she seemed to recall the past. At every banquet, she would find an opportunity to sit with the boy and have him serve her food. At the time, she didn't know what was going on, but she felt that any dish he served her, no matter what it was, tasted delicious. To deceive the boy, she told him that she loved to eat everything. In this situation, it's like lifting a rock only to drop it on one's own foot. Looking at the boy's chopsticks covered in saliva, she really couldn't bring herself to eat them. Chapter 109, Can We Stop the War with Nan Shao? but she had promised herself that she would make him happy for a while and not make him sad. If she didn't eat now, he would be sad. It's settled then. This is the last time. If he makes any more requests like this later, I will definitely refuse. Thinking of this, Yi Qingmei slowly opened her mouth. That's more like it. Seeing this, the young man quickly put the fish on his chopsticks into Yi Qingmei's mouth. Watching her chew slowly, a charming smile appeared on the young man's face. After Yi Qingmei tasted the fish, she wanted to swallow it immediately. However, she did not find the fish repulsive as she had imagined. Instead, she found it very fragrant and somewhat unforgettable. After savoring the fish in her mouth, Yi Qingmei slowly swallowed it, looking at the boy who had already started eating, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, but she soon realized an important problem. She had previously disliked the boy's every move. Before that incident, she would have loved to be with the boy every day, but after that incident, her attitude towards him became nothing but hypocrisy. Her only motivation for doing all this was to make him happier in the end, which was also a way of giving an explanation to the younger brother she had been longing for. But now, she didn't reject the food the boy offered, which was still covered in his saliva. This scene seems to take us back to their youth, when he was just as innocent, pure, and kind, but now everything has changed. The boy is still the same innocent boy, but she is no longer the girl who tricked her younger brother into feeding her. So much has changed in the past 6 months, so much that she's on the verge of a mental breakdown. But when she looked at the boy again, she still felt an urge to kill him. Yi Qingmei was conflicted. On one hand, she didn't want Yi Qing to die, but on the other hand, she really wanted the boy in front of her to die. All of this was so contradictory, leaving her feeling very conflicted. Perhaps it was a sliver of conscience that kept her rational. And what made her want to kill him was probably hatred. It was also her conscience and past feelings that prevented her from immediately killing the boy. She wanted to give him more time to enjoy the good life he had, and this hatred ultimately settled on Nangong Shui. After you're gone, your sister will make Nangong Shui go and be buried with you. Trust me, it won't be long before I conquer Nanshao City and use Nangong Shui's head to atone for the humiliation you've suffered over the past 6 months. Alright, you can eat by yourself. I'm going to take care of some official business over there. Yi Qingmei said, then got up and walked to the table opposite, where some memorials were already piled up. I understand. The boy mumbled after swallowing a mouthful of chicken leg meat, then buried his head on the table and began to concentrate on eating the food on it. The room was brightly lit, illuminated by the glow of the luminous pearl and the light from some fixed lamps, making it as bright as day, so it didn't affect what the two of them were doing at all. Yi Qingmei couldn't be affected either. After all, she was a cultivator and her eyesight was amazing. Let alone a situation with lights. Let's put it this way, as long as there was even the slightest light, Yi Qingmei could see it clearly. She took out a memorial to the throne, and after reading through its contents, Yi Qingmei took out a pen and began to scribble on it. However, Yi Qingmei's gaze would occasionally drift towards Yi Qing, a subconscious action that even she herself was unaware of. Yi Qing, who was eating in the distance, also noticed this scene, and the corners of his mouth began to turn up slightly. This woman, who says one thing but means another, clearly likes her younger brother very much, but for some reason, she doesn't dare to admit it. Yi Qing suspected that those thoughts were just her own self-deception, a way to cover up the fact that she liked her own younger brother. Of course, this factor played a significant role in the situation, and the combination of these two factors led to the current predicament, although that situation has now been resolved. After Yi Qing recalled the original owner's memories. From an adult's perspective, the way Yi Qingmei looked at Yi Qing back then showed no sign of hiding her affection. After Yi Qing's actions, he directly obtained 50 points of admiration from Yi Qingmei, as well as the ability to eavesdrop on her thoughts. If we can eavesdrop on each other's thoughts, wouldn't everything be better? Having understood the whole story, Yi Qingmei now knows that after he was taken by her enemy, Nangong Shui, she no longer wants him to live. To put it another way, she didn't want to see him, and there was absolutely no need for him to stay by her side, let alone kill him. He was just a victim in all of this. Yi Qingmei could have easily let him go and fend for himself, but she didn't. Yi Qing also came to 2 conclusions. First, the person she liked had been beaten to it by another woman, not to mention that the other woman was an enemy. No normal person could accept that. At this moment, she was unable to vent her anger on Nangong Shui, so wasn't the target simply shifted to him? Secondly, she wanted to conceal the ugly thoughts in her heart. She didn't want to admit that she had fallen in love with her own younger brother and was thinking of destroying him. That way, she would have no more attachments and could focus on revenge. In this way, Yi Qingmei's desire to kill him became as obvious as Sima Zhao's intentions, known to everyone. What he needs to do now is to awaken the love that Yi Qingmei once had for him, and then use that love to influence her, so that she can let go of her desire for revenge and bring peace to the world. After all, when will this cycle of revenge end? Regardless of who wins in the end, it's the people he cares about who get hurt. He doesn't want to see them kill each other. It would be best if they could turn hostility into friendship, but the prerequisite is that he needs to win over Yi Qingmei, make her have feelings for him, and make her let go of her hatred for him. The war between the two women brought suffering to the unarmed civilians, and ultimately it was the lower classes who suffered the most. Then we'll have to use our ultimate move. Based on Yi Qing's understanding of Yi Qingmei's thoughts, he should have a chance to perform next. In the next few days, Yi Qingmei's attitude towards him will gradually become colder, and in the end, she will find a reason to execute him. In the next few days, he must come up with a plan in case of emergency. Since she wants this reason to become distant, then he should just lend her a hand. Thinking of this, Yi Qing said, "Sister, can we make peace with Nanshao?" Chapter 110, Let's say it again. What? Yi Qingmei could hardly believe what she was hearing. She slammed her hand on the table, stood up, stared at Yi Qing, and said in surprise, "Say it again, I." The boy saw Yi Qingmei suddenly become furious, his eyes filled with fear, and he could hardly believe that this was still the sister who loved him. "I told you to repeat what you just said, are you deaf?" Yi Qing's eyes flashed with a coldness as he looked at the still stuttering boy and shouted. "I'm sorry, sister. I." The boy looked at his sister, who had suddenly become cold, and felt like she was a stranger to him. He didn't know what to say and could only apologize. "You should recognize your own position. Nanshao is our enemy, not your benefactor." Yi Qingmei looked at Yi Qing, the coldness in her eyes no longer concealed, and was fully revealed. "Or do you think that just because you were favored by Nangong Shui, you are a member of Nanshao?" After Yi Qingmei finished speaking, she said another sentence, got up from the table, and walked towards Yi Qing. "Sister, it's not what you think. I just don't want to see those innocent people die tragically, and both Northern Qi and Southern Shao are suffering." The boy hurriedly explained, his tone revealing sadness. "Devastation? How laughable. Wasn't the massacre that the Nanshao army carried out after entering Shajing a persecution of the Northern Qi people?" Yi Qingmei sneered. At this moment, she had already walked to Yi Qing's side, looking at the boy who was still sitting in the chair, trying his best to explain. She no longer hid her disgust and looked at him coldly. "You don't think about avenging the country and your mother, but in the end you want me to stop the war. I'm very disappointed in you." Yi Qingmei shook her head, staring at Yi Qing, and said in a cold voice, "It's not what you think. If the two countries fight, only ordinary people will be hurt. On my way here, I saw many people who were displaced and starving." Yi Qing hurriedly explained to Yi Qingmei everything he had seen on his way here. "Ha! I don't know whether to call you stupid or kind. According to you, if I were to slaughter everyone in every city I conquer, then what would I be?" Yi Qingmei chuckled, looking at the innocent boy in front of her, and found it amusing. "Sister, stop the killing. When will this cycle of revenge end? If this continues, the hatred between our two countries will only grow deeper, and in the end, a bloody war will be inevitable. Shut up." Half a year ago, after Nangong Shui slaughtered all the members of the Northern Qi royal family, I swore that Nan Shao and I would fight to the death. Yi Qingmei interrupted Yi Qing. Her eyes were filled with anger. Clearly, Yi Qing's words had further enraged her. "But to my surprise, you have forgotten the hatred of the destruction of the Northern Qi and the fact that the Southern Shao army massacred your mother so quickly. I am so disappointed in you." Yi Qingmei looked at Yi Qing, her disgust growing, and her tone was full of disappointment at the end. "I never expected you to turn out like this. Did Nangong Shui subdue you, or did you become addicted to her, constantly siding with Nan Shao? Now, not only is your body corrupted, but your heart is corrupted too." Yi Qingmei approached Yi Qing, grabbed his clothes by the neck, pulled him off the chair, pressed him to the ground, looked down at him, and said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing the words, "Your body is filthy," despair slowly welled up in the boy's eyes. Initially, he only wanted Yi Qingmei to stop and restore peace to the people of Northern Qi. War only brings disaster to both countries and brings little benefit. If the two countries continue to fight like this, there will be great loss of life and many deaths. But as soon as she voiced this idea, she was met with her sister's merciless insults. He simply didn't want to see his sister continue making mistakes like this. He didn't think much beyond that. The idea of revenge had long since faded from his mind, and he no longer wanted it. The strong rule and the weak are condemned. This is an age-old truth. Back then, it was the northern Qi that invaded the southern Shao first, so in that sense, the northern Qi was at fault first. If the northern Qi had not invaded Nanshao first, then none of the subsequent events would have occurred. This hatred was first provoked by northern Qi, so in his mind, northern Qi was at fault first, and since they were later defeated by southern Shao, he couldn't blame anyone else. Therefore, he believed that revenge would only lead to more revenge, so it would be better to stop now, restore peace to both countries, and let the people live a good life. Moreover, it was the northern Qi royal family that started the war, and they paid the corresponding price for it. Nanshao simply blamed the entire northern Qi royal family and planned to slaughter them all. Now, the conflict between Yi Qingmei and Nangong Shui can only be considered Yi Qingmei's personal grudge against Nanshao. The common people and some aristocratic families of northern Qi were not greatly affected. When Nanshao invaded northern Qi, the two countries went to war, which lasted for a full year and 3 months. Northern Qi only lost more than 1 million soldiers, and very few ordinary people died. In the end, it was only the northern Qi royal family that paid the price for that war. Therefore, Yi Qingmei's current actions will only exacerbate the grievances between the people of northern Qi and southern Shao. From the perspective of the people, Yi Qing should do everything in his power to stop this war. Not to mention that Yi Qingmei now massacres every city she conquers. Of course, there weren't many people in those cities, mostly just soldiers guarding them, because the ordinary people had all been evacuated to Lingzhou. After the northern Qi royal family paid the price for her mistakes, the matter could have ended, and northern Qi would have simply changed its ruler. However, unexpectedly, Yi Qingmei was manipulated by Su Wan'er's holy demon sect, causing them to kill each other in order to weaken the human race's abilities. From a racial perspective, Yi Qing should also do everything in his power to stop this war, but Yi Qingmei wouldn't listen to his advice and even said things to annoy him. Of course, he didn't take it to heart, since it was the truth and he could accept it. But what he couldn't accept was that Yi Qing he had finally managed to escape the unpleasant memories of Nanshao and thought he could find comfort in his sister, but she said he was dirty. Even his heart was dirty. What a precise and perfect blow this was for a child in his teens. So Yi Qing decided to put on a good show. Despair filled the boy's eyes. Looking at his sister, a tear slid down his cheek, and soon more tears followed, slowly forming a stream that flowed down his handsome face and dripped onto the ground. Seeing the boy already in tears, Yi Qingmei frowned and released her hand that had been gripping the boy's neck. It seems I was too lenient. Since you haven't contributed to the country, I will make you do what you should do and make you understand your place.